Chapter 331 Death of the Demon King S. Everyone knows the principle of attribute restraint. Water restrains fire. Fire restrains wood. Wood restrains thunder. And thunder restrains water. This is a kind of cycle. There is no doubt that since this giant turtle, which was originally a sea turtle, is now like a small island, and can use the ice element abilities similar to water, then it should also be relatively related to water element. And since it is water element, then the one that restrains it is thunder element. In theory, there are not many people who can possess this rare elemental power in this vast ocean. But as a mutated demon bamboo that can use the elemental power of its subordinates for its own use, it is actually quite easy to use the thunder element. Although this powerful elemental power borrowed from the thunder wolf Lei Ji has basically not been used from the beginning to now, there is no doubt that this thing is a fish that kills fish, and shrimp that kills shrimp in the water. Of course, facing this giant island turtle, it is also a powerful force that can completely restrain it. The bamboo root rushed towards the giant turtle frantically, and after reaching the vicinity, it went straight up and rushed towards the giant island turtle. Boom! From the bamboo root, lightning like plasma gushed out, and extremely terrifying energy was released in this deep sea. The violent white lightning rushed upwards from nearly 1,000 meters under the sea water, and under this strong light, an extremely powerful lightning was constantly splitting. One part rushed directly to the island turtle above the ocean, and another split into hundreds of millions of spiderweb-like lightning. Lightning pattern. This pillar of lightning, mixed with countless lightning patterns, filled all the waters within a radius of tens of kilometers with lightning elements. However, Lin Ning suddenly sensed that the island turtle actually used the rock element at this critical moment, and wrapped all parts of its body with extremely hard rocks. Crack! The powerful lightning continuously hit these rocks, forming a huge buffer, but it could not penetrate this extremely thick protective layer, let alone smash the huge and fearless giant turtle in this protective layer. Lin Ning was quite surprised by the instant reaction of the island turtle. What was even more surprising was that this guy actually had the control attribute of ice elements and the power to control rock elements, aura shielding, aura perception, plus the control of ice and rock elements. Will there be other abilities? Like the ability to create new life? Why does this look like a bamboo? Should I do this? Lin Ming stopped the lightning element attack. After all, it was useless to the island turtle. But this could not prevent the mass death of other mutant creatures and ordinary marine creatures such as fish and shrimp in this vast area caused by his attack. After all, although lightning is useless to island turtles, it is the biggest weakness for aquatic creatures. Ding! You killed a first-level, second-level Devil Ray and obtained 440 evolution points. Ding! You killed an entry-level, third-level Sardine and obtained 25 evolution points. Ding! You evolution points. Quite a lot. Lin Ning did not expect that this attack would actually harvest quite a lot of evolution points. However, these fish, shrimps, etc., are indeed a bit too much, contributing nearly 100,000 evolution points. Ling's own evolution point pool, which has been dry for a long time, has also been moistened. But this is far from enough. You have to kill this island turtle to truly obtain more evolution points and more spiritual energy. What Lin Ning is pursuing at present is to make himself as strong as possible. Evolution points or spiritual energy, they are what he needs most. And at present, the mutant creatures whose strength is close to the 4th level will undoubtedly bring more terrifying evolution points, and at the same time give him more spiritual energy, so as to gradually bring his own strength to the 5th level. At that time, if a mutant creature like the island turtle appears again, he will be much more relaxed. At this moment, Lin Ning sensed that countless mutant creatures and things like fish, shrimps and crabs have floated on the water surface. And the island turtle also opened its mouth and began the previous process of madly sucking in seawater and food. What a big stomach it must have. What a big appetite it must have. Didn't it just finish eating? Lin Ning was almost powerless to complain. What's going on? Is it wrong to eat so much? No wonder it can grow so big, like a small island. Is it really because of eating a lot of fresh seafood every day? No. I can't waste time like this. I have to kill this big guy quickly. Let's not talk about how much to eat. This thing here is simply unbearable for him. If it doesn't eat ice elements or thunder elements, then it can only start from other places. Let's not talk about the elements. Lin Ning thinks that he can try the trick that he hasn't used for a long time. The attack of bean sprouts breaking the head. Its principle is to use the ability to create new life to turn a bamboo root into thousands, or even tens of thousands of branches that are unimaginable, while rapidly expanding the area. It can also release its own power through squeezing. This ability is generally used in the cracks of bamboo roots in extremely hard rocks, and through them to move underground or under the sea, or even in mountains. But it is also used on the ancient opponent Silver Poison Dragon. Its function is to disintegrate the mutant creatures, or various enemies, that cannot be attacked from the outside from the inside. Just like the Silver Poison Dragon, no matter what Lin Ming did at that time, he couldn't simply kill this guy from the outside. But after using this trick, it took almost no second to turn this guy into a pile of fragments. It is very simple to burst the bamboo roots directly from the giant mouth. And this giant island turtle, there is no problem with this method. Right? Lin Ming is indeed a person who does it as soon as he thinks. After releasing the thunder element attack, the bamboo roots rose nearly 1,000 meters from the bottom of the sea in an instant, and suddenly turned into a spider silk-like existence, completely covering the surroundings of this giant island turtle. Then, under Lin Ming control, the bamboo roots also went madly towards the giant mouth of the island turtle. Lin Ming found that this guy did not react at all, and was easily attacked by his trick. And those bamboo roots were basically not blocked and rushed into its giant mouth easily. However, just when Lin Ming wanted to use this trick that he was proud of, he suddenly found that he could no longer sense the existence of those bamboo roots. Wait, could it be that? Lin Ming hurriedly took those bamboo roots away from the outside of the giant mouth of the island turtle, but felt that those that had drilled in before had completely disappeared. Digested? Are you kidding me? Lin Ming was also a little surprised. He also had a super digestion ability. However, what if the speed of his extraordinary regeneration ability exceeded its digestion speed? Lin Ming repeated the previous action again, and at the same time fully released his extraordinary regeneration ability in the giant mouth of the island turtle. The bamboo roots multiplied violently in a very short time. But Lin Ming unexpectedly discovered that the giant turtle's terrifying and ridiculous ability completely offset his extremely strong regeneration ability. Lin Ming could no longer multiply the bamboo roots, and the giant turtle could not completely digest them. A terrifying balance was reached between them. Lin Ming immediately withdrew the bamboo roots. He understood that the reason why this giant turtle could swallow so much seawater food crazily, and without stopping, was because of this. This move seemed to be completely ineffective. This is a bit like absolute defense. So what ability should I use next to kill this bastard turtle? Lin Ming now seems to have only the attack of the dark element to try, although he didn't want to always rely on this move. The fact was that the opponent seemed to be almost immune to other moves. However, at this time, the giant turtle was ready to attack again and raised its huge claws. A violent bang was heard, and the surging seawater continued to create strong undercurrents. The surface of the seawater raised waves as high as 100 meters, and a huge vortex appeared in the seawater at this time. This terrifying vortex with a huge diameter of tens of meters in the center was constantly rotating violently, and the seawater kept rolling towards its center, and countless fish and shrimp corpses also poured in. Lin Ming, who was under it, also sensed that the nearby seawater also fell into the same flock-like state as before. This guy actually started playing with the ice element again? Is he kidding me? Lin Ming was even a little speechless. He knew that this trick would not work on him. So why did he still use it? You turned this vortex into ice. It's useless to play such a big trick. Why don't you understand? Even so, Lin Ming still responded immediately. Okay, you come to this, then I will heat you up. Lin Ming bamboo root began to circulate the elements again. Although the attack of the fire element could not burn open flames in the seawater, it immediately raised the temperature of the seawater by dozens of degrees. Soon, the temperature continued to rise, and more violent bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea to the seawater. The seawater that had not yet turned from flocks into ice cubes quickly melted under the rapid increase in temperature. But in a very short time, bursts of steam began to form above the seawater. Lin Ming continued to release heat, and the seawater even began to boil. A large number of marine mutant creatures and ordinary fish and shrimps, which had finally escaped from the previous sea thunder and were lucky enough not to be killed, were completely cooked in the extreme rise of heat in this larger area. Ding! You killed a 4th level mutant squid and gained 65 evolution points. Ding! You! Lin Ming found that his evolution points seemed to have grown a lot in the battle with this island turtle. However, This guy seemed to have no effect at all? In Lin Ning's perception, this giant turtle had no reaction at all. But it can't be said that there was no reaction. This guy is really happy to eat now. Lin Ning sensed that its swallowing speed seemed to have become faster. Fuck. How come it makes me look like I'm here to deliver takeout to this island turtle? Are you kidding me? However, if I eat, is it poisonous? Lin Ning felt that he was almost becoming a villain boss. And the moves he used were too similar. A sneak attack and poison. It's just too much of a villain. Although he thought so, Lin Ning didn't think he did anything wrong. After all, killing the enemy is the most important thing. Isn't it? Now that this guy is trying to absorb water and food, it's just the right time to test the extent of his venom. Soon, the bamboo roots penetrated into the bodies of the fish, shrimps and crabs that died due to the high temperature, releasing a lot of venom into them. And that's not all. His bamboo roots searched for the direction of the seawater that the island turtle sucked crazily, and released the most violent venom into it. Lin Ning soon found that his venom didn't seem to be enough. The island turtle still didn't have much reaction. The speed seemed to be a little slower. Then, let's max out the ability to create toxins. There are so many evolutionary points anyway. Right? With a thought, Lin Ning instantly raised this ability to level 9. As a large number of evolutionary points disappeared, Lin Ning also heard the voice of the system. Ding! The ability to create toxins has reached the level limit, and has evolved into a strong corrosive acid C. Oh! That's the name of this ability. Strong corrosive acid C. Does this mean that it is similar to extremely powerful acids, such as sulfuric acid? It sounds quite awesome. Lin Ning did not hesitate, since he had this new ability. Then, the bamboo roots rushed out of the sea, and drilled into the giant mouth of the island turtle in a flash. This time, Lin Ning let the ability to create new life continue to proliferate the bamboo roots, while letting those bamboo roots spray violent corrosive venom at the island turtle. Try it. A drink that can corrode everything. It didn't take long before Lin Ning found that the seawater began to vibrate violently. The island turtle let out a very shocking roar. Lin Ning found that this thing was constantly slapping the sea surface with its broad limbs. And with this strong reaction, even the boulders on its back began to fall apart. What a pathetic battle. We were all controlled and played with by that bastard. What are we for? You want to become the strongest. Finally. Kill that. Get rid of it. In Lin Ning's sea of consciousness, there were extremely heavy spiritual words one after another. And this sound was intermittent. And the later it went, the weaker it became. At the same time, the crazy island turtle gradually stopped moving under the weakness of this sound. The sea, at some point, returned to calm again. Ding! You killed the 4th level 2nd level Ice Emperor Tyrant and obtained 321,120 evolution points. The cold voice of the system suddenly sounded. Lin Ning Bamboo Branch could no longer feel the fierce undercurrent. The huge body of the island turtle gradually sank. But Lin Ning Bamboo Root also held it firmly at this time. He pondered. What did the spiritual language just now mean? Chapter 332 The Man Behind the Scenes. In the deep sea without any light, there was a dead silence. From time to time, undercurrents surged out from the seawater. Lin Ning Bamboo Roots tightly bound the corpse of the extremely large island turtle. Motionless. In the deepest part of the seabed. One bamboo and one turtle. One life and one death. At this moment, Lin Ning has come from hundreds of kilometers away to the corpse of the huge island turtle that once fought him almost to a draw. The huge monster in front of him has changed from the fierce and sturdy before to the current motionless corpse. By killing it, Lin Ning also obtained an unimaginable number of evolution points and extremely rich spiritual energy. Now he has grown to the level of the 4th level and 8th level, and is only one step away from the 5th level. But Lin Ning is still quietly thinking about the discontinuous words that sounded in his consciousness field before. Pathetic battle. We were all controlled and played with by that bastard. What are we for? You want to become the strongest. Finally. Kill it. Get rid of it. Controlled by what? Kill it. Get rid of it. The heavy and intermittent voice undoubtedly came from the dead giant island turtle in front of him. The S-level demon king known as Ice Emperor Basha. The reason why we can hear its spiritual language, perhaps, is because it swallowed part of its own bamboo roots? This seems to be unimportant. The important thing is why it said so. Pathetic battle? Why do you say that? How can a battle between strong people be pathetic? The strong and the weak fight. The strong survive. And the loser eats dust. Instead of saying pathetic, it should be better to say heroic or something like that. After a long and fierce battle, as mutually recognized opponents, even if it is not the case, there should be a sentence like I have no regrets in my life left. But what is the tragic battle? What is it talking about? Moreover, Lin Ning still has one thing he cannot understand. Being controlled by that thing? Being controlled by that thing? And then becoming stronger and killing it? What exactly is that thing? Questions emerged in Lin Ning's mind one after another. Control? Get rid of? Wait. Could it be that? He didn't think for a long time before he got the only answer. This answer can be said to be the most impossible one. Excluding all impossible answers, the remaining one, no matter how absurd or incredible it is the only truth. Lin Ning did not want to admit that this was true. But there is no doubt that this is the only possibility. Thinking of the strangeness of the island turtle, the more Lin Ning thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. It could also shield its own ability, and even sense his location hundreds of kilometers away. This ability is basically equivalent to his own aura force field shielding and reconstruction of all things aura. In addition, this giant turtle can freely control ice and lightning elements, and can even use violent digestion to invalidate his ability to create new life. Lin Ning felt that no matter how he looked at it, this giant turtle was very similar to himself. It was like a monster made from the same mold, but with different appearances. Then, who could produce him and this island turtle like a mold? There is no doubt that there is only one answer. Lin Ning looked at his attribute panel, looking at this completely illusory existence that was shining with a faint light in his mind. After that, the existence called system that had been hidden and had no sense of existence. Think about it carefully. Isn't everything derived from this guy? From the beginning when he became a bamboo, this system existed in his mind. Then, it continuously gave this system evolution points to achieve the goal of strengthening its own abilities. As the level of realm continues to rise, the number of evolution points required by the system is also increasing. Moreover, there are many times, especially when he urgently needs to solve a problem, this usually quiet and insignificant system will suddenly pop up and tell him what abilities he can learn. And this ability requires a considerable number of evolution points to obtain. At this point, no matter how you think about it, the timing of the system appearing at this time can be said to be extremely deliberate. Recall, which time was not like this? Aren't the extremely important abilities of breath perception, breath shielding, fog explosion, and toxin creation obtained in this way? It can be said that the evolution points that he had saved up with great difficulty were spent. The time of each system prompt was extremely punctual. At these moments, when Lin Ning encountered something that he could not solve, or could not solve it quickly for the time being, the system would immediately pop up and tell him that he could learn it with evolution points. Especially recently, after his Lingzhu clone was placed in the ocean, it rotted immediately. And when he was eager to cross the ocean, what did the system say? You can learn new abilities. Seawater tolerance. At that time, he felt that this system, to be honest, was more like a machine that conveyed what he had gained. It would not force him to do anything, nor would it issue any tasks that must be completed. Similarly, it would not tell him how powerful he was now. This all depended on his own judgment, whether it was the allocation of evolution points or the understanding of various abilities. He had to verify and practice it himself. At that time, Lin Ning even felt that this system was really equivalent to a property panel and could not see how important it was. Normally, the system can do more than tell him what he has done, how many evolution points he has gained, and the existence of the attribute panel when he has nothing to do. Now looking back and thinking about it again, this is simply too deliberate. Although he can choose not to learn this ability, or even ignore the system words. But if he doesn't do this, then the Fate Society will return to its previous level, just like before he killed the Fate Society headquarters. This can be seen from the new model of aura shielding device that appeared on the shore. The system is like taking advantage of his eagerness to destroy the Fate Society and telling him that he can learn such an ability. And this ability even costs more than 355,000 evolution points. Many times of deliberateness, he had to doubt it. What exactly is this so-called system? Although he could ignore the system words from the beginning, ignore it, and not learn such an ability. But if he does so, he will fall into a relatively more dangerous or desperate situation. When he was promoted to the second level, if he didn't have the ability to shield and sense aura, then the human side would have discovered him, a B-level demon spirit, early on, and then launched a thorough missile bombardment, or even directly solved it with a nuclear bomb. Isn't this impossible? The purpose of the system? To make him stronger. Stronger than anything else. Then what? To have a life and death battle with mutant creatures like this Ice Emperor Basha, who are also its experimental subjects. Thinking carefully, this possibility is simply too possible. The more Lin Ning thought about it, the more frightened he felt. Although the system has not yet responded to his current thoughts, Lin Ning is very clear that this thing that is still alive in the depths of his mind may have a lot of secrets that he can't even imagine now. Lin Ning bamboo roots completely wrapped the remains of the bound island turtle. But at the same time, he suddenly sensed something strange. On the tortoise shell of the island turtle, the rocks were broken and peeled off, and the original tortoise shell was also revealed. Lin Ning sensed the existence of the soul pill that exuded extremely strong spiritual energy inside the body of the island turtle, and the spiritual energy of this soul pill seemed to attract the mutant creatures in the ocean. Lin Ning also sensed that more sea beasts and strange beasts were also moving here. Number? Amazing. Lin Ning was surprised by the total number of nearly 1 million at first, but he soon understood. Yes, the soul pill of the S-level demon king. The mutant creatures and strange beasts on the seabed, let alone the S-level ones, probably haven't seen many ordinary B-level soul pills. This kind of thing is probably the most tempting thing in the ocean. Lin Ning still remembers that after he obtained the soul pill of the silver poison sky dragon, his subordinates, who had reached a certain level of spiritual intelligence, were completely unable to control themselves and flocked to the soul pill. Right? Later, after they were attacked by the soul pill and almost turned into strange beasts, they regarded this thing as a flood and beast and never dared to touch it again. But these mutant creatures in the ocean don't have such a brain at all. For them, the soul pill, which contains the ultimate spiritual energy, is simply irresistible. At this time, they are moving here from all directions. In response, Lin Ning said, "Moss flying into the fire will die." He spread out the bamboo roots and completely covered the area within nearly 100 kilometers of the nearby sea. And then, he used the move he just played, directly turning this vast sea water into a thunder and lightning area. The extremely dazzling light continued to bloom in the sea water, like a series of swimming dragons, turning all the creatures in the entire area into charcoal. Ding! You killed a mutant hair tail of the 3rd level and obtained 12 evolution points. Ding! You! The voice of the system sounded again and again. The previous silence was like a disguise. Has this guy been playing dumb just now? Although Lin Ning is not very sure now, he is actually 80% sure. This guy is the real mastermind behind the scenes. And if the island turtle called the Ice Emperor is telling the truth, then he and the island turtle are both this guy's playthings. It controls him and the island turtle, constantly absorbing spiritual energy, and then constantly growing. When it grows to the 4th level, the duel between the demon kings who have grown into the 4th level will begin. The strong wins, and the loser is destroyed. Just like him, and the corpse of the island turtle in front of him that was also bombarded by countless thunders. The system voice kept reminding him of the income of evolution points. Lin Ning found that his own evolution points had reached a high value of 500,000. And on the attribute panel, the level realm gradually reached the level of level 4 and level 9. It's going to evolve again. To be honest, it can be said that this is the credit of this system. Lin Ning now has to speculate about this system in this way. If it is really a game set by this dog system, then everything really becomes interesting. The last words of the island turtle can also be understood in another way. It is not the last one. If the system is the mastermind, then Lin Ning will encounter opponents who are almost the same as himself one after another in the future. And these opponents must be the tragic guys who also have the dog system. How many more will there be? Once you enter the 4th level, you will encounter such a powerful opponent, and you will definitely encounter it again. Or, wait. If that's the case, then, Lin Ning suddenly thought of a possibility. After entering the 4th level, he encountered a powerful opponent who was targeting him. That black bug? Thinking carefully, it seems that those black bugs are very likely the non-existent meteorite that fell from the sky has the dual characteristics of an alien beast and a mutant creature. No matter how you look at it, it's unnatural. But what if this is an opponent? What if the mother of those black bugs is a mutant creature with the ability to reach the 4th level? It seems that it can explain why this guy threw 2 meteorites at him accurately at that time. Lin Ming suddenly thought that before. Whether it was America, Europe, or even Tang, it seemed that black meteorites appeared in the places where his subordinates were. So, this black bug mother has the power of perception? And this thing has not been discovered by me until now. And it also has the power of spiritual force field shielding? Fuck. It seems that this possibility is really possible. The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more frightened he was. If this is true, then, in the next period of time, won't I continue to encounter mutant creatures of the same level as myself? And these mutant creatures even have abilities similar to my own? It's terrifying to think about it carefully. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. The voice of the system gradually became sparse. Lin Ming found that it seemed that quite a lot of mutant creatures who were eager to reincarnate had disappeared from this sea area. It seems that it's time. He looked at the charred body of the island turtle again. After that, this thing is really useless. Lin Ming Bamboo Roots used his best dark space attack on the wrapped body of the island turtle. Countless black spaces connected into a whole piece, completely swallowing up the huge enemy's body. From time to time, the space turned into black dots again, and finally disappeared completely. In the depths of the dark ocean, Lin Ming also connected his main body to the spiritual bamboo clone again. And through the connected roots, he once again sensed everything from the Tang Kingdom. At the same time, he immediately discovered that within the range of perception, there were several more mushroom clouds in the embodiment in his mind. Humanity finally used a nuclear attack on the giant black bug. Lin Ming was not surprised at all. However, the giant black bug did not seem to disappear. Chapter 333, Terrifying Thoughts. What surprised Lin Ming was that after the nuclear attack by the human side, the giant black worm did not completely disappear. What on earth could this thing withstand the long-term and rapidly rising terrifying high temperature? Godzilla? At this moment, Lin Ming sensed that the giant black worm, just like the one attacked by Panda before, was constantly recovering its original size from the broken state. But the continuous high temperature made it decompose again and again. This process has been going on all the time, just like a clip that is constantly being played. However, the speed of this almost weird decomposition and fusion has gradually slowed down. There is no other reason. Just because its spiritual energy concentration is constantly decreasing. From the S grade at the beginning, to the time when the island turtle was solved and the human threw a nuclear bomb, Lin Ming found that the spiritual energy concentration of this thing has dropped to the level of almost B grade. Lin Ming once again saw a very critical point. Extremely strong vitality. This black worm was able to survive after being hit by a nuclear bomb, and it was able to continuously restore its body even when it was burned by high temperature and damaged by radiation. Its vitality is really strong. But when it comes to strong vitality, Lin Ming is very familiar with it. His ability is to create new life. Even if it is destroyed by the enemy, and only a small amount of tissue is left, it will recover to its original state in an instant. It has a very high intensity and extremely terrifying life force, which can even be understood as immortality. The ability of the black giant worm is very similar to this ability. However, due to the weakness of its declining spiritual energy, this ability seems to be constantly weakening. It won't be long before this black giant worm will also suffer from the decline of this recovery ability due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, and will eventually be fatally hit by high temperature and radiation and turn into a pile of ashes. What do humans think of this black bug? Well, they think that this guy is a mutant creature of the S-level Demon King level, and after being destroyed by their intensive nuclear bomb attacks, they will gain some kind of courage or hope. At the same time, will they also have the confidence to destroy this mutant creature together? Or even blind arrogance, if they really cannot discover the reality of the decline of spiritual energy, and only care about falling into the joy of blind confidence, and even want to use nuclear bombs as a regular weapon against S-level Demon Kings, then what awaits the human side will be extinction. Not to mention whether these humans can find themselves or not. Just their confidence will lead to the most tragic result when they encounter S-level Demon Kings of the same level as him. Yes, after Lin Ming met this giant island turtle called Ice Emperor Xia, he naturally thought that there must be S-level Demon Kings, and even those above them. And there are far more than him. the island turtle, and the body of the black bug. Although there is no conclusion on this matter yet, Lin Ning believes that it is almost certain. He had previously speculated that the black worm might be a beast summoned by Alexandra of the Fate Society. But now he has some doubts. The time coincided with the destruction of the Fate Society's base in America, which led him to think so, and even made a rather bold assumption. But now Lin Ning has no confidence in this assumption. He now believes that the system is playing tricks, and everything is caused by this system. Although the system is still pretending to be deaf and dumb, and is completely silent as if nothing has happened. Now, after the human side has eliminated the giant black worm, it is unknown what kind of follow-up reaction there will be. Lin Ning feels that it is necessary to inform his subordinates of this matter and let them make corresponding preparations, especially those in the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. If the human confidence surges because of this, they will definitely deal a big blow to the mutant creatures next. Just like before, when he left the Wantohai spirit realm and went to the Kaifanshan spirit realm. During that time, humans used the power of the extraordinary to destroy several spirit realms, and also took the opportunity to build a large number of walls between cities. And after this time, will they come again? Lin Ning sensed the direction of Tang State. Not long after, as the spiritual energy disappeared in large quantities, the regeneration ability of the black giant worm was no longer effective. And in the high temperature and radiation, it eventually turned into a pool of black ash. Dead. This giant black worm was completely destroyed. Although I also want to know the next action of the human side. What is more important than this is the situation of the subordinates in various places. Lin Ning continued to sense. In the direction of America, Qin Chun seemed to be quite excited. Lin Ning sensed that this silver dragon, which could be a submarine in the sea and a fighter in the air, had turned the entire America into a space for it to gallop freely. After destroying one extraordinary research center after another, it also used the poison to corrode the black bugs and the black meteorite together with the meteorite. Now it, Mo Kai and Jean Meng Jean Lin are constantly rushing to the direction of Canada, responsible for continuing to destroy the extraordinary people and extraordinary research centers there. And the army of mutant dolphins is also on standby at the coast at this time, recalling the dolphin army to his side. In America, or even the entire US continent, there is no place for them to use their skills for the time being. So it is better to recall them to his side and raise their level by the way. After all, in the ocean, at present, except for Qin Chun, none of his subordinates can enter the sea water. Later, if he wants to achieve something in this ocean, the existence of subordinates is indispensable. And these dolphin legions with high intelligence will be of great use at that time. Can't let Qin Chun run around all the time? Moreover, if the intelligence of these mutant dolphins can be comparable to that of the panda, then if he wants to do something in this vast ocean in the future, these dolphins will be able to complete it well. Whether it is intelligence reconnaissance, or assault, sneak attack and other tasks, Lin Ning will have to order them to do a lot of things in this ocean in the future. Next, it is the European continent's Yanlu. Now, his elemental troops are forced by those black insects and have to flee to the direction of the bear country. The weird black insects are not afraid of elemental attacks at all. So whether it is the flame wolf Yanlu, the thunder wolf Lei Ji, or other subordinates, they can't do anything to those black insects. Among the elemental troops, whether it was Yanlu, Lei Ji, the two donkey-headed wolves, the little Suro Shadow and Xingbai, the giant monkeys Bingpa and Huaikui, the four blood phoenixes, and the three-tailed fox Xuanhua, they were all elemental. And the flying Zhuyu and the white mouse Xueya were completely helpless against the black bugs. So, they could only retreat to a farther place. Even though they were all mutant creatures of the second level or so, they had no way to deal with the black bugs. At this moment, Yanlu and his team had already arrived near the border of the bear country, and they had left the black bugs far behind. For the time being, they were safe. But Yanlu and his team had indeed lost their target at this time. Originally, they had been following Lin Ning instructions to eliminate the powerful mutant creatures in the spirit realms and huge cities in various countries in the entire European continent, as well as the research center for extraordinary people. But the appearance of these black bugs interrupted their mission. Lin Ning also immediately gave new instructions. Yanlu, you lead your companions to rest next to my Lingzhu clone near the square city of Xiongwa, and then wait for my next order. Although the elemental troops are powerful, they don't seem to be able to do much. However, they can continue to attack the south of Yalu and meet up with Panda and others. But at this moment, this matter is not too important. As for the Tang Kingdom, the subordinates of the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm are waiting for his order at this moment. And Lin Ming also quickly issued the order. This Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm may have been noticed by the Tang Kingdom. If the subordinates continue to stay there, they may be attacked by the Tang Kingdom. At this moment, there is no need to let them fight against humans. In particular, their strength is not enough to fight with the human side. If they have to fight, they may also be injured. Once Wu Yuan died, and they lost a little guard. Lin Ming felt that he could not always let his subordinates take risks. Now, there are countless S-type mutants floating outside that can hide their own spiritual energy. And humans also have a certain ability to fight back. Any rash action is extremely irrational. And the battle of Panda Panda to expand their territory is actually not too important. Master, about the black giant worm. Panda did not continue to move forward, but led his companions to see the explosion of mushroom clouds in the distance. It was the first time for him to see this powerful weapon invented by humans. Those mushroom clouds, although nearly 500 kilometers away, were so shocking. For Panda, just when the human weapons exploded, the huge terrifying sound that resounded through the clouds when the mushroom clouds rose up could not be described in any way. And the power of this deadly weapon, whether it can kill the giant black worm that it can't deal with, is something it wants to know very much. If humans really have this kind of power, then they can't be allowed to continue to do whatever they want. Panda thought so. And it also wanted to do so. After all, for it, the strongest enemy it has encountered so far is the mutant giant black bug. And now human weapons are clearly attacking in that direction. Panda wants to know whether humans have really killed it. The black giant bug has been eliminated. Lin Ming told Panda the facts. He knew very well what his lovely subordinate was thinking in his head. Master, then, humans. If humans have such weapons, and can eliminate the enemy who is stronger than me. Panda's mind became heavier. If they can kill even the fourth-order black giant worm, then these humans can also kill a third-order mutant creature like it. The giant worm's spiritual energy will continue to decline with the passage of time. The humans killed only the black worm whose spiritual energy has declined to the second-order level. Before I go back, you can't act rashly. You have to know what you should do now. Lin Ming is not worried about Panda's strength at all. It is no problem for it to destroy a city alone. But he also knows that now that humans have spiritual energy shielding devices, even if they have broken through the third order, there is basically no good way to deal with such things on the human side. Not to mention, if the real body is easily exposed, the nuclear bomb released on the black giant worm can also explode on it. It is not too easy to completely destroy the entire human society like a rotten wood. After all, the entire blue star is too big. If you really want to do this, it is not at this time. Master, what should we do next? Panda understands what the Master Lin Ming said. It is not stupid. However, it still did not expect that this black giant worm, like the strange beast that it had encountered before, would have its spiritual energy decreasing over time. Don't stay away from my spiritual energy shielding range. Otherwise, humans will use the 6 gold square array and spiritual energy shielding device to imprison you just like they did to the black giant worm. And your fate will be the same as that of the black giant worm. Do you understand? Lin Ming was actually very worried about these subordinates. They did not have the same spiritual energy shielding power as him, and could not completely hide their own thick spiritual energy, or even reduce it. To be honest, this was a bit strange. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Ming suddenly remembered an enemy of his. Blood Evil. Blood Evil and he were both mutated plants. And it seemed that there was no second one in the entire blue star. Moreover, humans had not discovered this existence that looked like a super potato. This guy also had the ability of spiritual energy shielding. Lin Ming once doubted whether this guy had the ability to sense spiritual energy, because when he fought with him, he knew exactly where he was every time. But now think about it. His subordinates were also promoted to A level, but none of them had such ability. And then, the next person with such ability was Ice Emperor Basha, the island turtle, and the black giant worm. Now, this Blood Evil seems to be a guy controlled by the system? Hey, are you kidding me? Another one? It's terrifying to think about it. Could it be that one of the signs of being controlled by the system is that you can block your own spiritual energy? And you can also sense the abilities of other mutant creatures? The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more he felt that this was a bit too much. If this is true, then this system is like a wholesaler, giving every potential player a set. Then, wait for the players it chooses to become crazy strong, and then kill each other? If this is true, what is the system trying to do? Wait, there is something that the system always requires to be very diligent. Chapter 334 Twisted Ideals. Tick, tick. The sound of water dripping into the pool came to my ears. In the deep cave passage, 16 people were constantly moving deeper. Chungyu, carrying a huge backpack, led the team at the front. At this moment, in his mind, he was more questioning the meaning of his coming here. The mutant creatures were rampant outside, and the whole world had fallen into absolute chaos. But they came to a cave deep in the spiritual realm to find something that person wanted to find. Chungyu! Speed! Old Chin behind him roared, revealing considerable impatience. And the other few people also coughed a few times in annoyance. Chungyu curled his lips. The cave was dark and damp. If it weren't for the immortal fireball created by Sun Liang's fire element ability behind him, it would be difficult for them to go so deep. There were gravels everywhere under his feet, and there would be some unexpected situations from time to time. Even if Chungyu wanted to go faster, it was not so simple. The old Chin behind was the accompanying personnel sent by that person, together with the other 8 people in this team. They have a machine that can instantly activate the aura shielding devices on the remaining 7 extraordinary people. Chungyu never thought that he could get such a reward. He could only sigh and smile embarrassedly to the back. Okay. I try to be quick. Stop talking nonsense. Old Chin spat, and several people around him also grumbled. It seems that he has no good feelings for Chungyu. Chungyu turned his head and said nothing more. Outside Shangjing City, after finally blocking the tide of mutant creatures with Xingyu and others, he resolutely stayed. The reason is that he is willing to believe that person again, and is willing to establish the meaning of his existence on using one's own strength to bring peace to all people. But then, he stayed alone and met that person, but did not get the answer he wanted. Instead, he got a reality that he couldn't understand at all. He was locked up under the aura shielding device. He was basically the same as an ordinary person in that house. Go out? There was no possibility of such a thing. Under the aura shielding device, he couldn't even beat an ordinary person, let alone use his proud wind element and air cannon to fight and leave. Chungyu began to doubt himself constantly. Why did he have to be so stupid to stay? Why didn't he leave with Xingyu and the others? Just for the hope for that person that now can't be described as naive, but can really be described as stupid. In extreme regret, Chungyu stayed in that building, eating, drinking and sleeping. There was no possibility of going out at all. Like a bird in a cage. But no one came to watch. No relatives. No friends. It can be said that except for this aura shielding device, that person could not confine himself here. But he really couldn't take a step out of here. One day, that person suddenly visited there and found him. Then, the order issued by that person told him again that he was just a tool. Chungyu's heart was calm. He did not even hesitate to accept this arrangement. As the first tower of the so-called 9-layered Sky Tower, Chungyu found that there was no one around him who stood on the same side as him. The task that person gave him was not to find Xingyu and others immediately, but to arrange for someone else. And this task was to lead a team of extraordinary people, and the people arranged by that person to go to this spiritual realm, in a cave hidden very secretly, to perform a secret mission. Among the people traveling together, there were only 6 extraordinary people including him. Among these 6 people, Chungyu had the highest ability, but his treatment was not much different from the other 6 people. At this moment, they were all covered with a layer of spiritual energy shielding device. As long as the other 9 people headed by Lao Chen found that they were using spiritual energy without permission, the spiritual energy shielding device would soon be activated. After that, they changed from extraordinary people full of spiritual energy to ordinary people. But unlike Lao Chen and his men, they didn't have any weapons in their hands. Resist? Who dares? Chungyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. They didn't even know how Lao Chen and his men controlled them. They saw that the 4 extraordinary people who came with them suddenly twitched violently because they didn't obey their orders, and they fell to the ground. They were easily killed by their guns without even making a sound. Dog? Even dogs are so miserable. Chungyu also found it strange. Why did the behavior of the person who was not controlled be much tougher and incomprehensible than that of the person who was controlled by Drake before? A B-level extraordinary person now dared not resist at all. Just like a weak person. Being bullied by a few people. Nonsense? Chung Yu thought it was quite ridiculous. Incomprehensible? Isn't this just incomprehensible? As an extraordinary person, being treated like this by ordinary people is simply outrageous. Chung Yu also knew that this kind of thing was simply unimaginable. He was a B-level extraordinary person. The contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people seemed to be more serious than before. Involution? Very involution. Fuck. Instead of putting this spirit into dealing with mutant creatures, it is also admirable to fight among themselves every day. The S-level demon king outside, that is, the mutant demon bamboo, is still making trouble. It just destroyed the Destiny Society. Although it is in Europe or the United States. Who knows if it will turn its next spearhead to ordinary humans. After all, the Destiny Society, as the biggest threat, has been eradicated. Humans have never revealed their true identity to the mutant demon bamboo, which has only a blurry photo of it as their only understanding. Now it has grown into the level of the S-level demon king. Instead of trying every means to deal with this kind of enemy, ordinary people and extraordinary people have fallen into a far more serious internal conflict than before. Chung Yu thinks that this must be related to the destruction of the Destiny Society, as an organization formed by the most powerful extraordinary people in the world. The existence of the Destiny Society is actually a deterrent to ordinary people. No matter how they used to control everything on this blue planet, when they were there, no matter where they were, the opposition between extraordinary people and ordinary people was far less serious than it is now. But after the Fate Society was destroyed by the S-level Demon King, the A-level and B-level superhumans lived a more miserable life than before. This time, they really became dogs. Suddenly, Chung Yu even felt that the idea of the Fate Society might be right. It might be better to build a world with only superhumans than it is now. Had they foreseen that the superhumans will be treated like this by ordinary people one day? So they set it up? If this is really the case, it is really too stupid. Chung Yu smiled bitterly again. What would Xing Yu and others say when they saw that he was tied up like a dog with an aura shielding device? And his life and death were controlled by ordinary people. Chung Tianta, what are you dawdling about? Our time is very precious. Lao Chen spoke again. His tone was already quite impatient. It's already very fast. The terrain ahead is very complicated. And we don't have a map. Right? Chung Yu tried his best to suppress his unhappiness. Being suppressed by ordinary people. What the hell is going on? We have the power. And 100,000 ordinary people are here to deliver food. Chung Yu looked back at the extraordinary people in the team. They were not his former subordinates in the Nine Heavens Tower. Most of these people awakened their abilities later, and were just absorbed into the new Nine Heavens Tower organized by that person. Although he was the highest commander of the Nine Heavens Tower, these people did not listen to him. They were even more obedient to ordinary people. Chung Yu didn't know whether this was trained or what, but he felt that these extraordinary people were more like the artificial extraordinary people mentioned by Xing Yu before. They had no souls, but only had the ability to release spiritual energy, and use their own abilities as auxiliary tools to help ordinary people do anything. Puppet. In other words, they were more like the extraordinary people of that person. And they were real dogs. Stop talking nonsense. Olchen pointed to a metal door in front of him that appeared at some unknown time. It's almost there. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Chung Yu looked up and found the dark, narrow, and not too big metal door in the distance. He was very surprised. Why did such a thing appear in the deepest part of this cave that was naturally formed over millions of years? Just now, he was thinking about this matter, and didn't notice the existence of this metal door at all. But it doesn't matter. He thinks that if they find this thing, then they will not be far from the goal of this mission. Although Chung Yu still doesn't know what the man wants him to lead the team to find here. But this matter is not important at all. Chung Yu now wants to find a way to escape from this predicament. A way to get out of this predicament that he doesn't want at all and run to Xing Yu and others. But this place is very close to Dongnan City. But it is really too far from the direction of Bingcheng. Even if he kills these people and wants to escape, it is not easy to be honest. Chung Yu, don't move. Lao Chen waved his hand behind him, and asked Chung Yu and other extraordinary people to take off the huge backpacks on their backs. Lao Chen and his people took all the backpacks, and walked straight to the side of the metal door. A heavy voice sounded. And Chung Yu suddenly felt that the cave was full of a strange breath. Spiritual energy? Chung Yu felt a little weird. He gritted his teeth and looked at the metal door that had been blocked. Before opening it, he didn't feel this way at all. Although he was not a super-sensing person, he was very familiar with this breath. A lot of spiritual energy. Could it be that what is stored here is actually spirit pill? Cheng Yu did not see Lao Chen and his people get the soul pill. But he can now be sure that what is stored here is the soul pill. Spirit pill. Actually, in this place, in the heart of the spiritual realm. Is there anything wrong? Moreover, what does that person want the soul pill for? Cheng Yu couldn't help but think about it. There is no need to prove the irrationality and danger of the soul pill. It can turn mutant creatures into strange beasts, and can also turn extraordinary people into huge, irrational and destructive monsters. Although extraordinary people can control themselves not to absorb the spiritual energy in it, and will not be deprived of their sanity by such things and become monsters. But no one can prove that that person will not use such things as weapons. Use as a weapon. Against whom? This thing is obviously useless against the S-level Demon King. Last time in Qicheng, thousands of strange beasts appeared, but couldn't stop the mutant bamboo. Tens of thousands of more would be useless. So, what can be dealt with? Extraordinary people? Cheng Yu thought it was really absurd. Do humans like to commit suicide so much? There are external enemies. Obviously external enemies. Just when Cheng Yu was smiling bitterly, Lao Chen and the others came out of the metal door. The big bags placed at the door were obviously full of things. But now they were covered with lids and packed up again. Now they looked like just some big backpacks. Those backpacks were filled with metal boxes. And these metal boxes were also set up with spiritual energy shielding devices. And they would not reveal any spiritual energy at all. Come here. Carry these things. We are leaving. Olchen shouted, and had already lit a cigarette. Cheng Yu was a little greedy, but he knew that he had no right to smoke that. Looking back, he smoked as much as he wanted in front of Xingyu, Fei Jun, and Zheng Guodong. When he was the 9-layered Heaven Tower, even after escaping to the Ice City, he lived 100,000 times better than now. What the hell is the first tower of the 9-layered Heaven Tower? It is obviously the dog leader of the dog pack under that person, without any real power. I didn't expect it to be like this. Cheng Yu suddenly felt that it would be better to kill all 14 people here. But he also knew that even as a B level, it would be difficult for him to kill everyone. Cheng Yu didn't say anything, and walked over with other extraordinary people, carrying one of the backpacks. As an extraordinary person, this weight was still quite easy for him to carry. Hurry up. We've wasted a little time. Lao Chen urged again. Cheng Yu nodded, and once again led the team to move towards the cave exit. The heavy thing behind him was 100% the soul pill containing a lot of spiritual energy. Spirit stone? There is no such possibility. If there was such a thing, there would be no such place. Moreover, the rich spiritual energy he had sensed before was definitely not the comfortable feeling that spiritual stones had. Walking quickly towards the cave exit, the journey was much easier than before. Next, they had to return to the nearby Dong'an City Airport, where they would take a helicopter back to Shangjing. That's the plan. But, is there any escape route? Cheng Yu now doesn't want to stay here any longer. He doesn't want to be a dog tied by the neck, and doesn't want to be turned into an ordinary person without ability by those ordinary people at any time. This kind of life is enough. He said this again in his heart. At the same time, he quickened his pace. What ordinary people? What extraordinary people? Perhaps only the world of extraordinary people is the best. Chapter 335 The Hero Never Returns. It was already evening when the group climbed over the mountain and came out of the canyon. Along the way, they did see a lot of mutant creatures, but most of them were killed by the extraordinary people without Cheng Yu even having to do anything. The remaining ones would be scared away by the powerful spiritual energy just by seeing them. The meaning of these extraordinary people following these ordinary people is not just to complete the secret mission. There are also tasks to do hard labor and carry, and to protect these ordinary people. However, even if the extraordinary people are hurt because of this, those ordinary people will never look at them straight. In their hearts, this kind of thing is as it should be. Life or death. It doesn't even have anything to do with them. As long as they complete their mission, everything else is not important. Cheng Yu already understands this relationship quite well. Or rather, the person now also makes him understand that this is the relationship between extraordinary people and ordinary people. Whoever can restrain whom better is the master. And the remaining one is only of use value. A little better than garbage. With the aura shielding device, Ordinary people can now ride on the heads of extraordinary people. The afterglow of the setting sun is like fire. Chung Yu led the team to the airport runway outside Dongping City. They will wait for the helicopter here, and then wait until it flies over, ride on it, and fly directly to Shangjing City. And then the whole mission will be completed. Chung Yu did not want to act like this. He has been looking for an opportunity to escape from this embarrassing situation of being treated like a dog. But at this moment, for him, except for himself, no one can be trusted. And no one can think with him about the route and method of escape. Needless to say, those ordinary people who came to look after them, the remaining extraordinary people, all of them are like puppets without souls, only listening to the orders of those people. Chung Yu didn't know whether it was because of the death of the 4 people before that made them like this, or they were like this themselves. But what is certain is that he has no comrades who can think with him at this time about how to escape from this predicament next. Is there no way to go? Chung Yu was extremely anxious. If Xingyu, Fei Jun or Zheng Guodong, or even the most unreliable Lu Feishu were here, there would not be such a helpless situation. None of the comrades who could be relied on were around. Chung Yu was isolated and helpless, and he could not even think of any solution. But the group soon arrived at the airport of Dongping City. This is also the only place in the original Dongping City that has not been completely destroyed. Last time, after the Battle of Qingcheng City, the S-like Demon King turned this place, including Xiaohu City and several other large cities, into ruins. Even Dongping City, which is as solid as a rock and has many armed forces and a large number of military forces, was razed to the ground. The planes at this airport were also completely destroyed in that catastrophe. All that was left was this extremely empty and dead airport. But Chung Yu could also see that there were quite a lot of places around the runway of the airport covered by some green plants. And they were gradually taking over this place where no human beings existed. Whether it is steel bars, cement, or even everything, they will eventually be gradually swallowed up and completely destroyed under the torrent of time and the era of spiritual revival. The traces of human beings will eventually disappear completely at some point. Chung Yu was thinking about it, and he also saw 2 black spots on the horizon, getting closer and closer. The roar of the helicopter gradually approached, and Chung Yu also knew that his chance of escaping from here was getting slimmer and slimmer. Once he got on the helicopter, he would be immediately shielded by the spiritual energy device like when he came, and turned into an ordinary person. He had no spiritual energy at all, and in the helicopter in the air, he was like being locked in a cage. After that, he entered Shangjing, and it was difficult to fly even if he had wings. Chung Yu looked at the people around him with his peripheral vision. There was no chance. These people were very smart, and they had learned how to face extraordinary people. These people probably had received a lot of training, and they never put down their hands, and the muzzles of their weapons were always pointed at him, which also proved this point. The extraordinary people he couldn't count on stood in front of him, with no intention of turning back. These puppet-like people were even less trustworthy than ordinary people. A dead end? Chung Yu knew that in 1 minute, after those helicopters came over, he would have no chance at all. But now, wouldn't he have even less chance? The roar of the helicopter became more and more piercing. But Chung Yu did not find any chance until the muzzle of the gun was pointed at his back. 2 large armed transport helicopters, one carrying those huge backpacks and 5 ordinary people, and the other carrying the remaining people and the other 2 backpacks. Chung Yu sat in the seat, with weapons pointed at him on both sides, one of which was Lao Chen, who was the most hostile to him. Everything is over. At least, before the next mission of this kind. There is definitely no hope of escaping from this cage. Chung Yu sighed. The helicopter quickly raised its fuselage with the sound of the propeller turning, and after reaching high altitude, it went directly to Shangjing. Chung Yu was in a complicated mood, but he was powerless to change the current situation. Clenching his fists, he could not extract the spiritual energy and turn it into a powerful force. He could only wait for the next opportunity. Chung Yu thought secretly and closed his eyes. However, at this moment, suddenly a gust of wind blew up in the sky. Even this heavy twin-propeller armed helicopter could not withstand the violent airflow and began to sway left and right. Chung Yu tightly grasped the armrest beside the seat, ignoring the panicked shouts of several people around him. He turned his head and looked out the window. A huge black shadow suddenly flashed by. What is this? Chung Yu's heart skipped a beat. But then he heard another loud bang. The other helicopter flying in front of this one suddenly twisted, like a toy hanging in the sky, and began to flip wildly and weirdly. Boom! But soon, this flip did not last too long, and a fireball exploded. Another storm blew, and the helicopter pilot tried to control it, but the helicopter was still swinging. Just then, Chung Yu suddenly found that a huge tentacle-like thing appeared next to the porthole. But on that tentacle, there were countless large and small tentacles. And on top of this tentacle, there were more eyes. Chung Yu widened his eyes. Strange beast. Tentacles. Countless eyes. If this is not a strange beast, what is it? But how could a strange beast appear here? Why is it so huge? And why can't it fly? The cabin was in chaos. Everyone saw this thing. And Lao Chen would. The gun in his hand, which was originally pointed at Chung Yu, was fired directly at the black shadow that was already close to the porthole. Bang! But after the fierce gunshots, another heavy voice came. And at the same time, the driver suddenly cursed, "Don't move! Move faster! Move faster!" A huge metal twisting sound was heard above his head, and something was destroyed with a bang. And at the same time, a very scary big hole appeared above his head. Countless eyes, on the tentacles that broke off the propeller, scanned the people in the cabin. Ah! Old Chen raised his submachine gun and fired wildly at the tentacles. Xiao Lu beside him also stood up and poured the bullets from his gun onto the tentacles. However, at this moment, the tentacles suddenly became like two sharp spikes, instantly piercing Old Chen and Xiao Lu. Chung Yu saw that the moisture on the two people who were screaming beside him was evaporating, and they soon turned into two mummies. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two mummies were caught by the tentacles and taken to the outside. And the remaining people in the helicopter were all shocked. They didn't know what exactly attacked them, but they knew that they would soon be turned into mummies and then pulled out. The porthole finally couldn't hold up under the pressure of the tentacles. It was already severely deformed and was soon crushed and shattered, finally making a big hole in the entire cabin. Chung Yu suddenly picked up two guns on the ground and fired madly at the tentacles that were sticking out. "Turn off the aura shielding device. Otherwise we will all die here," he roared, and repelled some of the tentacles' attacks, and rolled to avoid the tentacles' attack. However, the pilot in the cockpit he scanned had also been sucked dry and was completely motionless. "TSK, you are all useless." Chung Yu turned around again to avoid the attack, and aimed his firepower at the tentacles that were originally extended from the porthole. A series of bursts of fire made the tentacles retreat continuously, and a large hole suddenly appeared in front of him. "Damn it! I won't play with you anymore." Chung Yu suddenly jumped under the hole and fell from the sky in an instant. The violent airflow made him somersault dozens of times in the air, and he fell towards the ground at a very fast speed. "This level of fall can't kill me," Chung Yu roared, and the spiritual energy he regained after leaving the helicopter was instantly urged by him to wrap his entire body, and his arms also stretched out to the ground below at the same time. Dozens of air cannons with strong cyclones burst out at once, and the violent airflow they brought also greatly reduced Chung Yu's falling speed. As a B-level extraordinary person who can control the wind element very skillfully and can also use air as a weapon or defense, Chung Yu is not afraid of the danger of falling from a high altitude. On the contrary, for him, this kind of thing is quite comfortable. However, the danger has not passed yet, and he can't relax for a minute. Looking up at the sky, under the huge shadow, the helicopter is being caught by tentacles that seem to stretch out from some fog or clouds, and is shaking constantly. Countless fragments are falling like raindrops. And Chung Yu has already controlled the wind element and created a wind element barrier to resist these attacks and eject those fragments. However, he still found that after the black tentacles pulled out the two dark objects in the helicopter, they slapped the helicopter, which was almost like scrap metal. The helicopter flew out like a meteor and turned into a huge fireball, which exploded with a very violent explosion and fell into the distance with black smoke. Chung Yu found that the tentacles did not seem to give up the will to kill him, and rushed directly towards him from the clouds. "Don't even think about it. With spiritual energy, can you? An octopus claw bastard. Still kill me?" Chung Yu's fingers popped out one by one, and the wind blades roaring like bullets, with a density of hundreds of rounds, collectively went towards the direction of the tentacles. At the same time, after adjusting his own falling speed, he landed steadily on this mountain with quite a lot of gravel and rocks. Looking up at the sky, Chung Yu suddenly found that his attack did not repel the tentacles at all, and even said that it had no effect at all. Wait. Tentacles. Boom. The tentacles slammed into the ground, and quickly retracted into the air. Chung Yu dodged this bombardment at the critical moment. However, he also found that he did not have too many opportunities to continue to dodge. In the center of this not-so-low mountain, it seemed that the terrain existed for extremely complex reasons, and the surface was extremely rugged. If you are not careful, you may fall into the abyss. Chung Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and dodged another attack. Dozens of air bombs were fired into the air at the same time. After a series of muffled sounds, Chung Yu found that the tentacle monster seemed to be very vulnerable to this move. Many of the tentacles were blown away and fell to the ground. However, Chung Yu also found that the tentacles scattered on the ground suddenly turned into countless dense black insects, like a magic trick, surrounding him. TSK? What the hell? However, Chung Yu suddenly felt that something was grabbing his neck, and then a violent and fierce wind sounded in his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened his eyes again, he fell to the ground at the same time. However, the ground was quite soft, and it was not a pile of rocks at all. Chung Yu had a splitting headache. He suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly stood up to maintain a defensive posture. He covered himself with the wind element barrier, but found that the people in front of him were Xingyu, Fei Jun, Zheng Guodong, and other people from the original Nine Heavens Tower. I am? You? Chung Yu took a step back, staring at the people who could not possibly appear in front of him at this time. What do you mean by we? Chung Yu, did that person make you lose your memory? Lu Feishu walked over and asked. Chung Yu still couldn't believe his eyes. Why are you here? Where is this? Why am I here? Whose ability? Mine. Just then, the voice of the hooded young man next to him sounded faintly, and Chung Yu also found that he was too familiar with this person. You? How could it be you? Wang Su. Wang Su didn't say anything. He walked to the blond man who was resting against a tree trunk. People, this time should be all together. Master smiled and stretched out his hand at Chung Yu. Welcome home. Chapter 336, The Meaning of Continuing. Lin Ning had never imagined that he would find the opponent he had been looking for by accident. Just after coming out of the Great North Ocean, Lin Ning immediately landed on the land of Philippine land. However, before he even had time to place his Lingzhu clone in the huge spiritual realm of mutant lions and mutant zebras, he suddenly sensed something strange from the Tang Kingdom. Before, Lin Ning had always focused on all the dynamics of the Tang Kingdom. After all, the Tang Kingdom had just used a group of nuclear bombs to completely eliminate the giant black bugs, and all their subsequent movements were also tightly locked by Lin Ning. For this reason, Lin Ning has also been using the consciousness field of the Lingzhu clone to command his subordinates to gradually evacuate them from the vicinity of the Suzaka Valley spiritual realm. But what he didn't expect was that, after the two armed helicopters flew from Shangjing to the direction of Dongping City, a group of humans who came out of them headed straight for the spiritual realm in the direction of a canyon near Dongping City. Among this group of people, Lin Ning unexpectedly discovered that one of them was Chung Yu, the B-level extraordinary person from the original 9-layered Heaven Tower. How could this person appear here? Lin Ning was quite surprised. What happened? Shouldn't the important combat power be placed in the most important place? Why did Chung Yu run to the vicinity of the ruins of the city that had been completely destroyed by his subordinates? But Lin Ning soon discovered that this team did not seem simple. Chung Yu formed a team with a group of extraordinary people and ordinary people, and moved towards the depths of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm. As if there was something to do, Lin Ning's first reaction at the time was to let his subordinates kill them to eliminate future troubles. But soon, he gave up this idea and carefully sensed the movements of these people. Just because the purpose of this group of people did not seem simple. From the actions of these people along the way, they were not coming to the alien realm to train the team, nor were they coming to kill mutant creatures. Moreover, this combination of extraordinary people and ordinary people is indeed a bit weird. However, as time went by, Lin Ning discovered that Chung Yu, whom he originally thought was the leader, seemed to be just a tool man for those ordinary people. Specifically, he had to do whatever those ordinary people said, and he must not disobey. In addition to carrying luggage, Chung Yu's role was to expel mutants and eliminate all dangers for those ordinary people. In short, Chung Yu and the extraordinary people in the team were equivalent to dogs in the eyes of these ordinary people. He had to do whatever he was told to do. If he disobeyed or ran away, his fate would be tragic. Just like before. Not long after these people entered the spiritual realm. For extraordinary people were easily killed by those ordinary people. To be honest, Lin Ning felt that this kind of thing was simply outrageous. Ordinary people killed extraordinary people at will? Is there anything wrong with this? After all, compared to ordinary people, extraordinary people, no matter how weak they are much stronger and more powerful than those ordinary people. Extraordinary people only need one finger to let ordinary people know their horror. Such incomprehensible things should not happen between the superhumans, who have power, and the ordinary people who have no power at all. But now, the situation of the superhumans, like Cheng Yu, is so difficult and puzzling to Lin Ning. However, Lin Ning soon found the answer. Through some of their conversations, and the perception of various things on Cheng Yu and other superhumans, Lin Ning later discovered that these superhumans all have something he is quite familiar with: spiritual shielding devices. These superhuman shielding devices are even better than what he saw at Befulai in America. These spiritual shielding devices are now arranged in sheets on the bodies of these superhumans. Although he perceives nothing, there is no doubt that the power of these things is not much weaker than those he has encountered before. Moreover, Lin Ning also discovered that the spiritual shielding devices on Cheng Yu and others can be controlled by ordinary people, turning them from powerful superhumans into ordinary people at any time and anywhere. Just like the 4 extraordinary people they killed. They were blocked from spiritual energy by this method. And then, they were killed by the ordinary person called Lao Chen. The improved spiritual energy shielding device is the only weapon of these ordinary people. And it is also the most effective weapon. However, Lin Ning also learned from this that the relationship between ordinary people and extraordinary people seems to have become worse than before. It is even worse than when fate was there before. At least at that time. The extraordinary people still had some status. And the relationship between them and ordinary people was more like a kind of mutual cooperation state. But now, Lin Ning has understood that this situation is equivalent to ordinary people putting a dog collar on the necks of those extraordinary people, which can turn them into ordinary people anytime and anywhere. They only need to use things like knives and guns to kill them very easily. In other words, if you don't like these extraordinary people, you only need to activate this spiritual energy shielding device. And it is just a matter of thought to kill these extraordinary people. Just like the 4 extraordinary people. They didn't obey the orders of the ordinary person named Lao Chen in the team. And their spiritual energy was directly blocked. And then, they were simply killed with guns. Lin Ning also found in his long-term observation that among this group of people, except for Cheng Yu, who has reached the B level of extraordinary people, none of the remaining extraordinary people are not artificial extraordinary people. There is no emotion, no thinking, only absolute obedience to orders, and various abilities spawned by powerful spiritual energy. Lin Ning was also surprised that there were so many artificial superhumans, and they could even join such a team. That person was really capable of doing something quite extraordinary. Cold-blooded? Lin Ning actually admired him. As a human being, the way that person was doing now was cold-blooded. But in fact it was really stupid. He did not realize the role of superhumans at all. Instead, he used the aura shielding device to deal with mutant creatures to turn the superhumans into dogs that must only obey their orders. If this continued, it would be strange if nothing happened. Mutual understanding? It would be strange if such a thing existed between humans. But that person was indeed stupid to a new level. It seems that under the leadership of this person, humans may be directly led to extinction. It is really disappointing. Lin Ning thought that humans would bring him some surprises in the future. But now it seems that there is really no hope. Maybe they will destroy themselves without him having to do it. Lin Ning sensed the actions of these humans, and found that they actually went deep into the cave. He also sensed the existence of a metal door in the cave. This kind of thing should not exist here. But through perception, Lin Ning found that there were quite a lot of spherical things scattered in the space inside the metal door. And when these things were taken out by ordinary people, and put into those bags, they exuded extremely powerful spiritual energy, which made Lin Ning immediately understand that these things were soul pills. Unexpectedly, there were so many soul pills in it. When did they store so many? Lin Ning found that he seemed to be completely in an unknown state in many things before. Whether it was the spiritual stones in Olive City, or the soul pills in the underground of Xingyuan City before. Humans collected so many things, but never used them before. I really don't understand what they are thinking. Lin Ming discovered that nearly 2,000 soul pills were taken out, and the underground space was completely emptied of soul pills. Humans actually kept such things in such a place, far exceeding his expectations. What are they going to do? Lin Ming couldn't help but secretly wonder. When did humans still keep so many soul pills? When did they keep them? And what do they want to do with these soul pills? Soul pills, except for turning mutants into strange beasts and turning extraordinary people into strange beasts, seem to have no other functions. Lin Ming couldn't think of what that person wanted these soul pills for. But no matter what he wanted to do, he would want humans to become stronger, Lin Ming guessed. However, it didn't really matter. In the long battle with humans, he had proved to humans that those soul pills had no effect on him, unless they stuffed them into the mouths of their subordinates and turned them into strange beasts. Other things? What can they do? Whether it is to turn mutants into strange beasts or to turn extraordinary people into strange beasts, there is no third way to use it. While lamenting the confusing behavior of humans, Lin Ming continued to sense the movements of this group of people. Then, he found that this group of people had left the cave and continued to move towards Dong'an City. Originally, he could also order his subordinates to attack at this time, but Lin Ming did not do so, because he sensed that there was something abnormal in the sky, and it had appeared at some point, and at the edge of a huge cloud in the sky. A black tentacle flashed above it, and Lin Ming also found that the cloud did not seem to be the same as the surrounding clouds, and it did not move continuously with the wind direction. It was like it was fixed in the sky, motionless. It was actually hidden in the clouds? What exactly is it? However, Lin Ming was very sure that its target seemed to be this group of people. Black tentacles. Wait, there seems to be only one guy with this thing recently. It shouldn't be that bad, because such a small amount of soul pills would rashly show their tails, which seems to be not smart enough. After that, the extraordinary people took the helicopter that also used the spiritual energy shielding device to take off from Dongfeng City and flew towards Shangjing. Lin Ming also found that the black tentacles emerged from the clouds again at this time and had locked both helicopters tightly. Some huge black tentacles also appeared again. Wait, those tentacles. After carefully sensing again, Lin Ming found that his previous premonition seemed to gradually become a reality. Isn't this the tentacles of the mutated giant black insect before? It's exactly the same. No way. Could this monster hidden in the clouds be? Could it be that it is the mother of the black insect? The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more it seemed like it. Hiding in the clouds? Isn't that the same as my own fog explosion? It's just that the guy is in the air, while I am on the ground. And until the guy stretched out his black tentacles, Lin Ming didn't sense its existence at all. Isn't it just spiritual energy field shielding? And accurately sensing the actions of these extraordinary people and ordinary people. And after they took out those soul pills, they were eager to take action. Isn't this reconstruction of the aura of all things? Thinking of this, Lin Ming has been quite sure that this hidden in the clouds, although not necessarily the mother of the black worm, must have the same system as him and the island turtle. If this guy is really the mother of the black worm. Wait, those previous meteorites, if they didn't come from outer space, but were ejected from the high-altitude clouds, it seems completely possible? It's possible. The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more he felt that it was terrifying. The front and back are facing each other. Lin Ming continued to sense. He felt that if this was really the case, then he was facing an extremely difficult opponent. At this time, as the helicopter gradually rose to a high altitude, the monster in the clouds immediately took action. It quickly grabbed one of the helicopters with its huge tentacles, and after taking out the soul pill inside with its tentacles, it rolled it like a ball and turned it into an exploding fireball. Afterwards, it almost simultaneously attacked the second helicopter, which was the one Cheng Yu was on, and in a very short time, it easily grabbed it like a toy. Lin Ming found that this guy seemed to be really only interested in those soul pills, and the rest, whether they were extraordinary people or ordinary people, seemed to it like a small garbage toy given away, and it didn't matter whether he killed them or not. After dismantling the helicopter in a very short time, Lin Ming unexpectedly discovered that Cheng Yu actually took advantage of this chaotic moment to fall from a high altitude and relied on his own ability to counterattack the monster that was chasing him. After that, Cheng Yu landed on the ground, and the next change of the black tentacles confirmed Lin Ming's previous guess. At this time, the extremely long tentacles extending from the cloud layer, which were shattered by Cheng Yu air bomb, turned into countless black insects. These black insects were basically like writing the word surprise or not. Lin Ming knew that his next enemy, or the next object who would have a tragic battle with him under the control of the system, was about to appear, hidden in the clouds. After that, Cheng Yu was rescued by the A-level extraordinary person, who suddenly appeared and instantly transferred to a field that he could not perceive. This kind of thing was no longer important in Lin Ming's view. Lin Ming, who had completely locked the cloud group, was ready for battle. As high-level mutants, he and the black insect mother, only one can survive. Even if there is another tragic battle, there is nothing that can be done. Becoming the strongest, and then catching the system behind the scenes is the meaning of his continuing. Chapter 337 The Most Troublesome Development. On the Philippine continent, the fierce sunlight has gradually dimmed with the passage of time, and finally disappeared completely. And the deep night has arrived here. Looking at the starry sky, Lin Ming bamboo roots also arranged the spiritual bamboo clone in the southernmost area of the Philippine continent, and began to move forward again. The great North Ocean is too vast, and the closer to the southernmost direction of the blue planet, the more cold waves will invade immediately. Although he has the ability of fire element, and will not suffer any damage because of this, the spiritual bamboo clone does not seem to be the case. Lin Ming found that even if they are his clones, they will still be affected by some objective laws. For example, in this extreme south, if you rashly place it, frostbite and other situations will occur immediately. In addition, the extreme south is extremely mysterious, and does not seem to be as safe as you imagined. After killing several nearly second-level mutant sharks, Lin Ming also considered the safety of his own spiritual bamboo clone, and landed directly from the southernmost shore of the Philippine continent. After simply using bamboo roots to clear out some threatening mutant creatures nearby, Lin Ming sensed the black insect mother in the cloud, and immediately locked onto the giant cloud where it was hiding. It is not accurate to call it a cloud. Lin Ming, who has the same ability, knows very well that the thing should be called fog. Like his own ability, fog burst, this black insect mother also released fog to completely hide its own tracks, coupled with the almost similar reconstruction of the aura of all things, and aura standpoint shielding. While constantly sensing the enemy, it also conceals its own aura. If it were not for the temptation of the huge number of soul pills, this guy's black tentacles would never be easily extended. It is like a thick cloud, completely hiding its figure, not known to anyone at all, and not easily discovered by the enemy. Moreover, in the high altitude, there is almost no enemy that can approach. Think about it. Only those mutant creatures that can fly can barely reach it. But how many flying mutant creatures in this world can threaten it? Compared with the strength of the Ice Emperor Basha, and the power of the black bugs that appeared in the black meteorites before, Lin Ming felt that this guy's strength should have reached the 4th level, and it would definitely not be too low. Perhaps, it is not impossible to reach the 5th level, at least in his cognition. No mutant creature can fly so high in the sky, including his subordinates, even Xue Jin and Qiying, who have just entered the 3rd level. It can be said that in this world, as long as this guy hides in the clouds, it is equivalent to invincible. Lin Ming looked at his attribute panel. 4th level. 9th level. After fighting with the Ice Emperor Basha, and killing a large number of mutant creatures in the sea, he is finally about to usher in a new evolution of the level realm. If this level realm can be improved one step further, then on this blue planet, it is estimated that it will be difficult for anyone to do anything to him. However, Lin Ming did not have the kind of state of mind that he could see all the mountains from a single glance. After all, the powerful mutant creatures produced in batches by the system. In addition to him, the Blood Evil and the Ice Emperor Basha, there is also this black insect mother hidden in the clouds. Even in every corner of this blue planet, they may be developing in a wretched way just like he was before. They may all want to have a miserable battle with him like the Ice Emperor Basha, and decide who is the strongest among them. Then, for the ultimate goal, the system that teases and plays with him, and these mutant creatures will be completely killed, and battles will be fought one after another until one side dies, and becomes the evolution point of the other side. Bloody? Cruel? Lin Ming thinks this is normal. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the most essential part is the law of the jungle. That is, the struggle between the strong and the weak. The strong side that survives in the end has the right to speak. Humans have been continuously developing technology for thousands of years, and dominate the blue planet in the era of spiritual energy revival. Also because they are the most successful in evolution. Entering the era of spiritual revival. Humans blindly believed in their technology, desperately in evolution, constantly creating internal conflicts, and then gradually collapsed. In the end, they were driven to the edge of the land. Countless people disappeared, and those who remained had completely lost control of the entire blue planet, and were also pulled down from the pinnacle of evolution and the top of the food chain of the survival of the fittest, and were completely pulled down from the position of the controller of the blue planet in the past. Moreover, even so, humans are still in a crazy evolution. Originally, they could even use those extraordinary people to win back a city. But now, Lin Ning knows that they should have no chance at the moment. After all, he has been getting stronger, and constantly releasing the spiritual bamboo clones to various lands and oceans. As long as there is enough time, he will eventually spread his spiritual bamboo clones all over the blue planet and completely take the planet in his hands. As for his battles with his peers who have systems, what does it have to do with humans? It is already quite good that they can ensure that they will not be completely extinct because of being affected. And now, Lin Ning has spread quite a lot of spiritual bamboo clones in the southern part of Philippine land. The maximum perception radius of the spiritual bamboo clone is 2,000 kilometers, and the maximum extension of the bamboo root is also 2,000 kilometers in length. Although Lin Ning placed a spiritual bamboo clone every 1,000 kilometers to ensure safety and stability. If he could upgrade his level to the 5th level, the bamboo root should be able to go further and extend to 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers. Right. At this moment, Lin Ning knew that his strength and potential could indeed reach an infinite level. And his peers, who had also reached this level and had systems, would be his food on the road to growth. Or in other words, his experience packs. After killing them one by one and becoming the most powerful one, Lin Ning felt that he could really challenge the strength of the system hidden behind the scenes. He knew very well that this system, which had been observing the growth of the monsters it created in the dark, might have a strength that he could not even reach now. But there was also a possibility. That was that all that he believed was actually all his fantasy. The mastermind behind the scenes might not exist at all. And so many mutant creatures were so powerful, and they might not have been created by any system. Perhaps the system was always his. These are all unknowns. Lin Ning sighed, and used the bamboo roots to place another spiritual bamboo clone. It may not be so easy to break through to the 5th level at the current 4th level and 9th level, although there are a huge number of mutant creatures on Feilu, and they have even wiped out almost all humans on this land. Most of their strength is still at the entry level. The city ruins in the south of Feilu are already in tatters, and the green has completely submerged it. It is even impossible to see how much of the original appearance there is. In Lin Ming's impression, this should be a region dominated by Gobi and desert. But in this era of spiritual energy recovery, it has become a place with abundant water and grass. A large number of mutant creatures and ordinary creatures occupy every place here, constantly destroying the traces of human existence. Lin Ning looked at the buildings that were almost only broken bricks and stones, and it was easy to conclude that this might be the first area to be defeated and destroyed by mutant creatures in the era of spiritual energy recovery. Perhaps at that time, the humans of Feilu were completely at a disadvantage in the battle against the mutant creatures that swarmed like mountains and seas, and were finally completely wiped out. After all, this is also one of the most backward places in the entire Blue Star. There are no advanced weapons, and even internal conflicts have always occurred here. It is quite understandable that this situation finally occurred. Lin Ning bamboo roots rolled up countless garbage from the ground among the ruins on the ground and piled them together. Although the humans here have been destroyed, the legacy they left behind, whether it is plastic, rubber, or scrap iron, is stubbornly scattered underground. Even though this is already the era of spiritual energy revival, the power of nature is stronger than before, but it still cannot have any faster impact on these things. Lin Ning sometimes thinks about this question. Is the revival of spiritual energy a revenge of nature on humans? Before the arrival of the era of spiritual energy revival, it can be said that whether it is animals, insects, birds, aquatic creatures, various plants, or even the entire nature itself, they have been destroyed by humans. The increase in population and the more urgent need for a better life have led humans to make endless and extremely harsh demands on nature. Large tracts of forests have been cut down, and countless creatures have been killed. Mines are constantly blasted, and the underground is hollowed out. Wastewater is discharged into rivers. And the ocean has also become a garbage dump. Every minute, every second, a huge amount of forests are cut down, and a large number of creatures are destroyed. However, driven by constant interests, humans have expanded their scope of activities to the deepest mountainous areas and the depths of the forests. The world's population keeps rising crazily, from 5 billion to 6 billion, and then to 70 and 80 billion. If it weren't for the revival of spiritual energy, what would this number eventually reach? As a human, Lin Ning was lying on the hospital bed, looking at those books, which recorded the self-satisfied joy of human beings after destroying nature, and their arrogance without any remorse for what they did. Various resources are extremely exhausted, but humans still do their own thing. As a human, Lin Ning didn't even think that there was anything wrong with what humans did. After all, as the top of this world, as the master of this blue planet, what is wrong with humans? But these are just the correctness of the masters. These are just the so-called self-righteousness of the masters. Now, the era of spiritual energy revival has arrived, and all things absorb spiritual energy and evolve into various mutant creatures. And after these mutant creatures continued to grow, humans were forced to gradually move from the mountains and dense forests to the plains, and the traces they had built for generations were also swallowed up by nature. Take from nature, and be taken back by nature. Whether it is the ocean or the land, the places where humans once lived have gradually shrunk, and have even been completely taken over by nature. As a mutant plant that walked out of the Wanjusi spirit realm, Lin Ning experienced all of this quickly almost from the beginning. Humans now have no more glory than before, and no longer have the status of being the master. If there is a master somewhere, Lin Ning feels that he may be one. As for other known or unknown mutant creatures, he defeated them all and became the last one left. However, at this point, he would rather raise his level to the 5th level, and then pull the black insect mother body out of the clouds and kill it completely. But this guy got thousands of soul pills from those humans at this time. What should he do with them? Soul pills cannot be absorbed by mutant creatures. Once they are absorbed, they can only become a beast. There is no surprise, even as powerful as himself. If it were not for the spiritual liquid that upgraded it to Yaqiong, then he would inevitably be transformed into a beast at that time. At that time, the bamboo branches that even grew tentacles and eyes were proof. Even plants can be assimilated. So this kind of thing is more than just horrible. The powerful spiritual energy of the soul pill cannot be well absorbed by the mutant creatures. It will only erode them, like cancer cells, and finally assimilate them completely. The mother body of the black insect actually has quite a lot of things that make Lin Ning puzzled. Both the tentacles and the black insects it creates have quite a lot of characteristics of alien beasts. Rather than saying it is a huge mutant creature, it is better to say that it is a huge alien beast. However, if it is really an alien beast, it is actually very easy to deal with. After all, the brain of the alien beast is really not working well. In addition, the spiritual energy shielding and breath perception, the alien beast also has this ability. So, is this black insect mother really a huge alien beast? The alien beast flying in the air. Is it like the big eyeball alien beast? Lin Ning continued to lock on the huge cloud with all kinds of questions. He also constantly materialized it in his mind and sensed its size. If it is really a strange beast, then it is not a big deal. A guy without intelligence is not scary. But if it is not, then this matter is a big deal. After so many things and seeing so many strange things, Lin Ning is really bold now. He thinks that if the black insect mother is a guy with the dual characteristics of a mutant creature and a strange beast, will it be more difficult? This is not impossible. Sensing the location of the huge cloud, Lin Ning started to move again. After covering this huge Philippine land with the spiritual bamboo clone and reaching the 5th level of his own level, he thinks that he can try to deal with the black insect mother at that time. Now, it is far from the time. Thinking of this, Lin Ning turned into a ray of fire and crossed the sky of Philippine land. Chapter 338 The Only Explanation. What on earth is this thing? In the depths of the Chongqing mountain spirit realm, Xingyu looked at a black bug that was completely frozen by ice. And he really couldn't understand what this thing was. It was half a meter long, and had countless black tentacles like fur. If you look closely at these black tentacles, you can see countless black and white mixtures like eyes. The huge mouth that can almost open to half the length of the body is dark red in color, and has countless sharp teeth, which looks quite scary. This thing looks so disgusting. I swear I haven't seen anything more disgusting than this. Except for your socks with mushrooms growing on them that I saw in the dormitory. Lu Feishu stood beside Xingyu and shook his head. Xingyu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong were also beside them. They all stared at the black bug that was no longer active in the huge ice block. And their expressions were very serious. The black bug in front of him was a strange creature that had crawled out of the huge black meteorite that had fallen from the sky. Not only were there a lot of them, but they also had a great desire to devour all the plants, animals, insects, birds, and various mutant creatures around them. At that time, Xingyu used the ink drop barrier to completely cover the area within nearly 10 kilometers near the meteorite. He wanted to completely trap these suddenly appearing bugs, but he didn't expect that these bugs would easily destroy the powerful barrier built by him. An A-level extraordinary person. After that, Zheng Guodong Fire Dragon was completely unable to do anything to those strange black bugs. It was not until Fei Jun took action that he finally killed these strange-looking black bugs with his long sword and double guns. In the end, only one was left, and all the others were completely eliminated. The huge meteorite was completely swallowed by Zheng Guodong Fire Dragon and turned into ashes. From the moment the meteorite hit the ground to the moment it, and the black bugs were almost completely wiped out. Everyone was puzzled by all of this. What exactly is this meteorite? What exactly is this black bug? It is called a meteorite, but it does not have the huge destructive power and impact of a meteorite. It just smashed a big hole in the ground and did not even break into pieces. And those monsters that look like big bugs and are covered with black tentacles are even more incredible to everyone. After all, I have never seen such a thing that eats everything before, and it is not affected by elemental abilities, and can even easily break Xingyu barrier. This thing is quite perfect. At this time, Master came over, squinting his eyes, and staring at the black bug that was completely immobile in the ice. Everything about it is quite symmetrical. It is impossible to be something born naturally. And those tentacles, I think there is no way not to regard them as eyes. Everyone looked at the only non-superhuman in the team, not knowing what he wanted to say. Don't you think that this thing is more like a beast than anything else? It's similar in every aspect. Master spread his hands helplessly. You can't think of it? Everyone was stunned. Everyone didn't think about the beast. After all, whether it was the tentacles or the countless eyes, people couldn't help but think of that thing. But aren't beasts artificially created? The people of the Destiny Society? Besides, even if the beasts were naturally transformed, there was no meteorite falling from the sky and then crawling out of it. Right? Besides, the beasts don't eat everything. They seem to be only interested in mutants and ordinary animals, birds, insects, and even humans, and have no effect on plants and the like. There are so many similarities and differences that make everyone's brains like paste. Although everyone thought of this, they felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and two figures appeared beside everyone. I am. You. Chengyu took a step back, staring at the people who could not possibly appear in front of him at this moment. What do you mean by we? Chengyu, did that person make you lose your memory? Lu Feishu was not surprised at all. He walked over and asked. Chengyu still couldn't believe his eyes. Why are you here? Where is this place? Why am I here? Whose ability? Mine. Just then, the voice of the hooded young man beside him sounded faintly, and Chengyu also found that he was too familiar with this person. You, how could it be you? Wang Su. Wang Su did not say anything. He walked towards the blond man who was resting against the tree trunk. People, this time should be all together. Master smiled and stretched out his hand at Chengyu. Welcome home. In addition, our last piece of the puzzle is back. Xingyu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong all came over, but they did not understand the meaning of Master and Wang Su doing this, even though they all thought that Chengyu return was actually a good thing. Although before, Chengyu chose to part ways with them because he wanted to believe in that person, and even said goodbye to them there. And now, why did Master bring Chengyu back? What's the situation? Chengyu still didn't understand his situation, and didn't know why Wang Su was there. And the notorious death merchant Master was also there. Why can they be with Xingyu, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun, and so many of their former companions? Chengyu felt extremely confused. Not just because he had just been rescued by Wang Su from the monster with black bugs all over the ground and strange tentacles. Master, explain. Xingyu frowned and looked at the blond middle-aged man. Let's not talk about where Wang Su found Chengyu. Just the fact that Chengyu is here is a big problem. No need to explain. I just asked Wang Su to help a lost lamb out of trouble. It's nothing great. You don't have to thank me. Master bowed lightly. Thank you. Xingyu frowned and looked at Chengyu. At the beginning, Chengyu said so decisively. And now he is standing here again. If he still has illusions about that person like the last time they met, then this team may become unstable because of his existence. After all, everyone now knows that the person is not trustworthy. And even that person has stood on the complete opposite side of the extraordinary. If Chengyu still stands on the side of that person, then the current situation can be said to be the worst. Xing brother! Chengyu also knows why his companions treat him like this. His original choice also made him almost die in the unknown mountain just now. He looked at Xingyu, and what he felt more was the regret for his naive choice, and the anger for the various treatments he received because of it, which almost made him die in the mountains. Xingyu stared at Chengyu eyes, looked at his tattered clothes, and the dried blood on his injured right hand, frowned, and remained silent. Chengyu opened his mouth, and he looked at the others, and found that everyone was looking at him indifferently. He shook his head, sighed, and suddenly became excited. I know. Brother Xing. Brother Zheng. You are still angry with me. At that time, I had to stay and wanted to believe that the man would definitely save mankind from the water and fire. But I didn't expect that the man was such a person. He locked me in the house with the aura shielding device at the beginning, and let me stay in it every day, unable to do anything. Then, the man suddenly came one day and said that I had to complete a task, which was to go to the depths of the Daqin Mountain Spirit Realm to get something. Unexpectedly, he actually installed an aura shielding device on me. As long as I disobeyed those ordinary people, the aura would be immediately shielded. And then, they could kill me with a knife or a gun at will. Chengyu's voice trembled, and even his whole body trembled. This young man truly realized the cruelty of society. Xingyu glanced at Master. This person really didn't lie before. That person really did it, and really divided the extraordinary people and ordinary people more clearly and more separately than before, imprisoning a powerful superhuman like Chengyu and using him when needed, and also using an aura shielding device to imprison Chengyu, is to prevent Chengyu from escaping or resisting. Aura shielding devices. This kind of thing should have been used on mutant creatures. In this era of aura revival, mutant creatures are also objects that humans must eliminate and control in order to survive and regain their former glory. However, that person used the aura shielding device on a superhuman who is opposite to ordinary people. What on earth is he going to do? Xingyu felt that the man's brain must be broken. Will the internal fighting among humans continue? Even if the S-type Demon King is rampant outside, will it be like this? Even worse than before? Shouldn't we unite to deal with the mutants, and then find a way for ordinary people and extraordinary people to coexist harmoniously? Must we roll up our sleeves now and let humans kill each other before the S-type Demon King arrives? Ha ha. It's really interesting. Chengyu, your boss really satisfies me. At this time, Master clapped again, with a mysterious smile on his face, as if he was an audience member who had nothing to do with the fate of mankind. And that person, ordinary people, extraordinary people, and even the entire human race were all actors in his eyes. What boss? Brother Xing. Why are you with this dead merchant? And this Wang Su has long been notorious. Chengyu came back to his senses, pointed at Master and the young man beside him, and shouted, I would rather die in the mouths of those black bugs than associate with garbage like you. Black bugs? Zheng Guodong suddenly stood up. Chengyu, what did you say? What kind of black bugs have you seen? If it's black bugs, they have seen them too. Zheng Guodong looked at the black bugs that were still completely frozen in the huge ice not far away from him, and his heart suddenly beat faster. The black bugs are the things that came out of the huge black tentacles that stretched out from Brother Song's cloud. I used wind element attacks to no avail, so I used air cannons to smash the tentacles that attacked me, and the fragments turned into black bugs, and there were a lot of them. Then it was at that time that Wang Su suddenly appeared, and then I was here when I opened my eyes again. After Chengyu finished a long sentence, he took a deep breath. He looked at the people who were already stunned, and was very surprised. What are you doing? I didn't lie. The tentacles stretched out from the clouds, and I saw the black bugs with my own eyes. But he followed the side of the crowd, and looked at a huge ice block not far away. After seeing the black bugs inside clearly, He couldn't help but run over. Fuck. This is it. This is the black bug. The tentacles and the eyes on them are exactly the same. How can this thing be here? Chung Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. The faces of Xing Yu and others were gloomy. And even Master didn't smile as before. Master turned his head to look at Wang Su. And Wang Su nodded. He pulled out the black short blade from behind. And the black thing on it was much smaller than the one in the ice. But there was no doubt that both the tentacles and the spotted eyes on it were almost exactly the same. This is... Fei Jun knew that it seemed that they had encountered exactly the same thing as Chung Yu. These black bugs came out of the black meteorite and ate everything. And in Chung Yu words, they became something that could fall from the tentacles extending from the clouds. What happened? That's it. Chung Yu also saw the dead insect on Wang Su's black short blade. He turned back and looked at the one in the ice. Feeling very puzzled. You also have tentacles sticking out of the clouds here? No. What we have here is a meteorite. Or more specifically, a large black round stone disguised as a meteorite. After falling from the sky, those insects appeared. Zheng Guodong walked towards Chung Yu and came to him. Are you telling the truth? Tentacles sticking out of the sky? And why did it attack you? Chung Yu shook his head. What we took out of the cave was the soul pill. And the number reached thousands. The black tentacle attacked us directly after our helicopter took off. Wait. Why is yours a meteorite? Chung Yu, Xing Yu and others, as well as Master and others, were all in deep confusion at this moment. But Zheng Guodong figured out one thing. The tentacle monster in the cloud is probably a strange beast. And it attacked you for those soul pills. Similarly, it released that meteorite to let those black bugs find a place with a lot of spiritual energy. And then wait for an opportunity to swallow the other party's soul pills. Xing Yu nodded. This is probably the only explanation. But he looked at Chung Yu again. If everything Chung Yu said is true, then it means that in addition to the S-level demon king whose true body has never been seen, there is a new enemy. Moreover, it is likely to be much stronger than the A-level. But at this time, there is another thing that makes everyone feel a little strange. Why did that person ask Chung Yu to find some soul pills and use a helicopter, which is an extremely unsafe method to transport them? At this time, Lu Feishu suddenly said. Master smiled and spread his hands. Maybe he knows the existence of this monster? And these soul pills were given to that thing by that person? Chapter 339. Everything is illusory. At this moment, the western part of Europe is in absolute darkness. The surging tide of black strange insects has completely devoured all animals, plants, mutant creatures, etc. within a few dozen kilometers of the meteorite landing site. With the meteorite as the center, a huge circular desert has appeared near the fallen spiritual realm. The reconnaissance planes are constantly scouting near the spiritual realm. And the changes that have occurred here are also continuously transmitted to the combat command rooms of all countries in Europe. Humans who have realized the extreme crisis have fallen into a state of panic at this time. Before, each of their countries was inexplicably attacked by all existing extraordinary research centers, and lost most of the extraordinary and artificial extraordinary. No one knows what happened, and no one knows what attacked them. After the complete collapse of the Arzon spiritual realm in the center of Europe, all countries have also fallen into panic. After all, it is really not easy for an existence that can destroy that huge mountain range to destroy humans. Shortly after the collapse of the Al Mountains, all countries observed a huge shadow rising from there. Not long after that, strange things happened one after another. The black meteorite landed in the west of the country of Fa at an abnormal speed, close to the location of the country of Bulu. And all the countries in the western part of the European continent set their sights there. Then, the appearance of those strange, even weird black bugs also caused panic in various countries. After sending out reconnaissance planes to discover the abnormal phenomenon of black bugs, they decided to attack this anomaly and conduct a subsequent clearing battle. The country of Fa did not choose to send troops. For them, there was originally a huge spiritual realm that stretched for thousands of miles, with an unimaginable number of mutant creatures. And it was also a place like hell for them. Send troops? After experiencing hundreds or even thousands of failures in the early days of the spiritual energy revival era, the country of Fa has been in a completely passive state and dared not step into that spiritual realm at all. They almost migrated the population out of the sparsely populated towns and villages at the fastest speed, and quickly built various huge cities. As the process of the spiritual energy recovery era accelerated, They abandoned the cities that were about to be surrounded by the spiritual realm after the spiritual rain, and moved to super large cities such as Bali City. As for the alien realm with countless mutant creatures, the method they adopted was to set up several extremely long and tall metal nets, and arrange a large number of spiritual energy shielding devices on them. Later, with the rise of the Xingyuan model in Tang State, they followed suit and set up quite a lot of walls outside each huge city. As the Destiny Society gradually rose, the FA State of course fully utilized a large number of spiritual energy shielding devices to completely protect the remaining nearly 20 super large cities. For the FA State, no matter what time, saving lives is the most important thing. However, even though they thought they had done their best in this regard, the extraordinary research centers in various cities and some extraordinary people were still attacked in an instant. The things that attacked them seemed to ignore the impregnable Nikino defense line and simply achieve the effect that Guy wanted to achieve. Now, after the meteorite landed in the southwest of FA country and released black bugs, the first thing that all the leaders of FA country thought of was to send people out to see if they could make peace or negotiate with the other party. But after seeing those bugs that eat everything, the leaders of FA country completely retreated. So, in this battle to defend the homeland of mankind, although the representatives of FA country and Bulu country gathered together, only Bulu country decided to prepare for the battle. The distant Ing country said that it would not participate in the war for the time being, and the mutant creatures in their territory were too threatening and could not withdraw. Bulu country did not care about these. The direction of movement of some of those black bugs is the territory of the Bruce State, although it is still within the scope of some spiritual realms. Who knows what will happen next? Instead of begging for good luck like the FA State, these black bugs will retreat directly, so it is better to choose to fight directly. The first wave of missiles was launched from the Bruce State, and the area where the target black meteorite was located was instantly turned into a sea of fire. The huge vibration and shock wave of the explosion shattered the black meteorite and blew away countless black bugs. Of course, countless mutant creatures in the spiritual realm were also eliminated because of this. However, the Brew country did not stop. They fired dozens of 6 gold square arrays, which were not many to begin with, and completely surrounded the huge spiritual realm that spanned between the Brew country and the FA country. In this 6 gold square array, all creatures, no matter what kind of mutant creatures, ordinary animals, birds, insects, or these strange black insects, all of them, could not rush out of this huge cage. Immediately afterwards, more incendiary bombs and gasoline bombs kept rushing out from the weapons base of the Brew country. At the same time, the bullfighting country and Portugal also launched highly intensive bombings on this spiritual realm. The explosion, smoke and roar completely covered everything in this huge spiritual realm in the west of the European continent. As time passed, the dark night became even darker. Countless mutant creatures rushed to the edge of the spiritual realm, trying to escape the artillery fire, but found that they could not do it at all. At this time, the country of FA also came to its senses and sent a large number of armored troops and more special heavy armed forces against mutant creatures to the edge of the spiritual realm. Countless spiritual energy shielding devices were also arranged by the special forces sent by various countries, gradually wrapping the entire spiritual realm completely. For the first time, humans, as if waking up, truly condensed all their strength together, abandoning previous differences and disputes, abandoning previous contradictions and struggles. They worked together to take a posture of complete extermination of everything in the spiritual realm. If not, it is humanity itself that will perish. The raging fire illuminated the entire northern part of the western hemisphere of the blue planet like daylight. And in it, whether it was black bugs or mutant creatures, or all the animals and birds inside, or those towering trees, spreading weeds and wild flowers, all were burning in the flames. And the special forces of the FA country and the Bruce country, which had assembled outside the spiritual realm and basically set up the spiritual shielding device, had basically completed their mission. At this moment, in this huge spiritual realm, all creatures have completely become spiritual beings. That should be about it. In the combat command room of the Bruce country, an old man habitually drank a sip of strong tea, carefully stared at the real-time detection images from all over the world on the huge screen, and looked at the representatives of the Bruce country, who were waiting on the side with his hands behind his back. Mr. Fawn, we have played all the cards. What should we do next? What will happen next? The representatives of the Bruce country and the large group of people behind them looked at the big map with some worry. It showed the vast spiritual realm area, and the situation was still unclear. They looked at the old man who seemed to be drinking tea leisurely, and they didn't know how to continue. After all, such a large-scale battle against the spiritual realm and mutant creatures is the first since the era of spiritual energy recovery. Even Mr. Fong urged the bull-fighting country and Portugal, and even the always passive FA country to join this joint battle. After that, we just need to monitor any unexpected events effectively. The old man nodded and looked at the representative of the Bruce country. Have you received any cooperation information from Ing country? By country? D-Land country? And Dan country? The representative of the Bruce country nodded. The good news is that they do have the intention to cooperate. But you know very well that most of them are still watching. For our large-scale operations. They all. Oh. Is that so? The man nodded gently, picked up the phone, and nodded to the other operator. Transferred to the representative of Ing country. The call was connected soon. At this time, most of the communication equipment was basically completely useless. The existence of the spiritual realm basically paralyzed global communications. Even now, humans can only rely on satellites and ordinary telephones to communicate. Sir Drayle, we are still considering it. Please don't waste time. Sir Blake, it's me, Fong. The old man interrupted the representative of Ing country Blake and said, Fong? Sir, this joke is not funny at all. Please don't make such jokes at this time. This is not before the resurrection of spiritual energy. And Sir Fong should be in Tang country. I am Fong. Do you need any proof? Blake? The old man opened the video link. And the face of Blake, the representative of Ing country, immediately appeared on the big screen. Blake on the other side of the screen looked extremely surprised. And he opened his mouth wide. Impossible. Sir, this is Sir Fong. We can guarantee this. Della, the representative of Bruce country, stepped forward and said solemnly, What? You? Lord Drayle, do you know what you are saying? If this person is Lord Fong, then who is the one in Tang State now? Blake's forehead was covered with sweat, and the think tank behind him was also in chaos at this time. The real me is here, and his falsehood has been concluded, the old man said calmly, without any panic. Fake? How do you prove it? Blake grabbed his hair. Now he was facing something that could affect the entire human race. The old man in front of him looked and sounded exactly like the leader in his memory, who had extraordinary control and amazing momentum. Sir Blake, think carefully. When we were forced to make changes because of the infiltration of the Fate Society, what did the Sir Fong we knew do in Tang? He forced most people in the Nine Heavens Tower to flee. He became familiar with, and used the aura shielding device, and the 6 gold square formation almost instantly, and then angered the S-level Demon King. In the end, the troops near Qingcheng city of Tang were completely wiped out. And then the S-level Demon King counterattacked, putting the entire Tang country in a desperate situation. Dalla raised his hands, quite angry. The battle in Qingcheng city was simply incomprehensible to him. Black, the representative of Ing country. Alahis, the representative of Bull country. Lepink, the representative of FA country. And Karlov, the representative of Bear country. They had questioned why the Tang kingdom did this. But the answer they got was silence, and the refusal of all calls and communications. After that, Fate would be destroyed because of the S-like Demon King. And everything was actually moving in a good direction. But what they didn't expect was that the person in Tang kingdom actually restrained the extraordinary people, and completely stimulated their relationship with ordinary people. Such a thing is simply incomprehensible. Now the general consensus is that before resolving the conflict between ordinary people and extraordinary people, the mutant creatures that threaten the entire human race must be resolved first. Or at least the mutant creatures other than the S-like Demon King must be eliminated. Even if the legacy of the Fate Society, the aura shielding device, and the 6 gold square formation must at least have a strong suppression of other mutant creatures. But the person in Tang Kingdom, that is, Fong, did things that were completely contrary to the world's ideas. Even refused all communication. We need time. Blake, whose hairstyle had completely lost its shape, stared at the old man in the picture. No matter how he looked at it, this was the person in his memory. No, Mr. Black, we must unite as one now. The attitude of watching the fire from the other side, and fighting alone, will eventually harm the entire human race. You are right to doubt me. The old man stretched out his right hand in front of him, and a ball of light blue light kept spinning in his palm. This is. Black could not be unaware. That person, or rather, the person named Fong Pingchuan, is actually a supernatural being. As early as the earliest stage of the revival of spiritual energy, Fong Pingchuan was among the first group of people who possessed spiritual energy. This was a very sensational thing for the whole world at that time. It's just that the detection conditions at that time were extremely inaccurate. And when the so-called spiritual energy concentration detector appeared, when Fong Pingchuan was checked again, there was no so-called spiritual energy on his body. Everyone thought at that time that it was because the initial measurement was wrong. But Fong Pingchuan, who had used this constantly rotating light blue light ball in front of Black Drill and others to shine the light on the entire secret meeting room, undoubtedly possessed spiritual energy. Afterwards, with the establishment of supernatural organizations in various places and the layout of the Destiny Society, the Supernatural Association appeared in Tang State, and then the 9-layered Heaven Tower. It was not until the destruction of the Destiny Society that everyone knew that the original Fong Pingchuan with strange behavior was actually controlled by Drake of the Destiny Society. And the Fong Pingchuan who appeared after that was the real original one. But this Fong Pingchuan who appeared again made a series of stupid operations that everyone in the world could not understand, which made everyone unable to understand. When the demon kings such as us were rampant and humans had reached the critical moment of life and death, why did a supernatural person force the supernaturals and treat them like dogs? This is too abnormal. But now, if the Fong Pingchuan in front of him is real, then everything can be explained. Sir Black, what we humans want is not a life and death struggle between extraordinary people and ordinary people, but to work together to reverse the disadvantages of mankind. Fong Pingchuan looked at the battle groups of the F country, who had already opened fire on the tide of mutant creatures rushing to the edge of the spiritual realm, and smiled. Humanity should not be defeated in the era of spiritual energy revival. We still have the light of hope. Chapter 340, the light that illuminates the era. The sky gradually faded, but the sound of artillery fire became more intense at this time. At the edge of the spiritual realm in the southeast of the country, countless bullets were poured, and countless shells exploded. The flames poured densely on the mutants and ordinary creatures that rushed over desperately, splashing waves of blood. The roar in the sky gradually rose, and dozens of shadows accompanied by the huge sound of propellers resounded through the clouds. Several bomber squadrons carrying a large amount of high-powered ammunition soon arrived at the designated location and dropped these weapons, like the god of death, into the vast spiritual realm that had not been invaded by artillery fire. Boom! Explosion. Shock wave. Fire. Vibration. For a long time, there has not been such a scene. Since the advent of the era of spiritual energy revival, there has not even been such a large-scale elimination of mutants, destroying a huge spiritual realm. The most before. That is, after the various inventions of the Destiny Society matured. Various countries had tentative attacks, and indeed eliminated a lot of mutants. For example, in Tang country, they had the strongest group of extraordinary people in the world, and they did defend Shengjing, one of the few huge cities in the world. But that was only a rare case. Such a large-scale war against the spiritual realm has never happened before. Humans sent all weapons that could be used except nuclear bombs to the front line, and invested unimaginable troops. The countries of Fa, Ing and Bruce, even the bullfighting and Portuguese, as well as the Bai and Dilan, etc., which are closely connected, also united for the first time and aimed all their forces at the alien world with mutant creatures. Although the opportunity this time came from the black meteorite and the black insects that could eat everything that emerged from the meteorite, everyone knew that without Fong Pingchuan, everything would be impossible. Mr. Fong, I believe you are the real Fong Pingchuan, the representative of Ing country. Blake rearranged his hair. On the screen, he had just seen the extremely calm tactical genius who was constantly deducing and commanding the battle situation in the Brew country. And this was the most terrifying and most prominent feature of Fong Pingchuan, who was originally feared. Use all available weapons to optimize and most effectively kill all opponents in front of you. Even in the peaceful period before the era of spiritual energy revival, this powerful mind possessed by this man was something that all countries in the world feared. This point had never been reflected in the man who was still in Tang country before. Because of the problem of strange beasts, They had gone to Shangjing of Tang country together, wanting to ask Fang Pingchuan why he chose to let the most precious extraordinary people, or the top extraordinary people in the world, take risks. But Fang Pingchuan said nothing at that time. Although it was later known that Fang Pingchuan was actually controlled by the Destiny Club at that time. Fang Pingchuan, who appeared again later, did much stupider things than before he was controlled. It can even be described as stupid, whether it is the treatment of the extraordinary, or the overall approach to the mutants, and the speechless operation at the beginning. It completely angered the S-like demon kings. Before the various technologies of the human side had developed to a certain extent, they rashly used them in actual combat. As a result, the Qing city was completely destroyed. Nearly 100,000 troops were destroyed. And the S-like demon kings destroyed a city in an instant, and then launched an indiscriminate attack on humans, completely destroying dozens of cities in the Tang Kingdom, and even completely smashing extremely solid fortresses such as Xiaohu City and Dong'an City. This even directly overturned and broke the delicate balance of the entire spiritual energy revival era that had progressed to that time, and completely destroyed the extremely weak advantage that humans still had at that time. At that time, if the extraordinary continued to be reused, the inventions of the Destiny Society were used, and the original technological weapons were relied on, it was not impossible to control the S-like demon kings before they launched an attack. After all, the inventions of the Fate Society are indeed extremely advanced. Whether it is the 6 gold square array or the aura shielding device, if given time, they will definitely have great power. For example, in the Battle of Qingcheng, it is unimaginable to rashly use this new and immature invention. Moreover, at that time, apart from Bei Fu Lai of the Fate Society, there was no other country or organization that had these things. But that person, Fang Pingchuan, had them, and used them very skillfully on the battlefield. Anyone would be suspicious. Wait, I don't understand. Mr. Fang, if that person is fake, then who is the person controlled by Drake of the Fate Society at the beginning? The think tank behind Blake whispered. None of them could understand this. After all, there was still this doubt about what happened at that time. The Fang Pingchuan in front of him might be the real Fang Pingchuan. After all, only that person had the ability of light blue light. Moreover, only that person could have it. And so far, no second one has been found among all the extraordinary people in the world. The person in front of him was Fang Pingchuan. Blake had completely believed this. And the representatives of FA country, Donyo country, and Portugal also believed it. But if this is the case, then what is the one in Tang country? The one who was controlled by Drake of the Fate Society at the beginning was one. And the one who was rescued from the underground of the Nine Heavens Tower later was another one. In the end, how many Fang Pingchuans are there? How many fake ones are there? The one who was controlled by Drake of the Fate Society at the beginning, and the one who was rescued from the underground later should be the same person. At this time, Fang Pingchuan said with a flat expression, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. There are no two people at all. And Drake doesn't have the ability to control people's minds. What? Blake felt as if a hammer had hit his chest. Drake doesn't have the ability to control people's minds? That's right. Drake can only fly and project illusions. Fang Pingchuan sighed. We were fooled by the false information released by the Destiny Society. If Drake can control people's minds, fly, create illusions, and control illusions remotely. The man paused. Then is he still a B-level extraordinary person? Blake took a deep breath and turned his head to the think tanks. He swallowed and shivered. Then, it seems that he was tricked from the beginning? At that time, the so-called accurate information that everyone got was that the man was controlled by Drake of the Destiny Society. So at the beginning, whether it was the Extraordinary Association, the Nine-Layered Sky Tower, or the Extraordinary Research Center later, as well as the appearance of artificial beasts and artificial extraordinary people, there was a shadow of the Destiny Society. Could it be that, in the beginning, there was no so-called being controlled? That person was not controlled at all. Fang Pingchuan shook his head. After that person pretended to be me, he has been using his own judgment. Or in other words, using all the resources of the Destiny Society to realize their ideals. And it seems to be quite successful. Wait, if that's the case, then why did he have to pretend that he was controlled by Drake later? Blake felt that this topic was more and more terrible. What was originally believed to be the truth was shattered so easily. And all previous impressions were completely overturned. What is true, and what is false? In the early stage, the Superhuman Association and the Nine-Layered Tower were established just to cooperate with the layout of the Fate Society. After that, when Bethueli and Alexandra found and successfully practiced the production methods of the strange beasts and the strange beasts, and the mass production of the superhumans, his first stage of the task was completed. Drake seemed to understand something, so, after pretending to be rescued, the next step is to sublimate everything before? That's right. Fong Pingchuan nodded and sighed. The ultimate goal of the Fate Society is to create a world with only superhumans. This so-called ideal of theirs is full of extreme selfishness and arrogant fantasies about their own abilities. They regard superhumans as evolved people, who are no longer the same race as ordinary people. And they do not want to let the confidence of greater ability turn into greater responsibility, but into demanding more and enjoying more. All resources and advantages need to be controlled by them. And all ordinary people should become objects they can use at will. In the era of spiritual energy revival, if there were only these extraordinary people, it would be fine. But because of the mutant creatures, and even the birth of the S-like Demon King, the Destiny Society decided to use these mutant creatures to quickly accumulate their power. So there are countless associations and organizations of ordinary extraordinary people, large and small, which are actually subordinate to them and controlled by them. When countless extraordinary people defended the dignity of mankind, their own people, friends, family, lovers and all other important things in their hearts, they actually became the minions, accomplices, and even puppets of the Destiny Society. After they succeeded in the first stage, pretending to be my people, they also completed the initial task of laying the foundation. So he immediately started the second stage of the task. Although he used a ridiculous excuse and pretended to be controlled by Drake, he immediately implemented new means after recovering for a short time. Fong Pingchuan said, sighing again, "This man has gone crazy. In order to eliminate humans to the maximum extent, he really did everything he could. He provoked the mutant demon Bamboo of the S-level Demon King, whose true identity they had known for a long time and deliberately left alone, and let it launch a crazy attack on humans, causing a large number of cities to be destroyed, countless people to be displaced, and a large number of innocent ordinary people and extraordinary people to become wrong souls because of the S-level Demon King. After that, he even felt that it was not enough, and he used the things they invented and placed them in the center of Shangjing City by himself, and then concealed its location. Almost all the mutant creatures near the entire Tang Kingdom, and within 2,000 kilometers of Shangjing City, were attracted by it, and collectively rushed to Shangjing City, as the most solid fortress in the era of spiritual energy recovery. Shangjing City is the last hope of mankind. If it can be destroyed, it will be a terrible and desperate blow to the entire human race. But that person, in order to push mankind further into the abyss at this time, even directly used the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite, and with the help of the sharp points of the former 9-layered sky tower, he found the 4 extraordinary people who had become B-level, and were about to break through to A-level. He didn't care whether this tide of mutant creatures destroyed Shangjing City or not. He only wanted to see whether these extraordinary people could break through. And then, he would find ways to retain 1 or 2 extraordinary people. Fong Pingchuan sighed and drank the strong tea. After that, he did succeed. Among the 4 extraordinary people, 3 broke through the A-level, and the only remaining B-level extraordinary person was locked up in a house with an aura shielding device. Later, he sent someone to take him to complete the task, using the modified aura shielding device to turn him into an ordinary person at any time. In this way, this B-level extraordinary person gradually developed hatred for ordinary people, making him feel that everything the original Destiny Club pursued was right. All of this was to rebuild the Destiny Club that had been destroyed by the Demon King S. After finishing these extremely long words, Fong Pingchuan sighed heavily again. Wait, Mr. Fong, isn't everything you said just speculation? How is it possible that this monster who imitates you and pretends to be you can actually calculate so much? And there are so many conspiracies. I really can't believe it. And how can you know so many things? As if you saw them with your own eyes? Blake's handkerchief for wiping sweat was completely soaked. He felt that everything Fong Pingchuan said was too magical, so that he couldn't believe that these were the facts. That person has a powerful extraordinary power that can easily transform into someone else's face and figure, and can completely imitate any movements and expressions. It can be said that he is a complete replica of me, except for not being able to read my inner thoughts. He has done the ultimate. In addition, he has an anti-ability shielding device, and can simply maintain his ability in a building set up by the aura shielding device. Fong Pingchuan ignored Blake's question and continued. Wait, Mr. Fong. That's because I have someone who can convey all the information to me, and who can rescue me from the place where I was really imprisoned, and let me appear here, and can also freely travel to any place. Fong Pingchuan suddenly appeared behind Blake, and beside him was a young man wearing a hood and with an icy expression. Fong. Mr. Fong. Blake couldn't believe the reality in front of him. How could Fong Pingchuan, who was just in the Bruce country, appear here? There is an extremely strict aura shielding device here. I just said that there is an anti-aura shielding device. Right? Fong Pingchuan glanced at the young man next to him, and then looked at Blake again. The end of the world has come. We must unite for the sake of mankind and illuminate this dark era again. So, what is your opinion? Chapter 341 Experience points are coming. Philippines. West. Countless insects swarmed and crawled in the rotten weeds and mosses in the forest, and swamps of all sizes were scattered everywhere. Under the rainforest that blocked out the sun, countless strange plants spread and grew. Vines, ferns, and weeds in every corner. Damp, sultry, rot, and stench-filled. Lin Ning pulled his huge body out of the swamp and felt everything around him. When he wanted to release and arrange the spiritual bamboo clone, Lin Ning found that there were unimaginable numbers of insects and some extremely strange creatures in the underground where his bamboo roots spread. Lin Ning once thought that tropical rainforests should not appear in this Philippines. But after arriving, he found that there was even a much larger area here than the huge tropical rainforest in the southern part of the United States. It can even be said that the entire land has been covered by this rainforest for the most part. From the southernmost tip of the Philippines to the central area, it seems to be the case. Even the Gobi Desert and the desert area originally looked like there were already a large number of plants, which had infiltrated the originally lifeless land. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, Lin Ning did not know. In this vast area, there was no trace of human existence, and whether this was the main reason why the Philippines became more fertile and more lush, Lin Ning did not know. After being reborn as a plant, Lin Ning always felt that the humanity in him was getting less and less. When did this feeling come to him? Lin Ning did not know. It seemed that there was no transition process, and he naturally stood on the opposite side of humans. In the Wantohai spiritual realm, it did not take too long before humans were seen. At that time, because of curiosity and the need to move to a more suitable place for survival, he took the little cute snake and 7 little wolves to the center of the spiritual realm. But he did not expect that he would be injured by the bullets of those humans the first moment he met them. At that time, it seemed that he did not even think about it, and Lin Ning immediately used bamboo leaves and bamboo branches to get rid of those people. Lin Ning didn't even feel a bit of killing humans at that time. He felt that from that time on, his heart and character gradually took great strides towards the direction of non-human. And from that time on, he knew that the only attitude humans took towards him, a creature that had become an alien, was to kill him. This has been verified a lot in the subsequent exploration and attack of Wantohai by the extraordinary people. The first reaction of humans to unfamiliar things, especially living things that they can't understand at all, is to catch them or kill them. At that time, when Zheng Guodong led the team to enter the Wantohai spirit realm for the first time, although their purpose was to search and rescue people on the surface, their main task was to turn the Wantohai spirit realm upside down and take control of everything there. Lin Ning didn't know how many times they did this, and how many spiritual realms they went to. But there was no doubt that if he hadn't blasted these people out of the Wantohai spiritual realm at that time, they would definitely come under him and use the big metal box to measure his spiritual energy concentration. Later, if they felt threatened, or felt that they couldn't leave any trouble, they would use missiles to wash the ground, or directly destroy the spiritual realm with a nuclear bomb. Can they do it? They can do it. Or in other words, they will definitely do it. Everything that happened afterwards made Lin Ning very sure that these humans could really take the most extreme way to solve everything that posed a threat to them. Now, he has raised his own level to the point where he is about to reach the 5th level. And he is far from being a more powerful thing that humans can restrain and destroy. Even if humans gather all their strength, they can't kill him at all. Whether it is an A-level extraordinary person, or the most advanced weapons representing the old scientific era, or even the so-called 6 gold square array invented by the Destiny Club later, or the improved spiritual energy shielding device. They can't do anything to him. The Lingzhu clones that have spread all over the American continent, the Great North Pacific, and even half the area of the Philippines are all his insurance. Even if the main body is shattered by a nuclear bomb and burned to ashes, without even a little bit of tissue left, if there is still a Lingzhu clone left, Lin Ning can quickly restore it to its original state, exactly the same as before. It can be said that if humans really want to destroy him, they can just bomb the entire blue planet with nuclear bombs inside and out, and completely wipe out all his existence with high temperature and radiation. Otherwise, they will usher in his crazy revenge hell again and again. The human side no longer poses any threat, at least for now. The best they can do is to survive. Lin Ning now doesn't even want to know whether they want to eradicate those black bugs or prove something by making such a big fuss in Europe. It doesn't matter. There is nothing worth noting. They are just afraid of those bugs. So they play all the cards they can, and even destroy the huge spiritual realm that spans Europe. In addition to this, what else can they do? Before, he only created a few spiritual bamboo clones there. Those things are like him, not afraid of fire or various elemental attacks. Even if humans destroy the huge spiritual realm in the western part of Europe, they will definitely not have any problems. At least on this point, Lin Ning has absolute confidence. Europe is indeed very lively now. Several countries have now completely united and launched a siege attack on the spiritual realm. Moreover, it seems that unlike their original chaotic, aimless, and even tactical fighting methods, this time they are not only unprecedentedly united, but also have a very clear fighting direction and tactical skills. Whether it is using the original technology of missiles or incendiary bombs, or even various ammunition to turn the spiritual realm into a sea of fire, or using the 6 gold square arrays and the aura shielding device. 2 relics of the Destiny Club. The way and method of human beings to clear the entire spiritual realm this time is simply beyond any previous time. This even makes Lin Ning feel that they seem to have evolved in an instant. What exactly happened? What kind of opportunity made them do this? Or in other words, what secret is there? Lin Ning said. Is there love? That's the extent. If they have the ability, they might as well just give him a fierce blow. As for the human side, now they can toss as much as they want. Can they still make a flower? Lin Ning thinks that instead of caring about them, it is better to care about whether his subordinates have further improved their level realm, or whether they have eaten enough and completed their tasks. Now, in addition to releasing the spiritual bamboo clones on land and sea, Lin Ning is also looking for enemies that can provide a lot of spiritual energy. Although the black insect mother hidden in the clouds must be quite fragrant, the clouds of that thing are still over the Tang Kingdom, 108,000 miles away from here. For now, Lin Ning can't reach it for the time being. I can only let this thing continue to be arrogant for a while. Thinking so, Lin Ning continued to feel everything around him, although he couldn't feel the temperature or smell the smell. No matter how Lin Ning looked at it, this vast tropical rainforest was full of the existence of these feelings he disliked the most. Moreover, for some reason, there are very few mutant creatures here, and the spiritual energy is extremely thin. This is a world of difference from the southern part where we came before. At least there are mutant lions and tigers over there. But here are all kinds of insects and small animals. Because of this, the bamboo roots were not placed in the ground, which is almost like a nest of insects. Lin Ning was also puzzled. Where on earth were there so many bugs? The bamboo roots continued to spread on the surface. At the same time, he continued to build all the physical bodies nearby in his mind. However, Lin Ning found that no matter where he was, there seemed to be bugs. Something was wrong. Into a bug nest? Besides, this mutant creature that was too rare was really abnormal. Or, Lin Ning was now very suspicious of everything. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now. No longer moving the bamboo roots, he now focused on materializing all the creatures within a radius of 100 kilometers, including plants and even stones. In his mind, countless information was constantly calculating in Lin Ning's mind, and he was constantly eliminating all irrelevant things. Since there was a ghost, it must be a living thing, just like even the blood evil. It was a big potato that kept swimming deep underground. With this idea in mind, Lin Ning soon found something in the dense forest not far from him. That is, a few hundred kilometers away. Is this a carpet? Lin Ning suddenly felt himself laughing. What is this? Carpet? 8 or 900 meters long and wide, more than half a meter thick, with some extremely complex and disordered patterns on the surface. This extremely strange thing spread out in the dense spiritual realm is now the most special embodiment in Lin Ming mind. No matter how you look at it, isn't this just a huge carpet? However, this carpet is not completely motionless, but seems to have intelligence, slowly moving in this spiritual realm. The speed is really very slow. If this thing could not move, Lin Ning would really think that it was a carpet. But when he focused all his attention on it, Lin Ning also found that it did not seem to be as quiet as he imagined. There seemed to be countless tentacles at the bottom of it, constantly digging out the extremely terrifying number of various insects he had sensed in the soil, and then eating them quickly. Tentacles. Tentacles again? Lin Ming carefully sensed it again. If it was really tentacles, it would be too funny. How many alien beasts are there in the world? Are you kidding me? This time, Lin Ming chose to carefully sense the bottom of the carpet. Sense every movement of the carpet eating. After all, these tentacles are the key. If they are really tentacles, then there is nothing to say. Just do it. There is almost no meaning for alien beasts to stay in the world. Just like the deep-sea monsters that look like horror octopuses living in the Great North Ocean. They just blindly chase mutant creatures, tear them apart and turn them into food, which looks like they are just playing. As for the strange beasts that had been encountered before, there was no point in keeping them. At this time, Lin Ning sensed the carpet again, and in a flash, he immediately understood what the so-called tentacles were. They were countless arthropod-like legs, all white, and Lin Ning further discovered that this so-called carpet was actually a collection of countless crabs. Crabs? In the rainforest? Lin Ning couldn't help but be a little stunned. What's going on? Is this ecology messed up? Moreover, crabs also eat insects? Are you kidding me? What's the situation in this tropical rainforest? Moreover, Lin Ming discovered that these crab carpets here seem to be expanding. Although these crabs live together and can even act with a common consciousness, they don't seem to have any spiritual energy. It's strange. Why? As the doubts increased, Lin Ming became more and more confused. So, should we continue to observe? Or should we fly out directly and go to the next place, away from this strange place? But Lin Ming also found something strange. Above these crabs, where the strange patterns appeared, there were densely growing a very strange mushroom. Originally, they were very inconspicuous. But as the crabs continued to eat, these mushrooms continued to grow, gradually becoming more obvious and larger. This aroused Lin Ming's vigilance, because these mushrooms seemed to have a weak spiritual energy. And these spiritual energies, under the addition of the extremely large number of mushrooms, actually easily broke through the first level. What situation? Lin Ming discovered that the crabs that had been eating all the time finally stopped moving completely after eating and killing a large number of insects in the underground soil one by one. And the large pieces of mushrooms on their bodies gradually gathered into a huge mushroom mountain. The large square formation of crabs gradually seemed to have been drained of all their energy, and they stopped moving and fell to the ground, while the mushroom mountains became taller and taller. From time to time, the empty shells of crabs were even devoured by these mushrooms and became nutrients. The mushroom mountain also underwent a wonderful change. The spiritual energy continued to flow to the center, where dozens of taller mushrooms appeared, and the tallest one among them became bigger and bigger. The small mushrooms around gradually withered, and finally only a few giant mushrooms tens of meters high were left. The largest one was even nearly 100 meters high, and its diameter reached nearly 200 meters. After the giant mushrooms came into contact with the rainforest next to it, they continued to erode those tall trees. Its special bright red mushroom cap was covered with white spots. At this moment, it was still growing, further absorbing the surrounding mushrooms. Lin Ning also found that this huge mushroom had easily broken through the third level of its spiritual energy at this moment. Oh! The experience value is here. The experience value that I was just talking about. Is it delivered to the door so soon? If I don't accept it, I will be sorry for myself. Thinking of this, Lin Ning's bamboo roots also went in that direction instantly. Chapter 342. You plotted against me. Faced with the experience points that were delivered to his door, Lin Ning felt that there was no reason not to accept them. Although this mushroom was extremely strange from the beginning, it was a little unacceptable to him. Even to say, Lin Ning Ming, was a little incomprehensible to the operation similar to absorbing those crabs. After all, at the beginning, Lin Ning really thought that these crabs had collective wisdom and learned this rather unique social lifestyle. In the world of spiritual energy revival, the degree of the survival of the fittest is extremely exaggerated, and it is not comparable to the original degree at all. Ordinary creatures without spiritual energy actually have a very difficult life. If the carnivores that are too arrogant do not mutate, they will only be eaten. They are even worse than some insects and are easily extinct. Those who survive by chance also have no choice but to go to places with thin spiritual energy and use their weak physique to fight against the army of mutant creatures. In this spiritual realm, Lin Ming had hardly found any mutant creatures before. He felt strange at that time. After all, even if the spiritual energy was thin, there should be a lot of mutant creatures, just like in the classification of humans at that time. The so-called green safety level spiritual realms also had a considerable number of mutant creatures, unlike the tropical rainforest in the central Philippines, where there was almost no trace of mutant creatures. But now, after seeing these mushrooms, Lin Ming seemed to understand that those mutant creatures did not exist at all, but should have been eaten up by the mutant magic mushrooms that use crabs as nutrients and parasites. These mutant magic mushrooms have quite strange powers. When Lin Ming first observed the crab carpet, he did not find the existence of those mushrooms at all. The reason for this, now thinking about it, is actually a very simple thing. These mushrooms were still some spores at that time, or in other words, they appeared in a form similar to mycelium. Although Lin Ming's perception system has now evolved to a very advanced level, it can even be said that it has reached a superb level, but he still stumbled in front of these mushrooms. After all, he never thought that he would have to perceive those spores. Although Lin Ming could materialize spores, the existence of such things was too small to be considered negligible, and the actions of these crabs at that time also attracted his attention. Just imagine a group of tens of thousands of big crabs gathered together, using their claws to poke fat white bugs in the ground to eat. Who would have thought that they were parasitized? Speaking of which, this parasitism is really interesting. At first, it appeared in the form of spores, and then it was able to gather these crabs together to form something like a huge carpet. Then, like a harvester, it poked all the densely packed bugs in the ground and put them into its mouth to eat and turn them into nutrients. And as the nutrients became extremely sufficient, the mushrooms began to grow restlessly. From the densely packed small mushrooms that looked like ant heads, they slowly grew and became mushroom colonies of several centimeters, dozens of centimeters, and even dozens of centimeters. In the end, even these mushrooms began to compete for nutrients. After destroying and corroding the crabs with their shells and meat, turning them into the last nutrients, a new round of competition began among the mushrooms. The speed of this competition was quite fast. Or in other words, when the mushrooms competed for the last surviving one, their competition was extremely cruel. In the final result, only one survived and was not absorbed. The rest, like the bugs, crabs, and the countless small mushrooms, were all absorbed by the final winner and became nutrients in his body. Looking at the huge mushroom, Lin Ming really felt that this thing could be said to be one of the last strange mutant creatures he had ever seen. It can even be said that the top few may be ranked high, but if you count it, this is the third mutant plant. Right? This mutant bamboo. The hunting blood devil that can split vines and looks like a big potato. And this mushroom that is too bright and red like blood. He and the blood devil are almost certain to have the ability of the system. Special one. So, will this third mushroom be the same? Lin Ming dare not guarantee it. It is impossible. And, judging from the concentration of spiritual energy of this thing, it does have this trend. Although it is still a third level, there is no doubt that its spiritual energy concentration value is still climbing upward. From the third level just now to the fourth level now. This guy's speed is quite good to be honest. But, it's a bit strange. Why didn't this guy hide his spiritual energy? And it seems that he didn't sense this outsider with a huge body? If the other party also has a system, this is a bit abnormal. Right? Like the Ice Emperor Basha, the big turtle in the sea, the black worm mother in the sky, and even the garbage Shueisha. They all have similar abilities. But why doesn't this mushroom have it? Lin Ming bamboo root flew forward quickly, while thinking about many problems. He was also looking for some things that could be called paradoxes from here. But the more he thought, the more doubts he felt. It seems that something is wrong from the moment these crab carpets appeared. Sensing this strange mutant magic mushroom that is only more than 100 kilometers away from him, Lin Ming continued to move the bamboo root forward and came under it. The soil under the hollowed-out worm was as soft as a cake. The huge weight of the mushroom also caused the ground to collapse, creating a huge deep pit. Lin Ming bamboo roots were already prepared at the bottom of the deep pit. However, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, spores. Will spores spread with the wind? In the rainforest, a breeze that blew for some reason blew the branches and leaves of countless giant trees in one direction. This wind came in an unusually strange way. Just when Lin Ming thought of this, the wind started to blow. Moreover, completely different from normal wind, the wind direction did not seem to be fixed, but blew from a center to all directions. Lin Ming felt the wind and suddenly thought of something extremely scary. Spores. Spores. The way mushrooms spread, or reproduce themselves, is spores. Since these spores can parasitize those crabs, they can naturally parasitize other mutant creatures, even trees, weeds, and, on his body, just 100 kilometers away. Lin Ming cut off the bamboo root and reacted quickly. He suddenly sensed that the aura of the mutant mushroom, which was almost at the 4th level, suddenly fell rapidly like glass was broken into slag. This is definitely not a good phenomenon. And that wind seemed to be blown out from the huge mushroom. Control of the wind element. It's really quite skilled. While admiring this mushroom, Lin Ming was also secretly shocked. He finally understood why there were not so many mutant creatures in this vast spiritual realm. It turned out that they had all been completely eaten by this creature. After all, spores are invisible and intangible. After flying onto the body, just like the crabs before, the spores controlled the brain and body, and then obediently turned into their nutrients, and then grew into mushrooms again, and turned into spores after maturity. And the cycle repeats. And not only that, before using the wind element to continuously release the spores into the air, this creature did not shield the spiritual energy at all. A mutant creature on land that is nearly level 4. Lin Ming looked up at the sky. His Lingzhu clone also felt several silver-gray missiles with flames on their tails, flying rapidly in this direction. Nuclear bomb. Lin Ming was not surprised at all. Humans are so familiar with doing this kind of thing. The mushroom did not need a spiritual energy shielding device at all, and it easily broke through to the 3rd level. Close to the 4th level, those humans would be scared to death. The nuclear bomb will come naturally and immediately. This is absolutely certain. Lin Ming now has 2 choices. One is to use the bamboo roots of the spiritual bamboo clones on the trajectory of the nuclear bombs to catch these nuclear bombs in the air and then detonate them. The second is to let them completely flatten the mushroom and the vast area centered on the mushroom regardless of what the nuclear bombs are. Lin Ming bamboo roots completely supported his main trunk on one side. These new bamboo roots also ignited a blazing flame with a fire element, and this flame also burned fiercely from Lin Ming bamboo roots, trunks, bamboo branches and bamboo leaves. Even so, Lin Ming's whole body only turned slightly blackened, which was not much different from the original deep red. The fire element itself can be said to be the natural enemy of all plants. For Lin Ming, it is actually the same. After completely copying the Yen Lu and the 3-tailed fox Xuanhua's abilities from his subordinates, Lin Ming has been using his own spiritual energy to control them for his own use. At the beginning, he was indeed unable to completely control the flame element. Although he could make the flame burn on the bamboo roots or branches, he would soon turn his own bamboo branches and roots into charcoal during the burning process. But as time went by, his control over the power of the elements became more mature, and his own ability to create new life became stronger and stronger. This power was gradually used by him, and it could even be said that it had completely become one of Lin Ming's weapons. Just like the dark element and other elements, the reason why it had not been used much was not because of insufficient strength and power, but because there was no opportunity to use it. Now, the strange power of the giant mushroom spread the spores to a very far place. Even in Lin Ming's perception, his trunk, bamboo branches, roots, etc., were already covered with quite a lot of spores without knowing it. These spores, like transparent ghosts, had already begun to parasitize on Lin Ming like tarsal bones without knowing it. In Lin Ming's perception, the plants around him did not have any of this noble treatment. Obviously, the mushroom was well aware of the difference of his mutant bamboo, and after growing to almost the 4th level, It spread its spores while releasing its own spiritual energy to attract more dangerous enemies. Lin Ning sensed the nuclear bombs getting closer and closer, and realized that his opponent this time was not a good guy. Moreover, this guy's behavior of wanting to die together on the surface actually left enough backup for himself. Lin Ning has sensed that in this vast spiritual realm, there are still dozens of crab carpets, like the previous ones. At this moment, they are now behaving in the opposite way to their previous slow movements, and are madly fleeing farther. Even, they don't have the original neat shape of the picture carpet. They have become fragmented, and there is no courage at all. Haha. He still knows to leave a way out for himself? Lin Ning has a little admiration for this opponent. Plants have so-called intelligence. Isn't this funny? If there is no system, then there must be something fishy. Right? The reason why this giant mushroom did this is to let its abandoned clone be bombarded by human nuclear bombs and take him away at the same time? How much does this mushroom know about human weapons? To be honest, Lin Ning really wanted to laugh. Although he didn't have a human mouth. If nuclear bombs could destroy everything within 100 kilometers of the explosion center, then humans would have killed a lot of people in the era of spiritual energy revival. And there would be no mutant creatures at all. Okay? Think about when I was in the Wantohai spirit realm. I was hiding as much as I could. Whether it was shielding with spiritual energy or rebuilding with the aura of all things. It was basically like this. I just wanted to grow up while I was still very weak. Hide. And then wait until the time was right to feed humans a mouthful of shit. In the end, what did he wait for? Xia Yu led 20,000 people, including 2,000 extraordinary people, and marched towards Wantohai. He was easily defeated by his subordinates. After that, the guy went crazy and used the soul pill to create a strange beast like a berserker. As a result, these unlucky guys who had B-level spiritual energy in an instant were taken away by that person with a nuclear bomb. How powerful is the nuclear bomb? Although Lin Ning didn't understand it very well, he knew that it should be considered a medium equivalent. The location of the nuclear explosion was only 80 kilometers away from the Wantohai spiritual realm. However, what is the maximum range of the actual power caused by the nuclear bomb? Lin Ning estimated at that time that it was only 30 to 40 kilometers. Even the Silverfish Mountain spiritual realm was not affected. But a huge meteorite crater was blasted out in the old Tangchung County. And Wantohai was only affected by some shock waves, which was not a big deal at all. Now, although we don't know the equivalent of the nuclear bomb launched by humans here, it is certain that it should not be too big. After all, the target is still very obvious. And it is so stupid that it will not move. When nuclear bombs are used as weapons, when considering the equivalent, they are actually used for the purpose of deterrence. If it is used simply as a weapon, then this thing only needs to explode at the center point. With super high temperature and high radiation. This mushroom. It feels a bit silly. Lin Ning burning bamboo roots formed a huge semicircular protective layer in front of his main trunk. At the same time, he also sensed that the nuclear bomb was about to hit the mushroom 100 kilometers away. However, why not take the spiritual energy set for free? Lin Ning felt that it seemed quite good to use bamboo roots to kill this mushroom before it was bombarded by the nuclear bomb when it was completely distracted. Boom! The light of human technology finally lit up. Chapter 343 Dangerous Experiment. The flash that turned the dark night into day exploded on this Philippine land. And after the thunderous explosion, several huge mushroom clouds also rose into the sky. Everything in the center of the explosion completely evaporated in a very short time. Whether it was trees, weeds and other plants, or countless insects underground, they could not resist the extremely high temperature, and could not even hold on for 1/100th of a second. They turned into ashes in an instant, and everything within a radius of 30 or 40 kilometers turned into scorched earth. The layers of shock waves set off by the explosion radiated in all directions from the center area, and also blew away and knocked down many giant trees. Lin Ning bamboo roots blocked these waves of impact and were safe and sound. Even before the explosion, he did something he had wanted to do for a long time. Ding! You killed a 3rd level 2nd level ghost Amanita phalloides and obtained 11,200 evolution points. The voice of the system came late. Lin Ning thought it would come faster. After all, every time, it seems to be a little slower than he imagined. However, having said that, these 10,000 evolution points are also quite good. After all, the opponent was killed without any contact with him. or even a little bit of serious fighting. This is the first time at this level. Compared with the guy's silver poison dragon at the beginning, it is really much simpler. There are reasons for his own strength. Of course, there is also the weird idea that this mushroom did not use its full strength at all, but wanted to use human nuclear bombs to destroy him. When those nuclear bombs were about to hit the mushroom monster that had a strong bad intention towards him, Lin Ming did indeed use the fastest speed to give this guy a dark element shadow space, and added a layer of purple flames around it. This is also the most effective and fastest attack method. However, what is the name of this mushroom? Ghost Amanita mushroom. Or something. It's also drunk. Are there any more domineering names? Like the Island Turtles, Ice Emperor Basha, or even the Blood Evil that looks like a big potato in the ground. They all sound a bit domineering. And this Amanita mushroom. Are you afraid that I don't know you are a mushroom? Lin Ning said that this person's name is simply embarrassing. However, whether this is the mother body or not, Lin Ning said that he still can't figure it out for the time being. After all, the way of reproduction of this Amanita mushroom is to spread spores and then attach them to plants and various living things. It can basically be said that this thing is in an invincible state. What is invincible? Let alone those extremely tiny spores that are floating in the air and are difficult to sense. There are dozens of crab carpets that have fled far away. Killing the so-called largest giant mushroom of this Amanita mushroom is actually just killing one of its clones. As long as there is even one spore alive in this forest or on this blue planet, this guy will revive his main body and spread spores again, repeating the cycle. It can be said that this guy has extremely strong vitality and an ability that is almost immortal. Immortality. Is it very similar to that of a certain guy? Lin Ning looked at his spiritual bamboo clone. Doesn't it seem to be exactly the same? Isn't his spiritual bamboo clone like this? It has almost infinite vitality. Every bamboo leaf, every trunk, and every root of the trunk can grow the trunk again when the rest of the trunk is completely destroyed. Moreover, even if the nuclear bomb just flew towards him and he did not take any defensive measures, even if the trunk was completely destroyed, he could rely on a huge number of spiritual bamboo clones to revive himself immediately and become a new main body again. Unless humans can really destroy all the spiritual bamboo clones before he reacts. Otherwise, he can create a larger number of spiritual bamboo clones in an instant. Moreover, the range is any place within 1,000 kilometers. Back to this mushroom. Lin Ning thought about it carefully again. This guy is still different from himself. His spiritual bamboo clone can cover all the areas within 1,000 kilometers around him with a sea of bamboo forests in a fraction of a second according to his needs. It can be said that if he wants to, he can turn any place in the world into a spiritual realm with a lot of bamboo like the ones you see. Although he will never do this. After all, it would be too eye-catching. And the regeneration ability of this mushroom actually has a fatal. That is, it must grow to a giant mushroom of maturity before it can release spores. At other times, including before they become the last giant mushroom, they cannot release spores. This is the rule. Unlike this mutant demon bamboo that has completely destroyed any rule. The shortcomings of this mushroom may be basically unsolvable in the eyes of humans. After all, no matter how good humans are, they cannot see those spores that are basically the same as dust. And they are not like him, who can let fierce flames burn on their bodies to completely eliminate these spores. Lin Ning believes that as long as humans are here, they will definitely be parasitized by the spores of these mushrooms and become pathetic people who can only dig their hands to eat those bugs in the ground. Wait, the reason why humans are not on this vast land. Could it be because of this? Lin Ning suddenly had a picture in his mind. In the vast city, humans are living normally as usual. But a gust of wind blows, and spores are attached to the heads and bodies of these humans. As the spores continue to multiply and grow all over the body, the humans who originally had normal souls, normal thoughts, actions and behaviors gradually lost all of them. They gradually became pathetic creatures crawling on the ground and walking with their limbs. Humans without thoughts, souls, and actions and behaviors completely controlled by spores eventually gathered together like crabs, becoming a whole piece of mottled carpet. Leaving the city and gradually going to the spiritual realm. They went straight to the center of the rainforest in the spiritual realm, and finally stretched out their stiff hands and stuffed those fat and tender insects into their mouths in the soil, and the mushrooms on their bodies, which contained extreme nutrition. gradually grew as time passed. Finally, after absorbing their flesh and skin, the mushrooms digested their bones while growing continuously. After the last giant mushroom was born, more spores were released and blown to a farther city with the wind element. Cycle after cycle, cycle after cycle, Philo gradually became a land without humans. After Lin Ming came to this rainforest from the south of Philo, he found that the biggest change was that he had not sensed any human bones here. In fact, there were not many animals in this rainforest, let alone their bones. At the beginning, he was still a little confused and even felt that this was a bit strange. But after witnessing the mushroom completely devouring and digesting the crab shell, he understood why, although he didn't see it with his own eyes. Judging from the reproduction method of this mushroom, it is indeed very possible, or it should be so. And the reason why those humans, mutants, and even ordinary animals were not found by him, and his traces were not found, is probably the same. And the south of Philo was probably simply eaten up by mutants. After all, at present, there are no spores there, and the activity range of this mushroom seems to be far from there. The shock wave of the nuclear explosion has not dissipated yet, although the flash that tore the night apart and turned it into daylight had disappeared. The rolling dust that invaded showed no signs of stopping. Lin Ming knew very well that he might have to stay here for a while, and then let those spores that were still not killed by the nuclear explosion know who was the real hunter in this tropical rainforest. The attribute panel was still at the level of level 4 and level 9, which made Lin Ming very dissatisfied. He was eager to upgrade himself to the level of level 5 so that he could have more powerful power. After all, he had no information about how strong the black insect mother was. To be honest, the fact that the enemy could hide his own spiritual energy was not very friendly to Lin Ming at all. After all, he could not know the actual strength of the other party because of this. But the fact is that Lin Ming could only know the actual level of their level when he killed them. In other words, Lin Ming had no information about the other party at all. He could only find out the details of the opponent through fighting with him, and win various battles based on his own analysis. This was the case from the silver poison dragon at the beginning to the current Amanita mushroom. If there was no contact battle, he could only rely on guessing. And to be honest, this was not very cool. But at present, these opponents did not seem to give Lin Ming a chance to pretend. They all had the ability similar to the spiritual energy shield, which made Lin Ming do this. Now, this rainforest has changed a lot of terrain under the baptism of nuclear bombs. If this continues, the mushroom spores will continue to spread here as before. Although he is still on fire, and the other party cannot spread spores on him. To be honest, Lin Ming cannot specifically count how many spores there are in this forest. But there is one thing he can still do. For example, kill all the crab carpets he has sensed. However, Lin Ming does not want to kill them so easily. Now he is in urgent need of evolution points, and needs to upgrade his level to the 5th level. This mushroom seems to come at the right time. After knowing its weakness, what Lin Ming has to do is very simple. Captivity. Let those mushroom carpets, like what he saw before, completely absorb everything again, and then grow back into the previous huge mushroom. And then Lin Ming only needs to kill this huge mushroom before it spreads spores. Although it only has more than 10,000 evolution points. What Lin Ming likes is the spiritual energy of this guy. Only after killing the other party, the spiritual energy will be plundered, and then the rest of the things will be easy. Just wait for yourself to reach the 5th level, and then make plans. The storm finally stopped after a while. Lin Ming saw that the huge mushroom clouds had gathered together at some point, and began to develop in a very strange way. Now, the nuclear explosion center area has become a large mushroom cloud. There is no life. And those mushroom spores, no matter how powerful, can't withstand this extremely high temperature environment. They can't even withstand their own fire, let alone the nuclear bomb. However, those crab carpets ran quite fast. Lin Ming noticed that they had gradually dispersed to a location hundreds of kilometers away, and they were quite smart to adopt an extremely dispersed method. Their purpose is obvious: to avoid him. But this method can't work at all. Lin Ming bamboo roots had taken advantage of the short time after the nuclear bomb exploded to travel to a range of 1,000 kilometers, and directly used the root system to isolate the vast area centered on him from the outside world. Of course, it was using the root system ability to create new life in any shape it will to create a wall that the spores could not cross. On top of this wall, there was also a layer of inconspicuous flames, but they reached a height of nearly 100 meters, and were definitely a barrier that the spores could not cross. Lin Ning waited for the crab carpets and the flying spores to fly into the fire. Moreover, at the same time, he also used the root system to constantly drive away some crab carpets and constantly regroup them. Of course, he also paid attention to the distribution of insects underground and constantly guided these crab carpets to areas with relatively large numbers of insects. This is not the end. While driving them away, Lin Ning was also thinking about something. If these dozens of crab carpets are driven together, will the mushrooms they finally produce be stronger than before? It seems it's possible. As Lin Ning thought, he used the bamboo roots burning with flames to gradually gather the crabs that were separated one by one. Just like driving sheep, these crabs have gone from fleeing individually to a small group, and a large group, until Lin Ning completely turned them into a whole piece. And the area of this whole piece of crabs is far greater than the previous situation. Lin Ning estimated that the length and width are really several kilometers each. What level of mushrooms can be produced from this level of crab carpet? 4th level? Or? Lin Ning knew that he seemed to have done something quite extraordinary. Chapter 344 The Real Master is here. After the crab carpets were completely gathered together, Lin Ning also found that he seemed to have done something quite remarkable. The number of these crabs now is far more than 10 times that of the previous one. You know, the last time they gathered, they suddenly reached a huge mushroom close to the 4th level. Although Lin Ning did not see what means of attack he could use on this mushroom, its huge amount of spiritual energy was no joke. And he was just in a desire for challenge, a need for spiritual energy, and wanted to die once to see how powerful the enemy he created could be. When he came to his senses, it was already like this. But Lin Ning also had a hunch that perhaps the monster he made was not as terrible as he imagined. Lin Ning carefully sensed these crab carpets and also paid attention to the reaction of the human side. The nuclear bombs just now did not surprise Lin Ning. They flew over from the European continent. It must be said that the speed and reaction of that group of people are no longer comparable to the past. Lin Ning has roughly guessed the reason for their rapid progress. They should have a clear-headed person in charge of the overall situation. This person was able to use all the weapons that humans can currently use in a short period of time to carry out a strategy that can almost be regarded as carpet bombing an outer encirclement of the huge spiritual realm in the southeast of the country, and basically did not leave enough reaction space for the mutant creatures inside, and then turned the place into a hell of fire. To be honest, Lin Ning still thinks that this commander is quite powerful, although I don't know why this guy didn't show up before. In the next period of time, as long as he deals with these humans, he will definitely have to fight with this human. However, Lin Ning doesn't think that humans have any capital to challenge him. His subordinates can easily kill these humans completely, even if they have powerful weapons and a clear-headed person leading humans. It is completely useless. In essence, there is no possibility of mutual understanding between humans. Even though it looks pretty now, the various contradictions that will erupt later will definitely plunge humans into the abyss like before. The conflicts and contradictions between ordinary people and extraordinary people may be somewhat improved in the presence of this person, or even be able to abandon the previous struggles and specifically target mutant creatures like him. But from their current perspective, everything they do is just a struggle like a trapped beast. Just like these nuclear bombs. If they didn't fall on the mushroom just now, but flew towards me, then they should have been detonated at a distance of about 1,000 kilometers. Lin Ning bamboo roots are not a barrier that these nuclear bombs can break through. In fact, if Lin Ning wants to now, he doesn't need to passively defend at all. He can directly use bamboo roots to catch any missiles or even nuclear bombs flying in the air and then destroy them. It is also a very easy thing. Before, Lin Ning once felt that he could not fight with the biggest weapon of mankind in any sense of equality. He had to keep the little turtle Mo Chen and the golden python Jean Lin by his side and use their abilities to defend against such things. But now he thought carefully. It seemed that when his bamboo roots reached about 100 kilometers, he no longer had to worry about the attack of this kind of advanced human weapon. After all, bamboo roots can not only crawl underground, nor can they only move on the ground, but they are also universal weapons that can extend into the air. Now that the bamboo roots have reached a radius of 1,000 kilometers, they can do more things. From the surface of this blue planet to the space. Is there another 1,000 kilometers? Something that humans rely heavily on. Lin Ning always feels that they are quite a hindrance. They have existed in space since the Wantohai spirit realm era, and have sensed his spiritual energy several times, which is a very tricky existence. If he did not have the ability to shield his spiritual energy, let alone evolve to the current 4th level, even if he was even at the 2nd level, humans would immediately do what they did before, and directly flatten the Wantohai spirit realm. Even, like this mushroom just now, a dense attack of nuclear bombs. It can be said that without this spiritual energy detection satellite in space, humans would be completely blind to everything that happens outside their own sphere of influence. Even in the battle between him and this mushroom, humans would be lucky to hear some noise at best. But now, the spiritual energy detection satellite is still flying in space, and there is no trace of it at all. Although Lin Ning's visual system is now quite advanced, he is still unable to observe the extremely far space range. Otherwise, with his current strength, it is still quite easy to kill a few passing spiritual energy concentration detection satellites. It is as easy as hitting a fly. After all, a nuclear bomb just exploded here, and those satellites will definitely be circling nearby. However, what they can do is just to detect the spiritual energy just now. Next, it is the real beginning. Lin Ning saw that the crab carpets now have begun to eat the insects underground together, as he imagined. Moreover, at present, they can't act separately at all, but are forced to gather together by his bamboo roots. So, what kind of monster will this create? Lin Ming's mini bamboo roots are ready. Once the giant mushroom that finally formed, which was beyond his level, appeared, the overwhelming dark element attack would instantly kill it completely. Moreover, Lin Ning did not believe that this thing could be so powerful. After all, if it was true, this guy would have done it long ago. So why would he need to do it himself? If so, after discovering him just now, this guy only used mushrooms of less than level 4 to attack him. If it was really that powerful, wouldn't this guy use a stronger one to kill him directly? But borrowed human weapons? He would just escape from the shell, and let those crabs with its spores run as far as they could? What's more, if this guy was really so powerful, let alone here, there were so many mutant creatures, like lions and zebras in such a large area in the southern part of the Philippines. Why didn't he kill them? This is obviously abnormal. The existence of so many contradictions also proves one thing. This mushroom is probably not as powerful as imagined. Maybe what finally appeared was just. At this moment, Lin Ning suddenly discovered that the mushrooms were growing rapidly from the shells of countless crabs, and then quickly gathered together, and immediately began to grow violently as if devouring them. However, Lin Ning also immediately saw that they were not as he imagined, gradually gathering and growing from the surroundings to the center, but stubbornly divided into 5 pieces, and there was actually a slight dividing line between them. To be honest, this is a bit funny. Lin Ning found that he had even overestimated this guy before. In the tall barrier composed of his flaming roots, it was extremely difficult for those spores to leave even if they wanted to. The only way for them now is to make themselves stronger. And this is what Lin Ning wants to see. He lacks such a powerful opponent, lacks a very important evolution point, and of course, lacks the spiritual energy necessary for upgrading and evolution. And these mushrooms, no matter what they become, it doesn't matter to him. Killing them, and then changing the level of level 4 and level 9 to level 5 here, is the most important thing. Lin Ning waited for the mushrooms to evolve, and at the same time, he was also paying attention to the actions and reactions of the human side. After throwing those nuclear bombs, they have been in a wait-and-see state. At this moment when dawn is about to come, their battle in Europe will also come to an end. Lin Ning has now buried the spiritual bamboo clone there, using his ability to bury it underground. Even if the human reconnaissance troops enter this spiritual realm, they will never find even the slightest trace of him in this charcoal. On the surface, the determination of humans to deal with mutant creatures and spiritual realms this time is quite great, and this battle has indeed given them considerable confidence. However, in the huge spiritual realm in the southeast of the country of FA, there are no mutant creatures that they cannot deal with. It is even difficult to find a first-level mutant creature. Previously, Lin Ning had asked his subordinates to kill and defeat all the mutant creatures with a slightly higher level in various spiritual realms in the European continent. The purpose was naturally to let his subordinates upgrade their weaker level skills. After all, apart from other things, those strange-looking, almost never-seen divine creatures, donkey-headed wolves were all entry-level players when he brought them to the European continent. This weak power is far from keeping up with the strength he requires. If you don't want to be eliminated in this era of spiritual energy revival, then the only way out is to keep increasing your own strength and keep up with the strength of other companions. Fortunately, these donkey-headed wolves are quite diligent. After a short period of accumulation, they have now grown into beings close to the second level. They have also evolved some elemental abilities, although they are not as good as other companions. But they are enough. But this is also the result of their killing other high-level mutant creatures on the European continent. After the subordinates almost trampled through the spiritual realms of the entire European continent. As one of them, there was actually no strong enemy in the huge spiritual realm adjacent to the southeast of the Fa Kingdom and the Bulu Kingdom. It can even be said that humans don't need any 6 gold square formations, aura shielding devices, and so many missiles and other hot weapons. They even only need to bomb them simply, and then wrap up the mutant creatures that rushed out, which are even about the first level. But they didn't do this, but came with a big fanfare. In fact, Lin Ming can guess why. It's just for him to see. Humans are just taking a gamble to see how much the S-level demon kings they haven't seen have evolved in intelligence, and how they view humans themselves. And the way to destroy this spiritual realm is to prove to him that humans can still fight. As for the reason why the nuclear bombs flew over so accurately and suddenly, the reason was the same. In fact, Lin Ming didn't want to completely destroy all the creatures in this world. After all, let's not talk about anything else. His subordinates still need to eat and drink, and it is completely unrealistic to kill all the creatures. If humans show a submissive attitude, he can still let them go. But if they are extinct by some other mutant creatures, Lin Ming, to be honest, will never extend bamboo roots and branches to help them avoid the crisis of extinction. After all, in essence, humans on this blue planet are basically a group with great influence, and civilization has evolved to a relatively high level. If they are left alone, maybe these guys can come up with something. But if the human side shows him strength and determination and wants to fight him to the end, Lin Ming feels that there is nothing he can't do. Strength is not for show. Of course, being strong is not just for fun. He was able to collapse the Alpine Mountains, a huge mountain range that was a symbol for humans. Then, destroying the entire blue planet was actually just a matter of whether or not he wanted to. Now, humans have launched nuclear bombs and seem to be watching closely. Several reconnaissance planes are now rushing towards the center of the spiritual realm in the central area of the Philippines. It won't be long before humans can see that a strange phenomenon will appear in their reconnaissance images. For example, a big fire started and roasted several huge mushrooms. Lin Ming looked at the original crab carpets again. They no longer had crabs at this time. The powerful absorption power of the mushroom group completely turned them into their own nutrients and completely devoured them. The entire crab carpet has now become the huge amount of mushrooms that Lin Ming had seen before. These mushrooms, just like before, began to devour and absorb each other. And this time, I don't know if it's because the area is too large or what. The speed is really not fast. In Lin Ming's opinion, the process of their big mushrooms eating small mushrooms and decreasing in number is really slow and painful. However, he also found that these mushrooms eventually split into a middle and 4 edge areas, and it seemed that the 5 final mushrooms were about to be born. But this is a little different from the previous one. Even if it is divided into 5 pieces, it is still much larger than the previous one. What kind of mushrooms will appear in the end? Lin Ming said that he was looking forward to it. Looking at his level realm that is only 1 step away from the 5th level, Lin Ming is also looking forward to what will happen next. And the reconnaissance troops of the human side have taken off at this moment, and it won't take too long to approach this side. If he wants to do something, he needs to hurry. Lin Ming thought so and watched the mushrooms continue to grow. However, this time he suddenly found that they no longer had the spiritual energy released by the previous mushroom, but were just like a group of ordinary mushrooms. The ability hidden by the spiritual energy. Sure enough, the real master is coming. Chapter 345 Transformed into Hell. A ray of rosy clouds illuminated the rainforest in the center of the Philippines. The fire that was originally faintly burning in the rainforest was shrouded by a thick white fog, making it completely invisible to the outside world. The fog rolled in the rainforest, even completely covering the giant trees that were hundreds of meters high, leaving only sparse treetops, forming small islands in the sea of fog. At midnight, The nuclear bomb that had illuminated the sky of the Philippines as bright as day now left behind several huge pits, and the spectacular mushroom clouds before became much sparser than the previous spectacular scene. Even if the human side sent those reconnaissance planes and approached this side, Lin Ning was no longer as concerned as before. He now remembered that he still had a great skill called dense fog creation. Isn't it quite common for fog to rise in the tropical rainforest? After creating a thick fog that covered the entire area, Lin Ning was relieved and looked at the process of the mushroom swallowing evolution, which was still slow. Without human interference, Lin Ning had no worries. All that was left was to kill the mushroom. As for what happened next, that is, to upgrade the level to the 5th level, Lin Ning actually had the right to choose. Every time the level was upgraded to a certain level, the system would directly ask, that is, it would ask, "Ding! You have reached the level limit. The evolution points have exceeded X. And you can evolve. Do you want to evolve?" Whenever such a time came, Lin Ning would confirm the upgrade and evolution with his consciousness without hesitation, and a large number of evolution points would disappear like flowing water. But if you think about it carefully, each evolution is actually controllable. As long as he ignores the voice of the system, he can completely keep his own level. Although it is definitely not a good thing to keep the original level, it does not mean that it is not possible to do so. Under special circumstances, Lin Ning felt that he could do so, especially in this situation. This is especially true after the human side launched so many nuclear bombs. They would definitely pay more attention and precautions to this side. Not to mention the reconnaissance planes that were approaching in the air. The spiritual energy concentration detection satellites in the sky would always point their instruments at this place, and they would never miss any opportunity. Even if he was promoted to the 5th level, Lin Ning did not want to cause any big commotion. Humans probably already knew what his true form was, and they definitely developed weapons to deal with him. After all, humans have never fallen behind in this regard. No matter how powerful he is, Lin Ning still wants to be more mysterious. In the shadows, under all the darkness, it is interesting to control everything. When he directly rushed in front of humans, rushed in front of the black insect mother, and rushed in front of other powerful mutant creatures that had not yet appeared in his sight, those unknown places, he was also exposing himself to crisis and exhausting battles. How many mutant creatures with the same system as him there are in the world, as he guessed, is still unknown. It is unwise to put one's existence on the stage when everything is unknown. There is no need. Really no need. Who knows when a guy like the island turtle, that is, the Ice Emperor Basha, will appear? Moreover, the black insect mother body seems to have no idea where he is. Lin Ning thinks that it is better to keep everything about himself in a mysterious place, and keep it behind the scenes until he arranges the whole world with a Lingzhu clone. Things like being cautious are always right to respond to changes with constancy, while raising the level realm to the highest level and making the strength stronger. Even if encountering unfamiliar opponents, they can rely on this powerful strength to strategically despise the opponent. But if all those mushrooms are killed in this place, they will definitely be able to rise to the 5th level. Even if the system is a pit, this is definitely the result. What Lin Ning wanted was to finish the things here, and then go to the deep poison ocean, in the deep sea, to raise his level to the 5th level. In the water, even if there are any enemies, they can't find him easily. The depth and breadth of the ocean can bring him a lot of convenience. And the deep poison ocean is also a mysterious place that Lin Ning has never been to. There was once an A-level demon king who led many B-level demons to completely submerge 2/3 of the land of the deep poison country and turn it into a swamp. Now, is that A-level demon king still there? If it is still there, or even has reached a higher level, then Lin Ning will not hesitate to start a new round of hunting. Level 5 is far from enough. After all, Lin Ning is not a mutant bamboo who can easily say, enough. Strength is something that is endless. And the more excited he is, from the 1st level at the beginning, he evolved to the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and before that, he finally evolved to the 4th level. He thought that the world was so big, but after encountering the island turtle Ice Emperor Basha and the black insect mother body, Lin Ning felt that his strength, or his current strength, was still far from enough. Encountering any enemy, being strong enough to surpass it is the result that Lin Ning wants most. Otherwise, if you are always evenly matched, Or if you are a little lower than the enemy, then it is really too passive. He doesn't want to fight too long. And there is no point in fighting too long. He doesn't want to see the enemy play any big moves in front of him. There is no need at all. In the shortest time, doing the most, and the most difficult things well is what Lin Ming wants. After all, if the word powerful is not superior, it really doesn't deserve the word. No matter how terrifying the enemy looks, no matter how strong the enemy is, it only takes one strike to kill him. This is the real power. Just like now, he is basically superior to the mushroom monster in strength. But now it takes so long because he has to do so. For the mushroom monster to become strong from weak, it takes a slightly longer process from many to few, and from few to only one. And this process is now about to reach the final stage. Lin Ming looked at the mushrooms, and their number became much smaller. The fog covering the forest became thicker at this time. Although the human reconnaissance aircraft has not arrived yet. Even if they arrive, they should not be able to see anything. This thick fog can block any of their reconnaissance. Of course, the same is true for infrared. What can you see? A group of mushrooms? Lin Ming actually has no concept or understanding of this aspect. But humans probably can't detect anything. Especially, he and the mushrooms are now nearly 300 kilometers away from the nuclear bomb explosion site. And there are still rainforests around. The flames burning on the bamboo roots are also shrouded by extremely thick white fog at this time. From the sky, you can't see anything at all, although they now completely surround the mushrooms. Lin Ming is confident that the group of planes will not be able to see anything. Even if you sense the temperature of those flames, you will never think that there was an outbreak of S-level demon kings and several huge and bright red Amanita phalloides close to this level. Lin Ming sensed these mushrooms. They are about to complete the long metamorphosis and the long process of devouring evolution. Now, they no longer have the previous method of completely leaking out their spiritual energy and then exposing their own spiritual energy close to the fourth level. Instead, they use an ability similar to his ability, spiritual force field shielding, to completely hide their own location. This once again proves that the last time this ghost Amanita wanted to exchange one of its own clones with Lin Ming, so that the human side would launch a nuclear bomb to destroy Lin Ming together. However, this guy did not expect that human weapons were not as powerful as he imagined. Even nuclear bombs, even those flying in bundles, could not shake him at all from 100 kilometers away. Moreover, even if the nuclear bomb flew directly towards him, Lin Ming could easily destroy it. Or in other words, use any of his abilities to stop it, or directly make it disappear. There are not too many ways to deal with this kind of thing, since the Amanita phalloides has the special abilities that only the lucky ones chosen by the system seem to have. The two similar abilities of spiritual concealment and spiritual perception. Then it means that this guy also has the system, although it is only Lin Ming's guess at present. In fact, this guess is almost correct. After all those who have these two abilities at the same time, whether it is the Blood Evil, the Ice Emperor Bashia behind, the Black Bug Mother, the Amanita phalloides in front of him, and him, are like this. Among all the other mutant creatures he knows, there is no guy with these two abilities. Even if there are so many species, and so many numbers among his subordinates, there is still no one. Not to mention that from Tang Kingdom to Europe, from the Great North Ocean to America, from the southern part of the United States, across the Great North Ocean to the central part of the Philippines, the mutant creatures encountered along the way are countless. Except for him and these four, no one else has these two same abilities. Coincidence? This proves Lin Ming conjecture. Maybe it is true, but because of this, he needs to become stronger. After holding the entire blue star under the bamboo root, Lin Ming estimated that at that time, he would also have a final decisive battle with the final enemy system. However, it is far from that time now. At least, it is still like this now. At present, he has only killed the Blood Evil and the Ice Emperor Bashia. The third one is naturally a matter of time. But for now, it has not been like this. Now, these mushrooms are almost gone. Lin Ming watched them gradually change from countless to a number that can be easily counted. And then further, each of them completely absorbed the remaining mushrooms. In the end, they finally only had one left, and each stood in place. However, the distance between them was less than 100 meters. But these 5 huge red mushrooms, each with a diameter of more than 100 meters, at such a distance, after continuously increasing their height to the limit, They finally started a battle for space. The 5 giant mushrooms, which are nearly 130 meters long, did not break through the blockade of the thick fog at this time, but squeezed each other under the thick fog. Lin Ming observed carefully. They are still the same as the last time, but with a bright red color with a little white. And there are no more special changes. Of course, in addition to hiding the spiritual energy. This is really a bit wrong. After all, the total amount of crabs used to form the red mushrooms before is not even 1/10 of any of the 5. And these 5 mushrooms, whether in size, height, or even color, are no different from the previous ones. What's the fuss? Despite this, Lin Ming still did not continue to observe. After all, to be honest, there is not much meaning in watching 5 mushrooms fighting for space. The reason why they can survive until now is just that Lin Ming wants them to continue. If he didn't want the spiritual energy on them to be used for his advancement to the 5th level, he would not let any mushroom spore escape from his eyes. Now, within 1,000 kilometers, Lin Ming has locked all the spores, whether they are hidden in the grass, attached to the trees, or hidden in the soil. They can't escape Lin Ming perception at all. And 1,000 kilometers away, Lin Ming unexpectedly found that no matter how he sensed, there was no trace of these spores. This proves that if he kills these 5 big mushrooms and destroys the billions of spores at the same time, then this heavy suspect with a system will be completely killed by him in the middle of the Philippines. This is a good thing. Completely kill an opponent or something. Lin Ming doesn't care about what the Ice Emperor Basha said. A sad battle or controlled by that bastard. If he didn't kill the huge island turtle at that time, then he would definitely be killed. After all, at that time, the island turtle did attack his spiritual bamboo clone. If there is really a tragic battle, then the other party is the first to provoke. Just like the blood evil at that time. And the mushroom later. It's the same. Everyone wants to destroy the other party, become the most powerful one, and then have a decisive battle with this invisible and intangible enemy. I don't know if it is the enemy of the system. Before that, this tragic battle will continue. And in front of us is a good opportunity. Then, kill them all at once. This time, Lin Ming decided to let them go die collectively. The method is actually very simple. The flames that the mushrooms are most afraid of, and the dark space that can devour everything, are super mixed and doubled. And for the billions of spores within 1,000 kilometers, a better method is used. Use fire to completely turn this Yunlin into hell. Chapter 346 Why Live. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. At this moment, in the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, Wang Su once again caught up with the team that had been moving forward. However, Lu Feishu was a little impatient with his behavior of always disappearing suddenly without any sense of team. Don't use your ability on me. Wang Su looked at him coldly. You will die. Oh, you have something on your mind and don't want me to know. Old Fei. I said that this kid is arrogant. You helped me teach him a lesson, and I will tell you some little secrets I know. Lu Feishu approached Fei Jun and suggested. Fei Jun looked at the young man wearing a hood, who seemed to be not afraid of the heat, and then looked at Alan Smeister, who looked like he wanted to see a good show, and shook his head. What do you mean by shaking your head? Get him. Lu Feishu continued to instigate. This guy looks down on us. Can't you see? Only you, Old Fei, had the ability to kill him. Zheng Guodong and Xing Yu looked at each other and shook their heads again. How could there be such a fellow in their team? Shut up, Fei Jun said to him coldly. Fuck, you are cold-blooded and heartless. Lu Feishu was speechless that he did not get a response from the big guys. He glared at Wang Su again and wanted to use his ability. But after seeing the young man's cold eyes like ice, he immediately became timid again. When he looked at Cheng Yu, he found that this originally very active young man had a completely different personality after seeing him again. The original optimistic and somewhat immature young extraordinary person became silent and worried at this time. But his eyes flashed with a strange light. Lu Feishu knew without reading his mind that Cheng Yu was completely different from the person he used to be. The experience during this period of time has made him much more mature, but also made him a lot more unfamiliar. Xiao Liuzi, be honest? As the real leader of the team, Tian Lao, who had been silent all the time, coughed lightly and looked at Allensmeister and Wang Su. Since we are going to cooperate, we should be more honest. Right? Always leaving the team to do something we can't know. It's a bit insincere. Allensmeister raised his eyebrows. Tian Lao, It's inappropriate for you to say that. I have absolute sincerity to cooperate with you. I even told you everything I know about the S-level Demon King. And some other important information that requires a lot of money to buy. What? Do you think I'm not sincere? We thank you for providing so much information. And thank you for sending Wang Su to rescue Chengyu. But the fact is that you let Wang Su go out again and again. Which really makes us feel uneasy. Tian Lao looked at Wang Su. The strength of this A-level extraordinary person is beyond doubt. If he joins as a companion, it will be the best for them. But as an enemy, he is the most difficult one. Teleportation. This ability that can almost be said to completely subvert all existing physical concepts is actually possessed by him. When Mr. Tian was in the Superhuman Association era, he knew that there was such a unique superhuman in the world. Although Wang Su is not very old, he has amazing abilities. He once escaped from the Wantohai spirit realm alone and got a B-level spiritual stone, which caused a great sensation for a while. As a bounty hunter, Wang Su doesn't care about money and anything other than interests. At that time, he was still a C-level, and he had been using his abilities skillfully. He was employed by the death merchant Allensmeister and worked for him to get the money he wanted. However, such a powerful superhuman, now after becoming an A-level superhuman, once killed a giant monkey that could use the fire element ability and was a subordinate of the mutant demon Bamboo in Qingcheng. This is almost the only known result that the human side has obtained from the mutant demon Bamboo. Wang Su, Xingyu, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun and others are the hope for the future of the human race as a whole. But this hope has only established a very weak desire for cooperation with them. The reason is also very clear to Tian Lao. Wang Su is different from Master, and has almost no interest relationship with them. This greedy young man who only cares about interests only has a direct cooperative relationship with Alan Master. In other words, Wang Su is the one who is independent of their group. And this young man, Tian Lao really wants to pull him into their team. Even if this is impossible, he also wants to make Wang Su clear that if this world originally controlled by people is not saved, then the so-called money and various interests that Wang Su pursues are all clouds. When the human social system collapses and even food, clothing, shelter and transportation cannot be guaranteed, no matter how much money you get, it is useless. Oh, I didn't ask Wang Su to leave. Allensmeister spread his hands and shook his head and said, I am the one who cooperates with you. Although Wang Su and I have a close relationship, he does not completely obey me. Xingyu stared at Wang Su, while Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun also looked at the young man who had been silent all the time. From Allensmeister's words just now, this young man did not seem to have a relationship with them, that they must act and cooperate together. In other words, if he thinks he should do something, he will do it. If Allensmeister does not give orders, and there is no interest to drive him, then he will act freely and do whatever he wants. With his ability, no one here, including Fei Jun, who has similar abilities to him, can stop him from disappearing and appearing, let alone predict what he is going to do. Now, the reason why Wang Su did not choose to be an enemy of them, or to leave here, was an order from Alan's master. The relationship between the people of the original Nine Heavens Tower and Master was in a relationship of cooperation. And Wang Su obeyed Master's will because Master would give him a lot of rewards. Nothing more. At the same time, Wang Su also had to protect Master from being killed by anyone in their group. And he was responsible for the responsibility of a bodyguard. But why did he leave from time to time? Xingyu turned around and looked at Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun. Should I ask Wang Su further? If this guy pushed me to a corner, then if they fought, the three of them could definitely protect themselves and not be killed by this monster. But what about the others? It is estimated that they would be wiped out in an instant. Instant teleportation is not a joke. Maybe the three of them can't even avoid getting hurt. That's it. Wang Su took off his hood and looked at Xingyu with cold eyes. I don't want to be enemies. But don't force me. Xingyu nodded. No. Wang Su, as long as what you do has no impact on the cooperation between us and you, we will never ask. Wang Su stared at Xingyu quietly. Paused. It won't have any impact. He looked at Mr. Tian again and nodded to him. Then I have no problem. Mr. Tian smiled and glanced at Allensmeister. Since it has no impact on the cooperation, there will be no problem for other people in our Nine Heavens Tower. Xingyu, let's move on. Haha. It seems that there is no problem between us. Allensmeister couldn't help but applaud. No one said anything. Everyone knew that this was actually a big problem. although what Wang Su said was fine. Who knows if there is any problem? Besides, before this, the person that Alan's Meister mentioned actually knew about the strange beast in the cloud. And perhaps those soul pills were prepared for that strange beast. If this is true, then, to be honest, if it is true, it is indeed very difficult to deal with. Why did humans get involved with strange beasts? And why did it happen to be that person? That Fong Pingchuan? No one spoke next. And they continued to move forward. The target is Tang Kingdom. If what Meister guessed is roughly the truth, then they must not continue to stay in this Chongqing mountain spirit realm, let alone go to the Doomsday territory to live in humiliation. There are many things to do next. And humans are also waiting for their return. Xingyu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong slowly moved to the end of the team. And Chengyu was walking alone at the end. Everyone can see that the reason why Chengyu is silent now is definitely not because this kid is in a bad mood. But he was affected again. Chengyu, who was too young, had to shoulder a considerable responsibility at the beginning because of his ability in this complex era of spiritual energy revival. Although he had experienced countless battles, and even performed very well in many operations. However, this young man was too emotional, too immature in his view of things, and even his thoughts were very easy to go to extremes. And because of his own misjudgment, he trusted that person before, and then he was used, imprisoned, and even treated like a livestock, with no respect and attention, and even used a spiritual energy shielding device to prevent him. All these, no matter who it is, can't be easily accepted at once. Not to mention this young man whose mentality is prone to collapse. Now, Chengyu has returned to the team. But everyone can see the changes in him. Everything that person did was absolutely unacceptable to any extraordinary person. After all, he kept saying, all barriers between ordinary people and extraordinary people should be eliminated. And, if we don't persuade them in time. Xingyu looked at Zheng Guodong with a serious look. Zheng Guodong sighed and shook his head. It is possible that a new destiny will start from this kid. Chengyu was stunned for a moment when he saw several big brothers coming over. He looked at the team in front, and then looked at Xingyu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun again, wondering what they were going to do. Chengyu, let's not waste time talking and get straight to the point. Xingyu nodded to Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun, and looked at Chengyu. Your current thoughts are wrong. Chengyu was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Heh, what I thought was wrong. What do you know about me? Chengyu, after you stayed, that person made you suffer a lot. But this doesn't prove. What doesn't it prove? Try to tie your whole body with that thing. If you don't obey, you will immediately be turned into an ordinary person who can't even do a fart, and then be shot to death. Try it? Chengyu suddenly became excited. It's easy to say. How are extraordinary people worse than ordinary people? You haven't seen what expressions on the faces of so many ordinary people when they saw me on the street? If there were no people around, they would definitely rush up and beat me to death. They treat us like this. Why do we still want to protect these garbage? Fei Jun's heart skipped a beat. Their thoughts were indeed correct. Chengyu was greatly affected. The team in front stopped after hearing Chengyu shout from behind. And everyone's eyes were also focused on this place. Let's keep going. Don't worry about the ones behind. Old Tian called everyone. He knew that Chengyu was now a time bomb. If he is not guided well, the team started to move forward again. Master whistled, looked back at the four people, and snapped his fingers excitedly. Wang Su pursed his lips and remained silent. However, his fingers had already touched the handle of the black double-edged knife behind him. This world can no longer have another Destiny society. If there are still people who think so, and if there are still people who do this. Wang Su turned around, and the hood was put on his head again. Chengyu, if this is really the case, then the meaning of his existence is the same as those people in the Destiny society. And he only needs to become a corpse. Rubbish? Chengyu, everyone you know was an ordinary person before the era of spiritual energy revival. Zheng Guodong said in a serious tone. You are no exception. Chengyu, if you are not a superhuman, where would you be now? You are being protected and guarded by superhumans. Bullshit. Guarding what? Defending what? Zheng Guodong, you are from the Superhuman Association. Don't fool me with this. Isn't that what your association was like? Aren't superhumans superior to ordinary people? Yes, superhumans should be superior. What qualifications do those ordinary people with no ability have? Despise us? What qualifications do you have to live peacefully in the back and let us protect you? What did they do? Chung Yu was still excited. What did he get from being treated like that by that person and those ordinary people? Bullshit. Using one person's strength to ensure the safety of all people. What we did. They are not grateful at all. What we did. They think is their due. What we did is just dog. Xing Yu eyebrows jumped. And he smiled again? Dog? Ha ha what? Xing Yu. Don't you always say dog? Dog in front of us every day. Aren't we dogs? Xing Yu shook his head. What a dog. Chung Yu. Don't be stupid. He sighed. At that time, I just felt that the brother's sacrifice was not worth it. But now that I know what that person is, I know very well how wrong my original idea was. People should not live only for themselves. Chung Yu. Of course I don't live for myself. I am a superhuman. And I only live for superhumans. Chung Yu was furious. And he grabbed Xing Yu's shoulders. Tell me, why should I fight for those ordinary people? Say. However, at this moment, a cold feeling came from his neck. Wang Su's voice gently reached his ears, because the light of hope that shines on us is still there. Chapter 347 Common Soul. Not only Chung Yu, Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun were stunned at this time. Chung Yu's words just now proved that this young man had completely believed that he, a superhuman, was different from others. He even meant that he really wanted to move forward to the dangerous situation that the crazy people in the Fate Society thought that superhumans should be noble, special, and should be separated from ordinary people. But before Xing Yu and the others continued to persuade him, the black double blades had already held Chung Yu's neck. And no one thought that the one who took action was actually that Wang Su. You? What did you say? Xing Yu frowned. He seemed to have heard something that should never come out of Wang Su's mouth. Wang Su looked back at the team that had continued to move forward and did not notice what happened behind. And then looked back at Chung Yu. The light of hope that shines on us is still there. Chung Yu was too excited just now. And now, Wang Su's sudden attack also made him calm down quickly. However, deep in his heart, there was still a lot of anger. He glared at Wang Su fiercely. Do you know what you are doing? I know. But you don't know what you are doing. Wang Su still didn't put down his double swords. I can easily make your head fall to the ground at a faster speed than your wind element and air bullet. Ah? Do you want to try it? Chung Yu had already used the wind element to create a layer of barrier for himself. And his face flushed red. Do you have the ability to cut through this? Wang Su. Don't be impulsive. Xing Yu tried hard to control his emotions. Although he, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun could definitely kill Wang Su together, Chung Yu's life would definitely not be saved. Even if Chung Yu's wind element has been controlled to perfection. Be grade is still be grade. Since Wang Su dared to do this, he could teach Chung Yu a bloody lesson. Humph. He dares. Chung Yu. Shut up. Zheng Guodong shouted angrily, scaring Chung Yu. He stared at Wang Su again. What are you going to do? Can you give us an explanation? Put down the knife. Also, explain the meaning of that sentence just now. Fei Jun crossed his arms. He was quite calm. Wang Su nodded lightly, but still did not put down the knife in his hand. Chung Yu's thoughts are dangerous. If he insists on doing it, I have only one choice. Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun looked at each other. What is Wang Su talking about? Even if Chung Yu is like this, it has nothing to do with Wang Su. A bounty hunter. Right? What does his choice have to do with you? Xing Yu's eyebrows were twisted together. This is not right. What is going on? What is Wang Su doing? He is too dangerous. Wang Su shook his head. Haha. I'm in danger? I think I'm normal. You are all sick. You just didn't let that person cure your brain. So you want to protect those ordinary people like a fool. Ugh. Wang Su instantly punched Chung Yu away. And in a very short time, he used his powerful teleportation ability to punch Chung Yu nearly 20 times. After that, he put his two knives on Chung Yu's neck. What do you know? You bastard. Chung Yu found that even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't do it at all. Every punch of Wang Su avoided the vital points. But it was very easy to break his wind element barrier without even breathing. Just now, Wang Su's attack of less than 2 seconds had made him understand how weak he was in front of this person. Wang Su, what are you doing? Xing Yu was about to use his ability, but he was stopped by Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun. Wang Su, calm down. Say what you want to say. We are listening. Zheng Guodong knew that if they took action now, everything would be over. In addition, Zheng Yu's thoughts had indeed become quite dangerous. What he said just now proved that the thing they were most worried about had already happened. Zheng Yu had been completely deprived of his original faith by that person, and his thoughts were rushing towards the most dangerous direction. It's very simple, I said. Our light of hope is still there. Wang Su had no expression, and his face was covered with a layer of frost. Explain it well. Zheng Guodong opened his mouth. Why did he come back to this sentence after going around for a long time? Humph. What do you mean the light of hope for mankind still exists? You are talking about nuclear bombs, right? Although Zheng Yu could not move, he still looked unconvinced. Wang Su shook his head, but when he was about to open his mouth, he found that Allensmeister had walked towards him without knowing when. I said, if there is a conflict, it will be very difficult for me. Okay? Master walked to the side of the crowd, with a playful expression on his face, looking at everyone in turn. Wang Su still did not put down his two swords. Personal grudge? Nothing. Personal grudge? How about you fight after the matter is done? For my sake? Master glanced at Xing Yu and others, with a deep meaning in his eyes. Wang Su slowly put down the two swords and put them on his body. And Zheng Yu also stood up with a curse. Ha ha ha. That's right. What we have to do is not internal strife. After all, we are not on the side of the destiny, Master said, turned around and walked away. After watching his figure catch up with the large team in front, the 5 people regained their previous expressions. If it's not a nuclear bomb, what is it? Xing Yu continued to ask. Wang Su said nothing, and the two swords in his hand appeared again. Zheng Yu, if I tell you what it is, and you still do this, hee. The light of hope for mankind? How could there be such a thing? Not a nuclear bomb? Don't tell me it's you. Zheng Yu growled. Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun also looked at Wang Su at this time. They also wanted to know who and what this so-called light of mankind that Wang Su kept talking about was. Fang Pingchuan. Wang Su's answer was unusually concise. The 4 of them were stunned. Fang Pingchuan? Xing Yu was stunned. Wait. This isn't. You're telling me this light of humanity is the one who made me, Tang country, and the entire human race suffer? Zheng Yu grabbed Wang Su's collar. Are you kidding me? No. Now, the person in Shangjing, Fang Pingchuan, is not real. He said a thunderous word in a voice that only they could hear. What? What? Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun couldn't help but cry out. Zheng Yu was also stunned. You? What are you talking about? You? Fang Pingchuan in the Bulu country, the person in Shangjing, is fake. Wang Su repeated it again. Xing Yu and the other 2 looked pale, and they felt their heads buzzing. That person is actually a fake? And the real one is in the Bru country? Do you know what you are talking about? Xing Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. His brain was working frantically at this moment. I went out before to assist the person in the Bru country. That's all. Wang Su still said indifferently. He looked at Zheng Yu again. The one who wants you to become the spiritual successor of the Destiny Society is a fake. Do you understand? Fake. Fake? You mean that? Zheng Yu's mind was blank. The man's face was spinning wildly in front of his eyes. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But I have a way. Zheng Yu suddenly felt that he was grabbed by Wang Su. And then a storm completely submerged him. The frenzied airflow made it impossible for him to open his eyes. But it didn't take long for him to suddenly smell a wonderful smell. After struggling to open his eyes, he suddenly saw the back of the person standing in front of him. The one he had killed countless times in his dreams. You. Zheng Yu took a deep breath. The person in front of him was that person. No doubt. The person's strong aura was enough to make him have the certainty that he could confirm immediately. Wait. He was taken back to Shangjing again? This is not Shangjing. Zheng Yu. The man's deep voice sounded. He turned around gently, his back to the huge screen, and his resolute eyes instantly calmed Zheng Yu down. This is Bison City, not Shangjing. And I am not the one who covered you with aura shielding devices, and even pushed all the extraordinary people and ordinary people into it. Fang Pingchuan said slowly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Wang Su, thank you for bringing Zheng Yu here. This is what I should do. Wang Su bowed slightly. Zheng Yu stared at the man's eyes and looked around. Countless people were constantly conveying orders to the screen, and even more people were coming in and out. However, there was no doubt that they did not look like people from the Tang Kingdom. And the language they spoke was not the Tang Kingdom's language. This was obviously a combat command center. And the people who looked like high-ranking officials behind that person, Chung you could see, were the representatives of the Bruce Kingdom. Wait. This is Bosun City? Bruce Kingdom? How can you prove it to me? Also, how can you prove that the one in Shangjing is fake, and you are real? Or, you are him? Chung Yu still couldn't believe it was true. What Wang Su said just now was quite shocking. But if it was true, then things were definitely not as simple as he imagined. He stared at the man's face, and countless questions emerged in his mind. Proof? There is no need to prove this kind of thing. Chung Yu. A ball of light formed by a soft light of light blue suddenly appeared in Fang Pingchuan's hand. This is... Chung Yu was stunned. But before he could react, the light blue light suddenly enveloped the entire space completely. And then Chung Yu suddenly felt an extremely comfortable feeling overflowing from himself. The feeling of fatigue disappeared instantly, and the wounds on his body gradually healed. He even felt that a stream of power was constantly flowing out of his body. My ability. Fang Pingchuan smiled. The guy in Shangjing doesn't have this. Right? Chung Yu was a little confused for a moment. What was going on? That person, Fang Pingchuan, was actually a person with abilities? And why did this ability make his heart overflow with a strange warmth? This. Chung Yu looked at his hands. And he looked up at that person again. He didn't match the Fang Pingchuan in his impression at all. The person who only said that ordinary people and extraordinary people should eliminate differences. That there should be no contradictions between the two. And that he wanted to save the entire human race from the water and fire. Seemed to be completely different from this extremely hypocritical person. I know that you have suffered a lot, and have been treated in an unimaginable way. And even made you forget the creed in your heart, and the ideals you should have insisted on. Fang Pingchuan walked towards Chung Yu. And Chung Yu slowly raised his head. Nowadays, in such a chaotic era of spiritual energy revival, everyone is actually looking for a way out for humanity, and this blue planet. But the ideas are different. Whether we are extraordinary people, ordinary people, or even the Destiny Society, everyone is looking for a way out. The Destiny Society wants to build a world with only extraordinary people. And this world also does not need the existence of mutant creatures. So they set up a plan from the beginning of the spiritual energy revival. Replace me with someone else. And then completely lock me up deep underground. What happened afterwards was the Extraordinary Association. The 9-layered Sky Tower. And so on. In the end, the Demon King S and others destroyed the headquarters of the Destiny Society in the Bear Country. Chased Adenauer and killed him. And finally ran to the United States. And even wiped out the last bit of the Destiny Society. The remnants disappeared completely together with those extraordinary research centers. Fang Pingchuan looked at Chung Yu and shook his head again. But there is still one left. There is still one left to replace me. In order to revive the Fate Society, he must cultivate more extraordinary people who can spread the ideals of the Fate Society. And your current thoughts are what he wants to see most. You? What did you say? Chung Yu took a step back and took a deep breath. This is what I want to think. Those ordinary people. Those ordinary people. We are all human beings. Listen, Chung Yu. We are all extraordinary people. But among our families, our friends, and the people around us, there are extraordinary people. Ordinary people. And even most of them are ordinary people. In order to provoke conflicts between ordinary people and extraordinary people. For the selfish interests of the Fate Society. And for their ridiculous and shameful dreams. That person spit on your beliefs and madly despised your ideals. This is different from them. Chung Yu. Think about it. What is the ideal you have always insisted on? Chung Yu did not speak. He was confused. Extraordinary people are different from ordinary people. In this era of spiritual revival, the extraordinary are evolved humans. And ordinary humans. Ordinary humans do not have the powerful strength and magical abilities that we extraordinary people have. In this era of spiritual revival, most of them can only suffer, despair, and wander. Mutated creatures are rampant. And human technological weapons are almost useless against those monsters. Except for extremely powerful nuclear bombs. But we extraordinary people can use our own power. The power of each of us. To protect them. To protect our families. To protect our friends. And to protect those strangers we may never meet. Just because we are all human beings, we all have a common soul, with the power of one person. For the safety of all people. Chapter 348. Who is it? Cheng Yu is now very sure that the man in front of him is the real Fang Pingchuan. And the man in Shangjing is the one who pretended to be him and messed up the world, causing humans to be completely suppressed by mutant creatures after the arrival of the era of spiritual energy recovery. And even now, they are on the verge of extinction. Think about it. It was wrong from the beginning. Cheng Yu got more information from the real Fang Pingchuan in front of him. The era of spiritual energy recovery kicked off with the discovery of more and more mutant creatures in the world and the emergence of extraordinary people among humans. Fang Pingchuan's voice was low. He looked at Cheng Yu, and then at Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun, who were brought here later. His existence needs to be clearly understood by these people, not just in their speculation. In particular, these three extraordinary people, like Wang Su, are at the highest level of a level. In other words, the strongest people and human beings are all here at this moment. Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong, and Fei Jun were mentally prepared for the man in front of them. After arriving here, they were also deeply shocked and at the same time frightened by the fact that the real Fang Pingchuan was a transcendent. But after looking at the expressions of the representatives of the Brew country, they also understood that the real Fang Pingchuan was a transcendent. At the beginning, as the country with the most transcendents in the world, Tang country quickly emerged with countless transcendent organizations of all sizes. But soon, with the support of Fang Pingchuan above Tang country, the Transcendent Association grew rapidly, and the Transcendents attacked everywhere, frantically collecting spirit stones and soul pills. At the same time, the Destiny Association also developed rapidly, and inventions combining high technology and spiritual energy such as the Spiritual Energy Concentration Detector appeared one after another. After that, Tang country dominated almost the entire world's countermeasures and strategies against mutant creatures with absolute discourse power. Fang Pingchuan paused. This matter was actually done quite carefully by this person, and it can even be said that he was able to cooperate with the Destiny Association on the one hand. At the same time, he was also laying out his own chess pieces. At the beginning, the spiritual realm classification initiated and quickly determined by that person, as well as the hierarchical differentiation of the entire extraordinary people, were quickly implemented. And then immediately afterwards, the private organization of the Extraordinary Association was fully utilized by that person and absorbed into the nine-layered Heaven Tower. The nine-layered Heaven Tower brings together the elites of the Extraordinary Association, and it is also more convenient to be directly commanded by that person. In the following stage, that person repeatedly commanded the nine-layered Heaven Tower to do everything he wanted to do according to his wishes. Xing Yu and others looked at each other. They were quite clear about this, or they completely agreed with what Fang Pingchuan said. After all, the person who is now in Shangjing did this and thought so. At that time, their nine-layered Heaven Tower said that it was an extraordinary organization established to defend the Tang Kingdom and ordinary people. But in fact, they basically followed the instructions of that person to do various incomprehensible tasks, just like going to encircle and suppress the Wantuhai spiritual realm. Now thinking about it, it is also extremely dangerous. If the demon bamboo had not left for the Seven-Peak spirit realm at that time, wouldn't the people who were sent there at that time have become the nutrients of the demon bamboo? To that fake, aren't these nine heavens towers just like the little white mice used in the experiment? Whether it is the spirit realm destruction mode achieved by attacking the Wantuhai spirit realm, or the promotion of the so-called Xingyuan mode, it has a profound impact on the entire world. You know, this directly determines the human being's ability to deal with mutant creatures, causing them to attack human cities crazily when the spiritual reign broke out. In fact, it all stems from your initial invasion of the spiritual realm and the consequences of incorrect fighting methods. And the wall of Xingyuan city was actually built by that person. But think about it. Those who spent so much time on it. Would a wall built with almost all the resources that humans could use be useful against truly powerful mutant creatures? He just wanted to see the despair on the faces of humans after they exhausted all their strength and finally found that their strongest defense would be destroyed like tofu. Fang Pingchuan sighed and looked at Xing Yu. At that time, you were sent to the Goganda spirit realm and attacked by a super beast that ate the B-level demon spirit pill. Quite a lot of good players were killed and injured. After that, that person dropped a gasoline bomb on the edge of the Chiefing Mountain spirit realm where he knew that the demon bamboo was hiding, in order to make that guy launch a crazy counterattack against humans. And he succeeded again. Xing Yu nodded. At that time, in order to meet up with Zheng Wudong, he had to pretend to be unconscious. And he was indeed sent to a prison 100 meters underground by that person. That man calculated very well. When everyone was suspicious of him, he escaped from the headquarters, and then easily got out of the underground prison and pretended to be controlled by Drake. So it was like this. But in fact, no one controlled him. And then you saw it. Everything changed. And the appearance of the strange beast became the most profound turning point he brought to the fate of mankind. Fang Pingchuan smiled helplessly, and then said, the large number of strange beasts that appeared in the world. In fact, most of them were caused by that person colluding with the Fate Society to introduce a large number of super mortal research center, and made with soul pill. You should have known this. And in order to test the strength of these beasts, they released quite a lot of beasts in America, Bear Country, and Tang Country. In fact, these beasts were used to deal with the mutant bamboo that was still A level at that time. Why did they send you to go Ganda? That's because the fourth sky tower inside was his subordinate, and he took full advantage of what you wanted to resist at that time. Xingyu nodded. It was true. He was too impulsive and immature at that time. After that, in order to completely wipe out the entire human race, he took the initiative to provoke the demon bamboo, which had become the S-level demon king. And the result was also extremely tragic, turning our Tang dynasty's 100,000 soldiers into dry bones there, Fang Pingchuan said, and slammed his fist heavily on the table. A loud bang represented Fang Pingchuan's anger at the moment. After that, the lives of the people were destroyed, and the giant cities of the Tang dynasty were also attacked. Some were completely destroyed, but this person was still not satisfied. He even wanted to use special weapons to attract all mutant creatures within 2,000 kilometers and completely destroy Shangjing, the largest fortress and the greatest hope for mankind. This person is so cruel. Fang Pingchuan sighed and shook his head. I was rescued by Wang Su when the demon bamboo attacked Qingcheng City, but it was too late for me to do anything at that time. Moreover, I was in prison for more than a year, and there was too little I could do. After that, I came to this Bulu country. Everyone in the conference room was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Chung Yu suddenly raised his head. Wait. Then, who is that fake guy? Fang Pingchuan smiled softly. A transcendent who can maintain his ability to transform under the aura shielding device. This is all I know. Chapter 349 The Most Incomprehensible Existence. When killing the Amanita phalloides, Lin Ning had a very strange feeling. Or rather, this feeling was very similar to no sense of accomplishment. After hunting down 5 Amanita phalloides at once and gaining a large number of evolutionary points, Lin Ning only felt something was wrong now. Killing so many level 3 opponents, but without any sense of accomplishment. It was just like killing the entry-level opponents. Indeed, think about it. Those Amanita phalloides didn't even fight back, and just stood there stupidly to be killed by him with the dark element. Just like a target that wouldn't move. Although the barrier made by his fire element and root system was basically an insurmountable natural barrier for these Amanita phalloides. You should at least fight back. Right? However, there was no such thing. Lin Ning was puzzled at that time. But later, because he killed 5 level 3 opponents in a row without evolving his economic realm, he further doubted the system and forgot about it. As a result, the vibrations underground and the countless ghostly things that emerged from the depths of the ground thousands of meters deep told him very clearly that this matter was far from over. At this moment, the things that emerged from the depths of the ground were constantly changing from more to less. And from countless filament-like things, they quickly gathered into a huge thing. As they kept gathering, their shapes made Lin Ning more and more clear about what this thing was. Now, they seemed to be floating in the soil, like giant Amanita muscaria one after another. It seems that these are real, and those that were killed before are just the clones of this huge mushroom monster. Lin Ning found that his mushrooms seemed to want to completely restore their own bodies in the soil. They have now gathered into a huge sphere in the soil, which looks like an egg growing underground. However, the diameter of this big egg has exceeded nearly 3 kilometers before it is fully formed. This level of monster is indeed quite amazing in Lin Ning's view. Moreover, it is still growing, and even has a tendency to grow faster and faster. Lin Ning observed that at this moment, there are countless small mushrooms deep underground, just like fish swimming in the ocean, drilling through the soil and gathering at the huge eggs. Lin Ning was also a little strange. The previous Amanita muscaria were clearly printed out of the same mold, with extremely bright red skin and white spots on them. And they looked exactly the same as the poisonous mushrooms Lin Ning knew. But now, the mushroom that is still growing underground is pure white in color, and even has a sense of pure white. This makes Lin Ning quite difficult to understand. What's going on? It's changing color. Is there any meaning at all? Lin Ning really wants to know what this big mushroom is thinking. And what secrets are there in changing color? Lin Ning feels the vibration of the ground and the rumbling sound. For a moment, he remembered that it seemed to be like this in the Wantuhai era. Every time it upgrades and evolves, it will cause a strong earthquake. In the Wantuhai spiritual realm, it caused a serious earthquake at that time, which also attracted the attention of humans. However, in this uninhabited central tropical rainforest in the Philippines, no matter what this mushroom does, no human will come to see what is happening here. Lin Ning is still waiting. He is waiting for the moment when this mushroom finally takes shape. Now, there are still many small mushrooms constantly surging from the depths of the ground. In Lin Ning perception, their number is almost as many as hundreds of millions. And the white egg-like mushroom body is still constantly expanding its size at this moment. Lin Ning also feels strange. Why is strength always associated with size? Why? Whether it is the island turtle or the mushroom, they all want to desperately increase their size to the extreme, and then use it to show their strength? Just like at this moment, this mushroom is gathered underground into a huge sphere of nearly 10 kilometers in size. And there is no intention of stopping. Lin Ning sensed this guy. And at the same time, he also extended his bamboo root barrier deep into the ground. At this moment, Lin Ning still kept the bamboo root barrier at 1,000 kilometers underground. And at the same time, he was using the spiritual bamboo clone to sense the movements of humans on the European continent. In Lin Ning's opinion, this huge mushroom will continue to grow for a while. As for how big it wants to become, Lin Ning doesn't care at all. If this thing is really powerful enough to be invincible, it would have attacked directly long ago. Why would it waste so much time just to grow like playing house? For this thing, Lin Ning put it aside for now. After all, the things on the European continent are obviously more interesting. At this moment, his Lingju clone near the Bru country sensed something very interesting. For A-level extraordinary people and one B-level extraordinary person are gathering in a building at this moment. Interestingly, Lin Ning knows all 5 of them. It turns out that Xingyu, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun, Chengyu of the 9-layered heaven tower, and the extraordinary person who can transfer instantly through their conversation, are also the guys who once fought in Xincheng City and killed his subordinate, the giant monkey Zhui Yuan. It turns out that this man who is used to wearing a hood is called Wang Su. Coincidentally, these people are all from Tang country. Not one is wrong. But at this moment, compared to Wang Su and the other 4 extraordinary people, Lin Ning is more interested in another extraordinary person who is with them. And this extraordinary person is far beyond Lin Ning expectations. He is actually that person. The guy who should have been in Shangjing, deliberately trying to deal with extraordinary people and mutant creatures. The guy who is sometimes smart and sometimes extremely stupid in Lin Ning eyes. Fang Pingchuan. It is this Fang Pingchuan who had taken great care of him since he was in Wantuhai's spirit realm. Fang Pingchuan was not an extraordinary person at all. He is just an ordinary person. But he almost completely lost the advantages of the entire human race by himself. Lin Ning still remembers that this guy frequently used various tricks and stupid operations, which made him difficult to understand. This was a decision made by one person. If it were normal, when he was in the Wantuhai spiritual realm, even if there was any disturbance in the spiritual realm, Fang Pingchuan in Tang state should not have sat idly by. Think about it. Although Zheng Guodong was only a C-level extraordinary person at that time, he was already one of the stronger ones in the entire human race. And it was such a Zheng Guodong who was defeated twice in the Wantuhai spiritual realm. And almost all the people he brought there were defeated there. However, both the Extraordinary Association and Fang Pingchuan at that time seemed to be unaware of this matter and let it pass lightly. At this point, Lin Ning also knew that Fang Pingchuan was actually controlled by Drake of the Fate Society. The reason why he was able to survive in the Wantuhai spirit realm and was not wiped out by a nuclear bomb after moving to the Kaifenchen spirit realm was not because humans would not kill him, but because Fang Pingchuan, the guy controlled by Drake, wanted to let his mutant demon bamboo survive. The Fate Society, which had long known about the existence of his mutant demon bamboo, was also monitoring him from time to time. Although Lin Ming did not know how the Fate Society did it. Now, as if he was a transcendent, he knew that he, an S-level demon king, was a mutant demon bamboo. Now, Lin Ming understanding of that person, Fong Pingchuan, the representative of the Tang Kingdom, was actually very simple. This person suddenly disappeared after he started the counterattack against humans from the Kaifenshan spirit realm and launched several attacks. When he appeared again, he was in a cage 100 meters deep underground at the headquarters of the Nine Heavens Tower. The person who appeared later had already gotten rid of the Fate Society and Drake's control. Moreover, this Fong Pingchuan is indeed just an ordinary person. But at this moment, Lin Ming sensed the conversation between these people. Especially the words of Fong Pingchuan, who had aura and was obviously a B-level extraordinary person, and heard something completely different from what he knew. The Fong Pingchuan in Shangjing turned out to be a fake? Damn. What's going on? That fake has always been a fake. And there is no so-called fate meeting Drake. It has always been directed and acted by the fake guy? Are you kidding me? Chung Yu was sent to find the soul pill. And the soul pill was finally swallowed by the black insect mother body. This was also the fake strategy. Even, this fake is also an extraordinary person who can imitate the appearance of others and can ignore the aura shielding device. His own aura will not be sensed by the aura detection device. Wait. Lin Ming found that he seemed to know something very exciting. It is certain that the fake Fong Pingchuan is an extraordinary person, because he can completely imitate the real Fong Pingchuan appearance, movements, voice, etc. But his aura cannot be detected by the aura detector. Then, if this is true, there are two possibilities. First, this guy is actually related to a white-clothed thief and is very good at this. Second, this guy has a system. Lin Ming now feels that there seems to be a thunder in his mind out of thin air. A thunder that can almost split this blue planet. It's numb. Really numb. Lin Ming is very sure of one thing now. That is, the first possibility is pure nonsense. After all, there are too many things that the first possibility cannot explain at all. But if it is the second one, then quite a lot of things will be explained. Moreover, if this person is really a person with a system, then the so-called destiny, including all the mutant creatures including him, and even the entire era of aura revival, may all be just a toy in his hands. This is not impossible. If this is true, then there are quite a lot of things that can be explained. For example, how did his existence get exposed? Lin Ming now thinks that he actually hid it quite well from the beginning. Right? When he was still very weak and developed slowly. The system, deliberately, gave him the ability to shield and sense aura. With these two abilities, Lin Ming remembered that he had basically entered a fast lane of upgrading and evolution at that time. It didn't take long for him to advance from the first stage to the second stage. But because of this, he did attract the attention of humans at that time. However, even if it was such an obvious thing, humans let him go so easily. Lin Ming remembered that at that time, the human side was once shocked by the instant B-level aura that appeared in the Wantohai spirit realm on the aura concentration detection satellite. But if they took it seriously and ignored other things and launched a nuclear bomb, then where would he be now with this mutant demon bamboo? But humans just let him go. To be specific, it was the fake Fong Pingchuan who let him go. After that, it was the A-level spiritual energy when he was promoted to the 3rd level. At that time, humans even rioted for a long time. However, at that time, only Jiayu from the Extraordinary Association brought people here to test their weapons. In the end, the stupid guy who was used was taken away by the fake Fong Pingchuan with a nuclear bomb. That was all. Now that things have come to this, Lin Ming thinks that this was also suppressed by the fake Fong Pingchuan. Right? The purpose is to cultivate a powerful mutant creature, then fight a life and death battle with other mutant creatures. And he, after that, will also reap the benefits and pick up the fruits of victory. It seems that this possibility is too possible. The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more he felt scared. If this is true, then the whole thing has become terrifying and absurd. Boom boom boom. A burst of urgent and extremely powerful vibration suddenly interrupted Lin Ming thinking. At this moment, the entire tropical rainforest was covered with cracked gullies like a chessboard. Lin Ming found that even the soil on the ground where he was standing began to flow slowly like liquid. Countless towering trees were now like overturned toys, toppling crookedly. And this trend was getting worse. Lin Ning sensed the direction underground. He suddenly found that hundreds of meters underground, a huge egg that was much larger than before was no longer absorbing small mushrooms like before. Now it has grown to a diameter of almost 100 kilometers. And it can no longer be simply described as huge. Lin Ning knew that his opponent had finally revealed its true form. This mushroom, which was beyond imagination, began to move upwards at this moment. Lin Ning looked at the spiritual realm that was like boiling porridge, and knew that during the time he was thinking just now, it seemed that his opponent had grown to a very excessive degree. However, after a few seconds, ding, you killed a level 5. Level 2 Corruption Emperor Poison Mushroom and obtained 102,230 evolution points. Ding! You have reached the level limit, and the evolution points have exceeded 500,000 points. You can evolve. Do you want to evolve? Chapter 350 Level 5. The strongest in the true sense. Lin Ning casually killed this terrifying mutant creature called Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom with a diameter of 100 kilometers. He even killed it easily before it attacked him. In fact, the reason why Lin Ning dared to be distracted to perceive the current situation of the human side when the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom was growing wildly was that this huge mushroom, like a big egg, was not to be feared at all. This was not because Lin Ning was arrogant, but the reason was very simple. In this world of spiritual revival, fighting will not give you preparation time. In the case of the same mutant plant, even in the soil, it is unnecessary to tell the other party so conspicuously that I will become stronger. If it is really strong, there is a 10,000% probability that it will immediately launch a preemptive attack on the enemy with all its strength, or a fatal killing move. After all, when you don't know the enemy's strength, this move is often the safest approach. Just be honest and make the size supergiant first, and then think of what kind of attack. Come on. Do you think it's a fight between children? Do you still care about the size? Who is bigger? Lin Ning didn't even use any other complicated methods, nor any special fighting methods. Just using his flexible bamboo roots to easily kill it and turn it into nothing. Speaking of the method, it is actually very simple. After confirming that the opponent will not continue to expand its size, the bamboo roots quickly close from 1,000 kilometers away, completely restricting this huge mushroom with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Afterwards, Lin Ning used his most proficient ability to create new life, allowing the bamboo roots to grow in an instant, completely wrapping up the entire Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. The next step is very simple. Directly release a combination attack of dark elements and fire elements in this huge shell, and easily send it on its way. Lin Ning felt that this guy could only corrode his opponent, causing mushrooms to grow on his body and regenerate crazily. Other than that, this Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom probably had nothing. In this world of spiritual energy revival, strength is what matters, not just how big the head grows. If this Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom was really powerful, then the Amanita mushroom used for testing should have been able to pose a certain threat to him. But the fact is that those mushrooms that now look like tests, except for growing brighter, seem to have no practical value at all. Originally, Lin Ning did want to pursue a big battle, but the current situation made him feel bored. When fighting with the giant island Turtle Eyes Emperor Basha before, Lin Ning and the opponent both started fighting directly when they first discovered each other. Although Lin Ning's various moves also restrained the Ice Emperor Basha, at least the guy's fighting style and fighting effect were quite exciting. After all, the powerful ice attribute ability that can turn the entire ocean into giant ice is enough to make any mutant creatures, and even humans other than him, completely helpless. But this Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom is much worse. The enemy is clearly in front of it, but it not only does not launch a tentative attack, but even keeps making itself bigger. Please, aren't you treating yourself as a super large target? Moreover, the so-called attack is to use this terrifying super huge body to do something like a collision? Lin Ning looked around, and the original tropical rainforest has completely changed. The extremely violent underground vibration brought about the soil to be completely like tofu that was smashed, becoming extremely soft. And all the plants above the soil were all tilted, and giant trees were broken in half and fell to the ground. Moreover, Lin Ning also found that abundant groundwater began to flow into this huge underground space. Even the huge amount of river water that originally flowed above slowly infiltrated this space with more water. Lin Ning knew that as long as the huge empty shell formed by his bamboo roots was removed, a huge deep pit would be formed here in an instant. And then, the river and groundwater would fill this place up completely at a very slow speed, turning it into a huge lake with a very large area. And all of this was still completely covered by his ability to explode with mist. Perhaps, unless he left, humans would never imagine that a short battle had taken place in this place, and that the things left behind by this battle could only be described as devastated. To describe the battlefield, however, Lin Ning had to do something at this moment. After all, this Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom brought him, in addition to a huge amount of evolution points. That is, ding! You have reached the level limit. The evolution points have exceeded 500,000 points. You can evolve. Do you want to evolve? A huge amount of spiritual energy. Finally, 500,000 evolution points have been accumulated. And the system prompt sound has finally appeared as if it was belatedly. And the word 5th level also made Lin Ning particularly excited. But, can the 5th level evolve in such a place? As long as Lin Ning leaves now, an extremely terrifying abyss pit will appear within a radius of 100 kilometers. And the continuous infiltration of groundwater and river water will also turn this place into a deep pit and a huge lake. However, it doesn't matter. After all, no matter what happens here, it has no effect on him. But the huge commotion caused by leaving can just cover up for him to go to the next place. Thinking of this, Lin Ning used the ability of the shadow space to launch a collective attack on his remaining roots. These rolled-up roots were covered by a burst of black light and disappeared completely. At the same time, Lin Ning also immediately used ultra-long distance movement. Several bamboo roots instantly extended to nearly 1,000 kilometers. And he immediately began this rapid movement. Boom! The huge sound of the surface tearing. The sound of the overall ground collapse. And even the huge sound of the entire rainforest falling into the depths of the giant pit. Mixed together at this moment. And then, mixed with a more shocking sound. And Lin Ning, under this situation, successfully rushed from this rainforest into the deep poison ocean 1,000 kilometers away. The thick fog behind him, because of his ability, did not dissipate so easily in this short period of time, but continued to float for a while before gradually dispersing. And at the same time, the extremely shocking abyss was revealed. At this moment, Lin Ning was already 2,000 meters deep under the sea of the deep poison ocean. After he used long-distance movement twice, he finally reached the ideal depth. After about 5 kilometers, he finally stopped. During this period, the system almost kept reminding him that he had to make the following choice: whether to continue to upgrade the level to the 5th level. To be honest, Lin Ning didn't care. After all, it seems that even if he doesn't listen to the system, it will be the same. Just like now. From the first time he heard the system urging to now. Almost an hour later, there was no movement on his side. And the system did not force an upgrade evolution, nor a forced termination of evolution. It just kept reminding mechanically, as if it had always been such a role. Lin Ning didn't care about it, even if it reminded him repeatedly. It was just a little annoying and didn't have much impact on him. At this moment, he was very concerned about another thing compared to this matter. That was the level of the giant mushroom, the corrupted emperor poisonous mushroom, which he easily killed. Before killing it, Lin Ning thought that this guy should be just a mutant creature that has reached the end of the 4th level, about the 8th or 9th level of the 4th level, similar to himself. But what he didn't expect was that this guy actually reached the level of the 5th level. 2nd level, 5 level, 2nd level. Isn't it stronger than the level of the 5th level, which he will reach soon? It's even higher than his level. This is really, to be honest, although Lin Ning wanted to complain about the weak strength of the Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom, he also expressed a little surprise and confusion about its level. Why is this guy actually higher than his level? This also shattered Lin Ning's previous confidence. Before, Lin Ning really thought that he was the one with the fastest level in the world. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. The world is big, and there is a mutant creature stronger than him. Isn't it? The Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom, which only has a level much higher than him, was easily killed in such a simple situation. To be honest, it seems that the strength of an animal may not be completely equal to its level. Or is it that he is too strong and the Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom is too weak? Lin Ning thought about this question and sighed at the same time. The other party entered the 5th level one step ahead of himself. In this regard, He is indeed behind. However, if it is the 5th level, then what should it be called? How is the level determined? SS Demon Emperor? Or SS Demon Emperor or something like that? Lin Ming's understanding of this aspect is actually limited to the names of humans. But now, the human side probably has no experience in grading S level. That is, mutant creatures above level 4. Just a level 4 S level Demon King has put them in danger of doomsday. If it rises to level 5 and becomes more powerful, will the human group be directly intimidated to the point of being speechless? As for the human side, it doesn't matter what happens. Lin Ming wants to know more about the level of the black insect mother body, which he only knows now, and may also have a system. And what level has the fake Fang Pingchuan reached? And there is one more thing. According to the conversation between the 4A level, 1B level, and the real Fang Pingchuan, who is also level B, who are gathering on the European side, Lin Ming also discovered another fact. It seems that there is some secret between the fake and the black insect mother body. Just like those people said, the fake asked Cheng Yu to go to a hidden cave, and wanted him to take thousands of soul pills and fly back to Shangjing by helicopter to report. But just happened to be discovered by the black insect mother body nearby, and the plane was destroyed and everyone on board died. The reason why Cheng Yu was able to escape death was because of his own strong strength and the A-level extraordinary person Wang Su who could teleport, who rescued him at the critical moment. However, Lin Ming still couldn't figure out why the fake, if he really had something with the black insect mother body, didn't just tell it where the soul pills were hidden and be done with it. Thinking about these things, Lin Ming found that the system suddenly had no sound. It was like a phone that was picked up, and there was no movement at all. Hey! What's going on? Ding! You have upgraded your level to the 5th level. Boom! After a loud bang, Lin Ming suddenly entered a wonderful ethereal state. But even at this time, his various abilities were functioning normally. At this moment, above the deep poison ocean, the thick floating spiritual energy gradually rotated and gathered from the center of the entire ocean to where Lin Ming was. And it seemed to be pulling and dragging the spiritual energy from the outside of the deep poison ocean, and even from farther places, and condensed them together. In the end, it even attracted all the spiritual energy in the deep poison ocean like a whirlpool, forming an extremely spectacular and surging spiritual energy vortex. The spiritual energy vortices became more and more dense, and they kept tumbling and circling, and gradually began to rotate counterclockwise around the sky above the blood-red bamboo. The spiritual energy in this continuous rotation has been continuously fused and torn apart, and gradually condensed into a magnificent and surging spiritual energy storm. And this spiritual energy vortex storm is in the center, constantly rotating downward, forming thousands of spiritual energy tornadoes. The tornadoes converge downward, forming a huge spiritual energy hurricane with a diameter of nearly 1,000 kilometers. And its center is in the bamboo body of the deep red bamboo in the deep sea, penetrating the deep ocean, and gradually merging into the blood-stained red diamond heart at the center of its trunk. This huge spiritual hurricane, at this moment, was like a violent dragon, and it let out a loud and long roar. A series of white lights flashed, and this spiritual dragon located in the center of the Linwu Nebula rushed straight into the sky again. In an instant, even more crazy dark clouds enveloped the sea, and a doomsday-like rainstorm poured down. Tens of thousands of lightning flashed, and a roar that was enough to shake the entire blue planet. Muffled sounds rushed from the sky into the ocean, with this ocean as the center. All the oceans and land within a range of 2,000 kilometers were boiling at the same time. Even half of the Philippine continent, the entire deep poison ocean, and even the already dilapidated deep poison country were once again completely submerged by the sudden tsunami. At this moment, in this ethereal realm, Lin Ming also felt a stream of extremely shocking and majestic spiritual energy, which kept flowing out from the heart of the red diamond. When passing through the trunk, it also completely destroyed the cells in it, and then reorganized them, injecting a huge amount of spiritual energy like the ocean into it. Every cell seemed to be reborn, and it kept evolving in the flushing of this spiritual energy. Chapter 351: The Birth of the Demon King. Storms, rainstorms, and terrifying waves surged in this deep poison ocean. At this moment, the surging spiritual energy, like this deep poison ocean, set off endless storms in Lin Ming red diamond heart. These huge spiritual energies, in the rapid flow, reorganized all the cells in his body, and then flowed back into the red diamond heart again, turning into a more terrifying power, filling Lin Ming's body. The bamboo body, which was almost dark red, was coated with a thicker color. From a distance, it looked like a huge black jade carved as a whole. At the same time, in this deep poison ocean that was 5,000 meters deep, the surging spiritual energy also swept everything, and set off a wave of terrifying undercurrents that could almost destroy everything in the entire ocean. These undercurrents gradually converged and formed one giant whirlpool after another. Each one was several kilometers wide in this deep poisonous ocean, which was extremely terrifying. These whirlpools madly sucked all the creatures in the deep poisonous ocean into them. Even if some of them were as strong as the second level, they were completely unable to get rid of this almost unsolvable force, and were completely torn into pieces. At this time, Lin Ming's countless roots began to spread and grow more violently in the extremely hard rocks on the seabed. At this moment, they were like on land, one after another like earth dragons turning over, constantly extending in the extremely hard seabed rocks. They easily turned the rocks into something like soft soil, and spread rapidly in it, constantly developing deeper and farther. And this is far from over. And the changes between heaven and earth have not stopped at this time. Deep underground, there are constant roars of even greater vibrations, with the seabed in this deep sea as the center. The tremors of the earth continue to extend within this 2,000-kilometer range. This kind of tremor also caused a series of chain reactions. Countless huge waves rose in the middle of the ocean and gradually went in all directions. But as these huge waves continued to combine and grow, huge water walls of nearly 100 meters suddenly rose. They suddenly went to the east of the Philippines and the direction of Shindu country, accompanied by countless huge tornadoes, easily destroying everything on the land. Lin Ming felt the extremely surging spiritual energy condensing in the red diamond heart between him, and constantly flowing from it to the main trunk, to every bamboo root, every bamboo branch, and every bamboo leaf. In the flow of this spiritual energy, each part has undergone a great change. The roots that have already penetrated several kilometers are no longer satisfied with this. They are constantly splitting and extending, and at the same time, they are also moving deeper into the ground. They broke through extremely hard rock layers, stirring up deeper rocks and gravel soil, and stopped only 2,000 meters underground. One step further, they broke through the Earth's crust and headed straight for the extremely high-temperature mantle. And there, although Lin Ming was not afraid, to be honest, there was no need at all. Mixing the magma inside, wouldn't it make anything? The bamboo body, which had originally reached a diameter of 15 meters, expanded outward again at this time, and instantly approached the level of 30 meters. At this moment, the bamboo body, which stood like a black jade, was also growing upwards, from a height of 120 meters, gradually growing upwards, and even growing to a height of nearly 170 meters. At the same time, new branches continued to burst out from the main bamboo joints, and quickly grew into countless branches with a thickness of nearly 1 meter. These branches continued to extend outward, and thousands of branches burst out on them. More bamboo leaves emerged from nothing, embellishing the branches, like a terrifying ghost in this deep sea. Lin Ming saw that the dark golden lines that were shining on the main trunk, bamboo branches and bamboo leaves before, especially on the bamboo leaves. Those lines depicted the veins on the blood-red leaves, and now they have been strengthened again, and even gradually half of them have completely turned into gold. Lin Ming sensed his own strength, and at the same time, he extended his bamboo roots further and further. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers. At this moment, Lin Ming had sensed that his bamboo roots could extend to a full 2,000 kilometers. This time, it seemed that he had even reached the limit he had imagined. The bamboo roots reached 2,000 kilometers, and were about to catch up with the reconstruction of the aura of all things, as well as the range of the spiritual energy field shielding, and finally reached an extremely shocking. But Lin Ming knew very well at this time that he could still strengthen these two already powerful abilities as before. After the level realm was raised to such a degree, the system that had locked these two abilities before had to open the upgrade channel for him. As Lin Ming gradually gathered these streams of spiritual energy, the rainstorm and hurricane formed by the spiritual energy clouds covering the deep poison ocean gradually dissipated. This storm finally restored the deep black deep poison ocean from the center to the edge of the surrounding land. And the rolling waves also returned to their normal existence. However, on the sea surface in the center of this ocean, there were densely packed, almost without any gaps, floating unimaginable numbers of fish, shrimps, crabs and corpses, as well as a large number of mutant creatures. These were the results of the countless whirlpools that Lin Ning had created before that violently swept the ocean. When everything calmed down, Lin Ning finally looked at his attribute panel. Race, Black Bamboo Demon King. Evolution points, 111012. Realm, Level 5. Level 2. Ability, Explosive Storm. Combines sharp bamboo leaves with wind elements to create a superstorm that can instantly destroy a vast area. Can be issued at the same time to inflict partial or full damage to the enemy. With a powerful attack power that can break rocks, metals and everything. Rock-breaking bamboo whip LV8, 1000 branches. Effective attack range 400 meters. Attack power 700, evolvable. No matter how hard the rock is, it can't withstand a blow. Yaoqiong greatly promotes the evolution of mutant creatures, and can also treat extremely serious injuries and various abnormal conditions. Creating a new life LV5, even if it is hit by a devastating blow. It will instantly restore its original state, and can increase and decrease the volume of any part at will. Aura Force Field Shield LV6 can selectively shield the aura concentration of any creature within a range of 2,000 kilometers with the main body as the center, with no upper limit. Reconstruction of the aura of all things LV6 can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within 2,000 kilometers. Transform the actions of all living things within the range, and mark all non-living things. Weird Mist Transformation. Activate the main body. Freely create a thick fog that covers the site and covers itself, with a range of up to 1,000 kilometers. At the same time, it can also inject spiritual energy into the thick fog to create a spiritual beast clone. Toxin Creation LV8. Secrete deadly toxins. Paralyze and poison the enemy, and even corrode the enemy. It is ineffective for creatures that have drunk spiritual liquid. Spirit Language. Within the range of the consciousness field, you can communicate freely with subordinates who have established relationships with consciousness. Universal Root System. Can move over long distances without loss, crossing mountains and rivers as if walking on flat ground. Dragon Strangling LV1. Use powerful roots to strangle the opponent, but it is generally effective when encountering a strong enemy. Multiple Elemental Ability Replication. Can replicate any number of different elemental abilities at the same time, and the control and strength of elemental abilities will be affected by the strength of one's own realm. Seawater Resistance. Can grow freely in the ocean. This attribute panel now looks like it can no longer be described as gorgeous, although several abilities here are still at LV5 and LV6, and even the Dragon Strangler is just LV1. There is no doubt that he has now truly reached the level of enough to destroy the blue planet. And these more than 110,000 evolutionary points are obtained by killing those unlucky mutant creatures in the evolutionary process just now. Next, Lin Ning can continue to use these evolutionary points to continue to improve his various abilities to a higher level. But now, he doesn't want to delve into how powerful his various abilities have become. He doesn't even want to try the power of the bamboo roots that have reached a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Now, he wanted to know more. Why did the system force him to upgrade just after leaving it alone for a while? This was simply a confession. Lin Ning had felt that his various thoughts were still in a guess stage. Although, judging from the various evidences, the possibility of this situation was almost 80% certain. This time, the system almost forced him to upgrade his level, which almost turned all these guesses into reality. The system was supposed to be just an auxiliary. Its role was actually to assist oneself, to upgrade the level, to increase the speed of strength improvement, and to make everything a little simpler. But the system should never force Lin Ning to evolve from the 4th level to the 5th level like it is now. And it didn't even ask him if he agreed or not. If I were to say it too much, this system is too powerful. Lin Ning recalled that if he had not learned abilities such as creating new life, aura field shielding, rebuilding the aura of all things, seawater adaptation, and spiritual language, would the system force him to learn those abilities directly when he reached the point of evolution where he needed to learn them? Now it seems that it is really possible. From the beginning to now, the system has reminded Lin Ning to learn only these abilities. The others, in addition to the original abilities, are the abilities he gained after improving various abilities to a certain level. But if Lin Ning did not learn these at the time, but continued to upgrade and evolve according to his own ideas, I am afraid that the system would definitely let him experience what happened much earlier. It is really interesting. Changing from auxiliary to active. Even a fool would think there is something wrong with this system. It can even be said that it is not only active, but also strong. In other words, if there are enough evolution points, Lin Ning will grow to the 5th level sooner or later. And there will be various systems to let him choose to learn various abilities. This is equivalent to the system preparing a large bag of skills, and using these things to forcibly exchange for those evolution points. And these abilities do not allow Lin Ning to choose at all. After a certain period of time, even if he wants to not learn or evolve them, it is impossible. As for the spent evolution points, they all enter the system, just like the evolution points that must be consumed every time the realm is upgraded. At this moment, Lin Ning has reached the 5th level, and there are more than 110,000 evolution points left. If possible, Lin Ning does not want to use these evolution points at all, because almost every evolution point will be absorbed, plundered, and used by the system. But if he didn't use the evolution points, Lin Ning knew that his abilities would be limited to this point. The change in his overall ability was at most a relatively large growth in the length of the bamboo root, and the rest would be almost the same as before. To be honest, Lin Ning was also very conflicted now. If he wanted to become stronger and finally have a decisive battle with this system, he had to keep getting stronger. Otherwise, perhaps the system would eventually become more powerful than he could reach. After all, he wasn't the only one who had the system, even if he didn't use the evolution points. What about the other selected mutants? Like the Black Insect Mother? Lin Ning knew that he had to have some countermeasures. If he simply didn't use the evolution points, or use them to an extreme extent, then in the end, he would be the only one who was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ning also discovered one thing. There was no description of another ability he had on the attribute panel of this system. Specifically, at present, his ability of Spiritual Bamboo Clone is not written on the attribute panel. Spiritual Bamboo Clone is supposed to be an extremely powerful ability, and this ability will continue to increase with the length of the bamboo root, the reconstruction of the aura of all things, and the enhancement of the aura force field shielding ability. As of now, Lin Ning has placed a considerable number of Spiritual Bamboo Clone in all areas except the western part of Tang Country, the entire inland area of Yalu, most of Xiong Country, most of Europe, the entire Great North Ocean, almost the entire American continent, and most of the central and southern parts of the Philippines. If Lin Ning wanted to, he could use the bamboo roots to fully awaken each of these spiritual bamboo clones, and then connect them. And then, he could also sense everything within a radius of 2,000 kilometers centered on each of these trees. This is equivalent to that he can easily control the movements of all humans, mutants, and beasts within almost 1/3 of the world with this ability alone. Although Lin Ning has not been able to let those spiritual bamboo clones use some attack abilities so far, now that they have been upgraded to the 5th level, who knows if this will work? Thinking of this, Lin Ning spread the bamboo roots and went to a spiritual bamboo clone in the middle of the Philippines. After connecting to it in an instant, Lin Ning suddenly felt a feeling that was completely different from his original feeling, rising in his heart. After a moment, he suddenly felt that his consciousness had been completely transferred to this spiritual bamboo clone without knowing when. Chapter 352 The Blood Evil Returns. The mountains are covered with emerald green, and in the deep valleys, there is an unpredictable mountain mist. Panda and his companions have crossed countless such places. Along the way, with Shui Jin's reconnaissance and guidance from above, they did follow the direction of their previous journey and approached the place they expected without stopping. This expedition was indeed not as easy as they imagined. Especially in the middle of the journey, they encountered a black meteorite, and the endless black insects that emerged from the black meteorite did cause them considerable trouble. Even the giant black insect that appeared at the end made the leader of the team, the most powerful Panda, completely helpless. As a 3rd-level mutant creature, Panda could not accept that when it became so much stronger, it would still be unable to completely kill the opponent when dealing with that strange opponent. Originally, it was the most powerful one under the Master Lin Ning, but compared with the Master's unfathomable strength, it was so small that it could not be looked at directly. At this moment, Panda has evolved to a considerable degree of intelligence, which makes it think about things it has never thought of before. For example, every time the master upgrades his level. The earth-shaking and extremely shocking scene once made these subordinates admire and yearn for it. But as they are constantly upgrading and evolving, they are constantly upgrading their own levels. From the first level, the second level, to the third level now. However, they found that no matter how their own strength grows, they have never reached the changes in the world caused by the Master Lin Ming when he evolves. Panda also feels that the various so-called effects they create every time they evolve are almost nothing big. At most, their body size becomes larger, their fur color becomes darker, or their teeth and claws become longer and sharper. Panda didn't know what his companions were thinking. He just knew that his Master Lin Ming seemed to be different from them and the extraordinary people of humans. The realm that his Master Lin Ming had reached was the realm that the mutated giant black worm had reached. And it was even far beyond the realm of the giant black worm. And the level of strength that he could reach was beyond the reach of even the black worm. He had traveled a long distance from the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley to this vast world. Panda had challenged almost all the high-level mutant creatures he had seen, and defeated them again and again. In terms of strength, he had indeed reached the strongest level except for his Master Lin Ming and the giant black worm. But Panda couldn't get excited at all. Xuejin, where is our next target? Panda asked Xuejin, his giant bird companion who had just fallen from the sky, hoping to learn from it what the next opponent he wanted to defeat would be like. Xuejin's ability to detect was not weak. It alone can detect all the movements within 1,000 kilometers nearby. It can use its powerful flying ability and certain perception of danger to determine where there are powerful mutant creatures. Along the way, Xuejin has found hundreds of powerful mutant communities for Panda several times in this spiritual realm that has been completely connected into a huge whole, and Panda has destroyed them one by one. Even other companions can only hunt those mutant creatures with slightly weaker strength. This time, it should be a pioneering battle for Panda to lead his companions to expand the scope of control of the Master Lin Ming and strive to improve the strength of his companions. But now, except for Panda, the growth rate of the strength of other mutant creatures is much slower. Feng Lang, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yin in the team know very well that it is only since he encountered those black bugs that Panda has become what he is now. Before, Panda would never fight alone like he does now. The pursuit of becoming stronger is also the survival instinct of all mutant creatures, including them. But Panda has now reached the third level, and there is no rival in this vast spiritual realm. But it is still like this. Feng Xiao and Feng Yin knew that this was not a good thing. Panda, we must take a break. Xuejin did not answer the Panda's question, and it also felt that Panda was a little too paranoid. Yes, Panda. Some of the companions are very tired, and some of the previous wolf packs have fallen behind because of this. Do you know? Feng Xiao looked at the team behind him, which was already like a long snake, and his heart was filled with many worries. This won't work. No. Our goal is to make the territory of our Master Lin Ming wider. We must cut off all unknown threats. Panda didn't want to listen to his companion's advice. In his eyes, the death of his companions Dian Wei and Jue Yuan was still vivid in his mind. If he was strong enough, he would never lose his companions so easily. Moreover, he would never be suppressed to the point of being able to defend against those black bugs like before. Feng Xiao and Xuejin knew that it was useless to persuade him. Then let's rest here for a while, and wait for all the companions to gather together before we start moving forward. You rest. I want to keep moving forward. Panda knew that it was wrong for him to do this, but he couldn't control himself. The desire for battle, the yearning for strength, the self-blame for the death of his companions, and the shock of the strength of his Master Lin Ming had completely made him lose all reason. The pursuit of becoming stronger was all that Panda wanted. However, at this moment, strange noises kept coming from the surrounding giant trees and jungles. The Soro has a strong ability to guard, and it also issued a warning. We are surrounded. Panda. Surrounded? Humph. You are here just in time. Panda's favorite thing is to take the initiative to provoke its enemies, just in time to save it from actively looking for them. The mutant creatures are not fools. As long as they have reached a certain level, they will take the initiative to seek benefits and avoid harm, and avoid enemies stronger than themselves as quickly as possible. But now, this team of mutant creatures dared to take the initiative to attack them, which can be said to be a very strong team, and even took a posture of encircling them. This situation is unprecedented. So, what is coming? Along with a rustling sound, There are more weird crackling sounds coming from the forest. And soon, these sounds are getting closer and closer to Panda and Feng Xiao. Humph. You dare to provoke me. Well, let me meet you. Panda let out a long roar and rushed to the place where the sound came from at a very fast speed. But after seeing the enemy's appearance clearly, it immediately realized that something was wrong. After retreating quickly, Panda immediately issued an urgent order to all his companions. Concentrate, and then break out in one direction. Even though his mind was not so clear before, Panda still knew that these monsters that surrounded them were the kind that would not allow them to hesitate for a moment. Things. Panda gave an order. Feng Ji and Feng Yan were responsible for conveying the order. And Xue Jin flew into the sky again. As soon as Xue Jin came to the sky, he found a very shocking scene. Within a radius of several kilometers, thousands of giant trees have now withered branches and leaves. And the original lush greenery has turned into withered yellow leaves and hideous dry branches. Is it the blood evil vine? Although Xue Jin has not directly witnessed the true form of this thing, he has heard about the existence of this thing countless times from his master Lin Ming. The green vines that crawl and shake like animals will turn all plants into a scorched yellow. And after completely draining the vitality of the plants and drying them up, those plants will also die completely. But this is not the scary part. Where there are blood evil vines, there must be blood evil children. There are even more terrifying blood evils. Blood evil vines will attack plants, but the blood evil children underground will attack mutant creatures. And as the mother blood evil, they will use powerful mutant creatures as their nutrients. Xue Jin vaguely remembers that the master Lin Ming once said that the strength of the blood evil thing is enough to reach the third level. Third level. This is exactly the same as the Panda, the Wind Wolf's Feng Xiao and Feng Yan, the Siro Bai Qi in it. Although they are not afraid of opponents of this level, the Siro Dushan, Jing Ji, Ban Hu, and the 200 wolves can't do anything to it. Moreover, the blood evil is a monster that can hide its body deep underground and may drill out from any place at any time. Its sudden attack may cause unimaginable damage to its companions. However, Xue Jin was also surprised. In the communication with its master Lin Ming, it remembered that the blood evil should have been killed by its master near Xingyuan City before they set out from the Suzaku Valley spirit realm. How come this thing is now again in a place nearly 1,000 kilometers away from the Suzaku Valley spirit realm? Could it be that there is more than one blood evil? Or did its master Lin Ming not kill the blood evil at that time? Xue Jin fell into a bit of confusion. But it understood that this was not the time for such a situation. After losing Zhu Yuan and Tianwei, neither Xue Jin nor Lin Ming, their master, would be able to accept the death of more companions. Right? Xue Jin knew that it had to do something. Panda, I be responsible for air cover. You take your companions and retreat. Xue Jin descended again and said to Panda, who was still standing there, as if he wanted to fight to the death with his opponent. Panda took a deep breath. As long as the blood evil vine is here, then the blood evil and the blood evil will be here. There's not much we can do now. Leave this to me. You and Feng Xiao and Feng Yan, take charge of taking your companions to a safe place. This will be my battlefield. Panda, wake up. What do you mean your battlefield? If things go wrong, you will also. You retreat? Leave this to me. Panda rushed out in one direction without saying anything. Xue Jin knew that it was useless to say anything more. It instantly spread its wings and flew into the air, found the location of its companions, flew in front of them, and was responsible for taking them away from here, in the battle with the third-level mutant creature. Although it is quite likely that the companions want to destroy it with their strength, there will definitely be casualties. But all of Lin Ming's subordinates understand that no matter what, they can't let any of their companions be like Shui Yuan or Dian Wei. Flying at a low altitude, Xue Jin soon discovered the figures of the extremely fast blood evil vines. Their dark green body surface, the dancing posture like a long snake, and the countless branches and vines shaking wildly all represent extreme danger. Everyone charge. At Bai Qi command, the barrier of the light element instantly covered all the companions with an indestructible protective layer. And Feng Xiao and Feng Yan, as well as Du Shan and Xue Jin, also rushed towards the four blood evil vines in one direction at the same time. On the other side, between the giant trees where Panda was, thousands of blood evil vines had surrounded it heavily. They kept twitching, turning the giant trees around them into dead trees without any vitality. And the more dead grass they crawled through, the more powerful they were. Huh? A strong enemy. Panda took another deep breath. Its blood seemed to be boiling. And its heart was also burning. Isn't it a strong enemy that I'm looking for? The giant panda, which was already nearly 10 meters tall, stood up straight, and the lines between its extremely developed muscles were as deep as ravines. To make me closer to the master's realm, I must destroy the strong enemy of the same stage. Shueisha, you are the powerful enemy I have always pursued. Panda suddenly let out a roar that shook the world. At the same time, in an instant, it also raised its arms high, and the extremely highly developed muscles on it also accommodated more spiritual energy. Strong fist winds suddenly broke out within a radius of hundreds of meters, forming countless extremely terrifying storms. Hundreds of giant trees that had completely withered could not withstand such an attack at this time. They were completely out of control, and were completely uprooted. In these storms, they were torn into pieces together with the blood-evil vines. However, Panda did not stop attacking. It knew very well that since so many blood-evil vines had gathered here, the other party's target was naturally it. Come on! If you want to fight! Panda roared again. And at the same time, the ground began to shake violently. Several extremely deep gullies gradually became larger as the ground bulged, and roots continued to stretch out from the surface. At this time, as more roots stretched out, sub-blood evils like huge rocks also appeared from various places. They surrounded Panda and the other subordinates of Lin Ming. At the same time, several larger blood evils also emerged from the ground on the outer periphery. Their roots had completely covered everything in this vast area. I see. Panda looked around and knew that it seemed that from the beginning, they had fallen into the encirclement that the other party had already arranged. Chapter 353 Total Annihilation? At this moment, loud rumbling noises continued to come from underground. On the shattered surface that had been completely destroyed by the violent fist wind of Panda. In the countless deep gullies, more root-like things continued to extend from inside. After Panda killed all the blood-evil vines within his sight, he also found that he had been surrounded by a large number of sub-blood evils that crawled out of the soil. And in the distance, the larger blood-evil main body, like watching the battle, danced the countless roots in the air behind the sub-blood evils. On this vast open space, Panda had no way to retreat at this moment. And he also found that in the farther direction, it seemed that these sub-blood evils and the traces of blood evils had completely surrounded his companions. Humph. I didn't expect the master didn't kill you all. A strong spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Panda's body. In its cognition, when the master Lin Ming left Suzaku Valley, he had already destroyed a third-level blood evil, along with all the sub-blood evils and blood evil vines near Xingyuan City. But at present, it seems that the master Lin Ming did not completely eliminate this group of plant-type mutant creatures at that time. Moreover, the so-called blood evil is not even the final body of these sub-blood evils and blood evil vines. Otherwise, it would not still have the body of this blood evil at this time. And there would still be several of them. Panda took a deep breath. The surrounding sub-blood evils and blood evils seemed to have no intention of fighting. From the time they just appeared, they have not taken any further actions until now. They were just a few hundred meters away from it, completely surrounding its location and its companions. What are they going to do? Just surround it, but not attack? It's strange. Panda has a highly developed intelligence. And at this moment, he couldn't help but imagine this weird thing as a complicated thing. Countless previous battle experiences made him quite clear about some rules. In this world of spiritual energy recovery, there is no free time in the battle between mutant creatures. In a life and death battle, if you hesitate for a second, the battle between the two sides with similar levels may determine the winner and the loser. Life and death. However, at this moment, although Panda has completely filled all the spiritual energy in his body with all the muscles in his body, his feet can rush to any direction at any time at a very fast speed. But these blood demons, even the blood demon vines, did not move at all. What is the other party doing? Panda's brain is frantically thinking about all the possibilities. Why didn't the other party launch the attack first? Why did they just surround these enemies? This is not normal at all. Could it be that they are waiting for something? Waiting for its attack? Or, Panda didn't wait any longer. And at this moment, it didn't hesitate anymore. Take the initiative and attack the enemy. There should be no hesitation at this moment. Even if the other party is thinking about something, or preparing something. Even so, it doesn't want to let this battle fall into a stalemate. Even if the opponent, those blood evils are already third-level mutant creatures, Panda is not afraid at all. All it has in its heart now is the desire for battle, and the violent fighting spirit aroused by the hot blood. Fight! The long roar came out almost simultaneously from Panda and Feng Xiao, who was a little further away. The violent fist wind, mixed with all the soil, debris, and stones nearby, swept like a raging storm, forming an extremely terrifying power storm centered on Panda. At the same time, Panda's arms also burned with extremely hot flames. The color of this fiercely burning fire also changed from bright red to dark blue, light blue, and finally, formed a stream of almost pure white. The ferocious Panda also turned all his anger and violent fighting spirit into a fist-blade storm with unparalleled destructive power, and ignited it completely with pure white flames. Boom, boom, boom. Continuously, explosions, extremely terrifying explosions were heard wherever these strong storms reached. Everything that this storm touched was also destroyed. Fight! Panda's roar shook the sky. At the same time, the closest layer of blood evil was completely destroyed by the fire tornado with its violent roar, completely burned into charcoal, turned into residue, and finally disappeared into thin air. And the blood evil farther away, even if it used countless routes to protect itself, still wanted to escape to the rear at this critical moment. But its escape and defense speed was far from keeping up with the speed of the fire tornado formed by this terrifying fist wind. And it was also hit in an instant. And the layers of roots with a thickness of dozens of meters were easily burned out. And the more violent fist wind also destroyed its skin and its proud defense completely. Layers of tissue were constantly peeled off and disappeared. Even if the blood evil wanted to retain even a little bit of tissue, it was completely impossible. In this short period of time, with Panda as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer, all the plants, sub-blood evil, and blood evil seemed to be evaporated, turning into dust in the burning of this group of fire storms. Panda, who was at the center of the storm, did not relax any of his vigilance. In the previous battle, it knew that it had reached a powerful strength that could instantly kill this third-level blood evil. But it also knew that this was not its limit. This is not enough. Panda roared again, and it looked around. There was a huge barren land with a radius of 1 kilometer left here, and in the center of the barren land, there was a pillar that was dozens of meters high. And this pillar was where Panda just stood. The huge pit under the pillar, which was tens of meters deep and looked like a meteorite crater, also proved how terrifying the destructive blow of Panda just now was. Now it has truly become the most powerful one among all the subordinates under the Master Lin Ning. Panda stood on this pillar and slowly put away the spiritual energy on his body. The fiercely burning flames on his arms also gradually changed from white to dark blue and bright red as the storm formed by its fist wind gradually disappeared, and then gradually disappeared again. The feeling of fatigue invaded Panda in an instant, but he did not relax at all. The burst of explosions coming from not far away made it understand that its companions, like it, had already had a fierce battle with these sub-blood evils and blood evils. And the battle over there was soon decided. The clear and loud cry of Shui Jin rang out, and its huge figure also flew out of the dense forest at the same time. Panda, the battle is over here, and only some of the companions have been slightly injured. Shui Jin looked at where Panda was standing and the terrifying crater-like pit under him, knowing that the battle on Panda's side should have ended almost in an instant, with the most overwhelming advantage. Things will not end so easily, Shui Jin. You take your companions and retreat quickly. It will definitely not be that simple. After the battle, Panda's fighting mind immediately returned to normal thinking. Originally, it was somewhat paranoid in looking for opponents, and gradually put out the impetuous fire in its heart. It was able to instantly destroy a third-level opponent that was almost exactly the same as itself. This strong sense of satisfaction also made it understand that the stronger it had pursued before had actually been answered without a doubt. How many third levels can there be in the world? How many third levels can withstand its just attack? The strong sense of satisfaction made it regain its original rationality, and at the same time remembered its original intention, which should be to take good care of its companions and spread the prestige of its master Lin Ming to a farther place. But all this should be done on the basis of the absolute safety of their companions. At this moment, they were just besieged by the blood demons, and before the battle just now, the blood demons' movements and behaviors were too strange, which made Panda suspicious. It even thought of a possibility. If there is a more powerful existence above the blood demons, Then why did that existence let the blood demons surround these mutant creatures who just happened to pass by? And what the blood demons did was just to stop and surround them. Instead of taking an offensive posture immediately, Panda suddenly felt that the possibility he thought of might not be a simple possibility. But perhaps it was the most likely situation. Xuejin, we have to leave immediately. Panda jumped down from the pillar and immediately rushed from the huge meteorite crater to the direction of Feng Xiao and others who were still cleaning the battlefield. Panda, are we going to retreat immediately? Xuejin knew that Panda might have really thought of something. Otherwise, he would never be so panicked. Moreover, Xuejin also thought of a possibility. But if it was the same as what Panda thought, then things would be really difficult. Panda, the movement over there just now. Stop talking. We will move in the easiest direction immediately. Xuejin, you are responsible for leading the way. Feng Xiao, you stay with me. And the others will be led by Feng Yan to rush forward. Don't look back. And rush as fast as possible. Panda interrupted Feng Xiao. This was not the time to chat. What they were facing might not be the threat posed by mutant creatures of the level of Xuesha. But, boom, the huge vibration came again. But many mutant creatures were not moved by it. They followed Panda's order and continued to rush forward under the leadership of Feng Yan. Panda and Feng Xiao were waiting there, knowing that a bigger guy was finally coming. However, in the extremely deep gully that appeared with a constant roar, a dozen black shadows that pushed the soil open were the blood demons that had just appeared. Panda looked around, thinking that the more powerful mother body would also appear at the same time. But it did not. Although the companions were very fast just now, they were still blocked by these blood demons. After all, in the team, only Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yan, and Xuejin could kill opponents of this level in an instant. But since many companions are still at the first or second stage, if they are to be taken care of, then these third level ones will have to sacrifice a lot. Feng Xiao, you deal with the other one. I take care of this side. Quick battle. Quick decision. Panda knew very well that the other party's purpose was not to hunt these intruders who broke into this side, but simply to hold them back. And their purpose, I'm afraid, Panda thought of the terrifying giant cloud he had seen before. What if the purpose of these bloody evils was to expose their existence and then attract the attack of the human side? Will they be completely turned into charcoal, like the giant black insect? Even such a powerful opponent will inevitably be turned into pieces in front of human weapons. Panda is pessimistic about whether these mutant creatures, whose strength is far inferior to that of the giant black insect, can withstand the situation of human weapons. Master Lin Ning once said that although the human side is far inferior to these mutant creatures, they still have powerful weapons. After locking them, they can use the weapon called nuclear bomb to directly turn them into ashes. Master Lin Ning is not afraid of human weapons. But these subordinates are completely different. The scorching heat and the terrifying shock wave. Even these mutant creatures that have entered the third level can never resist it with their bodies. Unlike the infinite vitality of their masters, they only have one life. Now, this is what Panda is worried about. If the purpose of these blood demons is really like this, then they seem to have succeeded halfway. After all, as long as they surround this team and release their own spiritual energy, then the third level mutant creatures can undoubtedly attract human attacks. Panda's arms were once again wrapped in flames. And around Feng Xiao, even hundreds of more wind blades appeared. If the other side really wants to hold them back, then even if they keep fighting, these blood evils will appear again and again, until the arrival of the human nuclear bomb, and then leave calmly. And these mutant creatures whose movement speed is seriously affected will be melted by the nuclear bomb, with a wide attack range and extremely high temperature. Attack in one direction. Feng Xiao, we have to go faster, Panda roared. And the terrifying fist wind formed a storm again. And the incandescent flames at this time were also entangled in the storm, and went to the blood evil surrounding them. However, even if Panda and Feng Xiao attacked several times, Feng Yan led his companions to break through several times. More sub-blood evils and blood evils kept emerging like endlessly. Panda could feel the improvement of his own level and the gradual exhaustion of spiritual energy. And he also understood that he could not drag it on any longer. But the team only moved a few kilometers. Boom! Several silver missiles in the sky sparkled in the sunlight. And Panda understood that his worries had finally become a reality. Sure enough, it was so. The purpose of the blood demons was just like that. Really? We can't catch up? After tearing apart another blood demon, it also let out a desperate roar at the same time. Chapter 354 Brilliant Glory. Panda eliminated the sub-blood demons that blocked the way again and again. But he also found that they could not be completely eliminated. The entire team was completely held back by these bastard plants, and could not move forward much. Panda was quite sure what the results of these blood demons and sub-blood demons were. Several silver-gray, powerful weapons launched by humans with long-tail flames that roared in the sky had already flown towards this direction at a very fast speed. Now, even if any of them could not escape the extremely serious and destructive impact brought by those weapons that produced extremely high temperatures after the explosion, they could not survive by chance. Shui Jin, take as many as you can. Take them away. Panda roared desperately in the air. Even if it was a third-level mutant creature, it could not escape from this weapon. And the same was true for the others. Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, who were faster than it, could not do it even if they started to break away now. Only Shui Jin, a companion who can fly at high speed in the air, can escape from this desperate situation. Panda, you guys. Shui Jin suddenly released all the spiritual energy in his body. It knew that there was only one way to save all its companions. Shui Jin, what are you going to do? Shui Jin. Panda watched as one of his companions, who had been with him for almost the longest time, rushed up to the sky in an instant with determination. Panda, and everyone, Shui Jin, we must do something this time. The shrill cry resounded through the sky above the huge flying bird. Even if I can't destroy them all, I have to, for my companions. And at this moment, let my last bit of value bloom here. Shui Jin's whole body has been completely covered by countless huge wind blades. Those huge green half-moon-like light blades are particularly dazzling at this moment. Shui Jin knows that these wind blades can only play their greatest role when they are extremely close to those human weapons. And the speed of the wind blades can never catch up with the speed of those weapons with long-tail flames at the tail. But it has only one path to choose. My companions? Shui Jin turned into a ray of light, like a star in the sky. I don't regret it. For the master above me, for the new world created by the master in the future, it has no regrets. The long and shrill cry, accompanied by rapid flight. The white light also covered the sun's light in an instant. It's just that I didn't see the master before I died, which really brought some regrets. What emerged in Shui Jin's mind was the time when he was with his master Lin Ning in the Wanzhu Sea era, and when he left there with his companions, went to Qifeng Mountain, and came to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. It accelerated its speed, and could no longer hesitate. If those weapons exploded now, the companions might still survive, and their survival rate would be increased. Sorry, I can't go on with you. My friends, you must live. The divine bird let out its last long cry at this moment. The green wind blades were also fired at the nuclear bombs that were already very close. The light also bloomed at the same time. Open your eyes. What Shui Jin unexpectedly saw was a deep blue sky. This is... Shui Jin couldn't believe that it was still alive. Beside its wings, there were messy green leaves. And behind it, it seemed to be the top of a giant tree. It fell on the treetop in a strange posture. The dazzling sky seemed so nostalgic for it. The master didn't allow you to throw your life there casually. At this time, a familiar voice came, and Shui Jin was in a trance for a moment. It struggled hard to turn its body to the direction of the sound, and suddenly found that there was a dark shadow as deep as ink beside it. Emokai? Shui Jin couldn't help but exclaimed. Why did Emokai appear here? Shouldn't it be with its master to attack the human organization called Destiny Society? Shouldn't it be in a faraway place? Boss, I have been feeling uneasy since you encountered the black bug last time. So we flew here from the American continent almost without stopping. The journey took too long, and my scales are almost rusted. At this time, another voice sounded, and Shui Jin found a giant python shining with golden light. Golden scale? Why are you here too? Shui Jin quickly turned his body, and he found that he didn't seem to have suffered even some minor injuries. It quickly turned around and stood up to look at its companions. If I wasn't here, how could we get those burning and smoking human weapons back? Do you know? We were almost killed by you. If my ability hadn't been strengthened recently, we would have been turned into ashes by your wind blade. Jin Lin seemed to be complaining, but Shui Jin understood that Jin Lin was really worried about his companion, who had always gotten along well with him. It remembered that time, into space in the mountain of Lingxiao Peak Spirit Realm. When I first saw it as a little golden snake. As if it was just yesterday. Why are you standing there? The human weapons didn't hit your head. Go find Panda and the others. Emokai looked into the distance. The previous nuclear bombs had bloomed into mushroom-shaped giant clouds hundreds of kilometers away before Shuai-Jin woke up. Only then did Shuai-Jin realize that the surrounding treetops seemed to have been attacked by several waves of shock waves. And some of them tilted in the opposite direction of the explosions. Human weapons are nothing to be afraid of, Emokai said leisurely, looking at the golden scales on his back. Shuai-Jin remembered that his master Lin Ming had kept the little turtle Emo-Chen and the golden python Jin Lin by his side in several battles, and did not let them go to fight. Even in this expedition to the Fate meeting, the master Lin Ming also brought these two subordinates. The extremely magical ability of the little turtle Emo-Chen has been verified in many battles. It can almost be said that it is a powerful force that can turn the tide of the battle. It is indeed its special feature. But although Shuai-Jin knew what the special ability of Jin Lin was, he had never seen it once. The master kept it by his side before because he saw this ability. Just like this time. To prevent the attack of the powerful weapon called nuclear bomb of humans. Right? Follow me. Shuai-Jin knew that it was more important to think about what happened just now. And the safety of his companions was more important. The purpose of those sub-blood evils and blood evils was undoubtedly to use human weapons to eliminate their master subordinates. The reason why they keep appearing is that they only use the tactic of encirclement instead of active attack. If she hadn't seen those nuclear bombs, Shuai-Jin would not have believed that this was true. Blood evil. Have you understood how to use human weapons? Spreading his wings and leading Emokai, Shuai-Jin soon found his companions who were gathered under the shade of a tree, gradually descending from the air. Shuai-Jin was soon completely surrounded by his companions, and everyone seemed to be unable to believe that all this was true. Shuai-Jin was still alive, and human nuclear bombs had not hit here. But when Panda saw Emokai and the golden scales on his body, he immediately understood. Shuai-Jin, who wanted to sacrifice himself, was saved by Emokai and Jin Lin, who rushed over at the critical moment, destroying the orbits of human weapons and preventing them from turning this place into scorched earth. Similarly, they were all saved because of this. If it wasn't you, Panda was extremely regretful that he was eager to improve his level at that time, which almost caused the entire team to be wiped out because of his recklessness. Just now, he didn't even think of any solution at that critical moment, which was really too dereliction of duty. He simply couldn't face his master Lin Ming. If it wasn't us, what would happen? Jin Lin climbed down from Emokai's back. The boss said that you might become unconfident in your ability because of Dian Wei's death, and do something that would bother the boss, and even provoke humans. So he sent us back from the distant American continent. Do you know that I can't see my Qin-Chun? How I feel. Okay. I know. When Panda heard about Qin-Chun, he immediately had nothing to say to Jin Lin. It knew Qin-Chun, who was still a cute little snake at that time. Much earlier than this guy. A mere little golden snake dared to come at Qin-Chun? I didn't agree. However, from Jin Lin's words, Panda also understood the painstaking efforts of his master Lin Ming. Indeed, because of the matter of Dianwei and the problem of the giant black worm, Panda had great doubts about his own strength. A dignified third level, almost the strongest existence besides the master. But because he had no way to deal with the giant black worm, he fell into a vicious circle of self-doubt. As a result, he exhausted his companions, but still went his own way, and almost lost the whole army. If the master hadn't thought carefully and thought that humans might attack them, he sent the golden python Jin Lin, who had the rare ability to control metal, to come. Now, the best result for them is that Shuai-Jin was sacrificed. And at worst, it will even drag down all the companions. Hey! By the way, Shuai-Jin just said that you met the blood evil again. Is it true? Jin Lin asked Panda again. This matter is extremely important. If it is true, then the blood evil that they killed on the way to Bear Country with their master may not have been completely killed. If this matter is confirmed, it will be very important to the master Lin Ming. Yes, we met the blood evil and the sub-blood evil, and they trapped us. And even because of this, the human side launched the nuclear bomb. Panda nodded. Oh, that means that the blood evil took the initiative to expose their spiritual energy, thus attracting human attacks? And they actually took advantage of this to trap you here, and use this trick to eliminate you? Mo Kai understood the general situation and couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's right. When the nuclear bomb flew over, they also completely hid in the soil and never appeared again. Panda shook his head. He also felt that this was really confusing. They seemed to have used humans to launch those nuclear bombs to cause devastating blows to us. Although I don't know how they did it. They really did it. Indeed. It was strange. How could those blood evils use this to attack them? They couldn't figure out this kind of thing no matter how hard they tried. So that's it. This kind of thing happened. However, at this moment, the spiritual language of the Master Lin Ming suddenly sounded in the minds of the subordinates. Master! Master! Panda roared in surprise. It had been waiting for the Master's voice for too long. Panda, you don't have to feel too guilty. You can't control this matter. After all, none of us could have expected the reappearance of the blood evil. Lin Ming comforted the most powerful subordinate in his hand. And at the same time, he also sensed that Panda had reached the level of level 7 of the 3rd stage in such a short period of time. The growth ability is amazing. It seems that this somewhat reckless guy has been working hard to eliminate his opponents recently, and has also driven his own level realm to continuously improve. Boss! I did a good job. Right. Hee hee. Ji Lin was very excited. It thought that its own contribution was the first one. Well done. But your own strength needs to be strengthened. Qi-chun has already reached the 3rd stage. Lin Ning was afraid that this guy's tail would be lifted up to the sky, so he teased it a little. Ji Lin wilted instantly. Indeed, it also knew that it was not worthy of Qi-chun, who had become a beautiful dragon. Xue Jin. Lin Ning sensed that his loyal subordinate was also the one who had the deepest feelings for his companions, and was willing to sacrifice his own life for them. Yes, Master. Xue Jin heard the spiritual voice of his master Lin Ming calling his name again, and his heart was filled with infinite excitement. Not long ago, he thought that he felt extremely sorry for not being able to see his master again before he died. But now, after the master's spiritual voice sounded in his mind, he couldn't even restrain himself and couldn't help but tremble with excitement. You can't die when I don't allow you to die. Understand? Lin Ming's words carried some small reproaches. And at the same time, they also brought a lot of love for this silly and loyal subordinate. If Jinlin hadn't arrived, this guy would really perish with those nuclear bombs in exchange for the safety of his companions' lives. Lin Ming sensed and fully felt its character and its extremely pure feelings for him, its master, and all his companions. Once upon a time, Lin Ming thought that feelings were something that only humans could have. However, these lovely subordinates made him understand again and again that this precious thing had shown more than once on their pure bodies. Yes, Master. Xue Jin did not understand what this kind of feeling was. It only knew that from now on, until a long time later, it would be the Xue Jin of its master Lin Ming, and would always be the Xue Jin of its companions. It would also use this life it had gained again to burn out a brighter brilliance. It was also at this time that a burst of holy white light suddenly completely enveloped Xue Jin. After a short time, Lin Ming sensed that Xue Jin had actually completed an unimaginable change on the basis of the 3rd level. Chapter 355 Evolution of Faith. The holy light suddenly flashed in the canyon in the extreme south of the Tang Kingdom, and then it drifted away like mist, accompanied by this wonderful instantaneous change. When Xue Jin showed up again among the many mutant creatures, he was completely different from his previous image. The snow-white, nearly 2-meter-long tail feathers drooped slightly, and the whole body became slender. But on the larger body, the snow-like feathers shone with a faint light and spread on it. On the wings that were nearly 5 meters long, strong muscles were hidden in them, and each of the feathers was like a sharp blade embedded on it. On its head, with highly developed intelligence, there was a pair of gem-like pupils that were brighter than before. This is... Xue Jin suddenly found that for some reason, its body had undergone a great change. It is larger than before, but also more slender, and its strength has also increased exponentially. The surging spiritual energy is continuously transported from the body to the whole body, and the feeling of lightness and abundant strength makes Xue Jin feel surprised. Even though it has reached the 3rd level before, it has never felt like this. Lin Ming sensed the great changes in this subordinate, and was also surprised that Xue Jin had made another evolutionary leap on the basis of the 3rd level. What happened? Could it be that Xue Jin has just entered the 4th level and reached a more powerful level? However, although Lin Ming carefully sensed Xue Jin again, he still found that the strength of this subordinate is still at the level of the third level and second level. Weird. What's going on? But Lin Ning also found that the name of this guy's race has changed from the previous one to Jishua Bifeng. Bifeng? Isn't this thing in the classic of mountains and seas? And it seems to be an extraordinary guy. Surprised by this strange name, Lin Ning also thought of the Ice Emperor Baxia, who once roamed in the Great North Ocean and had a fierce battle with him. Baxia seems to be in the classic of mountains and seas. What's going on? How is it connected to this book? Although he didn't want to think about it, Lin Ning felt more and more that there seemed to be some strange connection in this world. However, now put this aside, he wanted to know why Xue Jin had such a strange change. And this change is undoubtedly evolution, different from the original second level to the third level. This evolution is not only a huge change in appearance, but also a doubling of strength. Although Lin Ning found that Xue Jin's level was still at the second level of the third level, the concentration of spiritual energy in his body was almost reaching the fourth level. This huge contrast also made Lin Ning ponder. In theory, the evolution of these subordinates from the second level to the third level should be the same as before. But now it seems that Xue Jin has undergone another special evolution from the third level. Why? Could it be that? Lin Ning suddenly came up with a result. At that time, Xue Jin wanted to sacrifice himself in exchange for the safety of his companions. And at that time, his actions, including his thoughts, were highly consistent. At that time, if the nuclear bomb was not stopped, it would definitely cause the loss of his subordinates. And Xue Jin had two options. The first was the desperate roar of the Panda, who had no other options at that time, hoping that Xue Jin would take a few companions away, and Xue Jin could be saved. The second way was that Xue Jin sacrificed himself to save his companions. And his lovely subordinate chose the second way without hesitation. Even if this way would cost him his life, he did not hesitate at all. Lin Ning really saw something irreplaceable in Xue Jin's loyalty to him and his feelings for his companions. And this irreplaceable thing is the existence called love. Love is not limited to people. Mutated creatures with high intelligence will also have such strong feelings. The definition of love is not the complicated feeling between the two, but has a more diverse definition. For example, this firm belief in sacrificing oneself to save one's companions is Xue Jin's love for his companions. Unlike humans who have more complex thoughts, these mutant creatures have almost all followed him since they were very young. From the entry level to the current third level, their thoughts are purer and their thinking is more direct. With the high development of their intelligence, such feelings are born, which can even be said to be natural. Lin Ning has seen and sensed his subordinates countless times. Although there is some small competition between them, they have already had a very deep friendship between companions, and there are more similar feelings. In order to make himself worthy of Bai Qi, Du Shan trained himself madly in a short period of time, and even directly changed from a useless person at the entry level to a strong man at the second level, after Bai Qi gave birth to Sheng Bai and Shadow. As their parents, Du Shan and Bai Qi fought on the front line countless times for these two children. Although the giant bear Manwë and the rock wolf Yen Si are both extremely powerful, they can only guard the rear due to their speed. But they have never complained for their companions. The golden python Jinlin has been pursuing the silver dragon Qin Chun, and has also changed from a small golden snake to the golden python today. It was required to be by his side in several battles, and even though it had powerful attack power, it could only be by his side every time. It had always been conscientious and responsible. After flying across tens of thousands of kilometers this time, it immediately used its ability that it had just used to save its companions from danger. When would it ask for any reward? Two companions died tragically in front of it one after another. The Panda, who was burdened with strong guilt, vowed not to let the third companion be killed again in front of it. Isn't it a complex creature with this pure emotion? Lin Ning finally understood that it was this pure and incomparable truth that made Xue Jin evolve again. This is the ultimate emotion called love. If it had hesitated at the time, it would never have evolved. Right, Master. I will definitely use my own strength to contribute more to you, the Master, and everyone in the future. Xue Jin felt the changes in himself now. But he was not lost because of it. Pure and more intense emotions sublimate everything about it. It's great to evolve again. But if you want to sacrifice yourself again, I will never allow it. Panda walked to Xue Jin's side and stroked its feathers. and the companions around him also gathered around. That's right. You are not allowed to hit the nuclear bomb casually even if you evolve. Master, how sad must you be to know that you want to die? Hey, don't you praise me? If it weren't for my ability. Lin Ning sensed the pure emotions between his subordinates. And his heart was filled with a feeling that he hadn't had for a long time. If humans could be like this, how could it have been like this? Unfortunately, they were blinded by power, interests, strength and other desires. Originally, they had a high degree of wisdom and a huge number of people. But humans cannot share joys and sorrows. And they have never understood each other. Humans are creatures with extremely complex emotions. And at the same time, they are also extremely sad creatures. Thousands of years of civilization have been accompanied by countless wars and deaths. Fighting for resources. Fighting for population. Fighting for territory. The history of mankind is also a history of fighting. In the era of advanced technology, the goal of mankind has not changed. However, at this time, it has entered the era of spiritual energy revival. However, due to their own reasons, they have changed from an absolute advantage at the beginning to an absolute disadvantage at this time. There is the work of fate and their own bad nature. Obviously, the revival of spiritual energy has broken all the original rules. But humans still fight against each other for the sake of empty rights and ridiculous interests. As a result, they are almost confined to a living area that is much smaller than before. And even some places where humans have been completely extinct, they are still like this, facing these pure subordinates of their own. Humans seem so unbearable. In fact, Lin Ning also wants to see the situation where humans unite as one and spread the light of humanity to the whole world. In his previous life as a human, he also hoped that this scene could become a reality in his heart. Only an opponent with strong strength and a strong heart deserves his respect. But humans do not have such light at present. No, it should have appeared. Lin Ning knows that the real Fong Pingchuan may be the so-called light of humanity. The power that person possesses is warm, holy, and can unite everyone around him. He may be the dazzling light that can illuminate the darkest era of humanity. This era of spiritual energy revival needs such human existence. It also needs such human light to pull humanity back from the brink of extinction. However, even so, Lin Ning does not think that his future of completely ruling this blue planet will change at all. Even if the future human beings do not perish under the leadership of this person, the ending will be to survive under his deterrence. This future, at least, will not be too different. Unless humans themselves commit suicide again and challenge his authority as the master. Or they accidentally kill themselves. Otherwise, their fate would basically be like this. Even if they have powerful superhumans, their threats are extremely limited. The first A-level superhuman who appeared at that time, that is, Wang Su, who could use instant transfer, could only fight Panda to a draw when dealing with the Panda. When Panda killed the blood evil and sub-blood evil that surrounded it before, he used the Fist Blade Storm with white flames, which was not something that a simple A-level superhuman could deal with. Even Lin Ning could think that this subordinate of his could use his ability to kill these humans instantly even if he was fighting against the 4 A-level superhumans alone. At the bottom of the deep sea of the deep poison ocean, Lin Ning had completely connected himself with all the Lingzhu clones, including the Philippines, the Great North Ocean, the United States, and the European continent, and even the distant southern direction of Tang country, all of which entered his sea of consciousness and were materialized one by one at the same time. Before, he also sensed the traces of his subordinates in the southern part of Tang country, who had almost walked out of Tang country. At that time in the southern part of Feilu, he sent Mo Kai and Jin Meng Jin Lin, who were in Meilu, to the location of Panda. After all, Lin Ning knew very well that the most powerful panda under his command would definitely have a considerable change in mentality after experiencing the Black Bug incident. Panda, who always thought that he was the most powerful one under his master Lin Ning, was also able to fight against A-level extraordinary people with B-level strength. Now he has reached the 3rd level. That is, a powerful mutant creature of the A-level level. But such a strong man, because of the almost incomprehensible mutant giant black bug, almost completely had to parry. This was a big blow to it. And the impact on it after that is likely to alert humans. Especially the fake Fong Pingchuan. Nuclear bomb? Not impossible. Although the result was indeed a nuclear bomb. What Lin Ning did not expect was that the process was not the same as Lin Ning imagined. The reappearance of Blood Evil was beyond Lin Ming expectation. Lin Ming thought that he had completely eliminated this guy near Xingyuan City at that time. But now he found that things were not as simple and easy as he imagined. The Blood Evil was not completely eliminated by him at that time. It can even be said that the Blood Evil is not the ultimate form of this mutant creature. These Blood Evils, as well as the sub-Blood Evils and Blood Evil Vines, are almost the kind of monsters with different bodies and the same heart. In other words, they have group consciousness. Each Blood Evil Vine is it. The sub-Blood Evil is also it. And the Blood Evil is even more it. They are combined into a huge mutant creature, sharing the same thinking and action mode. After surviving from Xingyuan City by chance, they regained their strength in a very short time, and relied on their own spiritual perception ability to completely lock the Panda and others. At the same time, they also hid their own spiritual energy until they completely surrounded Panda and others, and then released the spiritual energy in an instant. This kind of thing seems familiar. Didn't the Amanita mushroom do this before? Using its clone to reach the third-order spiritual energy concentration, it attracted the nuclear bomb attack of humans and launched a devastating attack on the enemy. Both the stinky mushroom and the broken potatoes seemed to be well versed in this. Lin Ming felt very strange. The two plant-type mutant creatures that were far apart would use humans as their knife to deal with the enemy, instead of directly attacking the enemy like the Ice Emperor Basha. Lin Ming felt that there might be some connection between them. Moreover, they all seemed to know very well that humans would directly launch a nuclear bomb attack on the third-order mutant creatures. How did they know? Can the intelligence of plants also think of this? Could it be that plant-type mutant creatures have higher intelligence than other animal-type ones? Lin Ming had no evidence. But he was very clear about one thing. After the Blood Evil, the main body hidden deep underground has been nurturing power, ready to turn his subordinates into food at any time. How can such a thing be easily accomplished? It is necessary to kill this guy completely. Chapter 356 Crazy World. Report. Halbert I-7 were successfully intercepted and detonated 270 kilometers northwest of the target. The observer who reported this strange situation to the person in the combat command room at the top of his voice could not believe this fact even after seeing the explosion in the distance. In the combat conference room, on the huge screen, the scene captured by the reconnaissance planes flying at high speed. The scene of several mushroom clouds with soaring sky, exploding in a green spiritual realm, also shocked everyone present. What happened just now? Those nuclear bombs seemed to be pushed away by something, and then even turned to another direction? Is this true? Everyone was shocked and confused, and kept watching the scene that happened just at that moment in the playback record. And the scene of the nuclear bomb suddenly turning in the playback record told them that this was true. After confirming again that this was not a strange event caused by human beings or a setting error. At this moment, everyone's heart was full of doubts. This simply did not follow any rules, and there was absolutely no possible phenomenon. But it actually happened. And what was even more strange was not just this one thing. The person who was the general representative was standing in front of the big screen, and the expression on his face was quite strange. Even if anyone in this combat command center saw the expression of that person at this moment, they would think so. Why did that person laugh after such an impossible thing happened? And even made people feel that the world was like a fake? And it seemed like he was relieved? At this time, shouldn't his expression be serious? Even nervous? Or even fall into chaos caused by this extremely shocking scene? The nuclear bomb that was almost indestructible before was pushed away by an unknown force at this moment, and even changed its trajectory. Is this really a gratifying thing? But no one could guess what Fong Pingchuan was thinking at this time. In this Shangjing, even in the whole world, this person who could be regarded as the representative of the entire human race has established great prestige, and he also has unquestionable authority. When dealing with mutant creatures, this representative of the Tang Kingdom has many excellent records. In the defense of Shangjing City, everyone knows that Fong Pingchuan once commanded all the troops and extraordinary people in Shangjing City, successfully saved Shangjing City from the tide of mutant creatures, and also saved the nearly 50 million people in this huge city that is regarded as the most solid fortress of mankind. This undoubtedly greatly inspired the entire human race, and greatly improved the overall self-confidence of the entire human race. You know, when checking the corpses of mutant creatures afterwards, it was found that the number of them killed even reached hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for this person's excellent command, Who knows how long Shangjing City can hold out under the collective attack of hundreds of thousands of mutant creatures? This kind of feat can be engraved in human history. And this person has done it more than once. After the battle in Xincheng City, the Tang Kingdom was attacked by the S-level Demon King and suffered a deep trauma. At that time, the A-level Demon Kings and dozens of B-level demon spirits in the two seas that had been focused on by the Tang Dynasty's spiritual energy concentration detection satellite and destroyed the Labai and Fake countries in an instant suddenly turned their attack direction to the Tang Dynasty. That person almost didn't wait for everyone to panic and instantly ordered the launch of nuclear bombs. As the most powerful weapon of mankind so far, the role of nuclear bombs is beyond doubt. However, in this era of spiritual energy recovery, the large-scale use of nuclear bombs was not a means that could convince everyone at the beginning. That person seemed to not care about the denial of other countries. He used nuclear bombs to kill these arrogant demon kings and demon spirits in the ocean, causing them great harm. While defending the Tang Dynasty, the importance of nuclear bombs was also put on the table again. In this world of spiritual energy recovery, these things are not so-called deterrent weapons at all, but the light of human civilization that should be put into actual combat and even practical. What about protecting the environment, and what about for the future of mankind? In this era of spiritual energy recovery, it is no longer so important. In the era of spiritual energy revival, it is difficult for humans to survive. Under the threat of mutant creatures, they can only tremble in fear, and even reach the point of barely surviving. These things are no longer a big deal. If we can really eliminate all the threatening mutant creatures, then we can talk about those things. And Fang Pingchuan's great achievements are not just this. After Chengyu, the only B-level extraordinary person left in Tang Country, disappeared with a large number of soul pills. In the southern part of Tang Country, hundreds of kilometers away from the ruins of Yuanshan City, the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite once discovered a terrifying creature with a spiritual energy concentration of A level. After being discovered by the reconnaissance plane, it was a thing similar to a giant black insect. That person did not hesitate at all. And even after the reconnaissance plane reconnaissance, he directly issued an order to destroy it with a nuclear bomb. The power of the nuclear bomb even directly destroyed the giant black insect of the A-level Demon King level, which also made everyone excited. The nuclear bomb can instantly destroy the mutant creatures that have always put humans in a doomsday situation, as well as this kind of unknown monster, which also proves its strength, and even proves that humans can turn around the current disadvantage without relying on any extraordinary people. However, the incident that just happened was another disturbance caused by the powerful mutant creatures. The spiritual energy concentration detection satellite once again discovered several mutant biological groups composed of A-level demon kings and B-level demon spirits, appearing in the extreme southern region of Tang State. This is the first time on land, except for the S-level demon king. But Fang Pingchuan overruled the opposition and directly issued the order to launch before the reconnaissance plane reconnaissance. And the nuclear bombs of Tang State once again went to the mutant creatures with everyone's expectations. However, at this time, a strange thing that no one could have imagined happened suddenly. Before being detonated, several nuclear bombs suddenly turned a corner as if they were pushed by some powerful force and flew straight in the opposite direction. People who came to their senses quickly activated the interception device and finally shot it down successfully hundreds of kilometers away. Logically speaking, this is absolutely impossible. How could a nuclear bomb be pushed back? What's more, those were 7 nuclear bombs launched several kilometers apart. Even if there was some strange external force that could push it out, there should only be one. Right? Everyone thought this was simply unreasonable. But when everyone looked at Fang Pingchuan, the only person who could react at this time, they found that this person was laughing. What is going on? I go out for a while. Fang Pingchuan put away his smile and suddenly said to the person next to him. He was talking to himself at this time, not paying attention to anyone's eyes, and then suddenly walked out of the combat command room. And the 6 guards beside the door hurriedly followed him. Everyone was confused. How did he go out? Why? But no one knew what to do next. The scene of several nuclear bombs exploding was still playing on the big screen, and no one could imagine how they could turn around. No one could understand why that person was laughing. At this moment, located in the center of the huge sea basin of the western deep poison ocean, the turbulent undercurrents in the cold sea water gently caressed Lin Ming extremely dense bamboo branches and even more luxuriant bamboo leaves. The seabed 5,000 meters deep was as silent as death. In this place almost completely shrouded in darkness. Lin Ning has not left since he directly upgraded his level to the 5th level. Zhu Jin simply arranged the spiritual bamboo clones in 4 places within 2,000 kilometers. At the same time, he also tried to sense everything within the range that all the spiritual bamboo clones could sense. Now, except for the panda under his command, the whole world seems to have become extremely lively. On the European continent, Fang Pingchuan, the genuine light of humanity, has separated from the 4 A-level extraordinary people, namely Wang Su, Xingyu, Shen Guodong and Fei Jun, and the B-level extraordinary person Cheng Yu, and is discussing future countermeasures with the representatives of the Bruce country. Lin Ning sensed that their next move seemed to be to cultivate some extraordinary people, and then use their power and the existing technology of ordinary people to hunt the mutant creatures step by step, and restore the spiritual realm to human territory. And these people seem to understand their current position very well. Lin Ning found that this genuine Fang Pingchuan seemed to have the ability similar to high analysis in addition to the light blue light that had previously emitted a healing ability. Lin Ning fully understood this point after this guy was able to quickly infer a lot of facts from a lot of incoherent information. More scattered evidence or clues in the intelligence. This is actually a very powerful ability. It is equivalent to that this genuine Fang Pingchuan has a much more developed brain than a normal human. And at the same time, his original analytical ability is also quite excellent. Lin Ning sensed for a while, and found that the reason why this person had such a strong voice in this foreign country of Bru was because of this ability. He could analyze all the advantages and disadvantages, and distribute the advantages according to all the existing resources, and optimize everything that could be done at present. Who would refuse a person who could lead the entire human race out of the current almost complete extreme predicament? Lin Ning even wanted such a guy to assist him. After all, the situation on his side was not so good now. There were really quite a few unknown enemies. Whether it was the blood evil that he didn't know how many there were, the black insect mother hidden in the clouds, or even the fake Fang Pingchuan that was a bit too weird. They were all enemies that he needed to pay attention to, and even needed to think carefully about how to deal with. At this moment, there were really a lot of valuable and worthless information in front of Lin Ning. Moreover, he had so many subordinates, and how to optimize the configuration also required a lot of energy to think about. Not to mention that now that he has used the spiritual bamboo clone, he has already occupied such a vast area. What to do next is the most reasonable choice, and it is also the key to many things in the future. Unfortunately, there is no extraordinary person like Fang Pingchuan who has such a supernatural ability around him. Of course, there is no such talent among his subordinates. If he can force humans to submit to him in the future, then Lin Ning would like to have a talent like Fang Pingchuan. And after really having this extraordinary person, will he have a higher success rate in dealing with this system? However, Lin Ning thinks that this may just be his wishful thinking at this time. The current relationship between humans and him is a life and death struggle, which is quite simple. Although humans will not pose any threat to him at present, humans have not given up chasing, which has widened the gap a lot. Their tenacity, their desire for survival, their pursuit of past glory, and even their arrogant self-esteem as a human being who does not want to be inferior to any creature on the blue planet, will not make them surrender to him easily. What's more, this genuine Fang Pingchuan has almost become the light of mankind, and has even begun to lay out his plans to take back everything he originally had, and then use his abilities to launch a major counterattack against the mutant creatures in a short period of time. Unless Lin Ning can completely beat this guy to lose his mentality, the idea just now can only be thought about. On the other hand, the fake Fang Pingchuan in Tangwa still did not turn off the spiritual energy shielding device in Shangjing City at this time. And because of this, Lin Ning could not detect what the fake Fang Pingchuan did over there. But by sensing some movements in other cities, plus the direct nuclear bombardment they took against the giant black bug and the blood evil, Lin Ning guessed that this fake seemed to be doing something interesting. Moreover, the giant cloud of the black insect mother body seemed to have been summoned and moved directly to where the panda and the others were. Lin Ning was quite puzzled before. Why did the black insect mother body stay in Tang country all the time, and even did not move? This was really difficult to understand in Lin Ning's opinion before. But now, he thinks that this is understandable. If the fake Fang Pingchuan is a guy with a system, then would this guy have a certain connection with the black insect mother body? This idea is not impossible. Right? Lin Ning has thought about even crazier assumptions. For example, Is this black insect mother body the pet of this fake? Or a companion? Or even, these two are even the same thing? Sensing the giant cloud of the black insect mother body gradually drifting towards Panda, Lin Ning immediately gave new orders to his subordinates. Next, maybe some interesting things will happen. Chapter 357 Victory's Announcement. In the dense primeval jungle, at the exit of the canyon. At this moment, the Panda, together with the wind wolves Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, and Xue Jin, led many companions and began to march again. This time, they were not aimlessly bumping around, but received orders from their master Lin Ning to cross the canyon and head to an open place. Those things don't seem to appear anymore. Panda looked around vigilantly. Although there were rugged rocks, wild grass, and towering trees everywhere, the blood evil and sub-blood evil that seemed endless not long ago were no longer visible. That's right. There is no smell of them. After Feng Xiao turned around for a long time, he quickly came to a conclusion. The blood evils that had been blocking their progress before were now like phantom bubbles, disappearing without a trace. I didn't feel any danger. The Suro is like a fish in water in this mountainous terrain. It has a powerful ability to walk on extremely steep peaks and steep slopes as if on flat ground, especially in this canyon, where this ability is maximized. And its crisis perception ability is also one of the important abilities relied on by many companions at this time. If it weren't for it before, it is very likely that they would not even have time to react. And those blood evils and sub-blood evils would have completely surrounded them. Not to mention that when the black bugs attacked before, Panda and the others were able to completely eliminate the strange black bugs that had been scattered in a very large area. Panda, the master didn't let us go back to the Suzaku Valley spirit realm. Why do you think? At this time, a blue stream of light came flying. Feng Yin came back from scouting ahead, stopped, and came to Panda's side again. We don't have the ability to sense spiritual energy. We, the subordinates, can't guess what the master is thinking or what he means. Panda looked at the endless green, as well as the strange rocks and steep mountains that had always been in his eyes, and was actually very puzzled. In theory, the human side had already launched nuclear bombs. Although they were pushed back by Jean Lin, they would never give up exploring this side so easily. At this time, returning to the direction of the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley was probably the most appropriate judgment. After all, although the human side said that the direction of the attack was there, in fact, the main attack was actually those blood evils and sub-blood evils that burst out their own spiritual energy. These mutant creatures, because of the shielding ability of the spiritual energy force field of the Master Lin Ming, their own powerful spiritual energy has been completely hidden. According to the Master, the human side has no powerful ability to detect their location. They rely only on the invisible place in the sky, the thing called Spiritual Energy Concentration Detection Satellite. This Spiritual Energy Concentration Detection Satellite is actually very powerful. It is far away in the sky and will not be attacked. Basically, any mutant creatures or humans with spiritual energy have no way to deal with it. But its disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it cannot sense the Master Lin Ming, and it is also unable to sense the spiritual energy on them that is completely covered by the Master Lin Ming. Spiritual Energy Force Field Shielding ability. This results in that unless humans see these third-level or second-level mutant creatures with their own eyes, they will never know their existence. Panda knows very well that the reason why Zixueisha and Xuesha want to surround them all, but have no intention of fighting them, is that they just want to borrow human weapons to completely destroy them. Panda had already thought of this before the Master Lin Ming told them. Now, the Master Lin Ming seems to be thousands of kilometers away, and cannot go in this direction in a short time. And according to the Master, the Zixueisha and Xuesha will definitely attack them again, and will never give up so easily. Although Panda was confident that he could easily crush these blood demons and sub-blood demons. And not only him, but also Feng Xiao, Feng Yin and Xue Jin, who had evolved to a more powerful level, could easily sweep away a large group of them. But the almost endless number of these blood demons still trouble Panda. After all, only a few of them could easily destroy them. Others, even Bai Qi and Dushan, could not do this easily. They could only do some things to protect their companions. But when it came to fighting, especially when the opponent had reached the third and second levels, they could only assist. As for the other 200 wolves, let alone, the combat effectiveness of this group of wolves was actually quite good. But their weakness was that their defense was too fragile, and the excessive number of them made it difficult for their companions to take care of each other when they attacked and defended, or even moved. Panda discovered this when fighting with Shueisha and the others before. Although the number of companions is enough, it will be very beneficial to fight with some slightly larger combat forces. And in this action, Panda also led the wolf pack to upgrade and evolve effectively. But the fact is that the efficiency of this idea is actually quite low. And since just now, Panda has also made some adjustments to this. Shui Jin and Imokai. At this time, each carried some wolves of relatively low levels to the closer chiefing mountain spirit realm, while the Lynx Jingji and the Jackal King Banhu also led 50 wolves to the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm and the Wanju Sea spirit realm. The owner Lin Ning also approved of its approach, and Panda also boldly reduced the total number of the team. Now, in the team it leads, in addition to it, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, Du Shan and Bai Qi, Jin Meng Jin Lin. There are still 30 wolves. Most of these wolves are close to the second level, and their combat effectiveness is also very guaranteed. Moreover, for Panda and his wolves, even if the blood evil comes again, they will never be unable to move as they did before, or even be unable to move when attacked by human nuclear bombs. How far is it from the place the master asked us to go? Panda glanced at his companions following behind and asked Feng Xiao. Not far. Panda, how is your spiritual energy recovery? Feng Xiao didn't use much spiritual energy in the previous battle. Specifically, except for Panda, other companions didn't use much. The reason is that Panda, as the main force in the battle just now, used a lot of spiritual energy when dealing with those blood evils. The opponents are third level and second level. Panda's strength has long been recognized by all his companions for being able to kill so many in such a short time. It's okay. I just used up the spirit stone that the master gave me last time. Now there is absolutely no problem in fighting again. Panda crushed a used spirit stone and took a deep breath. It must be kept in the best condition at all times. The reason why the master asked them to go to that open space is definitely meaningful. The open space also means that they are about to enter the battle. And this battle is probably related to the blood evil. It may not be that simple. At the same time, at the edge of the Chongqing Mountain Spirit Realm, the 4 people brought back by Wang Se followed Wang Se and were silent with each other. Not long ago, they appeared in the country of Bruce and met the real Fang Pingchuan. The real Fang Pingchuan is the light of hope for mankind. Wang Se has said this several times. After meeting Fang Pingchuan, Xingyu and others really understood this. If humans can regroup in the future, regain their former status, become the master of the blue planet again, and even reduce the harm of mutant creatures to the minimum, then if they rely on this person, it is absolutely possible. They all saw this hope and possibility in the words and deeds of that person. Humanity still has a future. Humanity still has a chance to turn the tables. Fang Pingchuan has commanded the Bruce country, the Bull country, and even the always passive FA country and the Yin country, which almost only cares about itself, to completely destroy the huge spiritual realm between FA country and the Bruce country. No one could do this before, no matter whether it was before the arrival of the era of spiritual energy revival or after it. Humans have always been fighting against each other, suspicious of each other, fighting each other, and even destroying each other. On the surface, the delicate balance maintained as thin as a cicada's wing, and the interests that they have to fight for life and death make the so-called cooperation extremely difficult. Not to mention the fake Fang Pingchuan and the various things done by the previous Destiny Society have led to the internal circulation among humans to an unreasonable degree. This has also directly led to the current extreme passivity of humans. It can even be said that in the era of spiritual energy revival, where the S-level demon emperor is, there is almost no hope of turning over. But at this time, Fang Pingchuan united several countries that had not cooperated with each other before, and even wanted to fight each other, and even completed the feat of destroying the largest spiritual realm in Europe. If this kind of thing can be done, then in the future, it should be absolutely possible to save humans, who have even fallen into desperate situations. This is also what Wang Se has been telling them. Fang Pingchuan, the light of hope for mankind still exists. But Xingyu and others still have some doubts. Shouldn't Wang Se be following Alan's master? Isn't he a famous bounty hunter? Almost everyone knows that Wang Se, like Alan's master, only cares about interests. But now, He seems to be the most loyal subordinate of the real Fong Pingchuan. After saving Fong Pingchuan, he seems to have helped him go to the Brew Country and obeyed him in many matters. If this is the case, then Wang Su, the extraordinary person with powerful teleportation ability, is Master's subordinate on the surface. But in fact, he is a person who wants to protect the safety of all people with one person's strength like them. However, none of them dared to confirm this. But Xingyu and others didn't know whether Wang Su and Alan's master had said that the real Fong Pingchuan was actually in the Brew Country? Even, did Master know that the one who was going to Beijing was actually a fake? Chengyu was silent at this time. After seeing the real Fong Pingchuan, his mind was in great confusion. Fong Pingchuan and Shangjing made him hate him, misinterpreted ordinary people, and even made him feel that what destiny did and what it pursued was actually the most correct truth. But after just seeing the real Fong Pingchuan, he fell into confusion again. The ideal pursued by Fong Pingchuan of the Bulu country was the ideal he pursued when he was in the 9-layered sky tower, and the creed he wanted to defend. This is obviously normal, compared with the extreme idea of destiny that wants to build a world with only extraordinary people, abandoning the emotions of opposition between ordinary people and extraordinary people, abandoning all contradictions, defending the dignity of human beings now, regaining everything that human beings have, and even restoring human beings to their original dominant position is undoubtedly more correct and greater. But, is this right? Chengyu is not sure. The reason why the real Fong Pingchuan thinks so is because Fong Pingchuan is an extraordinary person. If he were an ordinary person, Chengyu would still think that when he said such things, there would be some credibility. But, he is not. If this is just what he, a superhuman, says to himself, can ordinary people accept it? Chengyu cannot be sure. And he cannot predict whether these things will go as he wishes. Can superhumans and ordinary people put aside all differences and understand each other in this world of spiritual revival? Wang Su, where did you take them just now? Suddenly, Alan's Meister voice sounded. Xingyu and several others who were thinking suddenly looked up. And they found that the middle-aged man in front of them had come here unknowingly. Nowhere. After Wang Su gave a simple answer, he put on his hood again, and his black pupils looked directly at Alan's Meister. Oh! Master looked at the other 4 people again. Where did you go? Xingyu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun were all silent. They could not judge whether Master knew that there were 2 Fong Pingchuans in the world. If he knew, then this matter would be fine. But if he didn't know, they looked at Wang Su. Master smiled playfully. I will offer an A-grade spirit stone to buy this information. Whoever tells it first will own it. I want the truth. Everyone was still silent. And Chengyu suddenly stood up. The hearts of the others almost stopped. Even Wang Su touched the black double blades again. However, Chengyu said lightly, we went to the Wantuhai spirit realm. I don't believe that the monster is a mutated bamboo. So I asked Wang Su to take us to have a look. Oh! Master stared at Chengyu face closely. Are you sure? Didn't you go to a place like the Bruce country? The hearts of the 5 people suddenly beat. You have the smell of cigarettes that only the representatives of the Bruce country would smoke. And there is no Wantuhai spirit realm there. Alan's master smiled lightly, as if he saw through everything, and looked at the 5 strongest extraordinary people in the world with the attitude of a winner. Chapter 358 Power Backlash. You have the smell of cigarettes that only the representatives of the Bruce country would smoke. There is no Wantuhai spirit realm there. At this moment, Alan's master was laughing mysteriously, as if he had seen through everything, and the hearts of the 5 extraordinary people opposite him suddenly beat. It's normal. At this time, Wang Su suddenly said, when everyone was struggling to figure out how to round up Chengyu words. Oh! It's normal. Master smiled. Isn't our relationship a win-win cooperation? You still want a win-win cooperation after such a deception? Wang Su, what are you going to do? You know very well what will happen to this world if you betray me. Chengyu cold sweat instantly slid from his forehead. He just rashly threw out a reason and wanted to simply get rid of Master. But he forgot that this blonde man was originally a terrifying figure called the Death Merchant, who was called the end of all the world's intelligence. Just by the smell of cigarettes, he was able to guess that they had been to the Brew country. With this level of insight, could he also be a transcendent? He looked at Wang Su, and never thought that things would turn out like this. His heart was beating wildly, and he didn't know what Wang Su could say. Moreover, Master said that if Wang Su betrayed him, what would happen to the world? What is this? I didn't betray him. Wang Su said lightly with a blank expression. We did go to the Wantohai spirit realm. Do you know what you are talking about? Master's face sank. First we went to Wantohai, and then to the Brew country. Wang Su continued. Go on. Before I disappeared, I also went to the Bulu kingdom. At that time, they were about to launch an attack on the spiritual realm in the southeast of the Fa kingdom. Master stared at Wang Su. Go on. Cheng Yu didn't believe that the Demon King S was a mutant bamboo, so I took him to see the original location of the bamboo in the Wantohai spiritual realm. Afterwards, because the Bulu kingdom needed extraordinary support, I took Cheng Yu there first, and then took Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun. Wang Su still had no expression on his face, as if this kind of thing really happened, and simply said it. Oh, is that so? Master chuckled. Wang Su, are you sure what you are talking about? I am sure. Wang Su also stared at Master calmly. Nothing to hide. Is that so? Master glanced at Xing Yu and others, and finally stopped on Cheng Yu for a second, then spread his hands and sighed. What? Xing Yu felt that this master seemed to have always been like a cat, playing with him. The mice? Nothing. Xingtian Tower. Tell me what kind of power can completely heal the wounds that Cheng Yu still had before. I really want to know. The 5 people's heads buzzed at the same time, and their hearts instantly rose to their throats. They actually forgot this. Fong Pingchuan ability has the powerful power to instantly heal wounds, eliminate all fatigue, and even instantly recover from some serious injuries. At that time, when Cheng Yu faced the black bug, he fell from a high altitude and suffered a lot of injuries. After that, Cheng Yu was rescued by Wang Su. At that time, he had countless wounds of all sizes on his body. But now, there is no trace of wounds on Cheng Yu's body. This is, in this world, as far as I know, there is only one person who has such ability, and this person should be in Shengjing at this time. And you, the person you are least likely to see, is that person. Master stared at Cheng Yu tightly, like an eagle staring at a little mouse. Although I don't know who you are talking about. Wang Su interrupted Master step by step writing to Cheng Yu. But there is also one in the country of Bai, although it is only AC grade. Master raised his eyebrows. Another one? Stephen Bendico. This person has the ability to instantly heal the wounded. Wang Su answered simply. Whether this person exists or not, I will soon know. You understand this, right? Master snorted. Stephen himself was on the front line of the Blue Country against the Spirit Realm. Cheng Yu assisted in the attack on the Spirit Realm at that time. When he came back, I took him to find Stephen. It's that simple. Master was silent for 10 seconds, and then he took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket. Okay. Since you are so sure, then I won't continue to ask. But Wang Su, you know very well that if the information you provide is wrong, it also means that the contract between you and me is invalid. Spewing smoke, Master walked forward again. The 5 extraordinary people who stayed behind finally put their hearts at ease until they saw his back disappear. Just now. Thank you, Wang Su, Zheng Guodong suddenly said. It's just a common interest. Wang Su still looked at the direction where Master left and took off his hood. Fei Jun saw that the sweat on Wang Su's neck had soaked his clothes. Is Alan's Master such a terrifying person? Xing Yu just felt a strong momentum from Master, and he was indeed suppressed at that time. But what he didn't understand was why Master, an ordinary person, could scare Wang Su, the world's strongest teleportation user, so much. Yes, he is very scary. Wang Su shook his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Every 12 hours, I will take him to a place and change the settings of that place again. If this time is exceeded, the deadly weapons buried in more than half of the cities in the world will kill everyone. You? What did you say? Xing Yu was stunned. You mean, this person can't even die? Yes, that's it. Wang Su sighed. Compared to the S-level Demon King, this man is more terrifying. He knows all the information and understands that he himself is a fatal flaw of an ordinary person. So, in order to prevent himself from being killed easily, he also built the most powerful backlash system in the world. Backlash system. Cheng Yu couldn't help but whisper. Who is this person? If he had killed this person in a hurry just now, wouldn't it be possible to bury half of the world's people in an instant? Yes. Backlash system. Master said so. And there is indeed such a thing. Wang Su took a deep breath. If I could kill him, I would have tens of millions of chances. But I can't. Then, Fong Pingchuan. The light of hope for mankind is in the Bruce country. This matter must not be known to this person. Let alone let him see that person. Wang's face showed a trace of despair. He seemed to have no way to deal with Alan's master. An ordinary person is even more terrifying than any extraordinary person. This kind of thing is really ironic, he said softly, holding the black double blades tightly, shook his head again, and gently put them down. Chapter 359: A Sudden Downturn. After sensing that the black insect mother body had finally made some movements, Lin Ming decided not to stay in this deep poison ocean any longer. He knew that a direct battle with the black insect mother body was now inevitable. In other words, both the other party and he were actually waiting for such an opportunity. But Lin Ming did not expect that this opportunity would come at such a time. Originally, he thought that the other party could wait for a while. But now it seems that the other party seems to have been ready. The giant cloud where the black insect mother body is located has always been hovering over the sky of the Tang Kingdom. This is not accidental. The other party is a high-level mutant creature, or a hybrid of a beast and a mutant creature. And it is even possible that it is a huge beast. No matter what it is, it has stayed in the sky over the Tang Kingdom for such a long time without moving. Its existence and rationality are completely abnormal. Although Lin Ming has thought of countless possibilities, it seems that none of them matter now. Killing it first is the most important thing to do. As for any assumptions or countermeasures, they are not needed at all at present. Lin Ming's current thought is to kill the black insect mother as soon as possible. And the person behind him, the fake Fong Pingchuan. Lin Ming also wants to meet him properly this time. Who is this person, and how does he control all this? Lin Ming is still quite interested in these. After all, as a creature that can hide its own spiritual energy, Lin Ming also wants to know whether the other party has a system as he thought. Unlike the Ice Emperor Basha and the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, Lin Ming can feel whether this fake Fong Pingchuan is like this when he catches him. After all, humans still have language. It is much easier to communicate with language. No matter what. Catch him first. After sensing that his subordinates were gradually approaching the wide open space where he had asked them to wait before, Lin Ming also began to move at the same time. It's not the right thing to always stay under 5,000 meters of the deep poison ocean. However, Lin Ming did not relax his perception of Panda and the others. He now has sufficient reason. The black insect mother body is not heading for the blood evil, but directly heading for Panda and the others. Or more specifically, for the golden python Jean Lin. Jean Lin had completely distorted the orbits of the nuclear bombs before, and even made them go in the opposite direction. This was almost a miracle. The human side probably understood what it meant. And if the guess is right, there must be a deep relationship between the fake Fong Pingchuan and the black insect mother body. And the reason why the black insect mother body kept moving in that direction was definitely for this purpose. After all, before this, the black insect mother body did not even have the slightest interest in Panda and the others, and had always stayed at a position quite close to the Suzaku Valley. Its current location is near Dong'an City when Chengyu encountered it after he went to get the soul pill. Is it reasonable to stay in one place for a long time? If it is a mutant creature on land, or a flying mutant creature such as a bird hovering in the sky nearby, it is reasonable. But it used fog similar to Lin Ming's own ability of fog burst to disguise itself as a giant cloud. The giant cloud just stayed in one place so openly, not even caring about strong winds, and continued to show its existence in the world. Should you be so stupid? If a cloud really does not move for such a long time, is it still called a cloud? On the human side, I guess someone must have noticed this. A cloud that does not move for many days will not be considered a problem by anyone. Maybe only a fake guy thinks this matter is not a big deal. It's just self-deception. The reason why humans have not had any more countermeasures and actions so far is that Lin Ming thinks it may not be because they have not noticed it, but because of the fake Fong Pingchuan. The real Fong Pingchuan is in the Bulu country. At present, it seems that he still wants to continue to accumulate strength and make plans later. Moreover, the spiritual realm affairs in the F country have not been completely dealt with. Lin Ming feels that the real Fong Pingchuan may have to continue to lie dormant for a while. Without this person's participation, the affairs in the Tang country may be handled much more simply. At this time, Lin Ming has already prepared for the next move. The direction is naturally towards Panda and the others. In this ocean, the straight line distance from the location of Panda and the others is as much as 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers. This distance is not too far for Lin Ming. He can now use the bamboo roots that can be stretched to 2,000 kilometers to easily move a very long distance. And there is no side effect on himself. All he does is to stretch the bamboo roots, and then use the unparalleled power to project himself out. In the water, there is the natural resistance of the sea water, so Lin Ming does not have to worry about the reaction force brought by this powerful force, which will make him deviate far from the target after such a long movement. When moving on land before, he would fall into a puddle from time to time, or fall into a huge lake, and smash a bunch of giant trees on the ground. Such things are impossible in the sea. Moving in the sea is much easier, except that every time he moves, it will indeed cause some strong geological movements on the seabed. There is really nothing else. Now, however, at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt that countless monsters with huge bodies, twisted bodies, countless tentacles, and deformed eyes everywhere surrounded him. Is this a strange beast? Yes, with such a virtue. These monsters that seem to have broken the lower limit of aesthetics must be correct. But when did they approach him within 1,000 kilometers? Lin Ming was very surprised. There was no such thing in the 1,000 kilometers before. There was not even a second-level mutant creature. Lin Ming had indeed noticed strange beasts before. After all, due to his disgust and aversion to these things, he was quite concerned about how many of them there were around him. But before, there were only a few of them, and Lin Ming didn't even have the desire to take action. But at this time, this terrifying number, Lin Ming sensed the total number of strange beasts that were obviously coming towards him within 1,000 kilometers, and found that they even reached tens of thousands. But Lin Ming at this time, after a moment, it means that love is not much. Panda and the others are likely to be attacked by the collective joint attack of the Black Insect Mother and the Blood Demons. That's right. The Blood Demons have been following Panda and the others, and are constantly moving. Originally, Lin Ming thought that the Blood Demons used human weapons to kill the enemy with a borrowed knife. Maybe just an accidental event. But now, Lin Ming doesn't consider this possibility at all. Now these Blood Demons, just like the Black Insect Mother, are constantly approaching their subordinates. Their purpose may be the same, whether it is the Blood Demon, the Black Insect Mother, or even the previous Rotten Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. In fact, in Lin Ming's view, they are definitely not just individuals. No matter how you look at it, there is a relationship similar to cooperation between them. Or, if you think more crazily, these powerful mutant creatures are actually the subordinates of someone. Could that someone be the mysterious person who has been hiding in Shengjing City, which is covered by the aura shielding device, and is pretending to be Fang Pingchuan? These are just guesses. Lin Ming can now come up with such a crazy idea from all the things he can get in touch with. But he is not sure at all. Just like at the beginning, he once thought that the realm breakthrough of his subordinates required killing humans. But the facts prove that this was just an unreliable guess of his. And the realm breakthrough of his subordinates does not actually require killing humans. But the quantitative change has not yet reached the level of qualitative change. Later, Lin Ming also thought about whether the Black Insect Mother body was the Alexandra of the Destiny meeting. But now looking at it again, this idea can't even be deduced. Thinking of this moment, Lin Ming decided to ignore these octopus-like monsters in the sea that had come here at some point and were becoming more numerous. Wait, octopus-like monsters? Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. Shouldn't octopus-like monsters be in the Great North Ocean? There are also in this deep poison ocean. No. Now is not the time to think about such things. We should start moving immediately. Otherwise, at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt something that should not be here, flying from all directions at a very fast speed. Is this? Wait, a nuclear bomb? Lin Ming could clearly sense that several silver gray missiles launched from 3 places in Tang Country were coming in this direction, with extremely long tail flames. Nuclear bomb? This is the deep sea. Lin Ming was confused. Could it be that they were not coming for him? After all, this is the deep sea. In the deep sea, nuclear bombs are nothing? At most, they can affect the area about 1,000 meters above the sea surface. Right? Then high temperature and nuclear radiation can have any effect on him in the deep sea 5,000 meters below? Humans, especially this fake Fang Pingchuan, are actually fools? Wait, that's not right. Lin Ming suddenly felt something was wrong. If the other party didn't know where he was, why did they launch so many nuclear bombs? Could the fake Fong Pingchuan sense where he was? Lin Ning suddenly felt that this matter was not simple. Moreover, if this was not a nuclear bomb, that would be difficult. Lin Ning did not intend to sit here and wait for death. His bamboo roots instantly stretched out from the seawater. Since the other party already knew where he was, there was no point in continuing to hide. Just use bamboo roots to intercept them from the air. No matter what kind of nuclear bomb it is. Or what? Lin Ning sensed the nuclear bombs approaching him, and kept estimating their distance from him. Since that was the case, then the next counterattack would be to do something that would make the entire human race tremble and despair, and at the same time make this day a day that would be remembered forever in the depths of human memory. Just push these nuclear bombs back. No matter where the nuclear bombs exploded, it would eventually lead to a very tragic tragedy. Lin Ning knew this very well. But he also wanted to let the fake Fong Pingchuan know what he was doing. The one he angered now was probably not the S-level demon emperor in his mind. Now that he had become a 5th-level demon emperor, he was already a higher-level demon emperor far superior to the S-level. Above the S-level. How would humans describe it? Lin Ning really wanted to know. 8 nuclear bombs flew from different directions. But they also approached the direction where Lin Ning was without hesitation. Lin Ning sensed that they were getting closer and closer to him. And at the same time, he also found that those strange beasts seemed to want to join in the fun, and kept touching him at a faster speed than before. Haha. Then let's get the nuclear bombs back first. And then kill them instantly. And then rush to Panda and the others. Anyway, this is just something that can be done casually. It won't take too long. So I made a decision. So let's have a good fight. After sensing that those nuclear bombs had entered the range of 2,000 kilometers from him, Lin Ning's extremely powerful bamboo roots also attacked at the same time in an instant, heading straight for the 8 nuclear bombs. Since you want to push them back, you have to use bamboo roots to catch them first. Lin Ning actually wanted to have the ability of the golden python's golden scales. He could turn those metal things in the air without touching them. Isn't it wonderful? Unfortunately, his ability of multiple element ability replication can't do this. It can only copy the elemental power of the subordinates that Lin Ning wants to copy. And according to his own power and strength level, the specifications and size of the elemental power it displays will also be different. But for some special powers, like Jean Lin ability to control metal, Lin Ning has no way to copy it for his own use. So, now all Lin Ning can do is to let his 2,000-kilometer long bamboo roots throw those nuclear bombs back to humans at a safe enough distance from him. If they detonate themselves or intercept them, they may be able to save their lives. But if not, Lin Ning will not have any mercy on them. Then, next, Lin Ning bamboo roots instantly sprang out from the bottom of the sea and headed towards the flight path of those nuclear bombs at the fastest speed. However, something unexpected happened to Lin Ning at this moment. When his bamboo roots touched the 8 nuclear bombs, he suddenly found that those nuclear bombs exploded instantly, and hundreds of millions of fragments were scattered across the vast ocean. And the strange power of these black fragments also put Lin Ning into a trap where he could not use any power at all. Chapter 360 The Most Complex War. At this moment, with the explosion of 8 missiles in the air, countless black fragments, like a rainstorm, completely covered a very large area, and even completely covered the entire ocean in the western direction of the deep poison ocean. And then, the continuous drifting and sinking of these black fragments exacerbated this extremely strange situation. In this area, Lin Ning, who was almost completely covered in the most central area and even reached a depth of 5,000 meters, suddenly felt that the bamboo roots near the sea surface had completely lost their strength at this time. And as those black fragments continued to sink, Lin Ning felt that all the powers he had before were also disappearing. It turned out that it was not a nuclear bomb. It was a disguise filled with a large number of spiritual shielding devices. Well done, human. The previous nuclear bomb was even for this time. Did he think that these were still a cover for nuclear bombs? This strategy really suffocated the enemy step by step. And there was no reaction time at all. The other party had thought of everything, even all of Lin Ning's possible reactions, and fully utilized them. Lin Ning sensed the number of those aura shielding devices and the vast area they covered. After he found that these aura shielding devices almost completely covered everything within thousands of kilometers. To be honest, he now had some new understanding of the fake Fong Pingchuan. Good guy. He actually came up with such a chain of tricks. Lin Ming sensed the unimaginable number of tiny aura shielding devices. And now, he really understood one thing. The fake Fang Pingchuan launched these missiles disguised as nuclear bombs in order to prevent him from rushing to the location of Panda and others immediately. Moreover, according to the flight time of these missiles, the other party reacted almost instantly after Panda and others avoided the nuclear bomb. Or in other words, the other party may have had such a plan before, so he could put him completely passive one after another. Even, perhaps all of this was ready before he sensed the action of the black insect mother. I'm afraid that the fake Fang Pingchuan had already thought of this situation. Perhaps this person also sensed that his mutant demon Bamboo was in the deep poison ocean on the east coast of the Philippines. Maybe he even guessed the approximate location. And he said that he had no spiritual energy perception ability? This made Lin Ming unbelievable now. This person made many reactions almost instantly and immediately arranged and implemented them. Moreover, this guy even joined forces with the black insect mother and the blood evil to go to Panda and the others, as if he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. But now, Lin Ming has a new guess. The purpose of the fake Fang Pingchuan may not be to eliminate Panda and the others, but he wants their ability. Specifically, it should be the ability of Jean Lin. If you just want to eliminate Panda and the others, you can continue to bombard Panda and the others with various weapons, or rely on those blood evil or black insect mothers. But now, at a very long distance, the fundamental reason for blocking the movement of his mutant demon Bamboo is to make him out of reach and unable to interfere with what is happening over there. Because only in this way, the blood demons, whose level realm will definitely exceed that of Panda and their black insect mother, can control all of Panda in him. And there is no need to worry that his demon Bamboo, which can fly over at any time, will disrupt his plan. It can be said that he is very thoughtful. Lin Ming now finds that as time goes by, the closer his bamboo roots are to the sea level, the less spiritual energy there is. This is different from the previous spiritual energy shielding device, which seems to be more targeted and more suitable for restricting mutant creatures like those in the ocean. Although Lin Ming does not think that these spiritual energy shielding devices can sink to the level of 5,000 meters as they float in the ocean, the range of spiritual energy shielding is gradually expanding. Lin Ming bamboo roots are now completely powerless as long as they are located above the sea level of about 3,500 meters. They can only float like water plants, and spiritual energy cannot be injected into them. It can be said that they cannot reach the space above. Below this, they can still move like normal. There are many places deeper than 3,500 meters in this deep poisonous ocean, but Lin Ming found that there seems to be only this area near him. Moreover, those spiritual energy shielding devices may float down again. In that case, there may be less and less space for movement, and then it will be even more difficult to move. Even so, it is not that Lin Ming cannot move. In the seawater below 3,500 meters, he is still quite free. But if he wants to continue to move a long distance instantly as before, this height will not allow it. After all, this can only be done with an arc similar to parabola. Moreover, he must choose a place with deeper sea water to move. In other words, it is not that Lin Ming cannot leave here now, but if he wants to quickly go from here to the extreme south of Tang State where Panda and others are, it may not be so easy. It will take more time and more considerations. This fake Fang Pingchuan may have thought of this before. Now it seems that this guy is not stupid at all, and he has thought of almost everything. Even so, Lin Ming cannot sit and wait for death. He may not be able to catch up, but it does not mean that his subordinates cannot catch up. Lin Ming sends his subordinates in the direction of Xiong country, and also in the direction of Zhuke Valley. No matter which side, there are subordinates who can fly long distances quickly. And not only that, Lin Ming instantly connected his spiritual bamboo clones, and relying on the consciousness field generated by each spiritual bamboo clone, issued orders to his subordinates. The border between Xiong country and Tang country. Zhu Yu and his party have just crossed a huge desert area, and easily eliminated thousands of mutant scorpions, desert giant insects and other mutant creatures there, and then moved towards Tang country again. The black bugs on the European side are existences that these elemental demons cannot deal with at all. They actually feel a little frustrated. After all, their strength has reached such a strong level, but they are still chased by those black bugs that look like garbage and can only retreat again and again. This is also a matter of course. I learned from my master Lin Ming before that Dianwei was too confident in his own strength and ended up touching the black bug with his mouth. He was killed almost instantly, and then turned into a nest of black bugs. Even Dianwei's own soul pill gave birth to a terrifying giant black bug. They were also very sad about the tragic death of their companions. But they also understood that if they rashly attacked those black bugs that could only be killed by ordinary attacks like Dianwei, they would also become corpses. However, whether it was Jiyu, Fengji, Leiji, Yanlu, Xuanhua, Shoubai and Shadow, their abilities were all elemental without exception, and they could not do anything to those black bugs at all. The rat group summoned by the little white mouse Xueya not only did not help, but also created a lot of nutrients for those black bugs. The only two donkey-headed wolves that were not elemental. Their attack method made it easier for them to become the nest of bugs like Dianwei, opening their huge mouths full of sharp teeth and rushing into the enemy group to collide. Therefore, these elemental demons had almost no advantage over those strange black bugs, and could only flee all the way to the bear country. After that, they felt that they could not stay there, and then decided to move towards the Tang country. Go back and reunite with your companions, and then follow the orders of your master Lin Ning, waiting to attack at any time. However, just after they had just experienced an almost overwhelming victory between hundreds of mutant scorpions, the master Lin Ning order suddenly came to Jiyu consciousness. Jiyu? Yes. Master. Jiyu immediately became alert, and had looked at other companions, and found that their companions had also stopped. Jiyu, you take Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Xianhua, Shuiya, and the little turtle Emotion, and move to the position I gave you as quickly as possible. Do you understand? Yes. Master. We will set off immediately. Shuiya, Yan Luo, Lei Ji, Xianhua, and Emotion immediately jumped onto the back of Jiyu. As a whirlwind was set off, the huge flying bird Jiyu also rose to the sky at the same time and moved towards the destination at the fastest speed. The ones left on the spot were Feng Ji, the giant monkey Bingpa and Huaikue, the 4 blood phoenix birds, the little Soro Shadow and Sheng Bai, and the 2 donkey-headed wolves that had changed a lot. Master, what should we do next? Feng Ji felt a little regretful about not being able to participate in the battle, but he also understood that as the strongest one among the remaining companions, he must set a good example. Now, you should move toward Xingyuan City as fast as you can, and try not to get close to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. Then wait for my next order. Yes. Master. Feng Ji let out a long roar, and immediately led his companions to gallop towards the destination. After Lin Ning finished doing these things, he shifted his sights to another direction. Although the team led by Jiyu is almost all the best in the elemental system, it is not very useful to deal with the black bug. But the blood evil is very elemental. Moreover, the little turtle Emotion has reached the 2nd level. In addition to his larger body, he also has a more powerful power of changing fate against the will of heaven. The new ability called Reversing Fate makes Lin Ning jealous. It can avoid all companions in a certain range from falling into a near-death crisis, ignoring the rules and forcibly avoiding. In other words, as long as it is in the team of companions, it can use this ability to instantly revive the dying companions. This mysterious power is simply outrageous. Moreover, there is absolutely no price. Every time he sees Emotion's growth, Lin Ning will sigh that it is fortunate that Panda picked up this little turtle. Otherwise, he would have lost his subordinates one after another since the Lingxiao Peak era. There is no time to think. Lin Ning immediately transferred the consciousness field to the Suzaku Valley spirit realm. This place has become completely unsafe, since the fake Fang Pingchuan knows the existence of Panda and others. The mutant creatures here will also face an absolute crisis. If it is later, there may be a joint attack similar to the 6 gold square array and the spiritual shielding device, or even the white fog bomb, which will put the subordinates there in a desperate crisis. At this moment, the subordinates there are indeed gathered together, and each one is waiting for Lin Ning's order. All subordinates obey. Lin Ning's spiritual language was instantly transmitted to the consciousness of every subordinate in the Suzaku Valley. Master. All the subordinates responded immediately. The underwater troops now immediately go to the waters in the direction of Xiaohu City, and try to disperse the team. Do you understand? Yes. At this time, the underwater troops, which have changed a lot, swarmed out from the spiritual lake. Qiang, take Duyan and go to the place I mentioned as quickly as possible. The other subordinates, Yen Si, Giant Bear Manwa, Panda Squad, Bear Squad, Jackal Squad, and Shernongjia Squad all disperse and advance toward Xingyuan City. I understand. Soon, the teams dispersed and advanced further. After Lin Ming finished doing all this, he felt that it was not enough. Xue Jin, Mokai, you land immediately. Put the wolves in place. And then immediately return to where Panda and the others are. The existence of a flying unit will ensure the mobility of the entire unit. Although Lin Ming can indeed let Qiang and the other 4 giant birds directly take Panda's team away from this dangerous area, Lin Ming is also very clear that if he does this, then the fake Fang Pingchuan will have a more unexpected strategy that will completely block this possibility. At that time, if he wants to use other tactics to counter it, it may not be so simple. It would be better to put all the resources on the joint attack of the Black Insect Mother and the Blood Evil, and have a direct face-to-face conflict. He would also speed up and rush to the direction of the open space. These spiritual energy shielding devices, to put it bluntly, are not so obvious restrictions on him. In addition to delaying him from rushing to the current location of Panda and the others, they have almost no effect. Although, this is actually quite fatal. Jingji, you rush back to where Panda and the others are now, and the wolf pack will go to the Wanzuhai spirit realm on their own. Lin Ming was still a little worried. Although Jingji's ability can only deal with the blood evil, it is enough. Its speed will bring some other changes to Panda's team, and when necessary, it can also affect the entire battle situation, just because it has a kind of power that can make it the winner of this battle. Now, everything that can be done has been done, and the next battle depends on how the subordinates do. How long can they hold out? Can they hold out until he breaks through these spiritual energy shielding devices and reaches the other side? Chapter 361. It won't be that simple. Thick clouds floated and drifted between the peaks of the endless mountains. Panda led the team, and soon arrived at the flat and empty valley area designated by the master. This place is located between several peaks. Unlike other places, there are not many plants nearby. Even if there are some low weeds and wild flowers. There are gravels everywhere, and almost no soil can be seen. Panda was also very confused. Why did the Master Lin Ming choose this place for the battle? What is the meaning? On the way here, the Master Lin Ming told his subordinates a fact. There will be a big battle here. Panda had already expected that they would encounter some battles, but he didn't expect that the enemy they had to deal with was actually the Blood Evil who had fought with them last time. In order to attract the weapons of the human side, the blood demons did not attack them, but continued to surround them with blood demons and sub-blood demons in an attempt to slow down their movement. If the master had not sent Mokai with Jin Lin in advance and used Jin Lin metal control ability to push the nuclear bomb away, otherwise, they would have lost Xue Jin in that battle. And it is not impossible that they would be annihilated. This time, the blood demons should not just surround them, but launch their proud special attacks. As for the other enemy, Panda did not expect it. The Black Insect Mother Body, that is, the one that released the meteorite before, created countless black insects, and then swallowed the point guard, evolving into a powerful mutant creature of a giant mutant black insect that it could only defend against. According to the Master Lin Ming, the Black Insect Mother Body is a mutant creature floating in the air, disguised as a huge cloud. If you don't look carefully, you can't recognize it at all. And both of these two enemies, no matter which one, have a combat power of level 3, or even level 4 or above. This is almost overwhelming for Panda and the others. You know, although Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, and the others have reached level 3. Who knows how much stronger the Black Insect Mother Body will be than the giant black insect? And is there a more powerful Mother Body above the Blood Evil? Before coming here, Panda had already let the wolf pack that had been following him disperse, and let them go to the direction of Wanzuhai's spirit realm on their own. In a battle of this level, even if they participate, they will only be the objects of protection, and they may even be killed for it. As for the purpose of the Black Insect Mother Body and the Blood Evil, Panda had not thought of it before, but after the reminder of his master Lin Ming, he realized that there was a human behind the Black Insect Mother Body and the Blood Evil, and that human, after launching the nuclear bomb before, saw Jin Lin use his ability to push the nuclear bomb away. So he decided to use the Black Insect Mother Body and the Blood Evil to surround and capture them. Panda looked at Jin Lin, who had been trying to act indifferent. This guy had told everyone before that he wanted to face the enemy alone. After all, What the human wanted was his ability. But everyone would never let this happen. After losing Zhuiyuan and Tianwei, Panda didn't want to lose any companions. And the master didn't want to lose any subordinates either. So, no matter who it was, Panda didn't want to abandon him. He would protect him to the end. Moreover, this also proved to the master that he was still the most powerful subordinate and the most trustworthy subordinate of the master. Panda, I say, how about? Jinlin spit out his tongue. And he was looking up at the blue sky. The only thing he wanted at this moment was to sacrifice himself. Even though Panda, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yan had told him countless times along the way that they would not abandon him, Jinlin at this moment always wanted to use his life to exchange for everyone's life. I don't want to repeat it again. Feng Xiao, the giant wolf, also looked up at the sky at this time. On the flat land between the mountains, looking far away, there is a dark gray cloud that is getting bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer to this side. Don't be too self-righteous. Jinlin, the Wolf King's low roar scared the golden python and made it curl up. If you were any creature in this spiritual realm, we would not take you seriously. But you are an important companion who has been with us since the Wantuhai era. Feng Yan also came over. As a Wolf King, he also has a strong aura like Feng Xiao, and also has deep feelings for his companions. Even though they were just some simple-minded creatures before, as their levels and realms improved, their intelligence became extremely developed. Various emotions that had never existed before were also born. Among them, what Lin Ning subordinates value most and cherish most is the relationship between their companions. Deeper than the sea, they are even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Just like Shui Jin before. In that critical moment, the first thing she thought about was not her own safety, but to sacrifice herself to save her companions. Master Lin Ning once said that this was also the most precious emotion on the human side. And at the same time, it was one of the most important emotions that allowed them to survive until now. But what they want is my ability. Right? If they take me away, they probably won't kill me. Uh-huh. Jinlin said this, but saw Panda turn around. Jinlin, do you want to take a shortcut and have a special evolution like Shuejin? You? What did you say? You bastard Panda? Jinlin got angry instantly. I just want to prevent my companions from. Then, just fight with us obediently. Panda walked over and stared at Jinlin erect pupils. Your life is not only yours, but also the master's. As the master subordinates, we will never let any companion sacrifice. You guy. Jinlin lowered his head. It was not that he didn't understand the feelings of his companions. In fact, he knew better than anyone that Panda, who had always been at odds with him because of Qin Chun, had the most sincere feelings for his companions at this time. But his own strength had not yet reached the 3rd level. So no matter what, he could only be a burden to the team. The master said that in order to protect you, Xiyu is now with Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Xianhua and Shuiya, and the little turtle Imochen is rushing here at the fastest speed, while Qiang is with Du Yin, Shui Jin, Imokai and Jing Ji, all of whom are constantly rushing to this place. Panda looked at the gray giant cloud in the sky, which was getting closer and closer. You are so grand that you let so many of our companions come together to help you. Do you know what position you hold in the master's heart and in our hearts? Jinlin's heart was surging. As a guy who joined the master's team halfway, it seemed to be catching up with everyone, and has been trying to become stronger in order to pursue Qin Chun. During several battles, it could only stay by the master's side because of its own abilities. And until recently, it used its own special abilities to save all its companions. But because of this, it put its companions in a new crisis. But none of its companions said that they would throw it here and let it face those terrifying enemies alone. If we survive, then I won't care about you and Qin Chun. The premise is that Qin Chun will look down on you. Little golden snake. Panda snorted. Look! Who do you look down on? Qin Chun only has eyes for me. You stinky panda. I will survive and prove it. Jinlin instantly pushed his head against Panda's head and growled. You are a 2nd level. And you are still bragging? Panda was not to be outdone. Hee hee. 2nd level? After all, Qin Chun and I are of the same species. And you, a panda, have no future with Qin Chun. Qin Chun is already a dragon, and is also a different species from you. A snake. Qin Chun and I have a deep bond. When we killed the first batch of extraordinary people in Wantoai's spirit realm. Where were you? Humph. I will turn into a dragon sooner or later. Chi-chun is also a snake turning into a dragon. Can Chi-chun be the same as you? A stinky golden snake? You are still a second level. How much is he? Feng Xiao and Feng Yin were completely speechless at this time. Should we leave these two idiots alone for a while, and let the Black Worm Mother or Blood Demon take them away? Feng Xiao sighed. I agree. Feng Yin nodded. Panda and Jin Lin quarrel continued. But it stopped abruptly with the appearance of Jing Ji when the wind blew. Don't be stupid. Jing Ji's golden eyes stared coldly at Panda and Jin Lin. You? Panda and Jean Python were silent. This Jing Ji is not easy to mess with. Although everyone is usually very harmonious, they also have their own personalities. And Jing Ji has never been sad or happy. He is always very calm, even very cold, and is completely the type that is not easy to mess with. And his strength is indeed very powerful. If you choose one companion who you don't want to be an enemy with, then Panda feels that almost all companions will choose Jing Ji. Looking at the extremely curved long horns on its head, no one spoke this time. At this moment, Shui Jin and Qiying also landed one after another, and Duyan also joined his companions after landing. That cloud is the black insect mother body that the master mentioned. Shui Jin and his companions looked at the huge dark gray cloud that was getting closer, different from the direction of the wind. The giant cloud even directly maintained the state of against the wind and kept moving in this direction. Even if the master had not told them before that it was the black insect mother body, they would have noticed the abnormality of the giant cloud. In other words, no matter who it was, they could have discovered this. I go and see. Shui Jin flew into the sky, and a white stream of light instantly appeared in the sky. Shui Jin. Panda couldn't help but shout. You know, the opponent is a monster whose background is completely unknown, and whose strength is unknown how much higher than theirs. And how big is the monster in such a large cloud? Besides, the black insect mother body can create giant black insects that it can't defeat. If it is Shui Jin, how can it win? Panda and the others found that after Shui Jin rushed to the vicinity of the giant cloud at a very fast speed, the giant cloud suddenly changed rapidly. Dramatic changes. This guy is very strong. Shui Jin discovered that hundreds of giant black tentacles appeared in the dark gray giant cloud. And on those tentacles, there were small tentacles and endless eyeballs all over them. These black tentacles also rushed towards it at lightning speed. However, Shui Jin's speed, observation ability, and instantaneous explosive power were not comparable to the previous third level. Like a silver flash, Shui Jin dodged all the attacks of the tentacles lightly, and from time to time he used his wings to fan out gusts of wind to blast away the nearest black tentacles. However, Shui Jin soon discovered that after it smashed the tentacles, thousands of black insects fell down like raindrops. What? Actually, Shui Jin dived down instantly, with his wings spread to the maximum. And at the same time, several storms attacked the rain like black insects. Soon, the crazy storms without elemental blessing became more and more numerous and violent under the continuous and rapid flapping of Shui Jin's wings. They swept the black insects that had not yet landed on the ground into the air and violently tore them into pieces. However, at this time, the black tentacles kept rushing towards Shui Jin, and Shui Jin kept turning in midair, dodging the attacks again and again. Even the black tentacles of the black insect mother body kept adjusting the time difference of the attack, but they could not touch the edge of Shui Jin's feathers at all. Its speed, impact force, and explosive power have almost reached the extreme. Shui Jin was like a silver flash, shining brightly in the dark gray clouds. However, Shui Jin did not linger in the battle. After probing for a while, it soon discovered that there was nothing special about this black insect mother body. The means of attack was to use those giant black tentacles that could be stretched out from the clouds at any time and constantly attack with them. But if these tentacles were interrupted or broken, then these tentacles would turn into the black insects before and fall to the ground. Shui Jin turned over and instantly returned from the direction of the gray giant cloud. And after circling over the heads of Panda and the others, he landed. It also quickly informed its companions of the attack tactics of the black insect mother that it had observed. This doesn't seem to be very strong. After thinking about it, Panda really couldn't understand it. Although they also felt that Shui Jin was in a dangerous situation when they watched the battle between Shui Jin and the black insect mother. If they thought about it carefully, there was actually not much to say. As long as the speed was enough, they could easily avoid the attack of those black tentacles. Even if the tentacles were broken, the black insects would definitely not be able to do anything to them. After all, whether it was Panda, these giant birds, or Jingji, who was good at using the claw blade to swing violently to attack with the air slash, they all had nothing to fear about what would happen to these black insects. Really, as many as there were, they would be killed. But is it really that simple? Panda thought. If the black worm mother body is really so unremarkable and so weak, then how to explain the previous mutated giant black worm? Having experienced hundreds of battles, it and its companions know very well what will happen if they underestimate the opponent. Chapter 362 Battlefront. After the battle with Shuejin, the black insect mother disguised as a dark gray giant cloud, after a short stop, began to move in this direction again, although Shuejin just found out in the battle with it. It seems that except for those black tentacles, the black insect mother does not seem to have more means of attack, and even the overall speed is not as fast as imagined. But whether it is Shuejin who has fought with it, or Panda who just watched the battle from a distance, they actually know that this black insect mother will never be so simple. If they underestimate the enemy, they may suffer a catastrophe. The reason why the black insect mother does not have more attack changes may be that there are some strange tricks. If so, then they may also suffer some unavoidable damage because of this. This time, according to the Master Lin Ming's advice, the enemy's target should be the golden python Jin Lin. As long as it is safe and it is not caught, then their mission is half completed. Panda looked back at Shuejin, who was not tired at all, and then looked at Jin Lin, who seemed to be a little confused. Jin Lin, you sit on Shuejin's back now. If there is any abnormality, Shuejin, you take Jin Lin and leave first. Panda immediately gave the order. Here, it is the strongest and also the most intelligent one. Whether it is combat command, rushing to the front to kill the enemy, or even guarding the rear and various things, Panda always takes the lead. At this moment, its judgment is also based on the judgment of its master Lin Ming, and it constantly produces new changes based on the changes in the battle situation at any time and anywhere. What the master Lin Ming wants is that they actively respond to the attacks of the black insect mother body, and the blood evil that will come at any time on this flat land. And more importantly, to ensure that before the master Lin Ming arrives, they must be in this battle, must delay time as much as possible, and at the same time destroy these two opponents as much as possible. Panda also knows that with the mobility characteristics of the black insect mother body, it is not easy for it to chase them. Even if they were hiding in a cave, the black worm mother would definitely use those black worms to attack them, and would never leave them any room. Instead of always taking an evasive strategy, it is better to have a face-to-face offensive and defensive battle. We will have to face each other sooner or later, so it is better to try to obtain all kinds of intelligence from the other party, so that we can accumulate certain experience and lessons in the future if we encounter similar opponents. No, I want to fight. Jin Lin refused immediately. The boss didn't say I can't fight. My power is not just to push back human weapons. Panda denied its idea. Jin Lin, I know your ability very well. As long as you change your body several times in size and touch those black worms, what do you think will happen? Jin Lin was speechless. Neither he nor Panda had thought that the black worms of the black worm mother would appear in this way, unless they are absolutely sure to eliminate all the black bugs. Otherwise, if even one of them is lying on one of them, then the tragedy like the Dianwei at that time will happen again. Shuejin, from your tentative battle just now, I can see that this black bug mother should not be able to catch up with your speed. If something really goes wrong, your speed may be able to. We can't escape. Panda, the master didn't let us do this, and we don't plan to do so. Shuejin spread out his huge wings and took off instantly. Our goal is to give the master more time to rush here, and we don't have to think about anything else. And if we run away before the master comes, then what's the difference between it and failure? Red Shadow. Emokai. As Shuejin's voice fell, two more giant birds flew into the sky. Empty. We will try to delay the black insect mother body. And what you have to do, Panda, is to completely eliminate the blood evils that will come out from the underground at any time. Bursts of long roars resounded through the sky. Three huge black shadows rushed towards the dark gray giant cloud like arrows. Under the strong airflow, the surrounding rocks were even lifted up and rolled down to the low-lying areas. And the sparse trees were even blown off in an instant. Panda saw that the silver-white stream of light, leading a group of red and a group of black streams of light, almost arrived at the edge of the dark gray giant cloud in an instant. Panda, we should not think about what will happen next, but how to kill the enemy. Jean Lin was very excited. Although I can't fight the black insect mother body, if the blood evil comes, I can let them know what the power of destruction is. Desire. Fight. Jingji also growled. Aren't we born to fight? The two wolf kings Feng Xiao and Feng Yan also stood beside Panda. Their desire to fight was already very strong. That's right. I haven't upgraded yet. And you're talking about retreating? It's not that easy. Du Yan also complained. Panda felt the burning fighting spirit of his companions. And he also knew that he could no longer persuade his companions to follow his previous ideas. Okay. Then let's get ready to fight another opponent. Panda gathered his abundant spiritual energy on his arms in an instant. And white flames ignited in his dark and extremely strong fists. It suddenly jumped up to a height of nearly 100 meters. And then rushed down to the ground with its fists. Get out of the way! After Panda's roar, his companions instantly made way for the ground he was going to attack. And Panda, who was like a ball of fiercely burning flames, also fell to the ground in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion, there was the roar of the indestructible fist hitting the rock violently. And Panda also rushed into the ground at this moment, with its weight and extremely strong inertia. The crazy swinging fists, at a speed of hundreds of times a second, turned all the solid rocks and everything that hindered it from moving deeper into the ground into dust. Amid the roars, clouds of smoke and dust rose up, and the wind whistled as they moved to the edge, and found out why Panda did this. The cracked surface gradually extended dozens of deep gullies, and in the dust, countless dark brown root-like things kept escaping to the outside. Feng Xiao knew that the monsters called Blood Evil had already sneaked under their feet. And Panda's attack this time was also to pull them out completely from the ground. At this moment, they found that a black dot flashed on the horizon. And after a few seconds, the black dot gradually enlarged. Zhiyu and the others are here too. The battle seems to have officially begun. Feng Xiao let out a deafening long howl. Chapter 363 Crazy Harvest. The continuous booming sound sent countless heavy echoes on this plateau. And the originally flat ground was turned into a place with thousands of gullies and ravines, making it almost impossible to stand. Panda's fists did not stop. The extremely powerful force it possessed, and the extremely high speed of punching hundreds of times in 1 second brought Panda into the underground nearly 300 meters deep in the shortest time. And in the process of Panda's continuous downward movement, it even hit a blood evil that happened to be in the direction of its attack, and burned it into pieces directly, without even using a second. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion caused this mountain range to continuously produce huge vibrations, and the thousands of blood evils and sub-blood evils hidden under it before had to drill out from the dangerous underground. It was also at this time that the ochre feather flying from the sky finally arrived at the battlefield. And the many companions on its back also jumped off from its back after it circled and landed. As soon as he jumped onto the ground, Lei Ji, the Thunder Wolf, wrapped himself in black electricity at lightning speed, and instantly turned more than 10 blood demons that had just emerged from the soil into black ash. Yin Lu and Xian Huo were not willing to be outdone. The red flames and the purple flames instantly surrounded a blood demon and burned it to ashes at an extremely fast speed. Shuya stood on the little turtle Imo Chin and used his most proud ability of the Piper. The mice hiding underground and nearby also lost all their sanity at this moment and rushed to the blood demons underground. He and the sub-blood demons launched an attack, constantly forcing them out from the ground. And Jingji, Jinlin, Du Yan, etc. also immediately joined the battle, constantly hunting the blood demons and sub-blood demons that had just drilled out of the ground. Zhiyu did not stop. There was no space on the ground for it to display its ability. It instantly spread its wings and headed towards the dark gray giant cloud with Shuijin and others. Panda led his companions to continuously eliminate the blood demons. And in the sky, the 4 giant birds that forced the black insect mother to stop were also fighting with it, while carefully testing its other attacks. The battle also fell into a climax at this time. Lin Ning sensed the struggle of his subordinates, and at the same time, he finally took advantage of this time to walk out of the huge sea area covered by the spiritual energy shielding device. This actually took him quite a lot of time. After all, To ensure that he would not be affected by these spiritual energy shielding devices, he must ensure that he is always under a depth of 3,500 meters. Because of this reason, it is impossible to move over long distances. But it does not mean that ordinary long-distance movement is impossible. After all, the height of the jump is a big problem when moving. It is impossible to fly 2,000 kilometers, and it is impossible to fly 1,000 kilometers. But there is no problem with about 100 kilometers. Relying on continuous movement, Lin Ning finally took nearly 20 minutes to get out of the thorough place. In these 20 minutes, the performance of the subordinates is still quite good. The troops are divided into two groups. Shui Jin and Qiying are responsible for restraining the black giant insect mother, using speed and evasion to avoid the attack of its extremely long black tentacles. At the same time, they also guide it in the opposite direction to try to delay it to the direction where Jin Lin is. And Panda and others launched a counterattack against the blood evil. Lin Ning now senses that because Panda used the move of falling from the sky to penetrate the rock layer, and even directly rushed down for more than 100 meters, the blood evil under the ground seemed to be affected, and had to drill out of the soil. Even if they live in the soil, they are completely unable to resist this extremely strong geological change. Not to mention, under the powerful strength of Panda, the terrifying destructive power is enough to turn an unlucky blood evil into powder with just one punch. It is about to reach the 4th level, and its strong strength should not be underestimated. Under this absolute suppression, these blood evils can only be passively forced to the ground by Panda's impact. Not to mention, the ability of the Piper of the White Mouse Shuya also allows all the mutant mice nearby to drill into all places where there may be blood evils from the ground and underground, assisting Panda to drive the blood evils hidden deep in the soil and rock to the ground. On the ground, none of the other subordinates were vegetarians. Whether it was Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Du Yan, Xian Hua, Jing Ji or Jin Lin, each of them could kill everyone if taken alone. Lin Ning sensed that although the speed at which the blood evil rushed to the ground and was immediately destroyed had almost caught up with the speed at which it continued to emerge, their number underground was still endless. Almost 80% to 90% of them are sub-blood evil spirits, and the rest are blood evil spirits. What makes Lin Ning very surprised is that they seem to be endless, and seem to be extremely numerous. He sensed the plants around him, and suddenly found that in the extremely large area near here, it seemed that from the position where Panda and the others had dealt with the blood evil spirits before, all the way to this open space, almost a large area of giant trees along the way had become dead trees at this moment, and many of them had fallen to the ground. It seems that the nutrients of these trees have been completely absorbed by the blood evil vines, and supplemented into those sub-blood evil spirits and blood evil spirits, giving birth to more of them. Things like blood evil spirits seem to be quite tenacious, and it can even be said that this vitality has really reached the level of being able to change. However, Lin Ning was also a little confused. The number of these blood evil spirits and sub-blood evil spirits was too large. Moreover, their spiritual energy concentration was still at the level of the 3rd, 2nd or 1st level. Apart from the large number, there was almost no threat, especially when dealing with subordinates with elemental power. They felt more like giving experience. This doesn't make sense. After all, the corrupted Emperor Poison Mushroom is at level 5, but this blood evil is only at level 3. The level of realm is too different, isn't it? But this is obviously wrong. Even so, a mutant creature with the same system should be at level 4 at this time. Not to mention that there may be a lot of spiritual stones underground. The scope of Tang Kingdom's spiritual realm is so vast, and many of them are places he has been to. There are probably countless spiritual stones underground, and this blood evil should be at level 4 or even level 5. But now, only some blood evils have come out, and it's still some blood evils. It seems that there may be even bigger blood evils underground. Thinking so, Lin Ning immediately prepared to start moving a longer distance, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why are there so many strange beasts in the ocean nearby? And why did they completely surround him? Chapter 364 No Man Land. Lin Ning now once again expressed his admiration for the scheme of the fake Fang Pingchuan. At this point, the huge number of strange beasts that surrounded him, even reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, would definitely not be something that simply appeared in this place. Moreover, when he went in this direction before, he did not notice that he would be surrounded by these monsters that did not make any movement and did not emit any spiritual energy. Indeed, He had been sensing the battle of his subordinates and focusing on the direction of movement, but automatically filtered out these strange beasts. After all, these things did not pose any threat to him at all. Things that did not pose a threat would naturally not be taken seriously by him. But he was a little surprised at this time. The timing of these things appearing was too coincidental. They were definitely not constantly moving themselves because of his movement, but had been waiting here for a long time. They did not have his speed of nearly 100 kilometers at once. And even if they did, they would definitely not be able to keep up with his long-term and long-distance movement. Did the fake Fang Pingchuan think of this step in order to delay his time? Lin Ning felt that this was too possible. From the vast ocean covered by the aura shielding device before, if he wanted to move to Panda and the others, there was actually no so-called second way to choose. In other words, there was no other shortcut to the road he had just taken. In order to avoid being affected by the aura shielding devices floating on the sea or in the seawater, Lin Ning could only move in the seawater layer below 3,500 meters. And this resulted in that every road he would take later, or in other words, the seabed terrain he sensed well, which would not be affected by the aura shielding device, had to be chosen in the waters below 3,500 meters. In the vast and vast deep poison ocean, there were actually not many such continuous terrains. From the place where he was before, which should be considered a trench, to the location where the spiritual energy shielding device is completely removed. If you want to go to the open space where the subordinates in the southernmost part of the Tang Kingdom are, it is almost the shortest route. And predicting that he will take this road, it doesn't seem too difficult. The fake Fang Pingchuan should have thought of this a long time ago. So he deployed these strange beasts here. Although I don't understand how these strange beasts obey the guy. There is no doubt that the relationship between the two is much more complicated than he imagined. Lin Ning actually admires this fake Fang Pingchuan. This guy's strategy on wanting to seize the power of Jin Lin seems to have thought ahead of him everywhere. From the beginning, this guy thought of the next possible step before each of his strategies, and arranged it in advance. It seems that the fake Fang Pingchuan is really determined to get the power of Jin Lin. Think about it. As soon as he entered the deep poisonous ocean in the east of Feilu, he saw a mysterious force that bounced back the nuclear bomb that attacked Panda and others, and immediately let the black insect mother and the blood evil from the air and underground to directly surround Panda and others, in order to control him, who can instantly turn the situation around with his own strength, so that he can't catch up with the black insect mother and the blood evil to surround his subordinates. The other party first used the more advanced missiles disguised as nuclear bombs, but in fact they were filled with miniaturized spiritual shielding devices, and let them spread in a very large area, and at the same time blocked Lin Ning's rapid movement. After that, he calculated that he would take the shortest route to find the action of moving towards the Tang Kingdom under the sea water below 3,500 meters, and arranged so many strange beasts in advance. It's like the two sides are playing a game. You have a plan. I have a ladder. Between the attack and the defense, what was blocked was also the key to the entire battle. Lin Ning knew very well that since the purpose of the fake Fang Pingchuan was so clear that he wanted the metal control ability of the golden python and the golden scales, he must have a reason that he absolutely could not miss. Perhaps this reason is the key point that can affect everything. Even the ability of the golden scales can affect the entire battle situation. So many strategies were made, and every effort was made to prevent him from reaching the battlefield over there quickly, so as to firmly grasp the advantage of the entire battle situation in his hands. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. What exactly is this human? Is it just the chosen son of heaven who has a system? Or does that person actually have a more mysterious strength and identity that he can't guess? Lin Ning thought. He also understood. The subordinates must not escape from there. That guy probably also anticipated this, and would definitely prepare a backup plan in this regard. And this backup plan is probably a more vicious strategy that will put the subordinates in an absolutely passive position. Fortunately, the subordinates are still fighting and have not retreated even a little. Sensing these strange beasts gradually approaching him, Lin Ning knew that he had to make a decision immediately and could not continue to waste time here. The subordinates are very strong, and Lin Ning knows this very well. But he also knew that no matter whether it was the mother black insect or the blood evil that was unknown, whether there was a stronger and more terrifying body, it was possible for them to come up with a surprise move at any time, making the advantages currently gained by their subordinates disappear in an instant. It is not impossible. Besides, The fake Fong Pingchuan has not made a move yet. Who knows if he has a backup plan? Lin Ming spread out the bamboo roots and attacked the strange beasts less than 80 kilometers away from him at a lightning speed. Accompanied by the fierce impact, the water flow stirred up by the bamboo roots with great power instantly formed countless horizontal tornadoes in the water. And these tornadoes also entangled those bamboo roots. With the force of thunder, they easily made these bamboo roots have the impact of sweeping everything. Force and terrifying rolling force. Bang bang bang. The bamboo roots also slapped directly on the strange beasts at this moment. At the same time, countless bubbles and thunderous roars completely stirred up this sea area. The violent flow of sea water swept everything. But after it gradually calmed down, Lin Ming suddenly found that those strange beasts seemed to be completely unaffected and still stayed in their previous positions. TSK. Immune to ordinary attacks? Lin Ming expected this. But he didn't expect that these nearly hundreds of thousands of strange beasts almost all had this ability to change. The strange beasts have the ability to be immune to ordinary attacks. Basically, after them, there should be that kind of special type strange beasts. Or, those special beasts are in the mouths of these beasts. Lin Ming did not give these beasts more time. And his bamboo roots went directly into the mouths of these beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A dull balloon-like explosion sound kept coming from the deep sea. And at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt that several missiles were already rushing in this direction. Coming again? This fake Fong Pingchuan really did everything he could. And Lin Ming also sensed that in the seawater in the direction of Tang Country, 2,000 kilometers away, there was a huge sea area in which nothing could be sensed. It seems that the place should also be covered with spiritual energy shielding devices by that person. It is cruel and insidious. Moreover, the previous missiles also proved that no matter whether his bamboo roots touched it or not, it would be controlled by that person in the distant direction of Tang Country and explode instantly. This explosion will also spread those tiny spiritual shielding devices completely over the vast ocean. It seems that we can only find other breakthroughs. After Lin Ming defeated several alien beasts, the system prompt sound did not enter his mind. This made Lin Ming understand that these alien beasts were probably the kind of copied alien beasts. Not the original alien beasts themselves. Like those in the Great North Ocean. Every time he defeated one, he would get some evolution points. And these alien beasts were exactly the same as the original ones. All copied replicas. This can be said to be the biggest difference between the replica and the original naturally born alien beast. This is also one of the experiences Lin Ming gained in the process of fighting with alien beasts many times. At this moment, after knowing this, Lin Ming did not hesitate at all. The bamboo root that could grow infinitely penetrated into the huge and ugly mouths of other beasts at a very fast speed, and instantly killed the special type hidden inside. Countless beasts turned into mincemeat, and Lin Ming rushed to the gap at the same time. If he could rush out before those new spiritual energy shielding devices arrived, then no matter what. Wait, did that bastard also think that he would rush out from this direction, so that he would waste time to kill the beasts? Moreover, if he wanted to go deeper from here, to a depth of more than 3,500 meters, it seems that there are not many choices. There are only two. One of these two is to the southeast, and the other is to the northeast facing the direction of Tang State. He didn't need to think. And he knew that the fake Fong Pingchuan would definitely choose to spread those spiritual energy shielding devices in the direction closer to the Tang Kingdom. And there were already a lot of spiritual energy shielding devices scattered farther away. It seems that this guy has thought of everything. Maybe that person forced him to move to the southeast. And those spiritual energy shielding devices might also be launched there. But there is still some time before those missiles fall on the sea. So let's take advantage of this time to react immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Ming also launched a super long-range movement in an instant. That direction, if it goes further southeast, it seems to be the location of Tualu. From Tualu, advance to the archipelago further north, and then use that as a springboard. You can also reach the place where Panda and the others are. It will definitely go around a big circle. However, it seems that there is no other way. I hope that the fake Fong Pingchuan is not as imagined, and has not thought of this, so that those spiritual energy shielding devices will fly here. In an instant, countless powerful water currents were stirred up, and Lin Ming also completely cut off all the bamboo roots at the same time. The breakthrough point that killed those strange beasts was also enough for him to move over a long distance. and several bamboo roots rushed out 2,000 kilometers in an instant. Since we have to move, we might as well do a big one. At this moment, Lin Ming also moved himself 2,000 kilometers away. The violent water flow also became more violent under the blessing of speed and power, and countless huge whirlpools suddenly formed at this moment. At the same time, even greater changes followed. The seabed rocks, which had become much more fragile due to the powerful pull of Lin Ming, also cracked into thousands of extremely deep gullies at the same time, and the fiery red magma in them also filled these gullies. But this was not the end. More magma rushed out, turning the 2,000 kilometers of seabed into a veritable hell. The fiery red gullies continued to extend, even to the location of the original deep poison country, and almost completely filled up half of the deep poison ocean. The surging magma also created hundreds of large and small volcanoes in a very short time. The deep poison country, which had experienced a huge tsunami and another huge tsunami created by Lin Ming's ascension to the 5th level, almost completely submerged the land. The only remaining hundreds of thousands of people, who had finally survived, were completely wiped out in this sudden and strong geological change. Even if they hid in the valleys of the Bimaraya Mountains, they could not avoid the disasters caused by the strong geological changes brought about by these volcanoes and earthquakes. Lin Ming was unexpectedly pulled into the sky by this strong pulling force. After flying for nearly 500 kilometers, he drew a beautiful arc and landed directly on the west coast of Tuolu. Lin Ming, who was embedded in the black cliff on the shore, broke the cliff into pieces with bamboo roots, and at the same time, confirmed his position again. In his perception, those missiles seemed to have completely fallen, and the location where they fell was exactly the direction where Lin Ming rushed out just now. Luckily, he made a decisive decision. Otherwise, if he waited slowly for the missile to fall, he might be forced to move only 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers like before. However, this time, the ultra-long distance movement actually came directly to Tuolu, which was really unique. He originally thought that he could only move this distance of 2,000 kilometers. But he forgot that such a long distance would definitely create a parabola if he was affected by the strong pulling force. This parabola also made his moving height higher, and the moving distance was naturally farther. Feeling the west coast of Tuolu that was almost completely swallowed by the desert, Lin Ming unexpectedly discovered that the resources of mutant creatures here were quite abundant. Whether it was mutant wild cats, mutant rabbits, mutant kangaroos, even various mutant insects, and even mutant koalas, they were everywhere. Moreover, many of them had reached the 2nd level. But in Lin Ming's perception, there was not even a single human being here. Chapter 365: The End of the World. In the battle command room of the Brew Country, Fong Pingchuan stared at the big screen. The place showing the high spiritual energy fluctuation was located in the extreme southern area of the Tang country. Just a short while ago, the spiritual energy concentration detection satellites from Ying country and FA country showed that on the land of the Tang country, there were several spiritual energy concentration peaks of A-level mutant creatures. However, before they could react to the next step, they were told that the Tang country had released several small-yield nuclear bombs there, completely destroying it. The data on the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite also showed that the spiritual energy peak of A-level there had completely disappeared. Destroyed? No. It shouldn't be like this. The nuclear bomb exploded in another direction, about 300 kilometers away from the center of the peak, and it was pushed away by an extremely mysterious force in an instant. What happened? After carefully observing thousands of photos before and after, Fong Pingchuan realized that this was actually the case. Moreover, there were hundreds of photos of other areas of Tang country, which also made him frown, especially the huge black and gray cloud in them, which made him extremely puzzled. He was almost completely puzzled now. This kind of thing should be absolutely impossible. What is the power that can push the nuclear bomb away? The current nuclear bombs can be instantly detonated at a very far distance when they are slightly detected by spiritual energy or ordinary contact. But this mysterious power pushed them away. Is there any connection between this and the previous incident? The nuclear bomb of Feilu did not have this kind of situation and reaction. And in Shinduyang. Wait. Something is wrong. Fong Pingchuan suddenly thought of something. His ability also connected all the evidence together. And at the same time, his highly developed brain quickly came up with a terrifying answer. He, who was originally standing very steadily, could not help but fall back and sat directly on the chair. But he was soon startled, his head and face covered with sweat. If this is true, then where should we go? Fong Pingchuan looked at the representative of the Brew country. Deller. Help me connect with the representatives of the FA country. In country. By country. Deland country. Dan country. Donyo country. Portugal country. E country. And the Northern European Federation. After hearing this, the representative of the Brew country, Deller, knew that something important was going to happen. And he quickly issued orders. And soon, the faces of the representatives of the various countries also appeared on the super large screen at the same time. But the representatives of the various countries were a little surprised at this time. After all, at this time, the post-war cleanup work in the spiritual realm in the southeast of the EFA country had already begun. And there shouldn't be anything wrong at this time. Moreover, such a large-scale collective gathering of representatives from all the countries that are still in Europe. Then something big must have happened. For the real Fong Pingchuan. In fact, the significance of being in the Brew country. Each of them knows its importance. And they have not revealed Fong Pingchuan information to the Tang country where the fake Fong Pingchuan is. After the large-scale battle against the spirit realm, no one doubted that the commander in the Brew's country who used excellent and quick judgment to completely destroy the spirit realm was the fake one. At this time, Fong Pingchuan has nominally led these countries and guided them to fight back against mutant creatures. This was something no one dared to think of before. Humans unite and cooperate, eliminate prejudices, eliminate contradictions, gather the advantages of various countries, and revive the dignity of mankind. This kind of thing has never been done by anyone before. But this person did it. Everyone listened to me. Fong Pingchuan frowned. And at this time, the representatives of every country in the picture understood that something had become serious. Mr. Fong, is it about the nuclear bomb of the Tang country? The representative of Ing country, Blake, immediately realized that it should be related to this. Before, they also dropped a large-scale nuclear bomb on Philippine land. And the target of that nuclear bomb was an A-level demon. Destroying an A-level demon was enough to make all humans cheer. After all, almost everyone was doubting whether nuclear bombs could kill mutant creatures of the A-level demon. Tangwa had killed 2 A-level demons and several B-level demons in the ocean before. But there was no evidence to support it. And no one knew whether it was true. And the nuclear bombs launched to Philippine land did kill the A-level demons there. Although afterwards, because of this, the geology there was completely destroyed. And a strange, nearly circular giant pit with a length and width of 100 kilometers appeared. The strangeness of the giant pit also made everyone wonder. After all, the giant pit appeared some time after the nuclear bomb exploded. But with dozens of reconnaissances by reconnaissance aircraft, it seems that the geology there is extremely soft. And the explosion of the nuclear bomb seems to have only shaken out the underground cavities in the area that was about to collapse. After winning the victory over the A-level demon spirit, no one would not fall into ecstasy. This means that human weapons can still threaten even A-level mutant creatures. If A-level can, then can the mutant demon bamboo of the S-level demon king that has brought the world into destruction also be destroyed by nuclear bombs? Everyone's confidence has doubled. And they also understand how difficult it is. In particular, Fong Pingchuan, who quickly ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb, has made great contributions. It's not about the nuclear bomb. Everyone. Fong Pingchuan rubbed his temples. I'm afraid we are facing more than one terrible opponent. The representatives of various countries were very surprised. The representative of the country of FA, Lupong, asked in confusion, Mr. Fong, you mean the one who pretended to be you? It's not him, but a more terrible opponent than him. Fong Pingchuan shook his head and pointed to the huge screen. Everyone. The nuclear bomb incident of Tang State just now is not simple. But there is another thing that concerns me more. Look. This video. On the big screen. In the vast blue ocean. The wind and clouds suddenly changed. The storm was raging. The tornado connected the sky and the ocean. And above the ocean, thousands of giant whirlpools rose one after another. The huge water wall continued to go in all directions. And more tornadoes followed closely. The representatives of various countries looked at this extremely shocking scene, and were so scared that they completely lost their color. This can no longer be described by the word terrible. Is this the blue planet we live on? When did the ocean become so violent? Everyone was extremely shocked. Even if this situation occurred in the Great North Ocean on the west side of the European continent, none of them could escape, and would definitely be buried in the belly of the fish, leaving no trace. This is... Could it be that this happened not long ago? Karlov, the representative of the bear country, was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. He knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. I think this has exceeded a certain scope. The changes in the world definitely indicate the birth of something evil. Blake, the representative of the Ying country, took a breath. Fong Pingchuan nodded and sighed. When our reconnaissance plane returned from the Philippines, it noticed the abnormality on the deep poison ocean side. So it risked its life to scout the situation in that area. As a result, the things it filmed made me think that I saw the arrival of the end of the world for a moment. The representatives of various countries were silent, and they were still deeply shocked by the impact of the video just now. What do you think happened here? Fong Pingchuan looked at the representatives with a very serious expression. It looks like a catastrophe. But we haven't gotten any more data from the ocean. And even the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite hasn't found anything. Right? Asked the representative of the bull country. Alahis. But his face soon turned dark blue. And all the other representatives understood one thing. Not finding anything is the biggest problem. If it was found that dozens or hundreds of A-level demons were making trouble here, what countermeasures could the human side have? After all, A-level demons are still afraid of nuclear bombs. But now, if nothing is found, it means one thing. This violent and catastrophic scene may be the work of the S-level demon king, the mutant demon Bamboo, whose whereabouts are still unknown. In everyone's cognition, the S-level demon king has indeed completely destroyed the fate of the American country. And its subordinates are still wreaking havoc in the American country and the Maple Leaf country. Countless people witnessed it. A giant dragon like silver lightning flew through the cities, destroying one extraordinary research center after another, and completely defeated various troops of the American and Maple Leaf countries. Now, the American country is basically not far from destruction, and the Maple Leaf country has completely fallen. More than 10 hours ago, there was no way to contact them. The Bamboo of the S-level demon king should have the ability to cross the sea. The power it possesses. If it goes from the American continent to the Philippine continent, and then to the deep poison ocean. Wait, if the demon Bamboo of the S-level demon king is in the deep poison ocean, then the huge pit in the Philippine continent. No, it can't be. Daller, the representative of the Bruce country, suddenly thought of this and slammed the table. And almost all the representatives woke up after a moment and almost fainted. Is the giant pit in Feilu the work of the S-level demon king? Wait, if that's the case, then the S-level demon king even escaped the nuclear bomb? Moreover, the mutant Bamboo may be the one that caused the horrific scene of the sudden change in the world. Yes, the mutant demon Bamboo created the horrific giant pit. And the sudden change in the deep poison ocean was also caused by it. But now I even think that the mutant Bamboo may have reached a level that is even more powerful than S-level. Which is also possible, Fong Pingchuan said, taking a deep breath. Whether it is on the other side of the screen or on this side of the screen. The air seemed to fall into a dead silence. If that's true, what should humans do? What about the world? Are the existences more terrifying than the S-level demon kings still effective for human nuclear bombs? Or should humans put down all the so-called resistance and choose a way to preserve themselves? At this moment, all the representatives were silent. There was no answer in their hearts. The world seemed to have completely abandoned them. It seems that humans will never catch up with the speed and pace of evolution of the mutant demon Bamboo. We don't need to be so pessimistic. There is hope. Fong Pingchuan's voice was also quite tired and a little hoarse. This may be just a guess. After all, we don't have any definite evidence. Moreover, the current situation in Tang country is actually more worthy of our attention. Is there anything else there? Didn't that fake just kill the mutant creature of Class A demon spirit with a nuclear bomb? Blake of Ying country said, grabbing his messy bald head. No. The nuclear bomb was pushed away. Push away? The representatives exclaimed again. Yes. Push away. Literally. Some force pushed the nuclear bomb away. Fong Pingchuan frowned. Although I don't know what force it is. There is no doubt that the nuclear bomb was pushed in the opposite direction and retreated more than 300 kilometers. The representatives found that there seemed to be no good news today. After successively destroying the largest spiritual realm in Europe and the A-level demon king of Feilu, everyone thought that from now on, Humans should be able to pick up the horn of attack and blow it. But at this moment, after hearing Fong Pingchuan's speculation, everyone immediately returned to the previous state of pessimism and despair. No one thinks that they can turn the whole world around. The end of mankind is coming. And how long it will take for this doomsday to completely extinct mankind, no one knows and understands. Now, everyone hopes that this is really just some speculation and speculation. Not true. Not the fact. The force that can push the nuclear bomb away is undoubtedly in existence that can completely hide its own spiritual energy. My initial guess is that this one should be a subordinate of the mutant bamboo, or a mutant creature subordinate to it. Fong Pingchuan coughed lightly and continued, now, this black cloud seems to have moved in that direction. This is not accidental. Black cloud? The representatives were puzzled. What is a black cloud? They all looked at the cloud at this time, and seemed to be completely unable to understand Fong Pingchuan's intention. That thing is the nest of black insects. A gust of wind blew and drilled into the combat command room. Wang Su's sudden appearance informed everyone of this extremely surprising news. Wang Su nodded to Fong Pingchuan and handed him the information in his hand. Fong Pingchuan simply flipped through it and frowned. He also immediately sent the picture to the screens of each representative. This is not the black bug that Chung Yu mentioned before in the Nine Heavens Tower. That's right. Wang Su took off his hood. Black bug mother. That's what we call it. Black bug mother? The representatives' voices trembled. A pet that obeys the fake person. So do you understand? Wang Su took a deep breath and looked at Fong Pingchuan. Yaozhu's subordinates are already fighting with Heiyun. At the same time, that person launched dozens of spiritual energy shielding device missiles at Shinduyang, which is enough to prove that there is something there. Chapter 366, Lost in the World. This thing is just like the real thing. Chung Yu sighed again. In front of him, Wang Su, wearing a hood, walked quietly in front of the four of them, with his hands hanging down on both sides of his body. Whether it was his appearance, his clothes, or even the instant performance of the dew on his clothes when he stepped on the weeds, they were exactly the same as those of real humans. This was not the real Wang Su, but a replica that Xing Yu completely resimulated and materialized with the ability of ink drops when Wang Su had to contact the real Fong Pingchuan. Except for not being able to speak. This replica was basically the same as the real one. Xing Yu's ability to control spiritual energy and ink drops had reached perfection. He could combine ink drops to completely copy a person. And even the various colors on his body could also be completely simulated using this ability. Stop talking nonsense. Xing Yu glared at Chung Yu and looked at the end of the team in the distance. As the leader of the team, Xing Yu should have moved forward with the main force. But now, all he can do is some logistics. Or even some auxiliary things like this. However, Xing Yu did not have any dissatisfaction at this time. On the contrary, he felt that there was nothing that could better reflect his value than this. Since meeting the real Fong Pingchuan, he, Zheng Guodong, and even Fei Jun are full of confidence in the future of mankind. After chatting with the real Fong Pingchuan in the Bulu country, they all felt that the fire of hope for mankind has not been extinguished, and they seem to be able to do something in this doomsday. And Wang Su, this extraordinary person who can teleport, can easily transmit information and do some things, is also the key for them to finally kill the fake Fong Pingchuan and bring all mankind together again. However, Wang Su became less convenient to do many things because of the constraints of Allensmeister. Allensmeister, the death merchant, seemed to have completely restrained Wang Su and would not allow Wang Su to do anything against his will. As for the overall situation, Wang Su could not let Allensmeister find out that he was in contact with the real Fong Pingchuan, let alone let him know that everything was going in another direction. If Allensmeister knew about this, then this guy, who could be said to be one of the biggest variables among humans, would probably let everything slide into the abyss of no return. I'm not talking nonsense. Chung Yu yawned. Now he still couldn't trust anyone. Whether it was trusting the real Fong Pingchuan, Allensmeister, or Xing Yu and the others, it was the same. He was also in a state of chaos now. Can Fong Pingchuan really change everything? He didn't think so. But one thing could be confirmed. That was the fake Fong Pingchuan. If he was killed, the situation in the whole world would definitely be completely cleared up. However, this fake Fong Pingchuan was sitting firmly in Shengjing City, which was covered by several layers of spiritual energy shielding devices. He or anyone else had no chance to attack. Now, their team was heading towards Bingcheng in an orderly manner. The purpose was naturally to slowly infiltrate Bingsheng. Use the power of these extraordinary people. Kill all the mutant creatures in Changqingshan spirit realm and all the nearby spiritual realms. And then gradually explore the direction of Shangjing. Even if these extraordinary people had great abilities, they were restricted by those spiritual energy shielding decorations, and could not perform further. Old Tian ability could cover up the spiritual energy of all of them. So according to reason, their current actions did not have too many loopholes. However, during the previous defense of Shangjing, the fake Fang Pingchuan ignored Old Tian ability, and still found them accurately. This point has made Cheng Yu unable to figure it out until now. Just like that person can ignore the aura shielding device. This matter is also extremely abnormal. Who is that fake Fang Pingchuan? Why does he have so many abilities? And why does he want to put the relationship between ordinary people and extraordinary people into an irreversible situation? If he really wants to be the same as the Destiny Society, then why not just become the Destiny Society? Countless questions made Cheng Yu more hesitant and hesitant. He didn't know what he should do next, and whether he should trust others. He didn't know whether his current thoughts were right or wrong. If we can delay one more second here, Wang Su can do more things. Zheng Guodong frowned and looked at the back of Alan Smeister in the distance. If we knew what that guy had hidden that could destroy humanity, or where those things were, we wouldn't have to work so hard. Yes. Fei Jun nodded. Since he met Wang Su, he has been more frugal with words. One can't say too much. Especially with Alan's masters. As a person with long-distance teleportation ability, Fei Jun ability is completely different from Wang Su. He can teleport tens of kilometers, but he can't teleport to a very long distance like Wang Su. Like moving thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers away immediately. Otherwise, he would definitely have to do a lot of things. Can't you just kill Master? Cheng Yu sighed. This person is too troublesome. It would be great if you could do this. Xing Yu glanced at his watch. Wang Su. Just then, Wang Su suddenly appeared beside them. And Xing Yu also reacted instantly, destroying Wang Su's clone made by his ink droplets. It's done. Wang Su looked at everyone, nodded, and walked towards Alan's masters. The four people were stunned. What was done? What's going on? Can you at least tell me what happened? Several people were confused. Until now, they didn't even get the most basic information. But not long after, Wang Su suddenly disappeared with Alan Smeister. After that, when everyone was still wondering, Wang Su came back. The S-level Demon King may have improved his strength to a stronger level. And that imposter is using the Black Insect Mother and unknown mutant creatures to attack the subordinates of the mutant demon Bamboo. At the same time, he is also using other means to prevent the mutant demon Bamboo from re-entering the Tang Kingdom. After Wang Su finished speaking, he disappeared again in an instant. Xing Yu and others looked at each other. What is going on? After saying such a long string, he ran away? However, the amount of information in this long string of words seems to be quite large. The mutant creature above S level, that demon Bamboo? Zheng Guodong took a breath. Above S level. It's hard for them to deal with a level. Above S level? SS level? Are you going to let people live? Then, what should it be called? Cheng Yu swallowed his saliva. Above Demon King. Demon Emperor? Everyone was silent. The strength of this mutant demon Bamboo has reached a level that they can never reach even if they try hard. What will the world become after that? Chapter 367 Moment of Despair. Beasts roared. Birds cried. In the mountains, smoke filled the air, and roars rose to the sky. A 10-meter-tall giant panda had now climbed out of the abyss it had created before, and it now injected spiritual energy into its entire body, turning it into extremely powerful strength. Countless roots emerged from the countless deep cracks on the ground. And then, stone-like monsters with huge mouths of several meters, or even dozens of meters in diameter arched and overturned the solid ground with countless gravels. The blood demons, and the blood demons that made extremely disgusting and terrifying noises, as if they would never be completely eliminated, drilled out from the ground again and again, and repeatedly rushed towards Panda and its other companions. Endless. The white flames that were now wrapped around Panda's extremely well-developed muscular arms were no longer burning as fiercely as before. After a long battle, the spiritual energy in its body was consumed bit by bit, just like a soul that was gradually drained and slowly disappeared. The other companions were the same. At this moment, they no longer had the previous swift movements and flexible positioning. After all, whether it was a slightly weaker sub-blood evil or a stronger blood evil. They were not just standing there and being simply pressed to the ground and rubbed by Panda and others. From time to time, there would be ghostly vines or roots that would entangle the legs and feet of a companion, or even directly roll up a companion, although they would soon be rescued by other companions. This kind of thing would become more and more frequent with time. Panda looked at these enemies that were still emerging in an endless stream, and it seemed that there would never be an end. He suddenly understood why the master said that the human would send this helper to chase them together with the black insect mother. That's it. Their vitality and numbers are enough to hold back any extremely powerful mutant creature, or a group of extremely powerful mutant creatures. After all, even the sub-blood evil spirits are at the level of the second or first level, and the blood evil spirits are even at the third level, or the spiritual energy concentration above the third level. After killing so many, the companion's strength and spiritual energy are rapidly decreasing over time. Unlike the seemingly endless spiritual energy of their master Lin Ming, these mutant creatures, even if their level realm is raised to the third level, still cannot escape the law that spiritual energy will decrease. And it is not so easy to replenish these spiritual energy. Originally, Panda really wanted to completely eliminate these blood evil spirits at that time, and then find a way to support Shui Jin and the others. But what he didn't expect was that its downward impact bullet fist and the attack of the mutant rat summoned by Shui did drive many blood evil spirits and sub-blood evil spirits out of the soil. But no one thought that the number of these monsters was far more than they imagined. The blood demons and sub-blood demons that kept coming out of the soil seemed endless. They did not just surround them and control their routes like before. Or in other words, they trapped them tightly without attacking. This time, the sub-blood demons would use extremely long roots and strange blood demon vines to form a mixed offensive. And the blood demons would even specifically look for people like Shuya or Imochen, who were relatively weak in strength and attack and defense, and were purely auxiliary types to attack. As long as they did this when they reached the third level, Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, and even Jing Ji, the third level people, would immediately come over to coordinate defense. After doing this all the time, such things would weaken their spiritual energy more and more. Even if Bai Qi arranged the barrier of light elements over and over again, they would still be easily broken by the concentrated attacks of those blood evil spirits. The situation gradually changed from the original overwhelming advantage to a balanced one. And with the emergence of more blood evil spirits and sub-blood evil spirits, Panda and his team were even completely at a disadvantage. Panda looked up and looked in the direction of the black cloud in the distance. The battle situation there was not very optimistic. Panda found that among the four of Qiying, Shui Jin, Mo Kai and Zhu Yu, only Shui Jin could almost completely avoid the attacks of those deadly black tentacles without any injuries. The other three could only contain them from a distance, while Mo Kai and Zhu Yu, who were slower than Qiying, had obviously been attacked and their flying speed was repeatedly slowed down. Basically, it was Qiying who was struggling to support. Shui Jin, who had evolved to another level, had a lot of bonuses in speed and agility. But in fact, he could only continue to attract firepower. This is when the black insect mother body only used those tentacles, and the four third-level creatures were only able to defend themselves. What if there are other more unreasonable abilities that appear? Panda took a deep breath, and it knew that it seemed that it had completely fallen into an unfavorable situation. It also knew that its own spiritual energy was indeed not much. For a third-level mutant creature, the total amount of its original spiritual energy was actually quite terrifying. But since the last encounter with the blood demons, when it was almost calculated by them, Panda spent a lot of spiritual energy to get out of the situation. And afterwards, it did use the spiritual stone to replenish its own spiritual energy. But it was a drop in the bucket, and it didn't recover much at all. Now, things have reached an irreversible disadvantage. And even if it continues like this, the companions will be hurt one after another, or even die. The Master Lin Ning still did not appear, and they were completely in a desperate situation. In the face of countless third-order and second-order mutant creatures, even they were in an absolute dilemma. The original self-confidence and the absolute worship of their own strength were gradually defeated by the continuous number of enemies at this time. Panda knew that there was not much else to do. The tragic death of Zhui Yuan and Dian Wei appeared in Panda's eyes again at this time. Continue to lose companions? This must not be allowed to happen, Panda roared, and all his companions instantly prostrated on the ground. Then, he swung his arms violently, and a fierce fist wind rushed out instantly. And the white flame ignited this terrifying fist wind, creating one flame whirlwind after another. And these flame whirlwinds even directly vaporized the blood evil and the sub-blood evil after hitting them. The smell of burning filled the entire battlefield, and the temperature rose sharply under this attack. Panda suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be hollowed out, and his giant legs suddenly lost strength. It could no longer support its huge body and heavy head. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and Panda fell to the ground instantly. Panda! All the companions suddenly found that the giant panda guiding them fell to the ground with a bang, and they were all stunned. The white-hot scorching flames were still baking the earth, and more blood demons and blood demon vines were instantly burned to ashes. Some blood demons came out, but they could not withstand the strong force and the strong storm composed of white high-temperature flames, and hurriedly drilled into the ground. 3 black shadows in the air landed. Qiang, Majia and Zhuyu, who were far away near the black clouds, saw the battle situation here gradually developing to an unfavorable situation, and saw Panda fall to the ground with a bang, and hurriedly flew back. Take them away. Mokai, you take Jin Lin and run away alone, towards the direction of the bear country where Feng Ji and the others are. At least you can hold on for a little longer, until the master comes. Panda held up his body with great strength, and there was a tragic look in his eyes. Whether it was the blood evil or the black insect mother that had not yet erupted with all its strength, it was no longer something they should consider how to deal with at this moment. Now, what they should do is to escape and leave this place. The master who had not arrived for a long time must have encountered something, so he had not come directly to defeat the blood evil and the mysterious black insect mother. All of Lin Ning's subordinates knew that they had to make a choice, and there was only one way to choose this choice: leaving, or escaping from this battlefield. This road was even the road they immediately denied at the beginning. From the beginning, they were full of vigor and energy and decided to impress their master with their own abilities. Now, after discovering that the number and strength of the blood demons that attacked like insects were beyond their ability to resist, every mutant creature knew in their hearts that they had completely failed this time. I understand. Panda, Jin Lin, follow me. Mokai spread his huge wings and signaled Jin Lin, who was already covered in wounds, to come up. Jin Lin looked at Panda, who was barely sitting on the ground, and then looked at the blood demons and blood demon vines that were engulfed by flames, and suddenly trembled. You, all of you go. Don't worry about me. Jin Lin looked at Xue Jin in the distance, who was almost forced to defend by the black tentacles, and found that the giant gray-black cloud was much closer to this side. And Xue Jin, it seems that he can't hold on for too long. Time is not enough. The other party wants it. There is no doubt about it. The previous attacks of the blood demons and the blood demons came almost all at once, but each attack was not fatal. If the other companions had not been rescued in time, most of them would have been seriously injured by the monsters. This made Jin Lin rethink whether he should continue to hold on with his companions. If he stayed here alone, his companions would definitely be saved. Right? Jin Lin, stop being so self-righteous. Run away. Panda stood up panting, with only a little spiritual energy left in his body. And this little spiritual energy can only sustain its simple activities. Let Qiang and Zhuyu take away the rest immediately. Stop fighting. This is an order. Panda let out a long roar, and looked at the white flame whirlwinds again. At this moment, they were also constantly dissipating. It wouldn't take long for them to go out, so even if they wanted to leave, they might not be able to leave. The companions were silent. They knew what leaving meant. Panda's body was too fat, and none of the 4 giant birds could take him away. They were the only ones who could leave. But the remaining panda, whether it was the blood evil or the upcoming black insect mother, was definitely beyond Panda's ability to deal with. After they left, there was only one ending left for Panda. From the attack of the blood evil just now, it can be seen that, except for the golden scale, they absolutely did not want any mutant creatures here to survive. The white flame storm was about to extinguish and dissipate, and the black cloud was about to arrive. The time left for them to choose was really short. Bang, 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 boom. But, at this moment, when all of Lin Ming's subordinates were making a life or death choice, suddenly, a very shocking sound came from the sky. That is, Panda looked at the huge black meteorite falling from the sky, and knew in his heart that the thing he least wanted to see had happened again. What does the black meteorite mean? The black bugs in it will further threaten it and all its companions. And if those black bugs come into contact with their companions, no matter who they are, they will immediately become like the point guards at that time and become the nutrients of the giant black bugs. The black bugs are already tricky enough. And with the mutated giant black bugs, then, there is almost no possibility of escape. Panda knew that the moment those black meteorites landed, that was the moment all their companions were declared dead. Go! This is an order. Panda roared with a little strength left. It is not afraid of death. It was afraid that because of its own incompetence, it would cause all its companions to be here together and have to lose their lives. I know. Companions, we have to leave. Emokai let out a sharp cry and nodded to Chiying and Zhuyu. The 3 giant birds will be the only hope for the companions to escape from here. They have no time. Go! Panda roared again, and the roars from the more than 10 black meteorites were enough to cover all the sounds. You must live well. Don't be useless like me. Panda feels guilty for bringing you to this danger. Panda took a deep breath and looked at the companions who had climbed onto the backs of Chiying, Emokai and Zhuyu. It was panting, and its right arm had no strength at all. The scorching sun poured down on its whole body. Master, I can only go ahead. I am unwilling to not be able to see the world you created. However, at this moment, who allowed you to die? A familiar voice suddenly reached Panda's consciousness. Instantly, countless dragon-like black roots completely enveloped him and all his companions. Under the surface, there was a very heavy rumble, and more blood evil vines, sub-blood evils, and blood evils all swarmed out from underground. And this is not the end. With absolute strength, it rushed out of the ground and went straight to the sky. Thousands of extremely terrifying roots soared into the sky, and a huge black shadow space was spread in the air. Those whistling black meteorites were completely swallowed up and destroyed after rushing into these dark spaces. Black strange insects like rain and fog fell from these dark spaces in an instant, but suddenly suffered a hurricane attack composed of blood-red leaves and strong winds, and became a corpse. No one is allowed to die. I'm late. My subordinates. The familiar voice sounded in everyone's consciousness, and they also understood what the meaning of this sentence represented. Chapter 368. No one knows. Blue sea, blue sky, desert, ruins. This is the biggest feeling that Tuolu gave Lin Ming. Even though there are countless strange mutant creatures and countless wonderful things here, he is completely uninterested. There is no trace of any human here. Even if he has been sensing the vicinity of the East Coast, it is still the same. The entire land, at this moment, has been covered by deserts and forests that are less than 1/5 of the entire land. Desolation and vitality coexist, and danger and safety blend. It's really a rubbish place. Lin Ming sensed all the mutant creatures here, and everything, and felt that this place was simply a shitty place. There is not even a carnivorous beast in the place. But the humans here seem to have disappeared long ago, and they should have been killed. This can be seen from the ruins of the city. Lin Ming found that those cities were completely occupied by mutant rats and mutant rabbits. As for mutant kangaroos and mutant koalas, there are not many of them. It is estimated that it will not take too much time for this place to be completely occupied by mutant rats and mutant rabbits. And this entire land of spiritual realm will eventually fall into a battle between rats because only rats are left. In the end, even these mutant rats will be completely destroyed. Lin Ming thought about it, and suddenly felt that he needed to use this 5th level strength to do something immediately. For example, in an instant, the bamboo roots completely penetrated almost half of this land, and penetrated into every mutant rabbit's nest and mutant rat's nest. And in this short period of time, countless toxins were released instantly. The system began to prompt frantically. Ding! You killed a second level mutant rat, and obtained 280 evolution points. Ding! You? Not bad. He just killed about 30,000 or 40,000 mutant rabbits and mutant rats in an instant, although most of them were entry-level ones. And there were few first-level and second-level ones. There was no doubt that the evolution points were very good. In this instant, the number of evolution points obtained directly reached 200,000, which was simply too easy. 200,000 is enough for him to upgrade their abilities. Then, it's time to go to where the subordinates are. After arranging several spiritual bamboo clones, Lin Ning also quickly touched the northern edge of Tuolu with bamboo roots in a very short time. Move over a long distance. And then use countless islands as a springboard to go directly to the location of Panda Panda. Lin Ning sensed the situation there, and found that his subordinates were now in a difficult battle. This is quite normal. If the opponent is a single blood evil, or even a single black insect mother, there is actually no problem at all. Even in natural conditions, the combined strength of these two super mutant creatures is actually just that. After all, their attack methods and attack effects can be predicted, and their attack power is also weak. To deal with blood evil and sub-blood evil, just attack from the source. Specifically find those blood evil to attack. Other blood evil vines and sub-blood evil are useless. After beating the blood evil, the only way to do is to escape. As for the black insect mother, according to Lin Ming's previous understanding of the attack methods of this thing, it seems that there are only those black tentacles. The black insects transform from the black tentacles, and the black insect nests that can spray black meteorites in the air. Shui Jin and others are used to contain these black insects, and the subordinates who can attack non-elemental things, like Jing Ji, fight a war of attrition with the black insects on the backs of several giant birds. Other subordinates concentrate on dealing with the blood evil. Basically, even if there is a limit on spiritual energy, they will quickly drive the enemy away. However, although many of his poor subordinates have reached the third level of strength, and Shui Jin has even gone a step further and evolved a belief, the opponents they have to face are not just the black insect mother and the blood evil. The fake Fang Pingchuan behind them is the real tough guy. The intelligence level of ordinary humans is already extremely complicated and unimaginable, let alone this guy who can control the black insect mother and the blood evil. Lin Ning knew very well that the other party could accurately issue various commands to them, as if they were controlling two armies, and could also use the various special abilities of these two super mutant creatures to deal with his subordinates according to the real-time battle situation. Naturally, he could also conduct almost completely targeted battles against them according to the various abilities of his subordinates. One in the air and the other on the ground could easily make his subordinates lose sight of one thing and lose their balance. Basically, it can be said that the subordinates have to face the fake Fang Pingchuan himself. No matter how high their intelligence is, they are still far behind the real humans in terms of wisdom. Not to mention that the fake Fang Pingchuan is much stronger than ordinary humans. Lin Ning now has every reason to believe that this fake Fang Pingchuan is even the culprit behind all this after the era of spiritual energy revival. Now think about it. Isn't it all caused by this guy? Although the Fate Society has a big role in it, Lin Ming now thinks that President Adenauer of the Fate Society, the genius inventor Bethueli, and even Alexandra, who can control the beasts, are actually very easy to deal with. After all, they have been chased by him all the time, and Bethueli was even blocked by him in their American country's lair. And in the end, he died. The society was destroyed, which only added to the laughter. And this mysterious man who is still pretending to be Fang Pingchuan is still in Shengjing, and no one can touch him. Everything is changing the whole world according to his will. This fake is not just a simple human who can control two giant mutant creatures. He can shield his own breath, sense the breath of mutant creatures and extraordinary people, and even have no problem in Shengjing where aura shielding devices are everywhere. No matter how you look at it, it seems that he is almost the same thing as him. Bingdi Baxia, Fu Huang poisonous mushroom, black insect mother, and blood evil system. Although this is still speculation, Lin Ning feels that it can basically be implemented. This system exists and is also a mass-produced thing. The purpose is to absorb the endless evolution points. And whether it is his mutant demon bamboo or other mutant creatures, the purpose of the system is the same. Although it is not clear what the system does with those evolution points. It is nothing more than enhancing its own strength. Whether it was him or the other unlucky ones who were chosen. If everyone wanted to survive in this world and not be killed in the fight between the unlucky ones, then they had to constantly evolve and upgrade, constantly improve their abilities, and constantly eliminate everything, whether it was mutants, strange beasts, or extraordinary people, until the final lucky one appeared. Then the system would also come out, and then appear in front of us as a harvester. Right? That's roughly it. Lin Ning also knew at this moment that there was not much time to waste. Evolution points. How scarce this thing is. He still knows. And one of the largest sources is the kind of victory in the battle between the unlucky ones, who were also chosen. Which is generous. And there are just two such unlucky ones. Right where he is going. Lin Ning sensed that with the crazy attack of the blood evil and the black insect mother, the situation of his subordinates seemed to be more difficult at this moment. They have slowly changed from the previous offensive to the defensive, and even began to be injured. If he continued to delay here, things would become extremely difficult. The bamboo root suddenly flew far away and soared into the air. Lin Ming's next stop was on the giant island on the north side of Tuolu. As long as he reached there, even if he didn't have to move forward, he could easily pass the bamboo route through the seabed and then reach the southernmost part of Tang. And there were his subordinates, feeling the huge fluctuations on the land, and at the same time feeling the strong friction heat caused by the strong pulling force when his trunk and branches came into contact with the air. Lin Ning flew into the sky like an arrow through the clouds. The ground was also pulled by this huge force in an instant, directly creating a deep gully, and even completely dividing Tuolu into two parts. Even with the resistance of air, Lin Ning flight distance, this time still easily broke through the distance of 2,000 meters. Flying at high speed in the air, Lin Ning found without surprise that the distance he flew this time was far beyond the distance he had imagined. Originally, he thought he could reach the southern coast of Kalaman Island, but he didn't expect that this flight would directly cross there and bring him directly into the sea near the southernmost part of Tang country. Splash. A loud noise. Lin Ning felt very embarrassed. He played like this and directly played himself into the sea. It was only less than 1,500 kilometers away from Panda Panda and the others. The huge waves stirred up and immediately formed waves of water walls. Lin Ming, who was directly hit by the water, also felt that this time he really underestimated his own strength, which had become much stronger. The fifth level is not something you can just say for fun, although it is not visible on the surface. In fact, the strength, speed, etc. have all grown to an extremely amazing level. Ultra-long distance movement has also been further strengthened. After all, this thing relies on action and reaction, and a lot of things that Lin Ming doesn't know what they are called. In fact, it is a kind of physical effect that uses strength and speed to add. The faster the speed, the higher the kinetic energy, the longer the distance, and the longer the flight distance. However, 1,500 kilometers. Lin Ning immediately sensed the situation of his subordinates. And at this time, Lin Ning sensed that Panda had just released its ability, using white flames mixed with fierce storms to ignite the ground, and also curb the movement and actions of those blood demons and sub-blood demons, and attacked. But this obviously couldn't stop them for too long. And Lin Ning also sensed that from the direction where the pandas came from before, there were obviously more blood demons and sub-blood demons coming here one after another, attacking from underground. No matter how excellent the abilities of pandas and their spiritual energy were, they were definitely no match for this endless stream of enemies. After all, they were already almost at the same level, and there were so many opponents, so there was no point in fighting. Why didn't they retreat in time? Lin Ning was also quite puzzled. However, sensing the black insect mother, they gradually broke up the formation of Shui Jin and the others, and forced them to only have the power to defend. Lin Ning found that it was really not far away from Panda and the others. If these two guys surrounded Panda and the others, then there would be basically no show to watch. Lin Ming, who was still floating in the sea, quickly explored the deepest part of the seabed with bamboo roots. After supporting himself and balancing himself, more roots also went straight to where Panda and the others were. In the dark and deep seabed, Lin Ning suddenly felt that the black insect mother body suddenly released several black meteorites. And these black meteorites quickly rose into the sky. I can't wait any longer. Lin Ning originally wanted to sense more information he wanted here, and to know more about the black insect mother body, and the unknown blood evil mother body under the ground. But the time was not enough at this time. Master, I can only go ahead. I am unwilling to not see the world you created. Panda seemed to want to be the last barrier to stop the enemy. This stupid subordinate. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. Who allowed you to die? His spiritual language instantly passed into the minds of all his subordinates, and countless dragon-like black roots completely enveloped it, and all its subordinates at this moment. Lin Ning bamboo roots also instantly burst out, with extremely strong power, covering the entire underground with bamboo roots. All the big and small blood evil spirits, sub-blood evil spirits, and blood evil vines also swarmed out from the underground at this time. They sensed the danger, which was more terrifying than the white flame still burning on the ground. It's not over yet. What are you in a hurry for? Lin Ning bamboo roots split into two groups, one of which suddenly drilled out of the ground, rushed out of the ground with extremely fierce power, and went straight to the high ground. Thousands of extremely terrifying roots soared into the sky. Lin Ning also used all his roots at this moment to release the dark element shadow space in the air. The dark and strange elemental power like a curtain quickly engulfed and destroyed the whistling black meteorites. After that, the black strange insects like rain and fog instantly fell from these dark spaces, but suddenly suffered a hurricane attack composed of blood-red leaves and strong winds, and became dead. Explosion and random attack. Lin Ning has used this ability to the extreme at this moment. He can now make bamboo branches and leaves grow on the bamboo roots. With this trick, he can easily eliminate these annoying black insects. No one is allowed to die. I'm late. My subordinates. Lin Ning once again used spiritual language to convey his words to the consciousness of his subordinates. At this moment, another bamboo root also spread from the ground to the direction where Panda and the others came from. In a matter of seconds, a monster as big as a hill suddenly rose up from the depths of the ground. Finally, the real body has been brought out. Lin Ning sensed the huge potato that was still avoiding his bamboo roots and moving clumsily, and looked at the giant cloud that was approaching Panda and the others. Knowing that this time his battle against two super powerful mutant creatures at the same time was about to begin. Chapter 369 Evolutionary Explosion. For Lin Ning, or rather, for him now, it didn't take any effort to kill a few thousand blood demons, and nearly 100 blood demons. In his eyes, the third order and second order mutant creatures were like a bunch of weak and tiny ants. In fact, there was no value in fighting with them. Why? 5 order? This level of realm is no longer something that the second order and third order mutant creatures can reach. The reason why Lin Ning forced those blood demons and blood demons out instead of killing them instantly was not because he forgot to kill them. Wouldn't it be better to leave them to his subordinates and let them kill these ants? Those in Tualu before were simply because Lin Ning wanted to test his own strength and see if he could be stronger and more dominant than before. So he tried it. And the result also proved that Lin Ning's current strength is no longer comparable to the past. His strength is enough to make almost all mutant creatures on this planet tremble. Now, Lin Ning wants to fight with the big potato-like Blood Demon Lord that he just forced out from a little further away. Blood Demon Lord. This thing is very hidden. Lin Ning thought that the Blood Demon was over. Then he met the Blood Demon again. At that time, he thought that the third level Blood Demon should be the strongest. Now, he met this Blood Demon Lord again. The height reached nearly 1,000 meters. And that huge mouth seemed to be able to swallow the Blood Demon Lord like the world. In Lin Ming's opinion, it must be a 4th level, or even higher level mutant creature. The black insect mother hidden in the dark gray giant cloud in the sky seemed to be serious at this moment, completely covering the location where Panda and the others were. Thousands of black tentacles kept rushing from the sky to the ground, as if they wanted to completely devour his subordinates. How could I let you succeed? Lin Ning bamboo roots transformed into tens of thousands of interwoven huge nets, and countless bamboo branches grew from the nets. On the bamboo branches, blood-red leaves with gold also emerged crazily. Then, thousands of explosive storms burst out between those black tentacles. The black tentacles, under the crazy rolling of these bamboo leaves and the storm, turned into powder together with the black insects inside. At the same time, Lin Ning also placed the bamboo roots containing extremely rich spiritual energy next to his subordinates. Panda was stunned for a moment, and had not yet come out of the extreme shock. It had never doubted the greatness and power of its master before. But every time it witnessed its master's move, it would feel that it itself was as small as an ant, even though it believed that it was the most powerful and top-notch among the third-order mutant creatures. At this moment, whether it was the explosive storm or the ability of the dark space that could completely swallow the entire sky, it couldn't help but sigh. The master's level was beyond its reach. Don't be discouraged. You have done very well, Panda. The spiritual language of the master Lin Ning suddenly entered Panda's mind. Master! Master! I did? Not well at all. Or rather, I really embarrassed you. Panda lowered his head and looked at the bamboo stick that was close to his mouth. The muscles at his legs trembled. To be honest, the spiritual energy he had left could only barely allow him to stand. If it weren't for the timely rescue of the master Lin Ning, both it and its companions would have died on the spot due to the attack of the blood evil and the black insect mother. And this was because it was too confident and wanted to prove itself to the master Lin Ming too much, which put itself and its companions in an extremely dangerous situation. It could not deny this. At that time, it wanted its companions to evacuate, and then it would face these monsters alone. It also wanted to test its own strength to see if it could reach the strength it imagined. But its companions did not want it to stay here alone to fight, but wanted to fight side by side with it. At that time, it really thought that they could use the strength they had trained in this long battle to delay the attack of the blood evil and the black insect mother body as much as possible. And perhaps, at least, they could destroy these blood evil and the blood evil children before the master arrived. But the truth is cruel. Not to mention the black insect mother body. They couldn't even do anything to the blood evil, even though the companions had basically reached the 3rd level. Their spiritual energy was also eaten up in the consumption of these blood evil vines, blood evil children and blood evil that appeared continuously. Moreover, Panda also noticed that these monsters also had a very high level of intelligence, and could use various tactics to disrupt the rhythm of the battle, attack those who were weaker, and cause chaos to the entire team, and so on and so forth. Panda, who originally thought that he could at least kill the blood demons, could only survive by chance when his master Lin Ming arrived. After drinking the powerful and rich aura of the demon, Panda also felt that his aura was replenishing quickly, and the scars left behind gradually disappeared, and the fatigue disappeared without a trace. Other companions also drank the demon under the bamboo root barrier of the master Lin Ming. Like him, they also had no traces of fighting on their bodies. But at this moment, Panda felt unwilling and angry about his own powerlessness. Why is it always like this? As the master subordinates, they always rely on the master? Shouldn't they charge into battle for the master? Kill all the monsters that block the way for the master, and clear everything for the master, becoming the master's most powerful weapon. Master, the subordinates are unwilling to accept this. A fire burned in Panda's heart. Master, we don't want to be your burden, and we don't want to be useless subordinates who are always saved by you. Master, we, like Panda, don't want to go on like this. Feng Xiao, the Wolf King, also howled to the sky. Master, we want to be your weapon, and want to be your pride. Feng Yin also let out a long howl. We don't want to go on like this. Master, let us fight for you until the last moment. The voices of Lei Ji and Shui Yuan, Du Yan, were also filled with their unwillingness, as well as regret and disappointment for not being able to help the master Lin Ming. Lin Ming suddenly sensed that his subordinates rushed out from his protective barrier and rushed towards the tens of thousands of sub-blood demons and nearly 100 blood demons that he had previously pushed out from the ground. For a moment, endless explosions and vibrations resounded throughout the valley. Lin Ming underestimated the determination of his subordinates. He also underestimated his subordinates' loyalty to him and their determination to become his effective helpers. As the blood demons and sub-blood demons continued to disappear quickly, Lin Ming also found that his subordinates suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. This is faith evolution? Lin Ming sensed that after Panda improved his own strength and reached the 4th level, his faith evolved again. Although Feng Xiao and the others did not rise to the 4th level, they also ushered in the same faith evolution as Panda. Lin Ming found that he did not seem to come too late, but too early. Maybe even if I don't come, my subordinates will also achieve the evolution of level and realm, and achieve the powerful transformation of this belief evolution? After all, neither the little turtle emotion nor the lynx King Jingji used their unique abilities to completely turn the tide of the predicament just now. If I had appeared later, maybe this black insect mother body might not be a match for Panda and the others at this time. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh as he sensed the more majestic and turbulent spiritual energy of his subordinates. Now Panda has officially entered the realm of the 4th level Demon King. Another belief evolution. It seems that I don't need to do it myself? At this time, Lin Ming is also using this time to move quickly from the sea. The sea has too many restrictions compared to the land, especially if the fake Fang Pingchuan uses the missile equipped with a spiritual energy shielding device to scatter flowers again. Then it will be too difficult to get out of that sea again. Using ultra-long distance movement, Lin Ming quickly reached the land less than 1,000 kilometers away from Panda and the others. And this time, Lin Ming even went directly into a rushing river. The river is much better than the ocean. At this time, he also sensed that Panda and the others' belief evolution had ended, and their changes also surprised Lin Ming. Panda's current height and body shape have not changed much. It is still nearly 10 meters tall, and the upper muscles are extremely developed. But it seems that the head is bigger than before, and the overall image seems to be stronger. And the legs that seem to be used only as a support have become much stronger than before. It seems that Panda's future means of attack are not just arms. Lin Ming also sensed that the color of this guy is no longer just black and white. Compared to the original, the snow-like white and the inky black still have some obvious boundaries. But the wrists of Panda's arms near the claws now have strange colors such as green, red, silver, brown, yellow, and blue. These colors made Lin Ming immediately think of the colors of elements. Could it be that after Panda entered the 4th level, he directly evolved his beliefs and awakened to the power to control wind, fire, ice, rock, thunder, water and other elements? It seems that this wave of faith evolution directly turned Panda into an elemental warrior. The future is promising. Lin Ming was very happy about Panda's changes. Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, the 2 wolf kings, also had new changes after their faith evolution. However, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, the 2 wind wolves, had obvious differences in the direction of evolution. Feng Xiao's hind legs stood upright, becoming slender and strong, with a foundation of standing, and his muscles became more developed, while his forelimbs became slightly shorter, and his claws grew into a palm shape. The overall image was closer to the werewolf state imagined by Lin Ming. Feng Xiao's body length went straight to 5 meters, and the wolf mane on his head became extremely slender, hanging down his back. The sword-like wolf fangs have shortened a lot, but instead, the bones at its shoulder and elbow joints have protruded from the skin and grown into bone armor to protect its appearance. The claws on the palms at the tips of its forelimbs have also become longer and sharper. Even if it is swung lightly, Lin Ming feels that it can kill any mutant creature with relatively low defense with one blow. The head has also changed a little, and there is a single horn on its forehead. The original ferocious image has added a sense of dominance at this time. Rather than saying it is a werewolf, it should be called a wolf king. Feng Yin, on the other hand, has a deeper evolution on the form of a wolf. The overall length of it has reached about 10 meters, and its height has also increased a lot at this time. The muscles of the whole body have become more developed and symmetrical, and it looks bigger than before, and the several round wind blades on its body, like a halo, continue to surround it as if they will never disappear. It was a dark green in color, and now the green color was even stronger. Its hair had become much longer and looked like silk. On its huge head, its golden pupils flashed with wisdom, and its fangs, which were like long swords, had grown from 2 meters in length to nearly 4 meters. Unlike Feng Xiao, this guy's bone armor was hidden under the long hair, although it could not be seen from the outside. Lin Ming discovered that this guy had almost completely covered his entire body with bone armor. Was it moving towards defense specialization? This was quite beyond Lin Ming's expectation. If Feng Xiao was developing towards attack specialization, then Feng Yin had made great strides towards defense specialization. Although they can only control the wind element of the unit element, Lin Ming can see that these two seem to be able to truly achieve both speed and defense, and have the ability to quickly end the battle. After experiencing countless battles, they have also entered the 4th level realm. Lin Ming feels that both Feng Xiao and Feng Yin have undergone a complete transformation from the past. Looking at Lei Ji, Yan Lu and Du Yan again, their changes were not as great as Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, but there was no doubt that they were much stronger than before. Lei Ji's body had become slightly thinner than before, but he was stronger and more powerful. He was originally golden, but now almost half of his hair had turned black, and on top of the black, there were lightning sparks of black and yellow. Zhui Yuan had covered his entire body with bright red flames, and his body had grown to twice its size. Now, he had even formed several layers of barriers around his body with the flames. These barriers could allow him to withstand a fatal blow, and the flames outside the barriers were his weapons of attack. Tian's body had become smaller than before, but his sensitivity seemed to have greatly increased. In addition to the control of the poison element, he had awakened the water element and the ability to turn himself invisible for a short period of time. His strength was not to be underestimated. Lin Ming could not help but feel very relieved as he sensed the almost earth-shaking changes in his subordinates. At this moment, accompanied by a roar, a golden flash suddenly rushed from the ground to the sky. Chapter 370 Dragon Soars. Accompanied by a long roar, a golden flash suddenly rose into the sky. That roar was something Lin Ming had never heard before. With extreme anger. A violent and domineering roar. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could feel the strong spiritual energy brought by this force, which was so powerful that it could almost pierce the sky. Is this a dragon? Lin Ming suddenly realized that the mutant creature that made this roar, and the extremely shocking roar, was a golden dragon. It had a long triangle head, a golden snake body, and 4 legs with 5 toes, soaring in the air, flying in the sky, on the head like a giant lizard. The golden pupils are filled with overflowing murderous intent, and in the huge mouth, countless sharp teeth are like extremely sharp blades, enough to cut everything into pieces. Although it is a completely different type of dragon from Lin Ming imagination, and even from Qin Chun. In Lin Ming perception, this powerful mutant creature has been completely connected with the creature of dragon. This thing is undoubtedly the golden python Jin Lin from before. Lin Ming was delighted to find that this thing has just broken through to the 3rd level and has undergone a belief evolution. After the silver dragon Qin Chun, he has another dragon-shaped subordinate of the golden dragon Jin Lin. However, this thing actually flew into the sky without wings. What is the situation? What is the principle? Even if this is a world of spiritual energy revival, Lin Ming has never seen anyone who can fly in the air without wings. And Jin Lin now seems to have broken this physical property and just flew up. What's going on? Just when Lin Ming was still in this surprise, he unexpectedly discovered that Jin Lin actually rushed directly into the sky and headed straight for the black insect mother. What the hell? What's he doing? After upgrading and evolving, is it sending the dragon head to explode directly? Lin Ming stretched out his bamboo root immediately, but found that he seemed to be slow. Jin Lin's instantaneous explosive power made it flash a golden light in the air at a faster speed, and in the next moment, Jin Lin also rushed into the cloud created by the black insect mother. Fuck. It's over. Black insects are a dead thing if you encounter them. Even if there is a belief evolution, you don't have to be so brave and rush over so recklessly. However, after the loud noise that broke out immediately, Lin Ming suddenly found that Jin Lin actually rushed up from the huge black cloud of the black insect mother without any injury. And a huge hole appeared where the black insect mother was. What's going on? Lin Ming was also stunned for a moment, but he soon figured out what happened. Jin Lin, this guy, actually used the extreme control of the wind element to make his body able to fly. And the sharp airflow that burst out from the wind element and spread all over his body was like countless air slashes, which could naturally smash the black insects that were not afraid of elemental attacks into powder fragments. To be honest, this guy is a crazy fighter. The nearly 20-meter long body is almost a perfect streamline, and it is not the kind of heavy type. It is indeed not impossible to use the control of the wind element to make himself fly. Jin Lin not only did it, but also seemed to do it quite perfectly. Moreover, Jin Lin's ability now is indeed a perfect restraint on the black insect mother body. It is so powerful and sturdy at the 3rd level. So what will it be like when it reaches the 4th level? Will it grow real wings and make a qualitative leap? This kind of thing is not impossible. While sighing about this, Lin Ming also found that Panda, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yin were rushing at the fastest speed towards the direction of the Blood Demon Lord, who was trapped by his thousands of strong bamboo roots in the distance. The height and length of the Blood Demon Lord have been growing continuously, from nearly 1,000 meters in length and width before, to a giant creature with a length and width of nearly 3 or 4 kilometers now. Although this size seems a bit outrageous, it is still as small, which compared to the Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom. You know, the size of that thing is a huge monster with a length and width of nearly 100 kilometers. However, it was far beyond Lin Ming's expectation that the Blood Demon Lord could grow to such a size. After all, those blood demons are just mutants with a diameter of tens of meters. Now, Panda, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yin have rushed at the fastest speed towards the mutant creature that is taller than the surrounding mountains. And Feng Xiao actually straddled Feng Yin back, like a human riding a horse. Lin Ming had never thought of this situation. Panda was running honestly, but his speed was already twice as fast as before. Master, please take a look at what we can do now. Panda, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yin roared in an instant. We now only want to be your sharpest weapon. We will fight to the death for you. Defend this honor, and achieve your glory. We will kill all the opponents who stand in our way and create your era. Panda, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yin. At this moment, completely burst out great spiritual energy from their bodies. With this fighting spirit, they roared and rushed towards the huge blood evil lord. Soon, in the embodiment in Lin Ming's mind, Panda and the other three showed him an extremely exciting battle. Master, my life will burn for you and continue for you. My arms are now as hot as burning flames. They roared. Let me defeat this opponent. Panda's violent roar almost reverberated within 100 kilometers. At this time, his arms were also wrapped in white flames, green storms, yellow and black lightning, and freezing cold ice cones that could cut all the sharp rocks. The water blades as sharp as knives. Elemental million critical strikes. The violent panda released all the resentment of not being able to protect his companions due to his lack of strength, the guilt towards his master Lin Ming, the desire for strength, and the greed for victory in the violent fighting spirit generated by the density of nearly 1,000 punches in this second. White flame haze, wind blade haze, lightning haze, ice blade haze, sharp rock haze, water blade haze. Countless storms were set off along with this terrifying fist wind. And in this, the huge blood evil lord's body expanded, erupted, and exploded, emitting a unique fission-like chemical reaction. At the same time, Feng Xiao held a green wind blade giant spear composed of nearly 1,000 circular wind blades, with a diameter of tens of meters in each hand, and combined it with Feng Yin air slash that could cut the ground nearly 100 meters deep, bursting out tremendous energy in the blood evil lord's body. Lin Ming only sensed the spiritual energy bursting out of these abilities, and knew that it seemed that he would be completely unable to catch up if he wanted to kill the blood evil lord now. The rapid attack, this violent power, almost completely devoured the blood evil lord, who had not yet reacted. Then, after a moment, these violent surging energies, with an extremely terrifying explosion, began to break through all defenses, all barriers, and everything that could block their explosion in the body of the blood evil lord. Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin retreated a few hundred meters in time, and at the same time set up more than 10 layers of barriers in front of them, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The blood evil lord was completely turned into ashes in this terrifying explosion. And this is not the end. Panda once again used violent spiritual energy, and in an instant, it jumped up from the ground and flew directly to a height of more than 100 meters. The Feng Yin on the ground opened its huge mouth and released a powerful air cannon. After hitting Panda's feet, Panda continued to rush to the black cloud that was 1,000 meters high, rushing in front of the black cloud at an extremely fast speed. Panda ignored the black tentacles that almost completely failed to keep up with its speed, and released its signature fist wind explosion in the sky. Countless violent cyclones rose up, and soon combined with nearly 1,000 fist winds per second, forming a hurricane with a larger range and more powerful power. With just one blow, the black insect mother body of the black giant cloud was instantly killed by 1/5 of its area. Panda fell from the sky and turned several somersaults. After that, it landed steadily on a huge rock. At this moment, even Lin Ming couldn't help but cheer for Panda's wonderful attack. Very well done, Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin. With this series of attacks, the three subordinates, who had reached the level of Demon King, only took a short time to turn the terrifyingly huge blood evil lord into pieces, and also blasted off 1/5 of the black insect mother body that they had no way to deal with before. This huge leap in strength is enough to make any companions present, as well as their master Lin Ming, strongly excited and infinitely happy. Master, this is an infinite honor. Panda and the others also gradually recovered from their excitement. They also knew that this was the best reward from the master. Lin Ming was more shocked by Panda's wording. This guy always uses some very second-year words to describe his mood and everything he wants to express. This also made Lin Ming wonder if this guy had been enjoying a long period of bliss in a zoo. Otherwise, where did he learn these slightly immature words? However, it is clear that their strength actually makes Lin Ming more pleased. 3 of them have reached the level of Monster King. Subordinates. Any one of them can easily destroy a country. Lin Ming can now be sure that the power they possess is completely enough to be called powerful. If it weren't for him, any of these 3 would probably be able to run rampant on this blue planet and become a well-deserved overlord-level mutant creature. Right? Of course. If it weren't for him, these 3 might have a more tragic fate. When Panda joined the team, he was only at the level of the second entry level, and Feng Xiao and Feng Yin were still 2 little wolf cubs at that time, with no attack power at all. If they hadn't become his subordinates, They might have already become food for other mutant creatures in this extreme world of the survival of the fittest and the revival of spiritual energy. In fact, this can also be regarded as mutual achievement. Lin Ning is indeed quite relieved at this moment. The subordinates became stronger and could even tyrannize the Blood Evil Lord, causing the black insect mother body in the air to be directly blown away by 1/5. This kind of power is really powerful. It can even be said that the subordinates, especially these three guys, are basically unstoppable when combined. However, their strength is still far behind his own. Even though Panda and the other three have entered the 4th level, they are still subject to the influence of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy in their bodies is exhausted, it is the weakest moment for them. And he himself has no worries about this at all. Spiritual energy? It has always been infinite. Lin Ning didn't know why it was like this at the beginning. But there was no doubt that it seemed that only mutant creatures like him had this ability. As for whether the Ice Emperor Tyrant, the corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, the Blood Evil Lord and the still alive Black Insect Mother Body had this ability, he couldn't say. However, this Blood Demon Lord seems a bit weak, or a bit too weak. Even though Panda and the others have reached the level of S-level Demon King, they can easily turn it into pieces with just one attack. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? One hit kill. Then, this should be possible only when the strength is completely superior. But now, the attacks of Panda and the other three can easily achieve this. This is not like the mutant creature that used countless blood demons and sub-blood demons not long ago to make its subordinates almost only able to defend themselves. Moreover, in addition to hiding its own spiritual energy and sensing the enemy's strength, this Lord of Blood Evil seems to have no other abilities except expanding itself to become extremely huge and turning into a super large target. Shouldn't it be? With just this little ability, how dare you call yourself Lord? While Lin Ning expressed his doubts, he suddenly found that the black insect mother body suddenly increased its altitude, raising the giant cloud where it existed to a height of 10,000 meters above the sky. And the huge wound that was blown away by Panda seemed to be healing at this time, being continuously filled by those black tentacles. Escape? Lin Ning bamboo root is ready. Unless this guy can be faster than his almost instantaneous speed. Otherwise, if you want to escape from here, is it funny? Lin Ning felt that he had lost the opportunity to kill the Lord of Blood Evil. It was not good enough that he did not absorb the huge spiritual energy and the extreme number of evolutionary points. Now if he let the black insect mother body escape, wouldn't that be a big loss? And Lin Ning would not let such a thing happen. 10,000 meters high. Isn't it just 10 kilometers? Even if it's 300,000 meters, it's still 30 kilometers. If you really fly to the outermost layer of the atmosphere, it's only 1,000 kilometers. You know, Lin Ning root system can extend to 2,000 kilometers. What's the concept of 2,000 kilometers? And it's not just that. Lin Ning found that these 2,000 kilometers were not the limit. He could use the ability to create new life, to create new bamboo branches at the top of the bamboo roots. And the leaves on the bamboo branches could create explosive storms and random attacks, which could extend the range of attack by several kilometers. With such a terrifying attack range. Unless this guy also has the ability to teleport like Wang Su, the A-level extraordinary person. Otherwise, if you want to escape from here, don't even think about it. Chapter 371, Desperate Place. Lin Ning sensed that the black giant cloud further raised its height to nearly 10,000 meters, and then continued to rise by more than 1,000 meters. Lin Ning could easily understand its thoughts. Before, whether it was the golden dragon Jin Lin, or the elemental demon King Panda, the wolf King Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, the only thing that could affect its attack was the height of nearly 1,000 meters. Exceeding this height, it can avoid the attacks of these opponents who have caused it considerable damage. But relatively speaking, it also lost some means of attack. Lin Ning noticed that the longest length that those black tentacles could extend to was only a few thousand meters. After it rose to a high altitude, those black tentacles naturally could not attack his subordinates. And his subordinates were indeed unable to cause any harm to the black insect mother at this moment. The two sides were actually in a situation where neither could do anything to the other. Of course, the black insect mother could do one more thing at present. Or in other words, the only attack it could make now was actually one more. That was the palm technique that fell from the sky. No, it was the meteorite attack. If the number and density of the palm techniques reached a certain level, the threat would be quite large. especially after the palm technique fell to the ground. If any black insect got into the mouth of a mutated creature with a soul pill, a new powerful enemy would appear instantly. Its strength might be exactly the same as that of the black insect mother. At that time, didn't Panda have any power to defend himself when facing the giant black insect that had swallowed the soul pill of Gian Wei? So, what would this guy do? After Lin Ming got to the land, he did not stay there, but kept moving while thinking. The current situation is actually very delicate. If he took action right now, it would be nothing. One strike should be enough to kill the black insect mother that thought it was hiding in the sky. It's not that Lin Ming was too confident, but that was the fact. The black insect mother was nothing special. In other words, even the blood evil was nothing special. Even though they had a system, if you look closely, they were just like targets to him. Attack? I didn't see any fatal point. I didn't see that they could attack with elements. Unlike the battle with the Ice Emperor Basha. Even if Lin Ming didn't make a move, he knew that if he wanted to kill them, he really didn't need to spend a lot of effort. Or in other words, he didn't need to spend any effort at all. Just like just now, the three of Panda used only one attack to turn the Lord of the Blood Evil into pieces. If he were to do this, it would be even faster. Even elemental attacks may not be used, and a burst of lightning and chaos can easily solve the battle. The same is true for the black insect mother. If it is not afraid of elemental attacks, but only afraid of ordinary attacks, it can be easily killed by using bamboo roots to give it a huge burst of lightning and chaos. Is it simple? Very simple. The strength of the 5th level is here. Moreover, Lin Ming is also very clear about their weaknesses. However, there is still a considerable uncertainty. That fake Fong Pingchuan. So far, this person has only managed to make the blood evil and the black insect mother body mess up his subordinates, making them basically on the defensive, or even at a disadvantage. But that's all. After he arrived, this situation was like a huge piece of glass being shattered, and it disappeared in an instant. Even before he did anything, his subordinates had evolved their beliefs after their level was upgraded. These subordinates killed the Lord of Blood Evil. It's too easy. Is this the level of the fake Fong Pingchuan? Controlling these two super large mutant creatures to attack and destroy his subordinates. Isn't this something that the fake has thought very clearly? Whether it is releasing so many spiritual energy shielding devices in advance in the deep poison ocean, or besieging him all the way and forcing his mutant demon bamboo to deviate from the bottom of the deep poison ocean all the way to the main battlefield. The purpose is to make his mutant demon bamboo unable to catch up with the battle. But now he not only caught up, but also successfully made the entire battlefield completely tilted to his side. And this point, Lin Ming doesn't think that the fake Fong Pingchuan didn't expect it. If he really didn't expect it, then he wouldn't have been taken to Tualu by this guy with so many spiritual energy shielding devices before. So, in this situation, it would be strange if the fake didn't have any preparations. After the chess piece of the Lord of Blood Evil was destroyed, what tricks can the fake have? Lin Ming was even looking forward to it now. After all, a battle without a challenge would be too boring. Now, no matter what attack the black insect mother body made, Lin Ming planned to deal with it seriously. After all, the actions of this guy also represented the thoughts of the imposter. And this imposter is still in Shangjing, or anywhere else. Even if Lin Ming went to find him, it would be impossible. But with his and his men's attack and defense against the black insect mother body and the Lord of Blood Evil, it can be seen what kind of thoughts the mastermind has, and what level of strength he has reached. If the next battle does not shock him, then this mastermind is actually just that. If it doesn't work, just take Shangjing and kill him. Then hunt again like hunting down Adenauer, the president of the Fate Society. But if not, Lin Ming once again sensed the wide range he could sense. There are quite a lot of traces of humans, but it is really difficult to find the imposter among so many people. Let's see what this last puppet of this guy, the black insect mother, can do. However, Lin Ming's patience is not permanent. If the opponent always behaves as weak as before, then he will attack without hesitation. If he can't kill with one strike, then 2 or 3 strikes, until the black insect mother is completely turned into ashes, and becomes his evolution point and spiritual energy. After that, use the bamboo roots that are now quite powerful to slowly find all suspicious points and pull out the mastermind from the crowd. He wants to see if this fake has a system. Can he still jump around as happily as before? Master, what should we do next? Panda looked at the black cloud of the black insect mother in the sky that it could not touch at all, waiting for Lin Ming order. The other subordinates also gathered around Panda. Even Xue Jin and Jin Lin, who had been fighting with the black insect mother, landed on the ground. They originally thought that they were bound to lose this battle, and some of them were even prepared to be killed here. But the timely arrival of the master relieved their crisis and almost desperate situation. After that, their respective levels were upgraded again, and many of them came to a further step of faith evolution, which made them more confident at this time. Now, if the master allows, they are willing to destroy any enemy in front of them, and destroy any opponent who resists. But even so, the black insect mother body that seemed to be hiding in the sky made them unable to start. After all, the height difference is too far. Panda just tried to let Feng Xiao continue the previous wind blade impact, so that it could be used as a springboard to bombard the black insect mother body as just now. But unfortunately, the farthest position that its fist wind could reach could not reach the current location of the black insect mother body. But Panda actually understood that there was more than just this method. The bamboo roots of the master Lin Ming can easily lift it to a high altitude, even higher than the black insect mother body. In this way, it will be very easy to kill the black insect mother body. But the master Lin Ming did not do so. What is the master thinking? Or is the master waiting for something? Lin Ming understands the doubts of his subordinates. Wait. Lin Ming kept moving forward in the turbulent river, and his speed began to increase. For him, the closer he was to the battlefield, the more he could control everything. It was very easy to kill the black insect mother body, whether for him or even for Panda. But Lin Ming still wanted to see what the fake Fang Pingchuan could do. However, it was at this time, Lin Ming suddenly sensed that the black insect mother body in the sky had made new movements. After a series of muffled sounds came from the sky, Lin Ming suddenly sensed that thousands of black meteorites, which were about half the size of the previous ones, burst out from the black insect mother body and hit the ground like raindrops. However, these meteorites did not hit the subordinates directly, and completely avoided the huge protective net woven by his bamboo roots. Instead, they hit the slightly farther areas in all directions. What is this? Doing? Escape? Or, wait, something is wrong. Were there so many blood evils underground before? Lin Ming suddenly sensed that in this vast spiritual realm, it seemed that hundreds of blood evils suddenly appeared from deep underground without being noticed. At this moment, they were constantly rushing to the ground. More sub-blood demons also emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain along with the blood demons. What's going on? Hasn't the blood demon master been killed? Why are there still these things? Not killed completely. Lin Ming was quite surprised that he actually used such a trick. The black meteorite began to disintegrate from midair, and an unimaginable number of black insects, like a huge rainstorm, instantly dyed the entire sky black. Oh! Lin Ming understood. That's how it works. Using the method that black insects can devour the soul pill and turn into giant black insects. These sub-blood demons and blood demons can be turned into more terrifying mutant creatures. Last time, the soul pill of the second level point guard directly turned the black insect into a terrifying mutant creature with spiritual energy, and even reached the fourth level in an instant. And now, the sub-blood demons that came out are at least the second level, and the blood demons are naturally all the third level. So, it seems that a very interesting development is about to appear. Mass-produced monsters with spiritual energy reaching the fifth or fourth level? The fake Fang Pingchuan must have thought about this step long ago, and how to end it later. He should have thought about it long ago. After all, whether it is the fifth or fourth level, the spiritual energy will disappear at a very fast speed, so there is no need to worry about too many sequelae. When the spiritual energy drops to a certain level, a large-yield nuclear bomb will solve it. The premise is that this trick of the fake Fang Pingchuan can kill him and his subordinates at once. In addition, there is another point. That is, these black giant insects seem to be unable to move at all. What is the principle? Lin Ming is not clear. The last time the black giant insect could only stay near the location of the meteorite, and could not move at all. Otherwise, Panda would never be able to escape easily, and it would be difficult for human nuclear bombs to destroy it. But there is no doubt that these blood demons and sub-blood demons that have now surrounded him and his subordinates in a circle will not let him and his subordinates leave easily even if they cannot move after turning into giant black insects. Lin Ming did not prevent this from happening. Isn't this the challenging battle he wanted before? Master, you. Panda knew what was going to happen next, and even recalled that when he faced the black giant insect before, he was powerless and had to defend himself. Now, the master did not prevent all this from happening, but let it continue to develop. What exactly did he want to do? Originally, both it and the master could easily kill the black insect mother in a very short time. But the master did not do so. Panda looked at his companions. They were also full of doubts at this time. What is the master going to do? Will he fight those giant black bugs that the black bugs have transformed into? Why do he do this? They can't understand that no matter when, he should decide the outcome of the battle with the enemy as quickly as possible. Master Lin Ming has always been like this. When fighting, he always kills the opponent as quickly as possible. And there will never be any dragging things out. They have also survived for so long in this long period of spiritual energy revival. And they know very well that the first priority in the battle is to understand the gap between their own strength and the opponent's strength, and then choose to attack or leave immediately, instead of waiting for the enemy to become stronger, instead of killing it before it becomes stronger. As it is now, they all looked at the bamboo roots of the Master Lin Ming, waiting for the master to give an order immediately, whether it is Panda or Feng Xiao. They all know very well that if this continues, things may become out of control. But they don't know that at this moment Lin Ming almost completely understands what he is going to do. Because, behind everything that is happening now is the fake Feng Pingchuan, the person who is messing up everything behind the scenes. Lin Ming really wants to let this man behind the scenes understand that as a human, even with a system, there are things that cannot be accomplished even if you try your best, unless that person breaks the rules and ignores all the causes and effects. What will happen in the end? Lin Ming bamboo roots are fully prepared. The next thing to do is to wait. Chapter 372 Death Siege. Black bugs like rain and fog fell from the sky, and below them were countless blood demons and sub-blood demons. At this moment, they all stood still without any movement, like sculptures, as the first batch of black bugs landed. The blood demons and sub-blood demons surrounding the subordinates were instantly covered with black bugs. The straight line distance between the subordinates and them was about 3 or 4 kilometers. Which was not close, but not far at all. But next, this circle with a radius of 3 or 4 kilometers will be presented in front of him and his subordinates, with the spectacular scene of countless black giant bugs rushing out. Panda and the others couldn't help but be extremely nervous at this moment, even though their strength has increased to a considerable extent. And even Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yan have become mutant creatures of the 4th level Demon King level. They are now facing thousands, or even more black giant insects, that will become the same 4th level. Is the master still hesitating? Or did he deliberately let those giant insects do this? Lin Ming is actually quite aware of the worries of his subordinates at this time. He did use bamboo roots to prepare several layers of protection for his subordinates. If the black giant insects suddenly attack, his protective preparations will definitely be able to withstand it. The Lord of Blood Evil was easily destroyed by Panda and others. And these blood evils and sub-blood evils are still alive. This still surprised Lin Ming. The original body is gone. Can it still be like this? Could it be that there is no so-called main body at all, and the main body and the clone are in a mutually convertible relationship? The largest one is the main body. It is destroyed. And then, there will be a new blood devil to take over, and become the blood devil master at any time. Or, the so-called blood devil master is not the final main body? The real main body is actually still in Tang country, or somewhere in the world. Lin Ming felt that if there were really these two possibilities, he didn't want to choose either one. After all, enemies who are not killed and are not weak. In fact, either one is very annoying. But now Lien sees that either one is very likely. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, bursts of boom suddenly broke out from the place where the blood devils and sub-blood devils were originally. The billowing smoke has now covered this large area of ring, and formed a larger layer of ring. And in these rings, explosions and ground booms continue to come out from inside. Lin Ming felt the shaking of the earth. And at the same time, he also felt that huge deep pits appeared one after another underground, where the blood evil spirits and sub-blood evil spirits were originally, because they were too close to each other before. Lin Ming also felt that these huge deep pits were almost connected together. In this ring pit, that was tens of meters deep, countless black things were constantly bred. Among them, hundreds of blood evil spirits were eroded by black insects. Although they have now become a body, The things they bred are more wonderful than those sub-blood evil spirits. The level of those sub-blood evil spirits is basically the second level. After they are eaten by black insects, they can naturally transform into the same as Dianwei at that time. That is, giant black insects that can make the spiritual energy level reach the 4th level S level. But the blood demons were originally at the 3rd level. Then the concentration of spiritual energy that the monsters bred by eating these blood demons can reach as naturally the 5th level of monsters? At this moment, Lin Ning was gradually approaching this area in the surging river. The distance has also increased from nearly 1,000 kilometers before to within 500 kilometers now. Even though Lin Ning bamboo roots can be released to a length of 2,000 kilometers, Lin Ning is not completely sure about this battle. Although these black insects devoured the blood demons and sub-blood demons, and were about to become a pile of black insects, it can be basically seen that the man battle tactics this time should be roughly like this. But in Lin Ning's opinion, this man tactics and plan should definitely not be just this one. After all, in order to prevent him from reaching this area at that time, the missiles of the spiritual energy shielding device were used several times in succession to block his route. Now it is strange to say that this person has no backup and no plan for the next step. However, Lin Ning now felt that he still had to deal with these giant black bugs first. He also wanted to see what kind of tricks these powerful monsters devoured by the black bugs would come up with. However, it was obvious that Lin Ning did not wait for long. Those black giant bugs transformed by the blood demons actually spit out red light from their mouths in an instant. Nearly 10,000 black giant insects spewed out red rays, some of which even gathered into a ball, and rushed straight to Panda and the others from all directions. Master, be careful. Feng Xiao suddenly released his spiritual energy and made nearly 5 layers of extremely thick wind element barrier outside the bamboo root net of Lin Ning that covered them. And in less than half a second, the countless red rays also hit the outermost wind element barrier. At this time, Lin Ning also sensed that the layer of wind element barrier was covered with countless black insects of all sizes at this moment. And these black insects also gnawed the layer of wind element barrier into pieces at this time. Oh! This kind of operation. Lin Ning seemed to understand what these black insects were. Although they looked like insects, and even had many characteristics of strange beasts if you looked closely. These insects appeared after the red rays hit the barrier. So the true form of the black insects seemed to be easy to understand. But this is not important. As the black worm continued to move forward, and the next wave of red light shone over, the second and third layers of the wind attribute barrier were also quickly eroded and destroyed. Noticing this, Feng Xiao continued to create a new wind element barrier. But Lin Ning also found that Panda had recondensed his spiritual energy on his arms. As for Feng Yin, he was also ready to attack. The black worm that appeared after the giant black worm emitted this red light. Like the original black worm, was not afraid of any elemental power at all, and could even simply destroy the barriers of various elemental powers. Then, its weakness would be the same as the original black worm. That is, ordinary non-elemental attacks. At this moment, Lin Ning bamboo root net was covering his subordinates. Even if the red light shone on his bamboo roots, Lin Ning was not worried about what these black worms could do. It seems that those worms can only grow to a stronger level by eating the soul pill that represents the core of the mutant creature. But even so, Lin Ning did not want these disgusting things to touch him. Then, let the subordinates release their anger that has nowhere to go, and let their spiritual energy come to the funeral of these black bugs. Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, Jin Lin, Xi Ying, Shui Jin, Mo Jia, Zhu Yu. You can test your abilities and see how powerful you have become now. Lin Ning's voice was transmitted to the consciousness of the subordinates again. And these subordinates also expressed extremely happy emotions from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. They roared and let out sharp long howls. Master, this is the moment for us to show our strength. Panda suddenly turned the spiritual energy on his body into a shock wave. This shock wave also blasted the black bugs that were about to approach them into pieces at this moment. Even the giant black bugs in the distance were shocked, interrupting their actions of releasing red light. Oh! Not bad. But before Lin Ning could continue to praise Panda's move, the panda immediately turned into a meteor and rushed in front of the black giant insects. Master, after the evolution, the power of the subordinate is definitely not the same as the original helpless level against these black insects. Panda roared. His fists were wrapped with strong and surging spiritual energy, and at the speed of thousands of punches per second, He instantly created a hurricane in all directions from the wind of his fists. The giant black insects were completely helpless under the bombardment of this intensity and speed. The appearance of completely suppressing Panda before was shattered and destroyed by it. At the same time, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin also rushed to the other two directions. Hundreds of air slashes with a height of tens of meters and a range of about 7 or 8 meters. With Feng Xiao and Feng Yin as the center, and spread out to the surroundings. And these air slashes also crushed all the black bugs that blocked the way. Jin Lin, Shi Ying, Shui Jin, and Mo Jia, and Zhu Yu all rushed to the black bugs at this time, showing their strength and exerting their abilities on those monsters that were completely unable to move. Amid the continuous explosions, Lin Ning at this time did not have the leisurely feeling before. The black bugs were indeed being eliminated continuously. But it was limited to the ground part. This was exactly the same as the giant black bug that Panda had encountered before. If only the ground part of them was killed. If the underground part was not destroyed as well, they would be like before, repeatedly resurrecting from the ground. And not only that, these giant black worms are easy to deal with. The more difficult ones are actually the monsters formed by the black worms devouring the blood evil that are still changing. But at this moment, they are still gestating underground with no intention of appearing. But the powerful spiritual energy they release is still rising all the time. From the first level, the second level, the third level. Gradually, they are constantly breaking through the limit. Wow. Interesting. Lin Ning thought that he could take a look and make a move. The battle between Panda and the others had been going on for a while. But Lin Ning found that the total number of giant black bugs they destroyed was actually not high. The underground part was destroyed. Not even 100. Compared with the total number of thousands, or even nearly 10,000. To be honest, this is too little. Although Panda and the others are still fighting with high morale. And the spiritual energy has become more surging and majestic than before through the improvement of the level realm. But this is still not enough. Lin Ning felt that he had to train these guys well in the future. There is a fundamental difference between the size of spiritual energy and the skills of fighting. Of course, this is also because he can sense that the underground black bug part is the real weakness. In the sky, the black bug mother body has no intention of continuing to release meteorites. And it has not moved. Although it is still impossible to sense the condition of its spiritual energy. Lin Ning can guess that this thing should not have much spiritual energy left. If so many black insect meteorites were released, and there was no time to replenish them, then this would definitely be the case. In addition, Lin Ning also understood one thing through such close observation and careful analysis of the giant black insect. In other words, he could now define the black insect and the black insect mother. The black insect is actually the energy clone of this thing. In other words, it is a small clone of this thing. These small clones make up the whole of this thing. And the whole of this thing is split into so many black insects. Even the black tentacles are also the embodiment of these black insects. And the so-called meteorite is actually a container full of black insects. The energy of black insects absorbs more energy, such as mutants or various plants, to expand the total number of black insects. But if it encounters a soul pill, a giant black insect that looks extremely huge and looks extremely disgusting will appear. In fact, this thing is the half-alien beast formed by the combination of the soul pill and this energy. Lin Ning guess can actually be supported by the fact that these giant black insects can use red light to launch countless black insects. If it is really an ordinary mutant creature that encounters the soul pill and absorbs it, it will definitely become a proper alien beast. But the black insect is just the energy clone of the black insect mother body, which is equivalent to a kind of abnormal change caused by the energy of the soul pill with huge spiritual energy, and breaking its above-ground part. That is, the energy body that can grow at any time, naturally cannot destroy them. It is necessary to kill the underground part that is still absorbing the power of the soul pill together before they can be truly destroyed. Unless all the black insects are destroyed. Otherwise, any black insect is the black insect mother body itself. The black insect mother body actually exists as a black insect fortress. Its function is, first, to release the black insects, and second, to absorb the black insects. Third, in order to ensure the vitality of the black insects. It floats in the sky to avoid any possible attacks. In other words, this black insect mother body is a huge spiritual energy body composed of countless black insects. If you must say, this thing is not a mutant creature. It is a materialized ability. something that is created by spiritual energy. It is not a so-called mutant creature at all. Nor is it a strange beast. So, what if we kill it? Lin Ning Bamboo Branch took action. In order to prove his idea, Lin Ning Bamboo Root instantly launched a violent attack on hundreds of black insects. The terrifying storm rolled up, and countless black fragments were also swept into the sky at the same time. The air was cut into countless pieces, and everything was destroyed in the crazy sweep of the golden blood leaves. The above-ground and underground parts of these hundreds of black insects were destroyed at the same time. And at the same time, Lin Ning found that the system did not respond at all. Sure enough, Lin Ning confirmed his judgment. This thing is actually the materialized body created by the guy who pretended to be Fang Pingchuan. Chapter 373 Conflict breaks out. At this moment, after Lin Ning confirmed what the so-called black bugs and the black bug mother body are, he no longer has any interest in them. The reason is that they are not worth killing at all. If there is no evolution point, then there is no point in killing them. It seems that they are not even an enemy. Such things, whether it is the subordinates who attack or he himself, are simply a waste of spiritual energy. But Lin Ning did not decide to ignore these things and let them continue to exist here. If they are really the embodiment created by the fake, then destroying them is equivalent to destroying the power of that person. On the contrary, if they are allowed to develop, then they will eventually become the power of that person. Right? Even worse things are not impossible. Panda, Feng Xiao. It seems that you can't continue to play. Lin Ning noticed that Panda and the others seemed to have discovered that only after the underground part was killed, the entire black giant bug would be completely destroyed. They are now constantly using their own abilities to attack the underground location of the black giant worms, and constantly destroying the black giant worms. But the speed is still too slow, and this will also consume their spiritual energy and mental power. Mutated creatures are also living creatures, and they cannot sleep all the time. Even if the spiritual energy is strong, fatigue and sleepiness will still exist. Although my own Yaqiong can replenish spiritual energy, it is still completely unable to cure some things in the spiritual realm. Panda and the others will have many occasions suitable for them to fight in the future. And these giant black worms now are not suitable for their opponents. Master, Panda actually noticed the abnormality of this battle. Or, it also understood the true face of these black giant worms and black worms. Among all of Lin Ning's subordinates, its spiritual intelligence is also one of the highest ones. Although in some things, it is easy to be impulsive because of its strong desire to fight. And it will do some very dangerous things because of stubbornness and obsession, and do some behaviors without much careful thinking. But there is no doubt that its highly developed intelligence can allow it to find some rules in a very short time through some clues or some abnormal phenomena. It can quickly summarize these rules into the only truth. For example, what are these so-called black bugs? And what is the black bug mother that releases the black bugs? Leave quickly. There is no point for you to continue here. Lin Ning sensed that Panda had thought of this, and he felt that Panda would soon come to a conclusion. Understood, Master. Panda caught all the fighting companions at a very fast speed, gathered them all together, and put them back into the Master's huge bamboo root barrier. Panda, what are you doing? We still have to fight. The black bug just now. Panda looked directly at his companions. Master's order. Now, Feng Xiao and the others were silent. The Master's order is more important than anything else, and must be obeyed unconditionally. Panda, you did a good job. Lin Ning's spiritual language was transmitted to the consciousness of his subordinates. Panda could understand what he meant, which saved him a lot of steps. Yao Qiong's bamboo branches that replenished the spiritual energy of his subordinates were handed over to them, and Lin Ning immediately launched the next stage of attack. The bamboo branches covering Panda and them instantly rushed towards the giant black insect ring around them. And in an instant, they grew countless bamboo branches and bamboo leaves. And at the same time, more explosive storm random attack were also released with a bang. Boom boom boom. One after another, the giant black insects were easily crushed like garbage, and completely turned into smoke and dust in this storm. Tens of thousands of giant black insects completely disappeared at this moment. The huge smoke enveloped everything, and Lin Ning's actions were not hesitant at all, and he did not have any sympathy. Black insects, since they are a kind of energy body, then wouldn't it be better to destroy this energy body? The black insects that swallowed the blood evil were still gestating deep underground as before. You guys are so slow. Lin Ning was also a little speechless. What on earth did these things want to breed? Although he hoped that what they breed would at least not disappoint him. After Lin Ning learned that they could not give him evolution points, he also lost all interest in them. What he had to do now was to kill all the black bugs and the black bug mothers. However, at this moment, the black insect mother body, which was originally in the sky, suddenly lowered its altitude and approached the ground at a very fast speed. And the hundreds of black insects that devoured the blood evil also rushed up from the ground to the sky like bullets. Oh! Is this going to form something new? Lin Ning couldn't help but be a little surprised. This black insect mother body has a lot of tricks. However, he didn't want to give this thing any chance. Accompanied by the blast of the storm, the giant cloud of the black insect mother body soon began to emit an extremely unpleasant long whistle. Moreover, with the violent wind and bamboo leaves rolling above it, large pieces of clouds were shattered. And its originally huge volume was also blown away and shattered by the crazy airflow at the same time, splitting and disappearing at a very fast speed. This process didn't even take a few seconds. But Lin Ning still noticed that a few soul pills that had swallowed the blood evil rushed into the black insect mother body. Is this also the strategy of the fake Fong Pingchuan? What else can be done? Lin Ning couldn't help but feel a little bored in his heart. No matter what. After knowing how to deal with such things, you will immediately know how to eliminate them. And the way to eliminate black insects is to use non-elemental attacks to eliminate them. After all, as energy bodies, they will absorb elemental attacks when they encounter them. And if they encounter fierce physical attacks, they will be cut off and blown away. And they will be completely eliminated. After understanding this principle, there is really nothing to fear when dealing with them. Even if they become giant black insects, or something that is bred after swallowing the blood evil soul pill. Even now, after combining with the black insect mother body, it is still the same. Lin Ning bamboo root did not wait. They launched the final attack on the giant cloud of the black insect mother at a very close distance. Bang! However, a series of muffled sounds suddenly came, and a huge black shadow suddenly flashed in the clouds. Lin Ning sensed that a strong and dark spiritual energy was bursting out from the black shadow in the clouds. He also reacted in an instant. The barrier of the bamboo root net quickly closed, completely wrapped Panda and the others, and put them nearly 1,000 meters underground in a very short time. And this black shadow in the clouds was also taking shape quickly at the same time. Lin Ning discovered this extremely strange black shadow was also constantly absorbing the clouds. And with the process, the appearance of the black shadow gradually became clearer from blurry. Moreover, as the black insects that had swallowed the blood demon soul pill and were not caught by Lin Ning merged into this black shadow, Lin Ning found that its spiritual energy was finally no longer hidden, but had a huge explosion in an instant. Lin Ning found that the spiritual energy of the things in this black shadow quickly went from the 3rd level, the 4th level, to the 5th level, and it was still growing all the time. And its body shape gradually allowed Lin Ning to see clearly what it was. Human shape. Human shape? Lin Ning sensed that this existence with a head, arms, hands and almost upright human-like existence was also a bit unexpected. Didn't it originally look like a black insect? How did it become a human shape? And what's the matter with no legs? As the smoke dissipated, Lin Ning soon discovered that this thing finally fully revealed its true appearance. Nearly 100 meters tall, and the whole body seemed to be stained with ink. On the body with countless tentacles, there were countless huge eyes, like inlaid patterns. And this human head had no facial features at all. Instead, there were countless huge black bugs. The arms were covered with extremely hard black bugs that formed armor, and they seemed to stay there motionless. The twisted fingers were exactly the same as those of humans. But Lin Ning found that there was a strange white mist at the fingertips of those fingers. Moreover, there was a strange weapon on its right hand. It was a black long sword that was nearly 50 to 60 meters long, with 2 swords entwined like vines, and a black energy ball was condensed at the top. The energy ball was resounding with a crackling sound at this moment, and the black lightning wrapped around it showed its attributes. Although it had no legs, this thing looked like a human shape no matter how you looked at it. Lin Ning knew that the next battle would probably not be too simple. The concentration of spiritual energy in this thing is still rising. What will it become? And how far will it go? Lin Ning bamboo roots in the soil quickly transferred his subordinates to a farther place. Even if they are 1,000 meters underground, they are not absolutely safe. Moreover, if they want to carry out the next strategy, if they are here, they will have to be distracted to send them to a distant place. No matter how fast Xue Jin and the others fly, they can't match the speed of his main route. There is no point for them to stay here. Lin Ning felt that he had to be serious from now on. Even if the black insect mother body is an energy body, the fake Fang Pingchuan behind it is still a real person. The other party must know that he has come to a place about 500 kilometers away from here. After all, the other party also has the ability to sense spiritual energy. Even if Panda and the others are sent away, the human-shaped thing that remains will turn to attack him. Relatively speaking, for it, or for the fake Fang Pingchuan, the ability of Jin Lin is far less important than destroying his mutant bamboo. After all, the spiritual energy concentration of this humanoid black insect monster has reached the 5th level at this time, and it is still slowly climbing. Lin Ning also found that another black strange sword has been formed on the left hand of this guy. The only difference is that the lightning ball on the top of the big sword on the right arm is that the ball of fire condensing in the air above is shining with white light. This, wait, black lightning, white flame, Lei Ji, and Panda's ability? No. It should be said that the color displayed after the lightning element and the fire element are condensed to the extreme, and their power reaches the highest level is like this. So, this black insect king, at this moment, not only has the original ability to devour, but also has the ability to control fire and thunder elements. And this is just the strength it has shown so far. Maybe it will have more element control abilities. At this moment, it seems that the strange sword in the left hand has finally stabilized, and the black insect king suddenly raised the huge strange swords in both hands high. At the same time, extremely surging spiritual energy was also infused from the black insect king to the two swords. The energy ball surrounded by black lightning, and the energy ball bursting with white flames, accompanied by the extremely strange roar of the giant black insect king. The two swords also stabbed towards the ground at the same time. Let's stop playing here. At the same time, Lin Ning exerted his strength instantly. The loud rumbling sound resounded through the sky. The ground was shaking wildly, even shaking the black insect king, completely unable to move. On the cracked surface, countless gullies opened up, but they seemed to be stitched together and merged again. Rocks, grass and trees fell, mountains collapsed, and peaks collapsed. Amidst the extremely shocking roar, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers with the black insect king as the center, whether it was mountains or gravel, whether it was grass or trees or creatures, was all wrapped, squeezed, and crushed by bamboo roots. They gathered together precisely in an instant. And in an instant, the area under the feet of the black insect king was suddenly lifted to a height of nearly 100 meters. And the black insect king obviously didn't want to be so passive. It held a pair of huge strange swords high and projected them at a very fast speed towards the direction of Lin Ming bamboo root network on the ground. Delusion! Lin Ming bamboo root suddenly released dozens of layers of lightning and fire element barriers in midair. And he also compressed the concentration of these two elements to the highest, making them appear pure black and extremely white at the same time. A few fractions of a second later, the dark thunder energy ball and the burning white energy ball instantly hit these element barriers. A burst of silence suddenly invaded. But a few seconds later, accompanied by an extremely terrifying explosion, the two energies also issued a terrifying and shocking roar at the same time. Several mountains 10 kilometers away were even shattered by the shock wave caused by this explosion. And this huge sound could be heard even thousands of kilometers away. And this is just the beginning. More terrifying sounds broke out from the place where the explosion just happened. Chapter 374 Fatal Flaw. Very strong. Lin Ning found that the opponent he was facing could now truly be called an opponent. After using the corresponding elemental barrier to block the lightning and fire aura bombs released by the opponent, Lin Ning knew exactly what he was facing. A monster with a 5th order aura concentration. And the aura was still rising. Since the Wantohai spirit realm, it can be said that Lin Ning's journey was basically smooth sailing. It seemed that from the beginning, he had not encountered any opponents who could really threaten him. Whether it was Zheng Guodong at the beginning, or Zhai Yu later, or even the Fate meeting later, Bingdi Baxia, or Fu Huang poisonous mushroom. No one could threaten him specifically, or even fight him on equal terms. Really none. There are indeed reasons why he has been hiding in the rear and commanding his subordinates to fight. Reasons why he has used his various abilities. And reasons why he has carefully thought about these opponents and chosen the safest and fastest solution. Of course, there are also reasons why the humans have not chosen to use several nuclear bombs to turn him into ashes in the early stage, because of the fake Fong Pingchuan and the Destiny Society. But think about it carefully. It is the first time to encounter a guy with such power as this Black Insect Emperor. Just now, when defending against the Thunder Element Spirit Bomb and the Fire Element Spirit Bomb, he released the same element barrier. And there are dozens of layers. Although Lin Ning did not count how many layers there were at the beginning. But the sound of the continuous breaking of the barrier still told him that the barrier of 37 layers was destroyed. And only 29 layers were left. Is the destructive power of just such a blow reached such a level? Lin Ning could not help but be surprised. He did make some mistakes before. He underestimated the potential of the black bugs, underestimated their strength as monsters that can devour soul pills, and underestimated the powerful combat power of the monsters they would grow into after they aggregated with the black bug mother body. The consequence is that he seems to have finally met an opponent who can fight with him. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's a good thing. Lin Ning is now a little excited for the first time in a long time. This feeling only appeared when he evolved his own level realm and when his subordinates evolved. But in battle, Lin Ning has never had this state of mind. More often, it is anger, indifference, or a feeling of trouble. And like now, when the enemy may pose a serious threat to him, he really can't help but feel a kind of excitement. Equally matched contest. You attack and I defend. Both sides exhausted all their abilities. And while the other side was about to die, the other side would also die. Isn't this the battle he wanted? Thinking of this, Lin Ning's mood became even higher. Come on. Let's have a hearty battle. A life and death battle that can make him boil. Lin Ning also stretched out countless bamboo roots in an instant. These bamboo roots, according to Lin Ning's wishes, grew wildly in the air. They spread like a huge spider web. And like a huge creature, covering the entire valley. More branches and hundreds of millions of leaves grew on the countless roots. And above them, the lofty Black Insect King, at this moment, held up the twisted double swords in his hands in an overlooking posture. In its dark body, the more violent aura also generated more surging energy as it kept urging. New thunder and fire aura bombs gushed out from the tips of the double swords again. And they were several circles larger than before. Then, let's try it. Lin Ning burst out with a strong desire to fight in his heart. For the Black Insect King, who was nearly 100 meters in the air, Lin Ning really wanted to know what other tricks it could use. To be honest, the thunder and fire aura bombs, just now, did not fully reach the expected level of being able to kill him. But now it seems that the Black Insect King also seems to understand this point, and has further strengthened the power and size of the aura bomb. Lin Ning also rebuilt the barrier at this time. But this time he directly piled up the barrier to more than 100 layers. He didn't need to hold back when dealing with this opponent. He had an endless supply of spiritual energy. And he didn't need to save it at all. He just needed to fully enjoy this battle. Roar! A very shocking and unpleasant roar suddenly came from the body of the Black Insect Emperor 100 meters above. Lin Ning sensed that the black lightning and the white burning flames did not burst out on the barrier above the roots and branches below him, but went in another direction. And this direction is where Lin Ning's body is now. You actually use this trick? Lin Ning looked at the two spiritual energy bombs flying towards him. And he was not surprised. Just now, the reason why the Black Bug King wanted to attack the part under him directly was to pave the way for this attack. Isn't it too beautiful to think about? Boom! The loud noise that broke out almost at the same time instantly shattered the entire 100 layers of barriers that Lin Ning had arranged on his body, and also released all the energy in a wide area of nearly 100 kilometers centered on him. In an instant, the extreme heat wave caused by the high temperature was completely spread in this area, and countless mutant creatures and plants were completely evaporated by the terrifying blow composed of lightning and flames. Even the water in the river where Lin Ning was almost completely dried up. The large and small aquatic creatures and mutant aquatic creatures in the river have now completely become the fuel for this flame and lightning, and were easily wiped out. However, Lin Ning looked at the remaining 30 layers of barriers, and suddenly felt that he had seen something wrong. The passionate fighting spirit in his heart also dropped by half at this time. Is that all you can do? Lin Ning, thousands of bamboo roots suddenly grew from dozens of meters below the Black Insect King to hundreds of meters above its head. And above it, countless bamboo branches and leaves were completely aimed at it. Explosive storm attack. But this is different from the original explosive storm attack. Now, unlike the past several, hundreds or even thousands of hurricanes and golden blood leaves sweeping attacks, Lin Ming released hundreds of thousands and millions of multiple attacks at this moment. Countless hurricanes launched unimaginable cutting, fragmentation and sweeping and splitting attacks on the Black Insect King from all angles. And all this was still carried out in the huge barrier formed by the bamboo branches controlled by Lin Ming. The purpose is to kill this monster that looks strong, but is just that powerful. However, suddenly a burst of white light flashed from the original location of the Black Bug Emperor, and all the hurricanes were destroyed and blown away at the same time. And even the extremely dense bamboo root net that Lin Ming covered was destroyed at the same time. Boom! Then, another loud bang suddenly came. Heh! You are quite capable. Lin Ming sensed the center of the original Black Bug Emperor. The fragments that had been completely cut into pieces now attracted each other like magnets, recombined together, and even finally put its body together completely. At the same time, the Black Bug King, which had completely recovered its original size, suddenly opened an eye in the center of its head, which originally only had some tentacles. A moment later, 2 more arms stretched out from its body, and in the newly grown hands, 2 twisted giant strange swords appeared in each. This time, on the tips of the 2 swords were spiritual energy bullets representing the blue wind element and the dark blue ice element. Lin Ming was quite surprised. Why? Not just the thunder element and the fire element. There are also wind elements and ice elements. This guy doesn't have all the elemental attributes, just like himself. Moreover, this guy was not killed under such a powerful attack, but opened his eyes and grew a second pair of arms and hands. Isn't this the second form? Do you think you are the final boss? Lin Ming was not polite. He did not wait for the second attack of this guy. Instead, he used the bamboo branches and leaves on the bamboo roots and used thousands of burst attacks again, accompanied by the bang. Lin Ming suddenly felt that this burst attack did not even seem to have any effect on this guy. It did not hurt him at all. Is this a barrier? Sensing that this guy's realm is still improving, Lin Ming found that his burst attack seemed like a leaf hitting a stone, and it did not have any effect at all. Ordinary attacks don't work? This is strange. Lin Ming instantly released a few dark element shadow attacks in the midst of the explosions. Since he didn't need ordinary ones without elements, he would try a deadly element. A burst of ink-stained dark space bloomed on the Black Bug King, and then most of its body was torn and swallowed by the shadow. This trick actually worked. Didn't it eat any elements before? Lin Ming clearly remembered that the original black bugs were not afraid of those elemental powers at all. It can even be said that they can absorb these elemental powers into their bodies and become more and more powerful energy. After all, they themselves are actually energy one by one. Could it be that they are still afraid of dark element attacks? However, soon, Lin Ming felt that the body of the Black Bug King had grown back again. It was as if there was no change, and it returned to its original state. At the same time, the element balls on the 4 strange swords now reached a diameter of nearly 1 meter. They flew out instantly with the swing of their powerful arms, heading straight for Lin Ming's body. 2 elemental aura bombs are not enough. 2 more? Lin Ming directly created more than 200 layers of barriers in midair, and instantly blocked the attack of this guy. But Lin Ming also found that the second eye of the Black Bug King was also fully opened, and 2 more arms grew out. Is this a genetic mutation? Lin Ming sensed that a strange sword had formed on each of the newly grown arms, and the dark brown and light blue aura bombs condensed on them, and knew that the Black Bug King had more elements this time, which were rock elements and water elements. Add to the previous thunder elements, fire elements, wind elements and ice elements. Now, 6 arms, 6 swords, and 6 elements. It seems that there are not many elements that have not appeared so far. The next ones that should appear are the light element and the dark element. Lin Ming doesn't want to guess anymore. This kind of battle is really boring. Lin Ming was looking forward to it at the beginning, looking forward to a life and death battle between him and the Black Insect King. After both sides burst into fighting spirit, the 2 sides will have an extremely fierce battle. But the fact is that the Black Insect King released elemental bullets. Lin Ming blocked them, and then he attacked. and the opponent grew an eye and 2 arms. After 2 more elemental bullets, he continued to attack. He defended, and then counterattacked, and the opponent grew another eye and 2 arms. Repeated cycle. There was no surprise at all. In fact, even if Lin Ming didn't have to guess, he knew what this guy would do next. After his attack, this guy was resurrected and grew another eye and 2 arms. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. This is a bit boring. This Black Insect King's attack trick is only this, and there is no rich and colorful routine as imagined. And it seems that the power is not that terrifying. Although it is indeed quite powerful compared to the Ice Emperor Overlord, it is still dozens of levels lower than what he imagined. It's a pity that the concentration of this guy's spiritual energy can reach the 5th level. Even if it is upgraded to the 6th level, it will only be a little stronger in power. However, this guy is just a huge energy body, and it is normal that he can't attack like the main boss. After all, there is that person behind him. Lin Ming is now very sure that this Black Bug King is the energy body controlled by that person, or the embodiment of that person's spiritual energy. After he used the explosion storm with dark elements to engulf the Black Bug King again, the guy's transformation soon followed again. Sure enough, the 3rd eye appeared, and 2 more arms were added. Alas, are there any changes? Any surprises? Is this request so difficult? Lin Ming thought helplessly, and at the same time, he also found that the Black Insect King once again used those elemental spirit bombs to attack his body. For the attack of the Black Insect King, Lin Ming adopted the method of solving it from the source. Anyway, this guy can only break nearly 100 layers of barriers at most. Why give it the opportunity to destroy the terrain where he is? Lin Ming Bamboo Root has built hundreds of layers of barriers very close to the Black Insect King. Of course, it is built in the order in which this guy has built the elemental spirit bombs. And in less than a millisecond, the elemental spirit bomb exploded very close to the black insect. The smoke and dust spread and dissipated. Lin Ming soon found that 2 of the Black Insect King's arms were shattered by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Oh! Playing with yourself? Are you stupid? However, this guy should regenerate as quickly as before. However, after a few seconds, the 2 arms were still the same. Lin Ming suddenly had the answer to kill this guy in his mind. Chapter 375 How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. Lin Ming suddenly felt that he had found a breakthrough point in the battle with the Black Insect King. Before, Lin Ming had been fighting a battle with this monster that was quite boring for him. The Black Insect King attacked with elemental aura bombs, and after he defended, he immediately counterattacked. Then the Black Insect King opened his eyes, and 2 arms and 2 long swords appeared to continue to release elemental aura bombs. After he defended, he immediately counterattacked. This cycle repeats itself. Lin Ming had thought about whether this guy would become a weird monster with eyes all over his head, arms all over his body, and countless swords in his hands. But now it seems that it won't happen. After using a barrier to defend the elemental aura bombs released by the Black Insect King at close range, Lin Ming suddenly found that the rule that the Black Insect King would completely regenerate every time after enduring his violent attacks was broken here. The reason for this, Lin Ming also knew it completely at this moment. His own attacks were useless. No matter how many times the Black Insect King would restore his body to its original appearance, even his attacks were absorbed by the Black Insect King and became his own power. The evidence was that after each of his attacks, the Black Insect King would open one eye, and then grow 2 arms and 2 hands, each holding a sword. Logically speaking, if there was no continuous energy injection, the Black Insect King would not continue to become stronger. From the beginning to now, the Black Insect King has opened his eyes and grown arms, which is not normal at all. But if it is said that this guy actually looks like he was destroyed by the attack, but in fact he absorbed the energy of his attack to replenish his own energy, so that his own spiritual energy becomes higher, then it can be explained. The explosive storm strike is said to be a trick that uses bamboo leaves to roll the air to create a small hurricane and cause considerable damage to the place. But in fact, it is an extremely powerful energy. The bamboo leaves stir the air to generate heat and airflow, and at the terrifying speed, the energy caused by this attack will also be reflected in its attack power. The Black Insect King was originally a terrifying energy body formed by countless black insects and black insects that absorbed the blood evil spirit pill. After this energy body materialized into the Black Insect King, no matter what it did, It was actually a manifestation of this energy. When releasing the elemental aura bomb, some energy will disappear. Although the aura is still rising, some energy still disappears. It's like using 10 out of 100 parts of energy. Even if 50 parts are added later, these 10 parts of energy are still used up. But he didn't know how much the Black Insect King's own aura energy was replenished. However, compared with the replenishment of this aura energy, Lin Ming's own Explosion Storm Chaos attack, and even the Explosion Storm Chaos attack with elements added later, actually gave the Black Insect King a considerable amount of energy, so that this guy could replenish a considerable amount of energy, thereby raising his own realm layer by layer. Finally, it turned into this weird monster with 3 eyes, 8 arms and 8 swords. If Lin Ming hadn't injected the energy of these attacks, Lin Ming felt that this thing might become like this later, but it would take longer to become like this. Lin Ming felt that the fake Fang Pingchuan must have thought of this. So he sent this black insect mother body over and calculated everything, so that the whole battle situation finally became like this. Everything before seemed more like a foreshadowing to guide this final battle situation in this direction. After all, according to the current situation, this is the fact. First, using nuclear bombs to attack Panda and others. Its real intention now seems to be to lure him, the mutant demon Bamboo, and the owner of Panda and others, Lin Ming, to rescue his subordinates. Afterwards, because the Golden Scale's ability resisted the nuclear bomb, he made a gesture of being determined to obtain its ability, and kept deploying missiles with the spiritual energy shielding device in the ocean. It seemed that he was constantly using this thing to delay Lin Ming's arrival. But in fact, at present, Lin Ming felt that this was actually paving the way for the appearance of the Black Bug Emperor. Otherwise, he couldn't have landed so easily from the direction of Tualu, and then came to this place close to the battlefield so quickly. Now, Lin Ming had to think that this was all planned by the fake Fang Pingchuan. That person must want to prepare everything before starting this long-prepared battle. Take advantage of all the advantages. Occupy all the time and place. And then completely control the situation of the battle like a puppet. All the developments were even as that person expected. The evidence is that after Lin Ming carefully thought about it, he found that he had only one choice from the beginning to now. No matter what to do, how to think, or even attack or defend, there was only one choice. Everything seemed to be planned, so he could only think and act in one direction. There was no second way to choose. Escape? Impossible. The other party knew where he was from the beginning, and even sensed that he was about 500 kilometers away from the battlefield. After the Black Bug Emperor took shape, he immediately used elemental aura bombs, which proved this point. Now, if you keep following the previous mode, repeatedly defending and attacking like this, the opponent will become stronger and stronger. The root lies in the general thinking mode. That's it. In battle, you have to defend and attack at the same time, especially when the levels are basically equal. You go back and forth, test each other and attack each other, and finally decide which one is stronger and survives. But the mode of this Black Bug Emperor seems to be completely different from the normal one. Its level will gradually increase with the passage of time, and it will grow more eyes, more arms, more strange swords, and strange elemental aura bombs. As an energy body, the only thing that can damage its aura energy is the elemental aura bombs it releases. But as long as the opponent attacks it, it will turn the attack into its own energy and raise its level to a new height. At the same time, it will also increase the number of its eyes, arms, and strange swords. The more times it is attacked, the faster its level will increase. Moreover, since it has already exceeded the 5th level, even if you want to fight it, you can only defend continuously. Generally speaking, this is basically unsolvable. You can only passively defend and not actively attack. And your own attack will become a medium to promote the opponent to become more powerful. This kind of opponent can no longer be regarded as just terrible. This is simply a nightmare. But for Lin Ming, this guy is nothing great at all. To be an opponent of this level of monster, Lin Ming actually does not have too much pressure. The first reason is that he has unlimited spiritual energy as support. If the Black Insect Mother wants to fight a war of attrition, he is not afraid at all. The second reason is that if his current body is hit by something that cannot be sustained, even to the extent that creating a new life cannot repair it, he will be able to use any spiritual bamboo clone to continue his existence. In the entire Blue Star, Lin Ming has tens of thousands of spiritual bamboo clones. And any spiritual bamboo clone can also split thousands, or even tens of thousands of spiritual bamboo clones in a very short time. Again, unless the entire blue star is destroyed. As long as there is a place to place the spiritual bamboo clone, he will not be destroyed. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Ming is still very relaxed and not nervous at all. Now, Lin Ming has also found a way to deal with this Black Insect Emperor. Moreover, this may be the only way to kill this guy. Use the elemental spirit bombs released by itself to cause heavy damage to it. This has been significantly verified in the battle just now. Lin Ming elemental barrier can be easily released in a short moment. And now according to his level realm, it is not difficult to create hundreds of layers at once. But if these barriers are maintained on oneself, it is just a simple defense. And what if this layer of barrier is piled directly on the opponent's face? Lin Ming just did this. Originally, he felt that the spirit bombs of the Black Insect King were too annoying. And he wanted to make it impossible to penetrate after releasing the spirit bombs. So he piled nearly 100 layers of elemental barriers directly not far from it. Unexpectedly, this directly shattered the two arms of the Black Insect King. And it couldn't even be restored. After such a long time, the Black Insect King has been condensing spirit energy on these two broken arms, as if he wanted to completely restore them. But it didn't work at all. Lin Ming once again pressed his barrier to a position very close to the Black Insect King. On the remaining 6 arms of this guy, those elemental spirit bombs are still condensed on those weird twisted sword tips. Soon, this guy will release those elemental spirit bombs. So, will the Black Bug King do this? Lin Ming really wants to ask the fake Fang Pingchuan who is controlling this. Did you not expect that you were forced into this by me? Do you still dare to release these elemental spirit bombs? Lin Ming sensed that the diameter of the elemental aura bombs was getting bigger and bigger, and knew that there would be a good show to watch next. The fake Fang Pingchuan never thought that his trump card would look so ridiculous now. Boom! A series of loud noises came, and the embarrassed Black Insect King was finally unable to keep the elemental aura bombs on the tip of the sword under the heavy wrapping of Lin Ming nearly 100 layers of elemental aura barriers, and wanted to throw them in other directions. But whether it was up and down, left and right, or east and west, they were all heavily wrapped by Lin Ming elemental barriers. These elemental barriers were originally supposed to be built with Lin Ming as the center. But Lin Ming now did the opposite, and completely wrapped these elemental barriers around the Black Insect King himself. This also made its elemental aura bombs only explode around it, after shattering dozens of layers of barriers at a very close distance. Soon, Lin Ming sensed that the body of the Black Insect King had been completely destroyed. Victory. No. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Ming did not have to wait too long before the answer he wanted came. The body of the Black Insect King regrouped, and soon recovered completely. Even the 8 arms returned to their original state, and the 8 strange swords were restored. However, Lin Ming sensed that one of the 3 eyes of this guy had been closed for some reason. Oh! This kind of operation. Lin Ming understood immediately. This eye represents a life. After it is completely destroyed, this eye will work and completely close to allow the Black Insect King to fully recover. There are still 2 eyes, which means that 2 more battles are needed. Lin Ming is not in a hurry at all. The one who is in a hurry should be the fake Fang Pingchuan behind the Black Insect King. The tips of the Black Insect King's strange sword seem to always condense spiritual energy, and continuously drive it into larger elemental spiritual energy bombs, which cannot be controlled at all. Lin Ming felt that this was probably because the Black Insect Emperor's constantly overflowing spiritual energy concentration had to find a breakthrough. And these elemental spiritual energy bombs were the embodiment of this breakthrough. Soon, Lin Ming found that the elemental spiritual energy bombs on the 8 sword tips became huge again. And Lin Ming still built nearly 100 layers of spiritual energy barriers around them. Next, it will be very boring. Lin Ming couldn't help but imagine. The person behind the Black Insect Emperor must be very anxious now. Lin Ming sensed his subordinates. They had now been sent underground by Lin Ming 1,000 meters below and placed nearly 1,000 kilometers away. The Black Insect Emperor could not do anything to them. Or in other words, this guy couldn't even take care of himself. Lin Ming soon found that the second eye and the third eye closed one after another. It finally only had the last life left. Then, the next step was too simple. Lin Ming really wanted to see the embarrassed, helpless and disappointed expression on that person's face after the Black Bug Emperor. Boom! With the last explosion of the elemental spirit bomb, Lin Ming finally sensed that the Black Bug Emperor was completely turned into dust accompanied by a strong light. The boom and shock wave once again shook hundreds of kilometers away. And in the echoes, Lin Ming emotions, which had been high before, were completely calmed down at this time. Invincible. How lonely. Lin Ming now felt that he had really reached this level. If the Black Bug Emperor was the ultimate weapon of that person, then after he simply killed it, it could also prove that he had reached this level. Although there was no income of evolution points. It was strange that Lin Ming found that his level realm had reached the level of level 4 of the 5th stage without realizing it. The system was like a mute and didn't say a word. Lin Ming felt that this dog system probably didn't expect that he could completely kill the Black Bug King. Right? So, what's next? Lin Ming sensed Jiangdong City, which was the closest to here, and everything there. At the same time, he also set his roots in that direction. Next, what he had to do was very simple. Have a real fight with that fake. Completely eliminate this fake Fang Pingchuan. Chapter 376 Chaos. The outline of the mountain range that was far away gradually became clear. At this moment, Xingyu and his group were not too far away from the direction of the nearest Doomsday territory. But now, none of them had a smile on their faces. The reason was the information that Wang Su brought back before. The mutant bamboo has now become a monster above the level of S-level Demon Emperor. SS-level Demon Emperor. This level can be said to ignore all rules, and even all creatures. Originally, the extraordinary people had formulated a set of rules for the level of mutant creatures and extraordinary people in the entire era of spiritual energy recovery. From F level to A level, all creatures containing spiritual energy are divided into levels according to the concentration of spiritual energy. But with the sudden appearance of the mutant bamboo, this set of rules now seems so short-sighted and ignorant. From B to A, the mutant bamboo reached this level at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival era, becoming the first mutant creature on land and a feared existence for all humans. But after the battle in Qingcheng, the extremely terrifying destructive power caused by the S-level spiritual energy displayed by the mutant bamboo made the original principles and rules become a joke. Now, this mutant demon bamboo has once again broken all the constraints and rules and directly become a demon emperor of SS level. The S-level demon emperor is enough to destroy a country. And what can the SS-level demon emperor do above this? Destroy the whole world? All the extraordinary people quickly came to a conclusion in their hearts. The end of the world is coming, and there will be no fire in the long night. They, the A-level extraordinary people, are really too small. How much can they do? It seems that humans will never be able to catch up with the mutant creatures, and they can't become stronger than them at all. Instead, they are easily surpassed by them. And then, they are left far behind like now. Does humanity still have a future? Can humanity still survive? Everyone is thinking about one thing. Can we still survive? Except one person. Don't tell me. This is the Doomsday territory you've been talking about? Allensmeister looked at the cave entrance blocked by the boulder, holding a cigar in his mouth, with a playful expression on his face. Yes, this is the one closest to us. Xingyu didn't care about his attitude, but walked to the front, using the power of the ink drop to easily move the boulder to a gap. After the boulder was moved away, the entrance to a deep and huge cave was revealed. The entrance to the cave is about 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. From the outside, it is no different from an ordinary cave. Xingyu looked up and found that countless semi-hidden air vents were densely scattered on this huge rock wall. Xingyu didn't continue to speak, but led everyone into it. Zheng Guodong snapped his fingers, and the bright flame easily made the cave as bright as day. And everyone also found that less than 10 meters away, some man-made traces could be clearly seen. It was a huge metal door with a very simple appearance. Xingyu walked to the door, found the password switch to open it, and smoothly entered a string of numbers. Soon the metal door opened inwards and made a heavy sound. Allensmeister whistled. The Doomsday territory of Tang Kingdom? It's much stronger than ours. Right? Let's go! Xingyu looked back and saw that Wang Su, who was supposed to be at the end of the team, was gone again. He had a headache and motioned him to go in last, letting his companions go first. After quickly using ink drops to create an ink drop clone of Wang Su, he also noticed that Meister looked back at Wang Su. After watching Meister enter with the others, Xingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Su just left. He said he'd be back soon. Zheng Guodong's voice was only heard by him and Xingyu. Xing looked back. Fei Jun nodded at him. And Cheng Yu still had a distracted expression, following the clone of Wang Su that he made with ink drops. Xing Yu had no intention of letting go of the heavy stone in his heart. He had to guard against Master, the bastard, and Cheng Yu, the time bomb. Although Wang Su had taken Cheng Yu and the others to the Brew Country and met the real Fang Pingchuan, the light of mankind and the last hope of mankind, he even felt that anyone who could still doubt mankind and the contradiction between extraordinary people and ordinary people after listening to that person's words was really a fool. Cheng Yu was tortured by the thoughts of the fake Fang Pingchuan, which made him a dangerous person who thought that ordinary people and extraordinary people could not coexist at all. And the contradiction was so sharp that only one person had to stay. No one had expected this. After all, it is too stupid to build a world with only extraordinary people. But Cheng Yu still seems to be nostalgic for this idea, even though that person said so much at that time. Cheng Yu was still so ambiguous and had no intention of making a clear statement. Fei Jun, what should we do? Xing Yu looked at Cheng Yu and walked into the door, and asked Fei Jun, who was the last one to leave. Just chill. Fei Jun had no expression on his face, and spoke very briefly. What's wrong with you? Did you speak so briefly before? Are you angry with Wang Su? I say, what are you competing with him for? Xing Yu was speechless. Why are there so many people? And no one is worrying. No. Fei Jun glanced at Wang Su ink drop clone beside him, and frowned slightly. Let's go. Xing Yu had a headache. Sure enough, humans can't understand each other. One by one, no one can stop his headache. Zhang Guodong came over. He had noticed Xing Yu. It was easy for him to control the flames from a distance. Moreover, the flames could move automatically according to his thoughts, and act as a guide for the people in front. Old Xing, look at it more openly. There is really not much we can do. Zhang Guodong sighed. Xing Yu's work as a leader was not easy at all. Although Xing Yu was the first tower of the original Nine Heavens Tower, his control over spiritual energy and the power to convert it into spiritual energy were second to none in the entire team. But as a leader, Xing Yu was not qualified. Zhang Guodong understood this from the beginning when he joined the Nine Heavens Tower and became the Seventh Tower. In the battle, although Xing Yu could control the ink drops and achieve perfection in both offense and defense, his command ability was limited and his judgment ability was also extremely limited. When he should have issued various tactical instructions in the battle, Xing Yu always rushed to the front, took the initiative to fight with the enemy, and became the main attacker, making the whole battle without any rules. Moreover, Fei Jun had said before that when he was fighting against the B-level demon spirit in the Goganda spirit realm, Xing Yu had boldly encouraged everyone to resist that person with him above many subordinates. This is not what a mature leader should do. Or even say, it is completely abnormal. Xing Yu is more suitable to be a pioneer, or as a reserve, to be a general, rather than a leader like now. Now, let alone other things. The big and small miscellaneous things of each person in this team are enough for this guy. It's not that he doesn't accept Xing Yu. Zhang Guodong just feels that Xing Yu has too much to bear. After returning from the Brew Country, Zhang Guodong felt even more so. Although they saw this light of humanity, they even got some answers from the real Fang Pingchuan. But there is no doubt that Xing Yu became even more confused. Now, things are very complicated. Outside, the mutant demon Bamboo has become a terrifying monster of SS level. At present, it basically belongs to them, the extraordinary people, and the existence that these humans cannot touch. And the fake Fang Pingchuan does not seem to be a simple character. Even Zhang Guodong feels that this person is not even human. Who can control a black insect mother body of S-level demon king level? Who can be affected by the aura shielding device when he is aura? And even cannot sense aura at all? Who can find them directly without relying on anything? Even ignoring Tian Lao aura hiding ability? Is this person really human? If so, why does he seem to destroy the entire human race no matter what he does? Pushing everything into the abyss of despair? Whether it is to the mutant demon Bamboo, to them, the Nine Heavens Tower, or to ordinary people, all the actions of that person are incomprehensible. No one does not think that this person is a lunatic. Besides him, the real Fang Pingchuan was still hiding in the Bulu country, where Wang Su brought him countless intelligence, analyzed it, and made various countermeasures. However, the real Fang Pingchuan, although he was also a capable person, was too fragile compared to the fake one. Zheng Guodong felt that if the fake Fang Pingchuan wanted, the real one could be killed at any time. As for the real Fang Pingchuan, Zheng Guodong now had reason to believe that the SS and other Demon Emperor Mutant Demon Bamboo must know the existence of this person. The inside was a little better than the outside. But if you think about it carefully, it was like being stuck in a quagmire. Let's not talk about the people in the original 9-layered Sky Tower now. On the surface, everyone seemed to be united and wanted to do something that would affect the entire human race. But the only people who know the real Fang Pingchuan are him, Xingyu, Fei Jun, Chengyu and Wang Su. According to Fang Pingchuan, the rest of the people are not trustworthy at all. The 5 people who share a common secret are a whole, and the others are another whole. And Allensmeister is another whole. Among the 5 of them, Chengyu thinks differently from him. Fei Jun and Xingyu and Wang Su has always acted alone. They are said to be a whole. But now according to Zheng Guodong, they are just a mess. The only ones who can trust each other are Xingyu and Fei Jun. Zheng Guodong shook his head and sighed. This situation seems to be not much different from the outside. As long as Allensmeister sees Wang Su disappear, he will definitely ask questions. The ink drop clone made by Xingyu looks like a safety, but it looks like a time bomb. As long as Allensmeister comes over, even if he takes a slap at this clone, everything will be over. According to Wang Su, Allensmeister is not to be messed with. If Allensmeister did not appear at the right time and place, there would be a danger that could destroy humanity. Wang Su, who was threatened by this, had no way to prevent this from happening. He could only be threatened by Allensmeister and do things according to Allensmeister's wishes. In short, Wang Su was like a beast tied by master. And for the sake of humanity, Wang Su had to obey the orders of this extremely evil master. Although Wang Su currently has a certain degree of freedom, he can contact Fang Pingchuan and use various intelligence to maintain the various intelligence needed for the last light of hope for mankind. But this is also extremely dangerous. As long as Allensmeister finds out about this, everything will be over. Zheng Guodong has reason to believe that if Allensmeister knew that the real Fang Pingchuan was in the Bruce country, then the world would be completely plunged into the abyss of despair. This madman, this bastard called the Death Merchant, will definitely do unimaginable evil. By then, there will be no room for regret. Zheng Guodong thought of this and patted Xingyu on the shoulder. Old Xing, think about it. Zheng Guodong didn't know why he said this. This sentence was more like what he said to himself. Looking up at Chengyu, this time bomb, has many secrets in common with him. The reason why Wang Su didn't kill him was also that person's intention. If not, Zheng Guodong felt that he could have done it. In the face of absolute interests, any existence that violates this interest, or even endangers this interest, should be wiped out without hesitation. In the face of the interest of uniting the entire human race, eliminating the barriers between extraordinary people and ordinary people, connecting everything closely, and returning the world to peace. The meaning of the existence of Chengyu, an alien, is only to be eliminated. The successor of the will of the Destiny Society. This title is so ironic for the former Ninth Heaven Tower. What? With one person's strength, to protect the safety of all people has become a thing of the past for this young man who is easily bewitched and influenced, and has no brains. Establishing a blue planet with only extraordinary people is the twisted belief that this guy is holding on to now. Just being treated in an extreme way by the fake Fang Pingchuan, and even having all kinds of sharp contradictions with him. In a short period of time, Chengyu, a young man with no social experience, was completely annoyed. For Zheng Guodong, this is simply incomprehensible. When he was in the muddy association of extraordinary people, he never wavered in his beliefs. Don't think about it. We can't do too much. Xingyu sighed and looked in the direction of Chengyu. What he thought was different from Zheng Guodong. Chapter 377, The Bottom of Chaos. Now, this is a mess. Xingyu looked at the team in front. He turned his head and said to Zheng Guodong, no matter the outside or the inside, it looks like a mess of hundreds of thousands of threads twisted and intertwined, and finally pulled countless times. In this mess, the mutant demon bamboo of SS and other demon emperors, the fake Fang Pingchuan, Allensmeister, and even Chengyu are all threads that need to be solved in this mess. He, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun, and Wang Su, the real Fang Pingchuan. If they want to untie this mess, they must find a thread as a breakthrough. But this breakthrough is too hard to find. Yes, Fei Jun suddenly appeared, pointed above, and nodded. Does that mean they all went up? Xing Yu sighed. First, don't keep saying one word or two. I have to guess. Second, don't be so scary when you show up. Okay. Wang Su alone is good enough. You still. Sorry. I can't help it. A gust of wind blew, and Wang Su instantly appeared next to his ink drop clone, appearing even more suddenly than Fei Jun. Xing Yu almost reacted instantly to eliminate the ink drop clone, but unexpectedly found that Wang Su's face was really ugly at the moment. The long hair that almost covered his eyes seemed to be blown by the wind and messed up, and there were many stains and damaged places all over his body. What have you been doing? Xing Yu almost laughed out loud. Is this still the Wang Su who usually appears in a cold image? This is the first time he is so sloppy and unkempt. I encountered some minor things. Wang Su covered his head with his hood and pointed at his clothes. I trouble you to use your ink drops to straighten my clothes. Xing Yu shook his head. It would be strange if it was a minor thing. It is definitely not a minor thing that can make an A-level extraordinary person so embarrassed. He used ink drops to cover the stains on Wang Su's clothes and filled the gaps. After fine-tuning, this guy looked exactly like a normal person. How minor is it? Tell me. Zheng Guodong and Xing Yu looked at each other. Minor thing? It must be a big thing. SS and other demon emperors have mutated demon bamboos and killed the black insect mother. Wang Su took a deep breath and looked at the three people. It's just a thread in the tangled thread. It's broken. Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun stopped breathing instantly. You? What did you say? That black insect mother. Isn't it? Xing Yu opened his eyes wide. The fake's trump card was killed. Zheng Guodong couldn't believe it. Impossible. This news even made Fei Jun say 3 words. That powerful monster was killed so easily by the mutant demon bamboo. Why did they suddenly fight? What happened? Yes, the black insect mother has been killed. It took a very short time in the extreme south of Tang State. Wang Su shook his head. I moved there at my fastest speed and kept using my ability to make sure that the black insect mother was completely killed. Xing Yu and the other two were silent. The black insect mother must have the strength of S-level demon emperor, and the one who controlled it was the fake Fang Pingchuan. This battle was probably caused by the fake Fang Pingchuan attacking the mutant demon bamboo of the SS-level demon emperor. But what they didn't expect was that the black insect was just like a small insect and was killed easily. From your tone, it seems that the battle was very short? Xing Yu still felt that it was unlikely. It was too outrageous. Yes, it was very short. Wang Su rubbed his arm. The strength of the mutant demon bamboo is no longer what we can imagine. Are you serious? Xing Yu's voice suddenly lost all momentum. Although he thought that the mutant demon bamboo might have become extremely powerful and extremely terrifying. From Wang Su's tone just now, he felt that it was not as low as he imagined. It can use all elements, can move thousands of kilometers in an instant, and can use extremely sophisticated, bold and effective tactics and strategies to quickly curb all the thoughts and actions of the fake. Finally, it quickly figured out the attack pattern of the black insect mother and completely killed it. Wang Su sat on the ground. In order to observe the contest between the two monsters, he even moved himself directly to the sky in an instant. Although he was not sure whether the two monsters did not notice him because they were immersed in the battle, he was very clear about one thing. That is, the mutant bamboo had become so powerful that he could only sigh. The mutant demon bamboo didn't even show its front face before it destroyed the humanoid monster formed by the black insect mother body. This, just listening to Wang Su's description, Xing Yu and the other two were chilled. All elements, moving thousands of kilometers in an instant. Super intelligence. What kind of monster is their ultimate opponent? The three of them squatted on the ground, without any momentum of being an A-level extraordinary person, and no longer had any idea of fighting the mutant demon bamboo. The original plan and the original idea were also destroyed, unless they can train themselves to a stronger level than the SS and other demon emperors in a short period of time. Otherwise, this game of chess cannot be played at all. This matter is both a good thing and a bad thing. Wang Su raised his head. You have already understood the bad thing. I am afraid we have no way to win the original world from this mutant demon bamboo. The good thing is that the black insect mother body was killed, and the fake one has one less card in his hand. Zheng Guodong laughed. The so-called good thing is no matter what. The world is over. What's the point of playing? regardless of whether it was the real Fong Pingchuan or the fake Fong Pingchuan, or the most powerful group of extraordinary people in the world who had fled to the Doomsday territory in the far north of the Tang Kingdom, or the Bullshit Fate Society. All humans. All were defeated by the mutant demon Bamboo. The funny thing is that even so, these defeated humans are still fighting each other, and are in a crazy internal roll. I feel like I have no motivation. Xing Yu suddenly laughed dryly twice. But no one laughed at him. Who still has motivation? Originally, everyone was still thinking about keeping a low profile. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Making a deal with Allensmeister. Improving their own level as soon as possible. And then using various methods to find ways to kill the mutant demon Bamboo. But now, no one would think so. It's meaningless. Because it is impossible to improve one's own level to the extreme in such a short time. And, do you guys like squatting on the ground? At this time, Allensmeister's voice suddenly sounded like a thunderclap. Wang Su raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man with a strange smile. And the young man Cheng Yu beside him with an even stranger expression. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong also noticed something was wrong. Cheng Yu, why did you come with Allensmeister? I told him everything. Cheng Yu suddenly said. The real Fong Pingchuan. And everything. The expression on Allensmeister's face beside him turned into a grim smile. Chapter 378 Eve of Destruction. You? What did you say? Xing Yu suddenly felt his eyes go dark. And Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong even fell to the ground. Wang Su, you have thought it over. It's useless for you to kill this guy. Allensmeister's smile became more distorted. And he looked at Wang Su, whose eyes became extremely cold. And his voice became sharp and piercing. Cheng Yu, who was beside Allensmeister, had no expression on his face at all. As if it was someone else who leaked the real information about Fong Pingchuan. And he did not take any defensive posture against Wang Su. After all, if this matter was told, it would be useless even if he killed himself. Wang Su did not put down the black lacquer double blades in his hand. And his cold eyes were like knives. He stared at Cheng Yu. And although the expression on his face was still the same as before, the murderous aura on his body was overflowing. You? Why are you? Xing Yu looked at Cheng Yu in disbelief. And he felt like he was suffocating. He had thought about this terrible result. But he had never thought that it would happen so quickly. This thing that no one wanted to see happen suddenly. I figured it out. Cheng Yu said slowly, with a smile on his face. This kind of thing cannot be told to our partners. Cheng Yu, you are looking for death. Zheng Guodong roared. And the hot fire dragon burst out. But he soon felt that the black double blades at his neck pressed it hard. The fire dragon evaporated instantly. Xing Yu widened his eyes. And after watching Wang Su threaten Zheng Guodong in a way that he could never escape, he understood why. Good boy. My dog. Allensmeister grinned. Wang Su, you seem to understand what to do. I can forgive your mistake this time. Wang Su did not look back. I promise there will be no next time. And I will tell you whatever you ask. Without any reward. As long as I know. I will tell you everything. Zheng Guodong figured it out almost at the moment when Wang Su pressed his neck. Wang Su's weak spot was firmly grasped by Allensmeister. As long as Wang Su didn't obey, Master could instantly destroy half of the human race. Even if he was an ordinary person, he could do such a thing. This was not a joke at all, but something that could actually happen. Zheng Guodong thought about it. Probably a nuclear bomb. Something buried deep underground in huge cities around the world. The ultimate weapon that could instantly destroy any creature. Even a Class A demon. As for nuclear bombs, there was no way to ignore them. Facing the result that could even cause the death of half of the human race. Wang Su absolutely did not dare to take the risk and disobey Allensmeister's wishes. Otherwise, what else could stop this unruly teleporter who didn't care about anyone at all? Then I have to congratulate myself? I didn't expect to get new information and a dog that was more loyal to me. This deal is really good. Allensmeister's grim smile never stopped. Put down the knife. We are still partners. Aren't we? Master ordered Wang Su. Wang Su gritted his teeth. Put down the black double blades. And turned to face Master. His eyes were fixed on Cheng Yu. Oh! Companions shouldn't be like this. Wang Su. Xing Yu. Fei Jun. Zheng Guodong. And Cheng Yu. We are all companions with common intelligence. Relax. Relax. Alan's master was still smiling. but anyone would understand from his words that this was not an easy matter at all. Now, Cheng Yu has told Master about the real Fang Pingchuan, which is undoubtedly a behavior that makes the whole situation more complicated. And the extremely serious and irreversible consequences he caused are probably even more difficult for everyone to accept. I don't think it's a big deal that Fang Pingchuan is in the Blue Country. And even if Cheng Yu didn't tell me about it, I would get the news in a few hours. Compared to the situation that would make you extremely passive. Isn't it better for everyone to let Cheng Yu tell me now? Master wanted to pat Cheng Yu on the shoulder, but found that Cheng Yu dodged. He raised his eyebrows. Cheng Yu, what did he get? At this time, Wang Su suddenly asked. Selling information to Master will definitely get some rewards. Although Master is a bastard and can be said to be a bad person, this person is very persistent in the spirit of the contract. After all, he is also a death merchant. No matter what, Master will pay for the information he wants to get, instead of just getting the information and not giving any benefits to the person who provides the information. Of course, he got what he wanted. I gave him quite a lot. Master spread his hands. This information is worth the price. Especially since Cheng Yu told me more things. I think it's necessary to give him so much. Cheng Yu did not comment. Spirit stones. That's all. Spirit stones. Wang Su looked expressionless. He looked at Master. How much? Enough spirit stones to upgrade this little guy's B level to S level. Do you think it's a lot or a little? Master smiled. Wang Su. Take him to the S.D warehouse. Which is all Cheng Yu. S.D warehouse? Wang Su took a breath. Which made Xing Yu, Shen Guodong and Fei Jun gasp. How much can make Wang Su like this? Moreover, it can also allow Cheng Yu, who is B level, to directly upgrade to S level. Master, how can you have so much? Wang Su, what are you hesitating about? Master frowned. Nothing. Wang Su could not disobey Master's will now, even if he was an ordinary person. Besides, my little dog, you know that Cheng Yu cannot be touched. Right? Master patted Cheng Yu's shoulder. And this time, Cheng Yu did not dodge. A gust of wind blew, and Wang Su disappeared with Cheng Yu. The only ones left were Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong, as well as Alan's master, who still had a distorted expression. Now, can we have a good talk? After all, there are no secrets between us. Right? Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong did not speak. The three of them looked at Master, whose eyes were full of madness, and knew that they had been completely stared at by this venomous snake. If this dangerous person was killed, then perhaps the original messy situation might be solved to a considerable extent. But now, Cheng Yu has made this mess even more chaotic. The three people felt that Wang Su should have killed Cheng Yu at that time, instead of leaving this time bomb. But now, there is no regret medicine to choose. Master has already known the true story of Fang Pingchuan. So what will Master do next? And Wang Su seems to have been completely grasped by Master by the back of his neck and has become his dog. Wang Su can't be trusted? Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong found that mankind seems to be really going to be destroyed. Whether from the outside, by the mutant demon bamboo of the SS and other demon emperors, or from the inside, by this dangerous Alan's master. Chapter 379 Silver Phantom. Master, where did you go? A silver phantom crossed the sky above America, and below it, the city cluster that was once extremely prosperous and well defended has now completely turned to ashes and no longer exists. Whether it is America or Canada, at this moment, basically all the combat power has been eliminated, and humans are even forced to go to the vicinity of the spiritual realm to survive. All kinds of human weapons have no effect on this mutant creature that has become an A-level demon king. The only nuclear bombs that worked were instantly destroyed by its fierce venom, directly causing a violent explosion. And mushroom clouds burst out one after another above the cities. These mushroom clouds made the Silver Phantom quite excited. But it still wanted its master Lin Ming to come and see how these stupid enemies killed themselves. The silver-white wings were folded, and it gradually descended to the seaside. There was basically nothing on this land that could resist it. And even the tens of thousands of strange beasts that came out from underground were no match for it. Even if it had completed the task assigned by its master Lin Ming, it didn't feel much at this moment. Whether it was America or Canada, there was no force that could resist. And there was nothing worth noting. The master didn't give me any new orders. It felt a little bored and circled in the air. Suddenly, it discovered that several silver-gray missiles were launched in its direction. The silver-gray dragon, as if playing, simply used extremely agile speed to easily shake off these missiles, and attracted them to the missile silo that launched them. The roar caused by the violent explosion quickly destroyed this military facility completely, and the fiercely burning flames immediately engulfed everything. The silver dragon didn't think that any human weapon could catch up with it or hurt it. Although they had encountered some weapons that could emit strange blue beams, they seemed to have no way to aim at this mutant creature that could easily turn and fly freely in the air at a very fast speed. Basically, it was completely destroyed before it could be of much use. The silver dragon soared in the sky, and from time to time it flew into the sky. According to the master, the military power of the human beings in America is extremely powerful. Even if all the remaining members of the Destiny Society are eliminated, it does not mean that there is no threat here. It can even be said that without the Destiny Society, the threat here may be greater. Therefore, the Master sent it together with Imokai and Jean Lin to eliminate the military power here. Imokai and Jean Lin, the companions who assisted it in attacking here before, suddenly left in a hurry, saying that they had to leave according to the Master's order. Although it is not clear what happened, it does not have much impact on it. Jean Lin's ability is to make all or part of itself extremely huge, and can kill a large number of enemies in a short time. Although it cannot fly, its strength is strong enough. The flying ability of Imokai can make up for the slowness of Jean Lin's movement, and it can also quickly destroy some enemy weapons, such as the iron birds in the sky, which is actually quite powerful. However, their departure did not have much impact on the strategy and combat of this silver dragon. After all, now it has gradually moved from the 3rd level, when it first came here, to the 4th level in a long battle. It can now feel that its powerful spiritual energy is completely different from the past. And with the continuous improvement of this level, the wings of this silver dragon are stronger, and the flying speed is faster. Whether it is sharp teeth or fangs, whether it is the control of fierce poison or the familiarity of the newly awakened wind elemental power, they are constantly improving and becoming more and more perfect. Now, this silver dragon has realized that there is no existence that can threaten it on this land, and basically all human weapons have been destroyed by it. Next, it seems that there is nothing to do. Then, let's go to the ocean first, and go to the European continent with the dolphin troops that the Master has just conquered. Thinking of this, it turned into a silver light, and just as it was about to dive into the water from the air, it suddenly felt a strong wind sweeping over. In the blur, it seemed to see that it was the shadows of 2 humans. This strong wind represents their powerful strength. Thinking of this, it instantly spread its wings and rushed towards the whirlwind just now. Although it couldn't catch up with their speed, it wasn't slow either. In fact, with its extremely streamlined body and its skillful control of the wind element, wind resistance didn't have much of an impact at all. If I kill them, will the Master praise me? Qin Chun made a layer of wind element barrier and a layer of transparent venom barrier around his body and chased after them. These were all some insurances that had to be taken for the battle. The Master had told it that if you underestimate any enemy, you will be punished terribly. Qin Chun was very smart, and it understood this truth very well. Moreover, its intelligence, which was not inferior to that of the panda, was enough to allow it to make the best judgment based on various situations and conditions when dealing with any enemy, using its own abilities. For the time being, let's go and see if one of these 2 humans is the one the Master has been talking about. Is that a silver dragon? When Wang Su just arrived here, he immediately saw the huge silver-white shadow in the sky. This terrifying creature shouldn't have appeared here. The silver-white body, the dragon head, the wings, and the huge tail all clearly told him that it was a giant dragon. Without a doubt, giant dragons, such things should not appear in this world. But in a short period of time, he had already seen 2 of them. One was the golden giant dragon soaring in the sky, when the black insect mother controlled by the fake Fang Ping Chuan was dealing with a large group of mutant creatures. And the other one was the one he saw now. What exactly is it? Wang Su was 100% sure that the golden giant dragon was a subordinate of the mutant demon Bamboo, because he also saw the giant panda that he had fought with in the extreme south of Tang State, and the blue wolf king. Now, he could never fight with these 2 mutant creatures like the one in Qincheng. Any of these 2 could kill him completely in the shortest time if they fought him alone. The huge difference in level and the superiority in ability made Wang Su unable to approach either the panda or the wolf, even without the mutant demon Bamboo. He would have no chance of winning if he only took out these two guys. He even dared not to appear in front of this group of mutant creatures. The huge difference between humans and mutant creatures has gradually widened the gap in the era of spiritual energy revival. Or, in other words, the gap was extremely obvious at the beginning. It's like a B-level human supernatural being can't kill a B-level mutant creature. And with the sudden appearance of this mutant demon bamboo, the gap between supernatural beings and mutant creatures has been greatly widened. After all, the mutant demon bamboo has now reached the level of the SS-level demon emperor, which is not an existence that humans like them can look directly at. Even if they want to catch up, there is no possibility at all. But if the mutant demon bamboo itself has raised its realm to a terrifying level, it will be fine. Its subordinates were all ridiculously powerful. Which of the pandas, wolves, lynxes, and golden dragons was not powerful enough to defeat all of them? The A-level superhumans, even if they were gathered together? And he had never seen this silver dragon in the various data on the mutant demon bamboo before. From Alan's Meister various intelligence, he learned that there were many animal subordinates called followers around the mutant demon bamboo. The pandas, gray wolves, and the red giant monkey he had fought with were all shown in the data he got from the Fate Society. The subordinates of the mutant demon bamboo were not just these few. There were 7 giant wolves, 3 of which were wind elements, and the rest were powerful mutant creatures of fire elements, rock elements, thunder elements, and toxins. The pandas, golden snakes, silver snakes, 3 giant monkeys, 2 large suro, 1 black and 1 white, and 2 small suro were all shown in the data. Wangsu had not seen more of the others, but he witnessed several battles between the mutant bamboo and humans, mutant creatures, strange beasts and the Destiny Society, and found that there was far more than that. In the end, he even found the existence of an underwater force. However, there was no information about the silver dragon he had just seen. Could it be that this silver dragon was not a subordinate of the mutant bamboo? Or was it that this silver dragon evolved from one of the subordinates? Looking at Chengyu, who closed his eyes beside him, Wangsu was thinking about something else at this time. Originally, his plan was to move directly to the warehouse D at point S, and then take Chengyu to get the spirit stones, and then return to the Doomsday territory in the extreme north of the Tang Kingdom as quickly as possible. After all, the current situation has completely changed. Chengyu exchanged the real Fong Pingchuan information with Alan's Meister, which directly led to a change in the situation that could be extremely unfavorable to the entire human race. First of all, from now on, he can no longer freely assist Fong Pingchuan in collecting various intelligence and observing the mutant demon bamboo as before. And, because of this, he can only act according to Alan's Meister ideas and cannot disobey at all. If he had known that would happen, he would have killed Chengyu. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Although Zheng Guodong and others tried their best to stop him at that time, he could actually kill Chengyu directly at that time. After all, this kind of thing was easy for him. But he did hesitate at that time. Moreover, Fong Pingchuan even asked him to keep Chengyu and not to do anything to him. He agreed. Chengyu sold Fong Pingchuan information to Master, which also caused Wang Su to be unable to kill the important source of information for Master. Even now, he can't kill Chengyu at all, as Point D warehouse is in an underground warehouse in America. But America, as it stands now, seems to have been completely destroyed by the Silver Dragon. Moreover, he also found the towering mushroom cloud rising near the warehouse of S. Point D. That is something he absolutely cannot get close to. Although the warehouse is built underground, the probability of retaining spirit stones there after the nuclear bomb explosion is probably 0. Originally, he wanted to take Chengyu away and return to the Doomsday territory immediately. But after seeing this silver-white dragon, he felt that he needed to observe it and tell Fong Pingchuan about it. Although Chengyu told Alan Meister about Fong Pingchuan, it does not mean that he was completely controlled by Master and no longer had the freedom he had before. SS and other demon kings are important and dangerous, but this silver-white dragon is also something worth noting. He slowed down. The ability to teleport is nothing to get rid of this silver dragon. Even though the dragon's speed was indeed extremely amazing, it could not keep up with his speed. Otherwise, he could have rushed back in a few minutes and reported to Master instead of facing unknown dangers in this place full of mushroom clouds. Why did you slow down? Chengyu opened his eyes. He knew very well that when teleporting, there would be extremely strong storms. In fact, This is also the real secret of teleportation ability. It makes the best use of wind elements and turns them into its own barrier to resist the strong wind pressure caused by too fast movement. During the movement, the storm will stop from time to time. But the time is very short. And if the storm stops for a long time, it means that we have arrived at the destination. No, we have encountered the enemy. Wang Su turned around and looked up at the sky. The silver-white phantom, like a giant fighter plane, came crashing down. After approaching at a terrifying speed, it also sprayed out a wide range of poisonous fog in the shortest possible time. After the poisonous fog touched a high-rise building that had not collapsed, Wang Su was horrified to find that the building melted quickly like a burning candle. TSK. Wang Su grabbed Chengyu and instantly moved dozens of kilometers away. This silver dragon not only uses wind elements, but also has the ability to control toxins? Poison. Poison dragon? Chengyu was also surprised when he saw that scene. Is this a dragon? He used to think that there was no such thing as a dragon. But now, this silver giant flying mutant creature. What else could it be but a dragon? Moreover, it can also spray poisonous mist. We seem to have found another extremely terrifying enemy. Wang Su took a deep breath, threw Chengyu aside, and moved directly to the sky in an instant. He was just above the head of the silver dragon. The black double blade slashed out two extremely sharp air slashes. And the attack wrapped in sharp sword energy also went straight to the silver dragon. Chapter 380 Tracking. The night had just fallen, but the sky was already as dark as ink. The extremely thick rain clouds had already begun to brew. It completely covered the entire spiritual realm, and spread over the entire blue planet. Everyone knew that this was another spiritual rain outbreak. At this moment, Lin Ning had already put all his subordinates back to his side. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky, knowing that this spiritual rain outbreak would probably be more violent than any previous one. Master, let you see our embarrassment. Panda was sitting on the ground with his head down under Lin Ning, completely losing his previous brave and invincible image. Now that it has become a monster of the S-level Demon King level, it still has great awe for its master Lin Ning, who is much more powerful than itself. If it didn't have a master, it would still be an ordinary panda in the Wantohai spiritual realm, and might have been killed by other mutant creatures and turned into their food. In this regard, Panda and other companions have reached a very high level of awe and worship for Lin Ning. You did a great job. I am very satisfied. Lin Ning had no dissatisfaction with the performance of Panda and the others. Or rather, their changes now made Lin Ning feel as if he had found a treasure. Whether it was Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yan, or even Shui Ye, who had never had a chance to show off, they all gave Lin Ning a feeling of surprise. Panda, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yan have now directly risen to the 4th level and become mutant creatures of the S-level Demon King level. Moreover, not only that, they have also successfully evolved themselves on this basis. Belief evolution. Belief evolution basically changed their appearance and brought their characteristics and element control capabilities to a higher level. At the same time, it also made their strength far higher than the 4th level strength shown on the surface. Although even if they were promoted to the 5th level, Lin Ning knew that these subordinates were still far behind his own strength. But at this moment, the growth of Panda and the others was enough to make him extremely happy. Now, even if a superhuman with the same S level comes to challenge, just one Panda will make them doubt their lives and the meaning of the S level. Panda, who has great advantages in attack, defense, and speed, can be said to be the nightmare of all superhumans. Not to mention, Panda has basically mastered the methods and techniques of using all elements, although it has not yet reached the level of mastery and perfection. Basically no superhuman can survive a second in front of it. The reason why Lin Ning did not let his subordinates go to fight against the Black Insect Emperor was not because he did not believe in their power, but because he wanted to break this thing himself and give a warning to the fake Fang Pingchuan hiding behind. On this planet, any human who wants to challenge him must understand the huge gap between them, even if they are both 5th level beings. His mutant demon bamboo can destroy them. Even if there is a so-called system, they must bow down to me obediently, no matter if they are human or anyone else. Lin Ning has now grown to the 5th level. At this level, it is not impossible to go one step further. He saw this possibility from the Black Insect King. The Black Insect King, in the battle with him, had been constantly enhancing the level of his spiritual energy. Although this guy is just an aggregate of energy, there is no doubt that the level of the Black Insect King is a real 5th level. However, the opponent's 5th level cannot be fully reflected in the battle. Or in other words, it cannot be compared with his mutant demon Bamboo, which is also 5th level. Lin Ning himself has quite a lot of extremely targeted and powerful abilities, and can almost master all elemental powers. This point even directly targeted the Black Insect King. Of course, without such a strong spiritual energy, Lin Ning could not create so many elemental power barriers, and naturally could not defeat the Black Insect King. However, Lin Ning did not think about whether all this was because the enemy was too weak, but because his current strength was too strong. Although he used various relative elements to open nearly 100 layers of barriers when fighting the Black Insect King, he could not only open these 100 layers of barriers. If possible, it would not matter if he opened hundreds of layers. The difference between opening and not opening is whether it makes sense to do so. After the battle with the Black Insect King, Lin Ning also felt that it was meaningless when reviewing the game, although he could create so many barriers for defense. Fundamentally speaking, the Black Bug King did not have the strength to break so many layers of spiritual barriers. Its strength was not there at all. I could ignore the consumption of spiritual energy, continuously release the entire spiritual energy, and create hundreds of spiritual element barriers. There was really no obstacle. But this was meaningless. And this could indeed show that the Black Bug King and I were both at the 5th level. But in specific terms, there was a huge gap between it and me. Lin Ning felt that perhaps the Black Bug King would have more and more complex abilities that he had not used. Maybe this guy would grow hundreds of eyes and tens of thousands of arms, and even be able to stand up and run around, using speed to fight him. But all this was impossible. This guy had been completely beaten to ashes by me now, and there was no possibility of resurrection at all. Lin Ning could not help but think of the fake Fong Pingchuan. Now this guy's face must be very stinky. He destroyed the most powerful trump card in his hand, and 2 of them at once. The human with the system is probably trying to escape from the Tang Kingdom, which is very close to him, to a faraway place. After all, after so many traps, the conspiracy of the fake Fong Pingchuan was easily crushed by him. The battle with the Black Bug King did not last long, and it was not as shocking as Lin Ning imagined. The level realm has reached the 5th level, and the Black Bug Mother body has absorbed so much blood evil. It should not be so fragile and so weak. But the fact is that it is so fragile and so weak that it was killed by his more powerful ability. Lin Ning remembered that when he was in the deep poison ocean before, the fake Fong Pingchuan had released so many missiles with spiritual shielding devices, forcing him to continuously follow the ideas of this human. He could only move along one road from the deep poison ocean, and was even forced to fly to the Tuolu. At first, Lin Ning thought that this guy didn't want Lin Ning to arrive too early, hindering him from catching Jin Lin and killing his subordinates. But now it seems that this guy's target has been him from the beginning. He was not allowed to come so early because the fake Fong Pingchuan had not yet prepared the combination of the Black Insect Mother and the Blood Evil. If Lin Ning had come later, he might have directly seen the deformed monster with 3 eyes and 8 arms, the Black Insect Emperor. Unfortunately, the development of the battle seemed to be much faster than the fake Fong Pingchuan expected. The fake didn't expect him to come so early, and he also didn't expect that his subordinates had grown greatly in this battle, and some even had a belief evolution, and their strength was much stronger than before. Now that the Black Bug King has been killed, and the Blood Evil Lord has also been killed by Panda and the others, how many cards does the fake Fong Pingchuan have in his hand? Lin Ning didn't think that the fake Fong Pingchuan had even thought about the fact that he could kill the Black Bug King. If he really thought about it, then a more powerful enemy should have appeared at this time. But he didn't. Lin Ning has been in the southernmost part of the Tang Kingdom for a while. During this period, it was simply peaceful and calm. There was no strange thing at all, and no crisis came. The breeze blew on the tall trees, and the green on their treetops also made a rustling sound. In the mountains, the wild beasts howled, and the birds cried one after another. The river rushed, making a deafening roar between the valleys. This scene was just like in the Wantohai spirit realm at the beginning. At that time, the Wantohai spirit realm was so peaceful at the beginning. Lin Ning still remembers that when he was still a small bamboo, he pulled out the bamboo roots for the first time, left the hill and went to the hillside, and then left there to the lakeside. First he met the cute little snake Chin Chun, then met Feng Xiao and the wolf cubs, then the panda, the sorrow crossing the mountain. It seemed like it happened just yesterday. Now he has become a real strong man of the 5th level. After walking out of the Wantuhai spirit realm, he went to the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm, the 7 Peaks Mountain spirit realm, and then came to the Suzaku Valley spirit realm. He has experienced many things. Lin Ning recalled that along the way, it seemed like he was fighting with the Black Insect Emperor. He had been fighting non-stop, fighting to the death with those humans and mutant creatures who threatened him. It seems that it has always been like this. From the bounty hunters who entered the Wantuhai spirit realm at the beginning, to the reconnaissance of the human supernatural beings, the silver poison sky dragon from the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm, and then he completely forged a feud with the human side, and even provoked the supernatural beings led by Zheng Guodong. And then, through several confrontations with the fake Fang Pingchuan, especially after the battle in Qingcheng, he realized the threat of the Destiny Society and embarked on the road of expedition, destroyed the Destiny Society, hunted down Adenauer, and finally crossed the Great North Ocean to the United States to completely wipe out the Destiny Club. Then, he kept moving around and completely covered the American continent with his own spiritual bamboo clones, killed the huge threat of the Ice Emperor Bashia in the Great North Ocean, and then went to the Philippines, where he destroyed the giant mushroom of the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. And then, because his subordinates were besieged by the fake Fang Pingchuan, he had to rush here. Come to think of it, it seems that he really has never rested. Always fighting. Always eliminating the enemies that threaten him. Whether it is mutants, extraordinary people, or the Fate Society, or even the fake Fang Pingchuan later. They have been with him since the Wanjusi spirit realm. And it seems that they have never left. Now, this piece came too quickly, giving Lin Ming an illusion. There is an illusion that he has eliminated all threats and all unsafe factors. After all, this kind of scene that is now almost cloudy and light has not been seen for a long time. Originally, Lin Ming really wanted such a life, leading his subordinates to open up the Wanjusi spirit realm, from a bamboo, to slowly developing from a bamboo to becoming extremely powerful, and then to conquer the entire blue planet. After all, the resources in the Wanjusi spirit realm and its surroundings are not to be underestimated, and even all the conditions that meet the requirements of opening up the land are available. But with the arrival of those extraordinary people, and the fear and vigilance of humans against the entire mutant creatures, and even the desire to eliminate them at the first opportunity, he was basically in various battles and preparations for battles from the beginning. It seems that he has never rested like he does now. Master, what should we do next? Go find the human who has been playing tricks behind the scenes? The one who created the Black Bug King? Feng Xiao also asked Lin Ming at this time. It has not recovered from the shock of its master Lin Ming killing the Black Bug King so easily. The fighting blood in its body makes it, like most of its companions around, still boiling. They admire the powerful strength of their master Lin Ming, and at the same time, they yearn for this powerful strength. In their eyes, their master Lin Ming is the most powerful mutant creature that is far superior to any of them. From the beginning, they can't take their eyes off him. And after this battle with the Black Bug King, they even think that their master Lin Ming has become the top and the most powerful existence in their eyes. Any enemy is definitely not the master's opponent. But the fiercely burning fighting blood in their bodies made them want to fight more at this moment, rather than waiting for the next day's sunrise on this strange land. He is not easy to find. Lin Ming answered his subordinates' questions. Obviously, after no further incidents, Lin Ming knew that the fake Fang Pingchuan should have hidden at this time. Hiding is simply too easy for this counterfeit. Since he can become a fake Fang Pingchuan, he can naturally become any human being. And in the huge cities with hundreds of people in Tang State, there are simply too many places for a human to hide. Moreover, this guy can easily conceal his own spiritual energy, and can also sense his spiritual energy. It is simply too easy to escape. Lin Ming thinks that this guy may still be hiding in Shangjing, or he can also hide in any city. As long as this guy does not take the initiative to show up to deal with him, then this guy may be able to hide until he wants to show up.